Chapter 560. The deteriorating situation. The phone rang numerous times before someone finally answered, the voice on the other end lowered, cautious as if speaking in hushed tones during an examination. Gao Jian, what brings you to call me? Perhaps we could discuss this later. My master is currently conducting a ritual. Upon hearing Leng Qingxuan's voice, I hastily interjected, fearing he might hang up. This is a matter of life and death. A child is injured in a dream, and the situation is critical. Injured in a dream? Maoshan, in its dealings with various deities, is not adept at navigating dreams. If you truly wish to save her, you ought to seek out the Xiao Zhuang Temple. Leng Qingxuan is not one to indulge in deceit. He speaks plainly. However, the Xiao Zhuang Temple holds an exalted status, detached from worldly affairs. Convincing them to assist you is exceedingly difficult. Do you know where the entrance to the Xiao Zhuang Temple is? I found myself eagerly anticipating Leng Qingxuan's response. I do not know. Even my master would likely be unaware. Among sects shrouded in mystery, the Xiao Zhuang Temple ranks among the top 3. Their cultivation methods differ greatly from orthodox practices. I regret that I cannot be of assistance. Is there truly no other way? Are there any sects capable of healing injuries inflicted in dreams? I am willing to exchange rare scriptures or treasures for their aid. Sakura was injured on my behalf. Without that paper effigy, I would have perished in the despairing streets long ago. I would willingly part with my prestige to procure what they require to heal her. Frankly, those rare treasures of yours are not particularly esteemed in the eyes of our sections. Nevertheless, I see your earnest desire to save someone, so I shall point you in the right direction. Recently, the ghost mother appeared in Jiangxing and slain a true disciple of the Maoshan temple, causing a tremendous uproar. The righteous sects are preparing to unite and eradicate her before her power fully manifests. The righteous path will undoubtedly send representatives from the Xiao Zhuang Temple. This is your only opportunity. Leng Qingxuan spoke with sincerity, his concern evident. The righteous path uniting? Eradicating the ghost mother? My lips felt parched. Bad news continued to flood in, and the situation was worsening. When would the disciple from the Xiao Zhuang Temple arrive in Jiangxing? At the earliest, 3 days. At the latest, 1 week. I can assist you only to this extent. The specifics of your fortune will depend on you. Leng Qingxuan sighed. You need not worry excessively. If you save 1,000,000 lives in Jiangxing, even the Xiao Zhuang Temple will not trouble you. You may even have the chance to join their ranks. And at that point, healing injuries incurred in dreams would be a trifling matter. Once again, merits? Are these 1,000,000 merits truly so significant for you cultivators? Merits are bestowed by heavenly grace. They ensure that one's thoughts manifest and that one gains favor from the heavens. We cultivators adhere to the principle of following the will of heaven. Whichever sect you join will ultimately influence the fortune and decline of the entire sect. It was only after Leng Qingxuan's explanation that I grasped the importance of merits to cultivators and understood why the usurpers of fate are so reviled. Ordinary cultivation follows the will of heaven, while those who usurp fate act against it, disrupting the rules between heaven and earth. Such actions are provocations to the divine and are deemed worse than slaughtering the innocent. Should they succeed, they would be rewarded with vast amounts of intangible fortune. After hearing Leng Qingxuan's words, I felt overwhelmed. If they discovered that not only did I lack 1,000,000 merits, but was also burdened by karmic obstacles, those righteous cultivators would likely dispose of me while eradicating the ghost mother. The weight of my misdeeds bore down upon me, a burden so heavy that even Lu, the blind seer, could discern my origins, let alone those reclusive sects of great renown. How shall I navigate this predicament? I cast my gaze downwards towards Sakura and Ayaka, a pang of guilt surging within me. The calamity that befell Sakura was entirely my fault, and I shall take full responsibility. After offering some words of comfort to Ayaka, I instructed her to take Sakura to the provincial hospital for examination and treatment. Injuries sustained within dreams rarely lead to immediate death, thus I still had time. As I departed from Iyun community, a profound heaviness enveloped my heart, a cascade of events nearly overwhelming me. There is always a path forward when one reaches a mountain's base. Patience is essential, for the most perilous trials are yet to come. I must not falter. Surrender would signify true defeat. Resolute, I returned to Tingtang Road. However, before I could enter, I noticed a taxi parked at the entrance. The balding driver pacing beside it, clutching a laptop. What could this balding gentleman be doing here? I had much on my plate, so I greeted him courteously before stepping inside, only to find he followed me in and mysteriously shut the door behind him. Do you seek my assistance, sir? I inquired. Lighting a cigarette, hoping its smoke would dull my senses. It is not I who seeks you. Rather, you find yourself in grave trouble. The balding gentleman opened his laptop and navigated to a folder. Take a look for yourself. What is this? His action struck me as peculiar. I turned my attention to the laptop screen, where a grainy video began to play, resembling footage that had been recorded over another recording. Gradually, light emerged from the dimness of the screen, devoid of sound, revealing what appeared to be a cell. As I discerned the layout of the prison cell, my finger trembled, and the cigarette I had just lit fell to the ground. This appears to be the very place I once broadcasted live. My throat constricted as though gripped by an iron hand, making each breath a struggle. The video continued to play, each frame familiar to me. The underground cell featured 11 seats, an electric chair, and 12 participants. This was a deadly game. This was unmistakably my live broadcast. How could this be? Despite numerous live streams, no one had ever captured my broadcast until now. Why did this incident occur? That live stream was conducted with a brooch, and my presence was absent from the footage, yet everyone else was recorded. 12 participants, 3 survivors. The electric chair, the blood, the charred corpses, the door trembling in the background. The video was fragmented, lasting only 3 minutes, yet it focused heavily on the gruesome scenes. Watching the entirety of it, devoid of any sound, sent chills coursing through me. I had attempted to capture your live stream before, but always to no avail. Even recordings from other devices mysteriously vanished the following day, the balding gentleman stated, pushing the laptop towards me. This individual is clearly a computer expert. He has circumvented your security measures. A computer expert? A hacker? Such a feat could not be accomplished by an ordinary person. My fingertips burned from the ash of the cigarette, yet I felt no pain. Where did you find this video? Yesterday, I stayed home and watched your live stream, only to find that the latter half was entirely shrouded in darkness. Bored, I wandered through forums online, where a particular post rapidly surged to prominence within mere minutes. Curiosity piqued, I opened it, and to my astonishment, it featured your video. The astonished tone of the balding man suggested he had yet to recover from the shock. The original title of the post was Underground Dark Web Murder Livestream. I felt compelled to inform you, and, to preserve evidence, I transcribed the video. With the assistance of the balding man, I located the forum, a highly active supernatural discussion space. The initial post has since been deleted, yet its content has resonated widely, igniting conversations throughout the entire forum. If I could transcribe it, others surely could as well, leading to the complete exposure of this live stream. With 8 lives at stake, my heart trembled. Who could be responsible? Do they not fear retaliation from the show for exposing its existence? I lit another cigarette, forcing myself to calm down. I had worn a brooch during the live stream, and my face was not revealed. Moreover, the video lacked any voiceover. Thankfully, a stroke of luck. By the way, what time was this video uploaded last night? The balding man pondered for a moment before replying. Around 3 in the morning, just before dawn. 3 in the morning? My eyes narrowed. That was precisely when I had just escaped a deep slumber and returned to reality. Such timing was delicate. Did they not fear the show? The exposure was not complete, but it felt more like a threat. Were the individuals who released the video traitors? Chapter 561. Ancient disguise techniques. The balding man had previously mentioned that he attempted to capture my live stream, but failed. Even using other phones to record resulted in inexplicable damage the following day. This indicates that those capable of seizing the dark show's live stream are not ordinary individuals, but rather likely traitors who possess an intimate understanding of the show's rules. They are trapped in a dream, unable to escape, while their physical forms remain exceedingly vulnerable in reality. It can now be said that this is the optimal moment to eliminate them. Out of fear, they struck first. This video must be their retaliation and warning. The publicly shared video segment is remarkably unique, filmed from the perspective of my plum blossom brooch without any voiceover. From the video alone, no one would associate it with me, implying that, for now, I remain safe. How should the host handle this? Your livestream video has circulated within certain niche circles, the balding man informed me. He mentioned several forums and websites where screenshots of my live stream were circulating. To prevent censorship, most gruesome images have been pixelated. These screenshots and videos have likely attracted the attention of internet police, and a response from law enforcement will soon follow. I felt a surge of anxiety. This situation could escalate. Although the video content is bloody and brutal, it transpired within a closed space known to very few. The only informed individuals are myself, Du Yu, and Hebo. I I trust they are not foolish enough to disclose any specific locations, as, to some extent, they too are complicit. The police, lacking evidence, are unlikely to act rashly. My true concern lies in the possibility that those with ulterior motives could exploit this incident, amplifying its impact and ultimately igniting a public uproar. By that time, the police, under immense pressure, would undoubtedly intensify their pursuit, leaving my situation even more precarious. The experience of being a citywide fugitive had already taught me that, when faced with the masses, individual power is ultimately limited. It was imperative to quell the fervor surrounding this matter, preventing it from further escalating. Typically, online public relations are only undertaken by celebrities or public figures. As they possess complete teams, I am rather unfamiliar with this domain and would need to seek the assistance of an industry insider to achieve my objectives. An industry insider known as the King of Bad Movies? Standing beside the table, I quickly reached a decision. Uncle, you should return home for now and refrain from contacting me. I fear you may become entangled in this mess. If you need to reach me, do so via phone. But be sure to delete all records after each call to avoid leaving any incriminating evidence. Is it really that serious? The balding uncle, closing his laptop, appeared somewhat worried. I suspected that this video was merely the first move in their strategy. They must have further contingencies. Sighing, I glanced toward the door. Sensing the impending storm, now is indeed a tumultuous time, and caution is advisable. After bidding farewell to the balding uncle, my mood soured considerably. The assailants who attempted to assassinate me had not been apprehended, and Sakura, who suffered on my behalf, was now in critical condition. To compound matters, a livestream video leak had emerged. The individual wishing to kill me would likely not relent, as long as they made another move. I would have the opportunity to identify them. There was no need for haste. For the time being, only Xiao Zhuang Temple had the capability to treat Sakura's injuries, and the Taoist priest from Xiao Zhuang Temple would not arrive in Jiangxing for another 3 days. Prioritizing matters is essential. After a brief contemplation, I swiftly determined that the first issue to address was the livestream video and public relations, an area in which I lacked expertise. I needed to leverage the influence of the King of Bad Movies, who owns a film studio and is thus a semi-insider in the industry. With a sense of urgency akin to an iron chain constricting my neck, I was acutely aware that I did not know when the adversary would resort to more aggressive tactics, necessitating immediate action. I retrieved my phone and, without further hesitation, sent a text message requesting to exchange for the ancient art of disguise and the cursed pocket watch. The exchange was successful. My points were deducted, leaving a balance of 77. The ancient art of disguise would allow me to alter my appearance, maximizing my chances of evading police scrutiny. While the cursed pocket watch could induce hypnosis, my extensive experience with lucid dreaming would make them a perfect combination. After hailing a cab to the central bank and collecting the black package, I did not return to Tingtang Road, but instead boarded a bus heading to Xinhu. The King of Bad Movies had mentioned during my live stream that their notorious studio was well known in Xinhu, boasting an excellent reputation that could be easily uncovered with a little inquiry. Seated in the last row of the bus, I nestled into the corner and unwrapped the black cloth package. Inside, I discovered a bound manuscript and an aged envelope. Holding the envelope in my hand, I felt its weight, bringing it close to my ear. I could hear the sound of gears and a ticking mechanism, a peculiar noise imbued with a certain rhythm that compelled one to listen attentively. Tearing open the envelope, I poured its contents into my palm. A pocket watch with a diameter of approximately 60 millimeters, featuring a platinum case, meticulously polished crystal, and a convex blue sapphire winding crown. The watch face was comprised of 2 sections, the outer ring adorned with 12 pure gold Roman numeral hour markers, and the inner section displaying flame blue hands along with a small dial. A luxurious pocket watch, seemingly devoid of any connection to misfortune, captured my attention. Upon examining the back, I discovered an inscription that appeared to be penned in elegant script, to the dying husband. Was it a tribute to a departed spouse, a gift for a dying steward, or perhaps a farewell to a struggling husband? My limited understanding of English led me to attempt a translation, but I soon relinquished the effort. The specific wording on the watch held little significance for me. Armed with a wealth of merit, I firmly believed I could effortlessly wield this emblem of ill fate. Setting aside the ominous timepiece, I opened an ancient tome on the art of disguise and was quickly engrossed by its contents. The traditional methods of disguise were categorized into 3 distinct types. The first method involved the use of bone-eating insects. One would cultivate a particular breed of insect that feasted on human bones, introducing it through the nostrils and enticing it to consume the facial bones. Once the bones were gnawed away, the skin would be incised and meticulously stitched back together over a span of 3 months, resulting in a transformed visage. While this method sounded perilous, the execution was not as daunting as it seemed. The book provided a detailed guide to cultivating the insects, with each step meticulously outlined. However, to me, this approach seemed somewhat impractical. Altering the facial bones might equate to acquiring a new face, but 3 months was far too long for my current predicament. The second method, widely known, involved the use of human skin for disguise. In fact, during a live broadcast at an amusement park, a certain individual had utilized this very technique for concealment. Generally, the skin was best harvested from the faces of virgins or youthful individuals under the age of 26. One could bore a hole in the crown of the head to extract mercury or employ specialized instruments to peel off the facial skin, followed by a complex chemical treatment, ultimately crafting a long-lasting human skin mask. When in use, animal fat served as an adhesive, allowing one to assume various identities based on different proportions and styles. This method, albeit brutal, necessitated the extraction of skin while the individual was still alive or within 3 hours post-mortem. The book detailed each procedure with chilling precision, leaving a cold sensation that sent shivers down my spine. The final technique was rather unique, known as the Qimen Thousand Faces disguise. This method, a closely guarded secret among the 8 schools of the wandering practitioners, began with an assessment of facial features, followed by subtle adjustments aided by simple concoctions, enabling one to evade detection. Even when standing before acquaintances, no flaws would be revealed. The only drawback was the fleeting nature of this disguise, as the effects of the substances would last merely an hour. Additionally, the Qimen disguise included an entire regimen for exercising facial muscles and techniques for minor adjustments in bone alignment, which left me nodding in admiration at the wisdom of the ancients. If I could master this art, I could traverse freely, even while being pursued. As I turned to the final pages of the tome on traditional disguise techniques, I was taken aback to discover an entirely blank page, devoid of any writing. Was it a misprint? An oversight? It seemed improbable. As I reached out to touch the page, the texture felt unnaturally cool, thin as gossamer, yet possessing a slight elasticity. Unlike ordinary paper, with a firm tug, I pulled it down, and to my astonishment, I uncovered a meticulously crafted human skin mask. Chapter 562. Wu Yud. The sensation was remarkable, akin to the softness of a maiden's skin. This was indeed a human skin mask. To prevent it from gathering dust, I refrained from inspecting it closely, folding it back as it was and returning it to its place within the book. In the ancient texts, there was even a meticulously crafted human skin mask included, which made the points I spent worthwhile. I memorized some essential techniques of the Qimen disguise and carefully stored the ancient book away, then settled into the car to rest my eyes. After a bumpy journey, I finally arrived in Xinhua around 11 in the morning. This place is quite different from Jiangcheng, and being unfamiliar with it made it challenging to inquire about the most disreputable film studio, so I decided to seek out a particular individual first, Li Jingyu, the second daughter of the wealthiest man in Xinhua, Li Changgue. Upon calling, the recipient was taken aback by my unexpected arrival and promptly provided me with an address to meet her. Compared to her brother, Li Qingxuan, Li Jingyu possessed a sharper business acumen and a more astute demeanor, demonstrating a remarkable ability to remain patient. Previously, with my assistance, she had procured crucial evidence regarding her brother's forgery of their father's will, yet she had refrained from confronting him directly, instead choosing to bide her time and gather strength. The saying "a barking dog seldom bites" might be somewhat impolite, yet it aptly encapsulated my impression of her. Li Jingyu was indeed formidable. When she chose to act, her impact would surely shake the very foundations of the Li family conglomerate. Upon arriving at the location she specified, I was astonished to discover that she had long since vacated her previous low-rent accommodation for a luxurious apartment in an upscale building. When I finally laid eyes on her, I could scarcely believe that just days prior, she had appeared so destitute. Now, she lounged in the opulent suite, sipping red wine with an air of leisure. It was prudent for a woman to indulge herself. Barefoot on the plush, expensive carpet, her long hair cascading behind her, she wore a simple robe, one hand cradling an exquisite glass while the other held a bottle of wine. "Would you care for a drink?" she inquired. "No, thank you." It dawned on me that her earlier destitution was likely a facade, intended to mislead her brother. Now, with the means to turn her fortunes around, she had no reason to subject herself to indignities any longer. "It's rather ungracious to refuse a lady," she said, a confident smile gracing her lips as she reclined back into the sofa. "What brings you here? If it's about settling your remuneration for the task, you might have to wait a bit longer." "I wish to inquire about an individual," I replied, focusing on her. "Have you heard of the most disreputable film studio?" "The most disreputable?" Li Jingyu chuckled softly, pursing her lips. "I highly doubt any film studio would willingly adopt such a name. I'm afraid I have never heard of it." "That shouldn't be the case. The information I received indicated that it is a studio with an excellent reputation. Someone informed me that anyone I ask in Xinhua would surely have heard of it." "Even someone as astute as you can be misled," she remarked, taking a sip of her wine and laughing softly. "There are no reputable film studios in Xinhua. You have been deceived." I fell silent. The king of bad films had rewarded me with a paper boat and an additional 11 points as a bonus for my performance in the showcase. When converted to gold and then to cash, this amounted to over 300,000. To be frank, I found it hard to believe that the king of bad films would lie after bestowing such a gift. Perhaps the act of rewarding could deplete one's merits, lifespan, or fortune, elements of one's inherent vitality. Given the king's current predicament, he was likely in dire straits, perhaps even in danger. It would be prudent to locate him sooner rather than later. As I resolved to leave, Li Jingyu stopped me. "Don't be in such haste. I have another matter I would like to discuss with you. Once this task is successfully completed, I will ensure that your reward for both tasks is delivered together." She bent down to pour me a glass of red wine, her movements so natural that she seemed unaware that her low bow revealed a considerable expanse of her fair skin from her neckline. I was preoccupied and not inclined to accept any commissions at this moment. I had no desire for wine, nor was I intrigued by the presence of this remarkably graceful female boss. "Allow me to finish," Li Jingyu said, swirling the goblet in her hand. "A few days ago, my father's former secretary met with a mysterious demise, her death shrouded in peculiar circumstances. It is said that her body was found in a kneeling position, facing a dual-faced Buddha statue that was not originally hers. The police speculate that the murderer brought the statue into her home to create a facade of a faith-based killing. The mention of the dual-faced Buddha piqued my interest. Following the secretary's death, my brother had been in a state of constant unease, scarcely attending to his company, and I was curious about what troubled him so." Li Jingyu set down her glass. "You seem to possess considerable knowledge about the dual-faced Buddha. Thus, my second request is for your assistance in aiding the Xinhu police to apprehend the murderer at the earliest possible moment. I assure you, I will provide a satisfactory remuneration." "That is impossible," I replied without a moment's hesitation, firmly refusing. Given my current precarious situation, I could not dare to collaborate with the police, let alone investigate the cause of death of an unrelated individual. Do not be so quick to decline. Once these uncertainties are resolved, I can confidently manage the company, and I will do my utmost to help you displace the Jiang family." Li Jingyu cast out enticing bait, yet I remained unmoved. In truth, I had encountered that secretary during my initial visit to the dual Buddha district. Her demise was likely a consequence of failing to adhere to Li Changgui's will, resulting in retribution from the dual-faced Buddha. Li Changgui's ability to maintain his status as the wealthiest individual in Xinhu was undoubtedly linked to the dual-faced Buddha. But the intricacies of the exchanges involved were far beyond the comprehension of a mere livestream host like myself. I cannot assist you with this matter. Furthermore, I advise against entangling yourself with anything related to the dual-faced Buddha. They are not to be trifled with. Their stronghold is right here in Xinhu City, and I will not engage with them until I am certain of my footing. As I stood to leave, footsteps echoed behind me. Li Jingyu hurried after me. "I remember you mentioning that abysmal film studio. I believe I have heard of it. You might try searching in the Beijing district of Xinhu." I waved her off and departed. 30 minutes later, while strolling through the streets of Beijing district with a Rujiamo in hand, I began inquiring about the infamous studio and, to my surprise, uncovered some leads. Whenever I mentioned the disreputable film studio, passers-by frequently described it with terms like limitless, shameless, and the industry's cancer. It was indeed notorious and held a rather dubious reputation. I had a foreboding sense that I was about to be ensnared, but the situation was beyond my control. After much stopping and starting, I finally located the office of the disreputable film studio. It was hard to fathom that a film studio's office would be nestled within a computer city, where these individuals also sold computers and various peripherals alongside their film endeavors. "Hello," I would like to speak with the head of the disreputable film studio. Is he available? I hesitated before speaking, as there was only one employee present, a rather pregnant woman, occupying the entire workspace. Looking for the head? Which department are you from? Do you have a work ID? The pregnant woman's demeanor was surprisingly cordial. Which department? Do you often get into trouble? With a bitter smile, I recounted the events that had transpired. Upon hearing my words, the expectant mother finally relaxed, her eyes glistening with tears as she grasped my sleeve and hurried me downstairs. My friend, old Wu, had been incessantly murmuring about this situation, and I had thought him to be fabricating tales. Little did I know you had truly come seeking assistance. Please, you must hurry and save him. What? He is already in trouble? My eyelids fluttered as I followed the pregnant woman out of the computer city. The husband of the expectant mother was named Wu Yud, known as the King of Bad Films, a moniker he had used for many years online. A few years prior, they had enjoyed a period of prosperity, acquiring a villa in the Shuangfu district of Xinhou, along with a standalone commercial building. However, due to various circumstances, their entertainment company went bankrupt, and the commercial building was mortgaged. In desperation, they were compelled to establish a studio. Half an hour later, the pregnant woman and I arrived at their residence. Although it was referred to as a villa, it resembled more of a solitary fortress surrounded by desolation. Apart from their family, most of the neighboring buildings were uninhabited. Do you two really live in such a large house? The road led directly to the villa's entrance, and just as we approached, we heard heart-wrenching screams emanating from within. This is bad. Old Wu is having another episode. The pregnant woman hurriedly flung open the door, ushering me inside. Chapter 563. Life on the brink. The frantic cries were anything but human. The woman, heavily pregnant, dashed into the villa, and fearing for her safety, I followed closely behind. Despite the villa's lavish construction, its location was unfortunate, far removed from the city and devoid of passers-by. Upon entering the foyer, I was greeted by a view of the bathroom directly opposite the entrance, with the kitchen adjacent. Such a layout was a first for me. As I stepped into the living room, the sight before me was rather horrifying. A middle-aged man was thrashing on the floor, his clothes and the sofa stained with blood. "Help me!" The expectant mother cried out, attempting to assist her husband, but the man seemed possessed, disregarding her entirely and recklessly nearly pushing his pregnant wife down. I quickly stepped forward, seizing his wrist and employing the grappling techniques I had learned in police academy to subdue him on the balcony. After several minutes of struggle, the man finally ceased his resistance, his eyes rolling back as he fainted. That was close. I released my grip and tossed him onto the sofa. As I shifted his body, I discovered that the blood covering him was all self-inflicted. His hands were caked in blood, his nails stained crimson. It seemed he had been suffering for quite some time, yet no one had noticed. I gestured to the pregnant woman, asking, "What illness has your husband contracted? Does he have a history of mental illness?" His behavior resembled that of a manic episode, but I could not be certain. After all, individuals with mania do not typically inflict such harm upon themselves. No, he had always been fine until last night, when he suddenly became like this. It was evident that the pregnant woman and her husband shared a deep bond, her words laden with concern. Last night coincided with my live stream, and I recalled that during the latter half, the King of Bad Films had not sent any messages. Could it truly be due to the tipping of the paper boat? I murmured softly, not wanting to dwell too much on it, as I prepared to tend to the man's wounds. As I removed his shirt, I was horrified to see his skin torn and raw. It was difficult to fathom that he had inflicted this upon himself. The pregnant woman gazed, and tears began to stream down her cheeks. Last night, he mentioned needing to work late and urged me to sleep first. However, around 1 or 2 in the morning, I was startled awake by strange noises emanating from the living room. Rushing to investigate, I found him on all fours, behaving like a wild animal. I attempted to call out to him, but he not only ignored me, but also bared his teeth in a menacing manner, as if to say, "What are you waiting for? Speak up." The pregnant woman hesitated, her anxiety palpable, as if he intended to devour me. She clutched her belly and wept softly. It was utterly inconceivable that her husband would want to consume her. I was reminded of a long-ago incident during my first pursuit of the elusive Lu Xing. A thick fog had enveloped the mountains when the police had acted irrationally, biting indiscriminately. The temporal and spatial distances between these events were vast, suggesting no direct correlation. While conversing with the pregnant woman, a middle-aged man stirred, his eyelids fluttering as he groggily surveyed his surroundings. Just as I uttered a word, a wave of pain surged through him, nearly causing him to faint again. "Bear with it," The medication is still potent, I urged, hastily retrieving a towel to gag him. His injuries were superficial, with only 2 minor lacerations severing blood vessels, not too severe. The pregnant woman, seeing her husband regain consciousness, wiped away her tears and grasped his hand. I discreetly stepped aside. After about 5 or 6 minutes, as the effects of the medication waned, the man finally sat up, surveying the blood-soaked room with a pallid complexion. Did I cause all this? He queried. Your situation is rather dire, I replied, echoing the words of unscrupulous doctors who manipulate patients. To elicit cooperation from the middle-aged man, I resolved to employ drastic measures. Are you a broadcaster? He nearly jumped up in excitement upon recognizing my face. I gestured for silence, conveying that some truths were too cruel for us to share openly, lest innocent parties be harmed. Understanding my intent, he laboriously waved his hand at his wife, instructing, Meng Di, please serve our guest the finest tea. Once the pregnant woman had departed, he forced a grim smile. I am the king of bad films, the infamous Wu Yud. I cannot believe you came so swiftly after my message last night. Had I arrived any later, you might have lost your life. Sighing, I pointed to the bloodstains scattered across the floor. What on earth happened here? Honestly, I am at a loss, Wu Yud replied with a resigned smile, flexing his hands. Though he appeared to be a benign and gentle soul, he possessed considerable strength. I believe I must be ill. This is no mere illness. You are possessed, I asserted, my fingers tapping the table as I leaned into the gravity of the situation. Do you realize that last night, you nearly devoured your own wife? Upon hearing this, Wu Yud's expression shifted dramatically, aligning with my suspicions. He loved his wife dearly. Impossible. How could I ever commit such an atrocity? Even if I were to perish, I would never harm Meng Di, he declared with resolute conviction, his sincerity evident. What kind of force could suppress human emotion, compelling one to act against their very will? Was it possession? A curse? I habitually retrieved a cigarette, poised to ignite it when I suddenly caught sight of the pregnant woman busily engaged in the kitchen. I promptly tucked the cigarette pack away and decided to set that matter aside to discuss the issue of rewards. I discovered a pen and paper beneath the coffee table and placed them before Wu Yud. What does the user interface of the streaming platform look like? Please illustrate the specific functionalities of the reward system. Illustrate. Are you a platform host? Do you not know what the user interface entails? Wu Yud, though perplexed, complied with my request. He sketched a rudimentary outline of the user interface, which was quite simplistic, featuring only the reward function, contribution leaderboard, and follow button. Upon clicking the reward function, an array of reward items appeared, including the most basic options like ghost coins and ingots, alongside more premium items such as paper boats and dragon coffins. After some reflection, Wu Yud added a crucial detail. Rewards do not require a top-up, but not all items are available for gifting. The gifts displayed, the first 3 were in color, while the subsequent options were all rendered in gray. I had initially planned to bestow upon you a grand spectacle with a dragon coffin, but the system notified me that my virtuous deeds were insufficient, leaving me only able to donate a paper boat. Strangely, after gifting the paper boat, all other reward options turned gray, rendering further donations impossible. Furrowing my brow, I realized that the king of bad films had expended his virtuous merit through this donation, having already exhausted his merit with 1 paper boat. He found himself unable to gift any other items. Did you experience any physical changes after your donation? Not really, he replied. Virtuous merit is lost imperceptibly. You may not have noticed, but you've already been affected. Just as I was about to respond, Wu Yud interrupted. As a host, I am an atheist. I do not believe in such nonsensical things. You are an entertainment host, and I understand the rules of this industry. There is no need to feign disbelief in front of me. What? Do you think the incidents I encounter during my streams are fabricated? I chuckled softly, now realizing that the king of bad films had initially gifted that paper boat out of disbelief. A grave misunderstanding indeed. We all understand the need for showmanship, Wu Yud sighed. I have produced even more outrageous programs like Spirit Exploration and Limitless shows, but regrettably, my background does not match yours. My online movie was abruptly halted upon release. As he spoke, the pregnant woman approached, carrying a teapot filled with freshly brewed tea. I took the cup from her and gestured toward her, saying, You may not believe me, as an outsider, but she is different. Let your wife recount your previous circumstances. The pregnant woman, Zhao Mengdi, appeared gentle and nurturing. After preparing the tea, she sat beside Wu Yud and recounted all that had transpired from the previous night until now. Wu Yud fell into silence. examining the myriad wounds on his body and the bloodstains that had yet to be cleaned. Could this be the result of a hallucinogenic substance? He glanced at his wife, who was enduring this ordeal while pregnant. If it were indeed a substance, who would be most likely to have poisoned him? Shaking his head, he found it more difficult to fathom that his beloved wife could harm him. I must be ill, he muttered repeatedly, grappling with the notion of his ailment, unable to fully shift his perspective. Have your wife leave. Let her come to you to demonstrate certain truths. Once the doors and windows were secured, and only Wu Yud and I remained in the living room, I summoned the spectral figure using a ghostly ring. This villa harbors significant issues regarding its feng shui. As soon as the seductive ghost appeared, a chilling breeze swept through the interior, creating an unsettling atmosphere reminiscent of a haunted dwelling, despite it being daytime. Wu Yud instinctively recoiled into the sofa. The windows and doors were shut tight, yet he could distinctly feel the cold wind brushing against him. Was this magic? No. A mere mortal, devoid of celestial sight, cannot perceive ghosts. In truth, the seductive ghost was seated right beside Wu Yud. Had I not suppressed it, the essence of old Wu would have been drained by the ghost considerably. I demonstrated the 5 ghosts of transport, the yin-yang ghost technique, and the mysterious true Dao to gain his trust. Upon witnessing this hidden facet of reality, Wu Yud, like many others, transitioned from disdain to fear, ultimately evolving into reverence. Host, what do you think my current predicament entails? Am I possessed by a ghost? Will I perish? Your situation is exceedingly perilous. Your days may be numbered. I shall inquire a few questions, and you must not withhold any truth. Wu Yud nodded, assuring me he would respond candidly. A smile curled upon my lips. At last, I had hooked my catch. Chapter 564. A modest understanding of feng shui. When you first viewed my live stream, where were you? Did anything peculiar transpire around you? This inquiry is one I pose to every viewer I encounter. From what I understand, only 3 types of individuals can witness my broadcasts: those who are on the brink of death, those innately gifted with spiritual perception, and those fortuitously situated near malevolent forces. I began watching during your live stream at the Anshin Inn. At that time, I was in deep thought, Wu Yud recounted. I was in this very living room. My wife was pregnant and asleep early, so I didn't wish to disturb her. I lay on the sofa, scrolling through my phone, and accidentally stumbled upon an advertisement for meat, which led me to your live stream. In the living room? I inquired, rising to pace about the area. Upon entering the villa, I had sensed something amiss. The architectural layout contradicted the principles of feng shui and violated numerous taboos. It was fortunate that Wu Yud possessed sufficient virtuous energy to avert disasters until now. There must be unclean entities within this house. In my leisure, I have often discussed feng shui with Lu the Blind, and over time, I have garnered some understanding. The principles of feng shui dictate that water is paramount, followed by wind. Your villa is barren on all sides, devoid of water and wind, which explains why, aside from your residence, all others in this estate are vacant and resemble ghostly abodes. Host, you possess knowledge of feng shui? Wu Yud, injured, struggled to rise with the support of the sofa. Most individuals cannot view my live streams. You, with your unawakened celestial sight, are not fated for an early demise. Thus, the sole reason you can watch is due to the presence of malevolent forces around you. I turned to gaze into Wu Yud's eyes, where crimson shadows seemed to swirl, as if I were attempting to see through him. That ghost was indeed present within this dwelling. Cold sweat beaded on Wu Yud's forehead as he trembled slightly. Host, please do not frighten me. Ignoring his plea, I inquired, who designed this house originally? A friend of mine, a former partner, possesses knowledge of certain esoteric arts. Though I am skeptical, he was eager to assist me with the design. What is your friend's name? Where is he now? In the industry, he is known as Master Paper, a feng shui expert and a prominent figure in the Li group. Wu Yud still cherishes the memory of that loyal friend who extended a helping hand to him during his misfortunes, aiding him in establishing his film studio. Loyal? I shook my head, for he may be the one who wishes for your downfall the most. What do you mean? Wu Yud stammered, deeply shaken by the events of the day. Your friend has designed your residence based on the principles of feng shui pertaining to burial sites. Do you truly believe he had your best interests at heart? Mentioning Master Paper evokes a sense of familiarity, as though I had heard his name upon my first visit to the Shuangfo district. This cannot be true, can it? Wu Yud still struggles to comprehend how his friend could betray him so profoundly. Although he lacks knowledge of feng shui, he understands the ominous implications of the term burial site. Do you not believe me? Allow me to elucidate. As I approached the entrance, it became evident that the entire residence resembled a haunted house. It is remarkable that you have endured living here for so long. I opened the security door and pointed towards the road directly in front of the house. The feng shui principle dictates that a straight path is unfavorable. The forceful onslaught of traffic poses a significant threat. Your front door faces a road that rushes forward, and the longer the road, the greater the peril. The more vehicles that traverse it, the more calamities may ensue. This villa is a quintessential example of a tiger's mouth, not a home, but a predatory trap. I closed the door and turned back, entering through the main entrance. Immediately, I noticed the bathroom and kitchen. The kitchen embodies solitary yang fire, while the bathroom is steeped in stagnant yin water. Water and fire are incompatible, and their clash is detrimental. Furthermore, the bathroom directly faces the entrance, allowing foul air to invade, which is a harbinger of misfortune. Standing still, I looked up at the arched foyer above my head, akin to the human throat, capable of warding off negative energy and safeguarding the home. However, the foyer ceiling should be elevated rather than low. A low ceiling imposes a sense of oppression, symbolizing misfortune and indicating that the family may struggle to thrive. With a wave of my hand, I calmly stated, "This foyer must be demolished, otherwise malicious spirits will arise, trapping you both in an inescapable predicament." Having glanced around, I identified numerous feng shui taboos. Even before I finished speaking, beads of cold sweat had formed on Wu Yud's brow. "Do not panic. You are witnessing my live broadcast in the living room for the first time, and the primary issue likely resides there." Wu Yud's villa is expansive, and traversing the central corridor down 2 steps leads to the living room. The grand hall boasts a Western-style decor, with a balcony flourishing with an abundance of plants. The wallpaper is dark in hue, exuding a fashionable simplicity. A refined space need not be adorned with excessive floral arrangements. The living room serves as a reception area for guests and should not be shrouded in darkness. The feng shui of a living room prioritizes ample light. The overabundance of plants on the balcony obstructs sunlight, preventing yang energy from entering and allowing yin energy to thrive, which may cultivate malevolent forces. It would be advisable to replace the wallpaper with a brighter shade to illuminate the living space. I kicked the steps lightly, questioning, "These 2 steps must have been designed by your friend as well. Are steps significant too?" The living room, as the largest area in the house, should maintain a level surface. Any irregularities may disrupt familial fortune, leading to tumultuous ups and downs. Having absorbed knowledge from Lu Xiezi, I possess a rudimentary understanding of basic feng shui principles. While there may be discrepancies in my insights from a professional standpoint, they are sufficient to dazzle Wu Yud. After a thorough examination of the entire house, I stumbled upon an unexpected discovery. Generally speaking, large sculptures, such as stone or bronze figures, are deemed unfavorable in a household. They each possess their own magnetic fields, posing potential harm to newlyweds, expectant mothers, and the ill when placed indoors. However, Wu Yud and his family have chosen a contrary approach, positioning a life-sized Western sculpture behind their living room sofa. Were you seated on the sofa when you first watched my live stream? Indeed, I was reclining. As Wu Yud struck the pose from that moment, I stood in front, suddenly feeling a twinge of unease. Lying on the sofa with a sculpture of human height behind you, do you not experience the disquieting illusion of someone standing behind you? I stared at the sculpture, uncertain. This piece was also a gift from your friend, wasn't it? No, it was a present from him when I moved in. He claimed it was carved by some European artist. Wu Yud harbored quite a fondness for the sculpture. After all, he could be considered a half-hearted artist himself. The malevolent presence in your home could very well stem from this sculpture. If you trust my judgment, we should shatter it. It likely conceals something sinister within. After scrutinizing for a while, I concluded that this statue was indeed suitable for harboring malevolence. Shatter it? That might not be wise. This piece is quite valuable. If you wish to avoid further affliction, heed my advice. Rarely do people display large sculptures in their homes, and this is the first time I've encountered a sculpture as a housewarming gift. Such a thing is decidedly abnormal. Very well, I shall fetch some tools. Wu Yud chuckled ruefully as he rose from the sofa. No need for such trouble. Stand behind me with your wife, preferably retreating beyond the entrance. Once they had concealed themselves, I activated the innate energy within me, brandishing a suppression talisman as I approached the sculpture. Logically, malevolent spirits would fear such talismans and either flee or resist, yet after much agitation, no abnormalities manifested from the statue. Could I be mistaken? I scrutinized every detail, unwilling to overlook anything. When my hand pressed against the sculpture's chest, I suddenly discerned that most of the statue was hollow, with only the chest being solid. The interior of the sculpture's chest was filled with something, heavier at the top, lighter at the bottom. Even an artist should not commit such an elementary oversight. I placed the suppression talisman atop the statue's head and stepped back, then delivered a powerful punch to its abdomen. A hollow plaster sculpture could hardly withstand my assault. The expensive artwork shattered instantly, cleaved in two. The floor was strewn with plaster fragments. The lower half of the statue lay in ruins, while the upper half retained its basic form. Upon carefully prying apart the upper half, I discovered something concealed within. Beneath layers of plaster lay a two-faced Buddha head, about the size of an infant's head. A two-faced Buddha? The statue was a gift from Mr. Paper. Could he be connected to the two-faced Buddha? In that moment, I was transported back to my first nocturnal venture into the double Buddha area, when I had frightened Li Changwei and captured his secretary, extracting a wealth of information. Mr. Paper holds a unique position within the Li group, commanding great respect from Li Changwei himself, and the entire design of the double Buddha area is attributed solely to him. I now harbored serious doubts regarding Mr. Paper's potential ties to the feng shui master of the two-faced Buddha. Life, fortune, and feng shui, the two-faced Buddha's strength runs deep, concealing unknown reserves. If Mr. Paper is indeed connected to the two-faced Buddha, why then would he target Wu Yud? Could it be that this individual possesses a particularly extraordinary fate? As I ponder this, an unexpected gust of chilling wind sweeps over me, followed by the piercing scream of a pregnant woman. This is not good. I roll forward, disregarding the shards of plaster scattered around me, narrowly evading the attack that comes from behind. The ground where I had been standing is marked by 5 streaks of blood. Wu Yud's recent strike had aimed directly at my heart, and had he succeeded in his ambush, the consequences would have been dire. Wu. The pregnant woman cries out in desperation, yet her husband remains unresponsive. I rise to my feet, facing Wu Yud, who now presents an unsettling demeanor. His right hand is a gruesome sight, bloodied and mangled, the bones clearly visible, yet he seems utterly impervious to pain, his face adorned with a bizarre smile. Chapter 565. The Fate of the Astrological Sign. Possessed by a spirit? My instincts kick in, and I swiftly form a hand gesture, twisting a suppression talisman in one hand while gesturing for the pregnant woman to leave the living room immediately. The sudden shift in circumstances prompts her to act. Although she worries for her husband, she is not one to remain oblivious to danger and retreats from the villa alone. With her departure, I finally ease my tension. After enduring numerous encounters with the supernatural, I no longer regard such phenomena with fear, especially in daylight, which affords me a significant advantage. Can you comprehend my words? Why have you allowed it to possess you? Who instructed you to do this? I pose 3 questions in quick succession, yet Wu Yud offers no response. His smile grows increasingly sinister, the corners of his mouth stretching as if to tear his lips apart. One would think that a being of limited intellect would not pose a formidable challenge. If the entity could understand me, perhaps I would exercise greater caution. For the villa has been arranged as a yin house, its feng shui constrained by the principles of Taoism. However, this does not intimidate me. My ghostly arts surpass traditional Taoist techniques. As the progenitor of the 5 elements and the essence of the 6 harmonies, I invoke the spirit at will. By the decree of yin and yang, let the wandering souls be transcended to the celestial realm. Should one defy this command, be cast into the netherworld, reduced to dust. Wu Yud's villa, designed as a yin house, possesses a low threshold, and the malevolent energy within cannot escape. It remains trapped, nurturing the statue housed within. The yin-yang ghostly arts I employ are among the most formidable in existence, capable of commanding the netherworld and overpowering the yin and yang. The malevolent energy that once sustained the statue is effortlessly seized by me, the spirit that had taken hold of Wu Yud's body akin to boundless waters. Unable to endure for long, unaware of the ongoing struggle for the malevolent energy, the spirit could not anticipate my efforts. It was only after I had claimed nearly 40% of the energy that it reacted, filled with fury as it lunged toward me. Filthy spirit, lustful spirit. With a mere gesture, I summoned 2 spirits to flank Wu Yud, their assault inevitably impacting his physical form, yet I focused solely on a swift resolution. Employing my yin-yang ghostly arts, I gradually gained control over the malevolent energy within Wu Yud's yin house. Under the relentless pressure of the two spirits, the energy struggles to withstand the onslaught, ultimately yielding and manifesting as a small white shadow that escapes from Wu Yud's back and dives into the double-faced Buddha head on the ground. With the spirit no longer in control, Wu Yud shudders and collapses to the ground, his complexion deteriorating as the sinister energy wreaks havoc upon him, resembling the effects of gas poisoning. With a swift kick, I sent him sprawling to the edge of the living room, dispelling the malevolent energy within the villa. I opened the doors and windows, tearing away the plants on the balcony, before cautiously retrieving the two spirits that approached the Buddha head. Why does this sculpture harbor such an entity? I brought the Buddha head into the sunlight, scrutinizing it closely. It bore two faces and appeared remarkably ancient, its firing technique a mystery, completely sealed with not a single crack to be found. This object resembled an antique. Anything associated with the dual-faced Buddha is never simple. After a moment's hesitation, I stood under the sunlight and forcefully smashed it onto the ground. Crack! The Buddha head shattered into countless fragments, and amidst the debris, I spotted a piece of paper the size of a child's palm. What is this? Earlier, when I suppressed Wu Yud with my ghostly arts, it seemed as though a similar white shadow had emerged from him. Holding it in my hand and examining it closely, I found it to be merely an ordinary piece of white paper, devoid of any distinctive features. It bore no writing, symbols, or markings. Wait a moment. As I placed the child-sized white paper on the ground, I suddenly noticed peculiar cut marks on it, with holes left in fixed positions. This resembled a part of a mask. Having recently encountered human skin masks on my journey, I felt somewhat familiar with masks. I held the white paper up to my face, quickly confirming my suspicions. This seemingly mundane paper was, in fact, a fragment of a white paper human mask. The sculpture was a gift from Mr. Paper, concealing the Buddha head, which in turn housed part of the paper human mask. What was his purpose in doing this? Was the malevolent entity that had just caused chaos linked to this white paper? Confounded, I returned to the living room, dragging Wu Yud into the sunlight. I then prepared a basin of hot water mixed with cinnabar and poured it directly over him. The cinnabar soaked into Wu Yud, causing him to gasp sharply, his eyes widening in horror as he awoke. His body was covered in wounds he had inflicted upon himself, and the hot water washing over him was excruciating. Stop your lamentations. You are ensnared by malevolent energy, and this is the only way to save you. I helped Wu Yud to his feet, while his heavily pregnant wife, filled with concern, fetched dry clothes from the inner room to assist him in changing. Once they were finished, we settled back into the living room to engage in earnest conversation. Mr. Paper had devised a scheme targeting Wu Yud, indicating that there was something about him that he desired. My foremost task was to uncover this object and thwart Mr. Paper's machinations. As for Wu Yud, his situation was similarly precarious. He was entirely oblivious to what could possibly be of interest to Mr. Paper. While he had achieved a measure of success in his career, he still paled in comparison to Mr. Paper, who had ascended to the upper echelons of the Li group. Thus, it seemed unlikely that it was a matter of wealth. Moreover, the two of them had no professional overlap, and there was nothing of significance within his household that would entice the dual-faced Buddha. Speaking of treasures, my eyes brightened. What could possibly be deemed a treasure by the dual-faced Buddha? The only thing capable of attracting a life-stealer would undoubtedly be a unique fate. I found myself uncertain and turned to Wu Yud, asking, "May I see your birth date and time? Is it just the date of birth? I do not believe in this, so I am unfamiliar with what constitutes a birth date and time." Wu Yud's response left me speechless, compelling me to call the injured Lu Xiaozi, who was recuperating in the hospital. Despite his sharp tongue and often critical demeanor towards me, he invariably transforms into the most reliable ally in times of crisis. After several rings, the call connected. "Gao Jian, what brings you to contact me?" "Old Lu, I have someone quite special here. Could you assist me in discerning his fate?" I promptly sent over Wu Yud's birth date, photograph, ancestry, and birthplace all at once. After a brief silence of about 5 or 6 minutes, Lu Xiaozi's voice finally emerged from the phone. "Rin Chun, Geng Su, and Geng Chun. Wu Yud's destiny is intertwined with the auspicious yet formidable Kuai gang, devoid of financial fortune or official recognition, yet marked by a compelling vitality and nobility. His fate is indeed extraordinary." Lu Xiaozi elaborated extensively, of which I could grasp only the final 3 words, "not ordinary." Being in Wu Yud's presence, I felt somewhat embarrassed to display my ignorance, so I cleared my throat and echoed Lu Xiaozi's tone. "Old Lu, what is your perspective?" "I just calculated his fate. which falls under the category of Kuai Gang, a unique type among noble faiths. The Chun represents the celestial deities, while Su embodies the earthly ones. If the Kuai is strong, it denotes exceptional nobility. If weak, it leads to profound poverty. If my intuition serves me right, he is currently at a low point in his life. This year marks the dimmest of the Kuai Gang star in nearly a century. However, with the recent transition of the stars, this celestial body is destined to shine brighter in the future. Though Lu Xiaozi may not possess formidable strength, his profound knowledge, likely bolstered by the wealth of literature in the Lu family, is impressive. Observing his bone structure, I discerned that he would encounter significant tribulation in his 30s. This very year, and may not survive the ordeal. Yet, should he endure, vast opportunities would await him. The Kuai Gang noble fate, indeed, signifies a remarkable destiny. When the Tian-Yi noble appeared, the dual-faced Buddha orchestrated events that ultimately led to Tian-Yi's demise. He waited 2 decades to rectify the karmic repercussions. Although the Kuai Gang noble does not eclipse the Tian-Yi, it clearly indicates that Wu Yud possesses an exceptional fate, replete with potential that merits collaboration. The deities and malevolent spirits associated with the dual-faced Buddha seek substantial gains. Thus, regardless of their nature, any unique fate is of interest to him. In contrast, my own destiny remains shrouded in ambiguity, fraught with uncertainty, and abandoned by the heavens. Associating with malevolent spirits could easily lead to adverse outcomes. However, the auspicious deities present no such threat. The Kuai Gang's influence and my interactions with Wu Yud promise only benefits. It appears that our collaboration could deepen further. I ended the call with Lu Xiaozi and silently regarded Wu Yud. Chapter 566. An impending storm. Once my vision was sharp in post-enhancement, it became remarkably keen, akin to a blade. Wu Yud dared not meet my gaze, awkwardly smiling as he averted his eyes. What exactly transpired earlier? He had been possessed by malevolent forces and retained no memory of his actions. I summoned a pregnant woman to have his wife recount the events directly to him. The trustworthiness of his wife's words undoubtedly surpassed that of an outsider like myself. Upon hearing her account, Wu Yud appeared visibly shaken. Trembling, he retrieved a handbag from the safe in his bedroom. This additional 100,000 is my gratitude for your timely intervention. Had it not been for you, I might have harmed Meng Di. If I had committed such irreparable acts, how could I face the world? I did not save you for monetary gain. Please keep it. I have learned from Wu Yud's wife that their circumstances have not been favorable in recent years, and the funds at their disposal are quite limited. The sum of 100,000 is not insignificant for them. A glance revealed Wu Yud's repeatedly clenched and relaxed hands, along with the subtle tremor at the corners of his eyes, indicating his distress. I would not demand a single cent from him, but I require a small favor. I softened my gaze and adorned my face with a smile. Wu Yud, possessing a distinguished fate, has been told by Lu Xiaozi that the Kuai Gang star will shine brightly from today, heralding a promising future, and thus, I must bind my interests with his. What favor? Wu Yud inquired, settling down and placing a bag filled with cash on the table. However, I noticed he did not position it directly in the center of the coffee table, but rather in front of himself. Judging by his demeanor, it seemed he had no intention of handing over the money initially. It was merely a pretense. The situation is as follows. My live streaming video has been leaked by ill-intentioned individuals and disseminated online. You are aware of the nature of my broadcasts, and many scenes must remain confidential. Therefore, I wish to minimize the impact of those video clips. As soon as I finished speaking, Wu Yud immediately understood my plight. Fear not. This matter is surprisingly simple. I am not boasting. We managed to suppress a scandal involving a certain actress who nearly trended on social media. Thanks to our public relations team. Let me assure you, as long as no competitors interfere, I guarantee that within 3 days, you will find no trace of your live stream videos or related images online. That sounds promising. I nodded, uncertain of his approach. Is there anything I can assist you with? No need, Wu Yud chuckled. In this fast-paced era, everything is in constant flux, with new and thrilling content emerging consistently. Oftentimes, individuals have not fully grasped the implications of one event before their attention is drawn elsewhere, so you need not worry. He patted his chest, assuring me that our studio is at the forefront of this industry, and you have certainly come to the right person. Through our extensive conversation, I gleaned insights into the murky depths of their industry, leading to a newfound understanding of him. Old Wu might more aptly be renamed Wu Yud. For beneath his seemingly amiable and cultured facade lies a rogue of the internet, a scoundrel, engaged in stalking, illicit photography, and sensationalism. He played a notorious role in the scandalous exploits of yesteryear, and, appallingly, he not only takes pride in such actions, but recounts his tumultuous experiences with a tone of bravado. Nevertheless, he possesses undeniable talent and a profound understanding of new media. Wu Yud has developed numerous methods of event marketing, including suspense marketing, contrast marketing, celebrity marketing, controversy marketing, insider marketing, and crisis marketing, among others. He is a prodigy, and entrusting him with the task of mitigating the impact of the livestream video is undoubtedly the wisest choice. As our discussion drew to a close, we return to the main topic. The paper concealed within the double-faced Buddha's head is merely a fragment of the paper mask. I placed that paper on the table and sketched an outline with a pencil, realizing that to form a complete face, I would need at least 3 more pieces. I harbor suspicions that, aside from Wu Yud, there may be other victims whose unique destinies have yet to be uncovered. To my surprise, when I broached this matter with Wu Yud, he divulged several names, individuals of considerable stature within the New Shanghai. According to Wu Yud, these individuals have all received gifts from Mr. Xi, with the majority of their residences' feng shui layouts personally designed by him. I suggested to Wu Yud that, if he had the opportunity, he might discreetly reach out to these individuals, inviting me to assist in exorcising malevolent forces. This endeavor would not only cultivate goodwill, but also procure additional fragmented paper masks. Why would Mr. Xi target those with such exceptional destinies? He is a feng shui master, not a fate manipulator. Gazing at the fragments of the paper mask on the table, a sense of familiarity washed over me. Among all the individuals I have encountered, only the denizens of the underworld show and the villagers of Sualong village have donned such masks. Could these masks originate from one of these 2 factions? In truth, regardless of their source, the paper masks constitute significant intelligence. It is plausible that Mr. Xi has some connection to the underworld show, leading to the conjecture that he could even be a host of the show. Could he be Qingzhouge? Shaking my head, I swiftly dismissed this hypothesis. Qingzhouge's studies should have revolved around the esoteric techniques of the Xiao Zhuang Temple, which require substantial points for exchange. After mastering those, there would be little reason for him to delve into feng shui. The entire Shuangfo district is a grand design of Mr. Xi. Such an elaborate feng shui arrangement necessitates profound knowledge, and I do not believe Qingzhouge could simultaneously perfect feng shui while mastering the Xiao Zhuang Temple secrets. Beyond Qingzhouge, no one else from the dual-faced Buddha has been linked to the show. In light of this, it is highly probable that Mr. Xi hails from Sualong village, a descendant of the underworld practitioners. Everyone in that village, regardless of age or gender, bears the surname Liu. This could be verified if the opportunity arises. I carefully secured the fragments of the paper mask. Time was of the essence, and my objectives were largely fulfilled. After leaving my phone number and a few talismans with Wu Yud, I made my exit. The matter of the leaked livestream video was entrusted to Wu Yud. While the injuries Sakura sustained in the dream realm remained beyond my capacity to remedy, requiring a wait of 3 days. Now, 2 choices lay before me. First, to investigate the identity of the assailant who stabbed Lu Xianzai. Second, to accept Li Jingyu's commission to ascertain the cause of Secretary Li Changgui's death. The individual who stabbed Lu Xianzai appears well-prepared and enigmatic. Even with extensive time devoted to this task, it might yield little. Conversely, the murderer of Secretary Li Changgui is likely affiliated with the dual-faced Buddha. This homicide intertwines the Li group and the dual-faced Buddha, presenting an opportunity to uncover potential flaws within the latter's operations. After delving into the depths of the dream realm, my curiosity regarding the dual-faced Buddha has escalated to new heights. Standing at the intersection of the Shuangfo district and Beigang district, I felt a twinge of helplessness, overwhelmed by the multitude of matters demanding my attention, yet uncertain of which to prioritize. Just as I was lost in contemplation, my phone rang. To my astonishment, the call was from Leng Qingxuan. "Hello, Taoist Leng. Is there something you require? I have good news for you. It seems that Xiao Zhuang Temple has received some intelligence. They have decided to depart earlier than planned and are expected to arrive in Jiangxing tonight." The individual known as Leng Qingxuan possesses little cunning. His words carry a hint of genuine joy for his friends. Is tonight the conclusion? Will the other sects of the Taoist community acquiesce to this decision? The Taoist tradition is notoriously rigid, adhering to established customs. A sudden change in plans could incite dissatisfaction among fellow practitioners. Surely, they would be opposed. For their journey to Jiangxing is not merely for leisure, but to confront the ghost matron. Caution is paramount. Yet it seems that the Xiao Zhuang Temple has perceived some omen and adopted a resolute stance, while the other factions remain somewhat reticent. If you can arrive early, dear Qingxian, I am truly indebted to you for your assistance this time. I sincerely thank Leng Qingxuan. If he can save Sakura, I shall forever remember this favor. Given your courtesy, allow me to share an insider's revelation. Xiao Zhuang Temple is sending only one representative, a junior disciple renowned for his extraordinary mastery of dream manipulation. Your friend stands a considerable chance of being cured. Warm laughter emanated from the other end of the line, a sign of Leng Qingxuan's good intentions. A junior disciple? May I inquire how to address this esteemed Taoist? His name is Chun Jioga, with the honorific title of Chapter 567, deep within the public cemetery. What followed from Leng Qingxian remained unclear to me, as my mind fixated solely on the name Chun Jioga. Could it truly be him? Might it be a mere coincidence? When I placed all my hopes upon that individual, I discovered he was, in fact, the architect of tragedy. How fortuitous! I found myself murmuring. Is this cyclical fate a manifestation of heavenly retribution aimed at me? Whatever I aspire to achieve invariably encounters obstacles, as if opposing the will of the heavens. Hello? Gao Jian, are you still there? Leng Qingxian was unaware of the profound impact that name had on me. Allow me to inform you that the emergence of the ghost matron has drawn the attention of numerous sects. Jiangcheng is on the brink of chaos. Chaos. Only then did I regain my composure. The Taoist practitioners, being numerous and powerful, how could the ghost matron, despite her strength, stand a chance against you? You underestimate the ghost matron gravely. Once this spirit gains momentum, as long as the ghostly infants remain unharmed, her essence is nearly immortal. To obliterate her entirely, one must rely on a grand formation. Leng Qingxian sighed from the other end of the line. Constructing such a formation requires an immense amount of materials and talismans, with specific qualifications for the chief architect. The alliance of righteous Taoists, while seemingly formidable, harbors its own ulterior motives, merely seeking to divide the merits among themselves. Killing the ghost matron can yield merits? Indeed, within the cosmos exists the cycle of reincarnation, with yin and yang existing in harmony. The ghost matron's appearance has disrupted this order, transgressing heavenly laws. Thus, to slay her would naturally result in divine favor and merit. After hearing Leng Qingxian's words, I furrowed my brow. So, are you suggesting that anyone who kills those who act against heavenly will can accrue merits? That is approximately correct. As he finished speaking, cold sweat broke out upon me. Initially, releasing the ghost matron cost me 500 merits. By this reckoning, even if I succeeded in slaying her, the merits gained would be minimal, for she has not committed any grievous acts. She too is a victim, with little karmic burden. I, however, am burdened with karmic ties, carrying a deficit of 100,000 merits, and I am at odds with the heavens, preparing to become a new usurper of fate. Any one of these factors alone would suffice to incite pursuit from the esteemed orthodox sects. Not to mention, I have enmities with certain sects and bear treasures of great significance. Compared to the ghost matron, I am evidently the more manageable target. Why have you fallen silent again? I have suddenly changed my mind. I shall not trouble them regarding the injuries sustained in my dreams. Instead, I will devise my own solutions. Fear not, for I shall accompany them to Jiangcheng and advocate on your behalf. We may be strangers by circumstance, yet I am still able to assist you with this minor favor. After exchanging a few more pleasantries with Leng Qingxian, I ended the call. A storm was brewing, and chaos was imminent in Jiangcheng. If this matter is not handled with care, it could very well pose a life-threatening crisis for me. Shen Zhougao's early arrival in Jiangcheng is most likely due to my involvement. Having been thoroughly humiliated in my dream, he surely harbors resentment and seeks revenge. Moreover, as the sole representative dispatched by Xiao Zhuang Temple, his presence carries the weight of other sects, ensuring he receives their deference. I have already forged enmity with Maoshan Temple, and now I have incurred the ire of Xiao Zhuang Temple. It is uncertain whether I can save Yingzi, let alone escape this calamity myself. Fortunately, my successful usurpation of fate is known to but a few. As I ponder this, a chill flickers in my gaze. There are indeed those in the know. After usurping fate, I was besieged by the Sanine sect. Had it not been for them, I would never have been compelled to use the Yellow Springs order to open the gates of the underworld. There were still a few members of the Sannin sect who survived that day. Should they divulge the truth, I would find myself hunted by sects across the realm. While the likelihood of the Sannin sect, known for its nefarious reputation, betraying me to the righteous sects is slim, I dare not take that gamble. It is better to ensure their silence indefinitely. Initially, I had no intention of incurring further bloodshed, yet compelled by circumstances, and with the task of eradicating all threats imposed upon me after my usurpation, I now reflect on the foresight of the underworld's arena. The members of the sect are set to arrive in Jiangcheng tonight, and I must resolve all matters before then. With my phone stowed away, I promptly boarded a bus back to Jiangcheng, preparing to sever ties with the Sannin sect once and for all. In my most desperate moments, they only exacerbated my suffering, and many events along this journey have been orchestrated by their machinations. When I first succeeded in usurping fate, I was gravely injured and powerless to retaliate. Now, with my liver meridian opened and my recovery at 5 or 6 times that of an ordinary person, it is time to settle the score. There are myriad ways to commit murder, and in dealing with a malevolent sect, one must naturally employ their own sinister methods. I first made my way to Tingtang Road, ascending to the second floor where I opened a wardrobe and retrieved specialized tools to avoid leaving fingerprints and shoe prints, disposable gloves, shoe covers, and a mask. After donning a dark outfit beneath a lighter coat, I deliberately wore a pair of height-enhancing shoes, ensuring I had overlooked nothing before departing the small building. Before embarking on a killing, one must first prepare for the possibility of being killed. I took a deep breath, entering a state of extreme calm. All lives instinctively fight back to the fullest when faced with imminent termination, making the process fraught with unforeseen changes and dangers. Thus, one must remain highly vigilant, completing the objective without leaving clues due to carelessness. The clock read 3:02 p.m. My time was running short. I casually stuffed a plastic bag into my pocket, exiting the small shop and venturing directly into the filthy, chaotic alleyway. In the deserted alley, I donned the human mask gifted by the ancient tomes of disguise for the first time. I removed my outer garments, securing them in a plastic bag, and by the time I emerged from the alley's opposite exit, my appearance had transformed entirely. It appears that a high school student, no older than 18 or 19, bears a flawlessly smooth face, devoid of even a hint of stubble. Fortunately, my casual attire harmonizes well enough with this youthful visage, rendering it not overly conspicuous. Clad in dark hues, I composed my facial expression and dialed the number of Lu the Blind. Old Lu, as the Lu family has long safeguarded Jiang City. You must be familiar with the local sects, correct? Why do you inquire about this? Lu the Blind responded, his tone laced with surprise. Jiang City, an ancient city steeped in history, is home to an abundance of sects, though few possess genuine prowess. You must have heard of the Sannin sect? Given the circumstances, I chose to dispense with any preamble and addressed Lu directly. Old Lu, I seek the address of this sect's mountain gate. You traverse the martial world and are well informed. Could you assist me in this matter? What madness has befallen you again? The Sannin sect is a dominant force in Jiang City. If you offend them, do you expect to live in peace? I assure you, I am not foolish. I merely wish to ascertain a certain suspicion I harbor. Let us hope that is the case. Their stronghold lies deep within the high-end cemetery area on the outskirts of Jiang City. Officially, it is part of the Jiang family's estate, yet it remains undisclosed to the public. After ending the call, a smirk danced upon my lips. The Jiang family's real estate ventures extend even to the deceased, unperturbed by the potential tarnishing of their reputation. Hailing a cab, I set forth towards the outskirts, wearing a human mask that emboldened me to move about without fear of exposure. Upon nearing my destination, I alighted from the vehicle 2 or 3 miles away and made my way alone to the cemetery. Today is not a day for honoring ancestors, so even in broad daylight, I observed that not a soul was in sight, despite the serene surroundings of verdant mountains and flowing waters, a place blessed by good feng shui. Exuding a hidden potential, I scaled the fence and entered the cemetery, where the marble pathways gleamed with cleanliness. Nestled amidst the mountains and water, each tomb was impressively large, befitting those interred within. Shaking my head, I pondered the absurdity of such concerns when one is no longer among the living. As I brushed my hand against the ghost ring, I quickened my pace. The outer cemetery featured typical graves, yet beyond a certain elevation, entry was prohibited to outsiders, marked by 2 rows of pine trees that obscured the view, complemented by a wooden fence. Stepping into the inner sanctum, I found the pine forest steeped in an eerie chill, devoid of even a single bird call, the silence almost unsettling. There were no security personnel nor surveillance cameras. Something felt amiss. They likely employed alternative means of observation. Positioned behind a pine tree, I channeled my innate energy into my eyes, scanning the surroundings with discerning perception. Chapter 568. The Serpent King entombed the dense pine forest, its trees at least several decades old, resembled a battalion of sentinels, effectively separating the inner and outer cemeteries. An ordinary person, even amidst the trees, would struggle to glimpse the interiors of the burial grounds. While the four great ghost trees did not include the pines, an overwhelming aura of the supernatural permeated this area. Towering trunks and thick branches formed a layered canopy, allowing little sunlight to pierce through. The ground was blanketed with pine needles, exuding a faint scent of decaying plant matter. This place undoubtedly harbored alternative entrances. The infrequent passage of individuals through the pine woods made movement laborious, as my foot sunk into the ground with each step. The deeper I ventured, the heavier the oppressive energy became, and I sensed my own dark veins pulsating. The chilling essence flowed uncontrollably through several key points within me, and with each circulation, it became increasingly refined. This locale appeared to be an expansive gathering of yin energy, a veritable paradise for those who practice malevolent arts, ideal for the refinement of sinister energies. Having extinguished the three yin sect, this sacred land shall belong entirely to me. Yet, I ponder whether the formations here are crafted by human hands or naturally occurring. As I ventured deeper, a sudden dampness struck my shoulder. Initially dismissing it as mere dew, I soon realized that it was an autumn afternoon, rendering dew improbable. Upon touching the ghostly ring, I slowly turned to gaze upward. A vibrant red tongue dangled from a pair of dark purple lips, belonging to a swollen, bruised visage bound to the trunk of a pine tree. Its unblinking stare fixed upon me. A hanged ghost? The art of yin-yang ghost techniques introduces many specters, and upon comparison, the suspended corpse with a long tongue closely resembles the rumored hanged ghost. This type of ghost harbors immense resentment, making it quite formidable, even among the lower-tier spirits. As they are notoriously difficult to control, the liquid that had dripped onto my shoulder was, in fact, the malevolent energy converged at the tip of the hanged ghost's tongue. Bound by hemp ropes in a celestial lock, a technique of ghost cultivation, it appears this spirit was subdued by someone and deliberately tied here. Continuing deeper into the pine forest, though modest in size, I encountered 4 or 5 more hanged ghosts. Ordinary mortals cannot perceive these. Only those with open ghostly or heavenly eyes can fathom the terror this pine grove conceals. They likely form part of a grand formation, melding spirits into the array, an approach I might consider for my own endeavors. The more potent the formation, the higher the requirements for its components. Utilizing specters could substantially conserve resources. The Underworld's archives hold numerous tomes on formations, and my proficiency in ghostly art surpasses that of the Three Yin sect by several degrees. Should I master the technique of employing malevolent spirits to construct arrays, it would signify a transformative leap in my power, perhaps due to the absence of a guiding hand. The grand array merely functions autonomously without activating, thus refraining from attacking me. The horrific hanged ghosts merely glared at me with their simmering resentment, none attempting to escape their bindings. Upon exiting the pine grove and crossing a fence, I officially entered the cemetery's interior. A glance revealed a scattering of solitary graves encircled by trees, adorned with an excessive number of offerings. However, it appeared that this place had long been neglected, as most of the offerings had rotted and deteriorated, emanating an unpleasant odor. The spoiled offerings resting upon the altars are a grave disrespect to the ancestors. The Three Yin sect, with its century-long history, could not possibly be unaware of such neglect unless they were truly overwhelmed and ensnared in dire straits. Gazing at the names inscribed upon the gravestones of these solitary graves, I recognized none. They must have belonged to significant figures of Jiangcheng. For this site is a prestigious cemetery where common folk could scarcely hope to be interred. After reciting a passage of scripture, I composed myself to clear the decayed offerings from the graves, bowing 3 times before hastily departing. Even in broad daylight, an unsettling aura lingered. I could only imagine the terror that would ensue should I venture here at night, likely rivaling that of a live broadcast. Reaching the mountain summit, I surveyed the distance. The malevolent energy had solidified into a tangible, misty gray fog. Climbing atop a pine tree, I stood elevated, overlooking the cemetery, which lay on the sunlit side of the mountain, while the shaded side was obscured by neighboring peaks, isolating it from the world. If only I had studied feng shui. The majestic terrain surely harbors profound significance. After discerning the right direction, I descended from the pine tree. The dense fog enveloped the surroundings, and for safety's sake, it was prudent to summon a ghostly companion. The environment here is exceptionally favorable for spirits, alleviating any concern that they might be scorched by the earthly yang energy. Upon touching the ghost ring, I first summoned the hulking figure of the corporeal ghost. Although it appeared clumsy and dull-witted, it possessed remarkably acute senses. While its combat prowess was inferior to that of the desired ghost, its docile and obedient nature was a significant advantage. With the corporeal ghost trailing behind, I turned my attention to the fourth jade orb of the ghost ring. Since I had extracted Master Wang's spirit from the realm of yin and yang, he had remained within it, and I surmised he must have grown weary of his confinement. Despite the dangers here, the fog infused with yin energy would greatly benefit the stability of his ghostly form. I touched the fourth jade orb, and amidst the curling smoke, a tall, slender man gradually materialized. Master Wang had lingered within the orb for an extended period, and amidst my perpetual life and death crises, I had long forgotten about him. However, I would keep this truth to myself. Once his form solidified, I approached him with a solemn expression, exclaiming, "I have successfully located a suitable place for your cultivation. This is a forbidden area of an evil sect, ideal for stabilizing your ghostly body." Master Wang regarded me for a moment before responding, his voice unchanged. "Are you wearing a rubber mask?" It was only then that I recalled my human skin mask, which served as my trump card, so I refrained from elaborating further. Enough with the pleasantries. You must absorb the surrounding yin energy quickly. It is pure and will greatly benefit you. By the way, you must remember our agreement. I will exert myself to assist you, and when I require your aid, you cannot refuse. Naturally, aiding you is tantamount to aiding myself, he nodded, proceeding to absorb the yin energy beside me. Originally, he was merely a wisp of a lonely soul, not even a ghost, and sunlight would have scattered him to oblivion. However, within the grand formation of the three yin sect, his body began to solidify. Although his combat capabilities remained non-existent, he could occasionally emerge to offer me counsel. With the assistance of this cunning old fox, I could breathe a little easier. Accompanied by Master Wang and the corporeal ghost, I made my way to the foot of the mountain, where I finally heard human voices. It seemed to be the chanting of spells. The incantations were peculiar, and I could not comprehend a single word. You all stepped back. Peering through the fog, I discerned a vast expanse of ancient architecture at the mountain's base, reminiscent of a Taoist temple, approximately the size of 6 Qingta temples. At that moment, the main gate of the temple remained tightly shut, with 7 practitioners of the three yin sect, clad in black robes, positioned like the 7 stars. They held talismans adorned with serpentine inscriptions and chanted in unison. What truly captured my interest was the magnificent serpent coiled on the ground at their center. Its eyes had been gouged out, its scales stained with blood, and it lay motionless, the serpent king of the snake lord. In the chaos of a last-ditch effort, as countless lost souls and wild ghosts swept through the yin soldiers, the snake lord fell. The great serpent he had nurtured took upon itself the harm of malevolent spirits to protect its master's corpse, ultimately having its soul torn apart, leaving behind a lifeless shell. What were they doing? Qin Zhogong would arrive in Jiangqing tonight, and my time was limited. As I observed the movements of the Taoists, I donned a mask, gloves, and shoe covers. My attire, in stark contrast to the Taoists, felt rather peculiar, yet this was not the time for such considerations. With 7 individuals standing outside, it was likely that even more awaited within the temple, making it exceedingly difficult to eradicate the threat completely. I concealed the foul spirit and unleashed the most ferocious desire demon, cautiously approaching the 7 Taoist priests while remaining out of sight. As I drew nearer, my vision sharpened, revealing the priests chanting their incantations, affixing talismans to 7 distinct locations on the Serpent King's body. At that moment, the main entrance of the temple creaked open, and a figure clad in black, known as Shi Qian, emerged, bearing a spiritual altar. The altar, neither too large nor too small, was inscribed with the words Lord of Serpents. With an expressionless face, Shi Qian knelt before the corpse of the Serpent King, placing the altar before him, lifting the wooden lid with both hands to scatter the ashes over the Serpent King's remains. To my astonishment, as the ashes made contact with the Serpent King's body. The 7 talismans quivered in unison, and from the serpent's hollowed eye sockets, 2 streams of blood began to seep forth. Chapter 569, Divergence, Resurrected? I could scarcely believe it. Although the Serpent King's body bore no visible wounds, its soul had long been torn asunder by countless restless spirits, surely rendering it lifeless. Furthermore, as a cold-blooded creature, the notion of weeping blood was utterly unfathomable. Outside the temple, the ritual persisted. After Shi Qian scattered the final remnants of the ashes, the serpent-patterned talismans ignited with ghostly flames, fueled by the Lord's ashes. Shi Qian knelt reverently, as did the 7 priests, seemingly awaiting a significant event. The ghostly flames, seemingly nourished by the Serpent Lord's ashes, grew increasingly vibrant. After a brief interval, I could hardly tell if it was my imagination, but it appeared that the Serpent King's body had stirred. The corpse, which had defied decay for days, seemed to move. My eyes widened as I halted, concealing myself in the shadows to observe. The motion of the Serpent King's body intensified, the ethereal blue flames casting a radiant glow. A foul odor soon wafted from the corpse, reminiscent of the stench of death. Were they using ghostly flames to refine the body? Within the blue flames, remarkable changes began to unfold. The vivid scales of the serpent, once stained with blood, transformed into a more brilliant hue, akin to a flower in full bloom. Suddenly beginning to wither, the scales expanded, and even from a distance, I could hear the crisp sounds emanating from beneath them. Was it shedding skin? The serpent's coiled form writhed on the ground, and even without keen perception, its movements were unmistakable. What was unfolding before my eyes was so surreal that I could hardly trust my senses. The enduring legacy of the Sanyin sect, which had dominated Jiang City for a century, was not without reason. The lineage of the Serpent Lord, capable of rivaling the likes of Meng Pua and the Ghost Infant, was indeed merited. Their mastery over serpent manipulation left me in awe. The ghostly flames continued to rise, the ethereal blue fire reaching several feet high. Gradually, the Serpent King began to move, crawling in accordance with the positions of the 7 priests. The fearsome triangular head, crowned with the undying ghostly flames, glided past the first priest, who stood in the position of the celestial pivot. I was unsure of their intentions, merely a bewildered observer. As the resurrected Serpent King slowly slithered past the celestial pivot, its immense body left a blood trail half a foot wide upon the ground. How could there be blood? A quick glance revealed that the priest had buried a 7-inch dagger in the earth before him, its tip pointing skyward, and as the Serpent King passed, it was met with a grievous wound. What on earth are they doing? The more I observe, the more perplexed I become. Not only is the celestial position of Tianshu shrouded in mystery, but also the positions of Tianxian, Tianji, and Tianquan are fraught with danger. As hidden beneath them lie the venomous Snake King. With each soul it traverses, its speed diminishes, while the blood gushing from its body increasingly stains the earth before the temple's entrance. Having traversed 4 of the 7-star positions, the resurrected Snake King, upon reaching the position of Tianquan, finds its ghostly flames beginning to extinguish. It seems to sense an ominous fate approaching, growing agitated yet helpless. For its profuse bleeding and the long gashes across its abdomen render it unable to proceed. After struggling for several minutes, the Snake King's fearsome head ceases to sway. Its ghostly flames extinguished, and it lies still. A chilling wind sweeps through the mist of malevolent energy, scattering the ashes and shattered talismans across the ground, leaving only 7 black-robed Taoists and the snake, Qi, standing in silence. Have we failed? With only 4 tribulations overcome out of 7. Does this mean the heavens conspire against our lineage? The life exchange 7-star formation has proven ineffective, indicating that the snake's sovereign and the soul of the tongue snake have sustained irreparable damage. It is all the fault of that usurper. Had it not been for the resentment of 100,000 restless souls, the ritual would not have failed. Is it all over? With tongue snake dead, is there any purpose left for our lineage? How can we command snakes in the future? The 7 black-robed Taoists exchanged pessimistic glances. Enough of this. After a considerable time, Snake Qi, kneeling on the ground, stood up. Without a glance at the spirit altar of the snake sovereign, he brushed off the dust from his robe. Though the ritual has failed, according to the order of initiation, I am still the next in line to become the snake sovereign. The tongue snake is dead, and without the recognition of the snake spirit, you still wish to claim the title of snake sovereign? The eldest among the 7 black-robed Taoists stepped forward, having remained silent until now. If the master of the snake sovereign lineage lacks a snake spirit, can they truly be called a snake sovereign? Your ghostly arts seem far superior to your ability to command snakes. Perhaps you should instead seek to join the ghost infant lineage. Snake Chi appeared to anticipate opposition. Jian Yuan, you have only been initiated for 5 years. Your copper rust aptitude merely a result of your familial ties to the Jiang clan in the mundane world. The snake's sovereign kindly allowed you to study here. Yet now, with the sovereign's remains still warm, you seek to betray the sect? Betray the sect? You are quite adept at casting aspersions, but if we speak truthfully, it is you, Snake Chi, who is disloyal to the sect. Jian Yuan shook his black robe, recalling the first encounter with that usurper. At that time, he was still weak, not yet established. The snake's sovereign dispatched the 4 most formidable seniors in the sect to assist you, entrusting you with the sect's profound heritage, the 18 Yama rotating formation. And yet, what did you do? You not only lost the formation, but also abandoned the 4 seniors, fleeing back to the sect alone. Such selfishness and cowardice. How do you dare to aspire to be this generation's snake sovereign? As he spoke, his fervor heightened, mercilessly berating Snake Chi. The other hesitant black-robed Taoists, swayed by Jiang Yuan's fervor, began gravitating towards him, suggesting a burgeoning alliance. Enough. Jiang Yuan's words cut deep, and Snake Chi, gritting his teeth, looked monstrous in anger. Do you, mere junior disciples, dare to act recklessly before me? Were it not for the sect's tribulations and dwindling numbers, I would surely deal with you today. What could you do to us? Snake Chi, do you still believe you can wield power? The current Sanyin sect is no longer what it once was. After the demise of the 3 sect leaders and the severe injuries inflicted upon 2 others, we, the serpent lineage, boast the largest number of disciples among the successors. If you wish to avoid inciting public wrath, it would be prudent for you to choose your words with caution. You dare to threaten me? A mere dog that has crawled out of the mundane world dares to issue threats? A cold smile played upon Shi Qian's delicate features. I have never threatened you. I merely stated a fact. Although I hail from the Jiang family and come from the secular realm, my contributions to the sect over the years are evident to all. In light of our sect's current calamity, I believe we should strengthen our ties with the secular world. Perhaps we could employ the rules and tactics of the mundane to eliminate that usurper of destiny. Jiang Yuan is quite capable, despite his limited talent and modest strength. He possesses a keen understanding of situations and adeptly manipulates human emotions. From their conversation, it is clear that Jiang Yuan is affiliated with the Jiang family. Throughout their collaboration with the Sanyin sect, the Jiang family has consistently found itself at a disadvantage. However, the recent upheaval within the Sanyin sect has unveiled an opportunity for Jiang Yuan. He harbors grand ambitions, seeking to alter the dynamics of their partnership and elevate the Jiang family's status within it, even aspiring to establish the Jiang family as the dominant force. Such aspirations are commendable, yet the execution is fraught with challenges. True malevolent practitioners are often audacious and reckless. Attempting to reclaim their power through secular means is nearly impossible. The developments have unfolded as I anticipated. After a heated debate between Shi Qian and Jiang Yuan, 3 of the younger disciples were covertly swayed by Jiang Yuan. The 4 of them stood united in their resolute opposition to Shi Qian's ascension as the next serpent sovereign. 2 others remained ambivalent. While they too found Shi Qian's methods unsatisfactory, it was undeniable that she was the most qualified candidate among the younger disciples to succeed the serpent sovereign. Ultimately, the debate ended unfavorably, with Shi Qian storming out. Jiang Yuan and his supporters exchanged knowing smiles as they remained behind to carry away the serpent sovereign's spirit altar and the lifeless body of the serpent king. The chilling winds scattered the ashes, rendering them invisible. It is a tragic fate for the serpent sovereign, a once great master, to meet such an end. The main gate of the temple remained ajar, and I waited until they had all departed before emerging from my hiding place. Following the deaths of the 3 sect leaders and the injuries to 2 others, our serpent lineage boasts the highest number of survivors among the younger disciples. And the intelligence they have divulged is quite crucial. I don the mask of good and evil, a double layer of protection, even if the mask were to fall away. Who would suspect that the face behind it is also a falsehood? Chapter 570. The 10 directions of the ghost refining formation. 7 disciples of the Sanyin sect departed in 3 different directions. After a moment's contemplation, I decided to pursue the 2 neutral disciples. Shi Qian is too cunning. The 4 on the other side could easily alert the others. The choice is quite simple. One must always pick the softest fruit to squeeze. The temple is vast, with numerous courtyards, and the support from the Jiang family has rendered the Sanyin sect far superior to the Qingtu temple. Upon entering, the atmosphere thickened with malevolent energy, an oppressive aura suffusing the air, and I could faintly detect the scent of traditional Chinese medicine. Those two disciples are likely mere peripheral members. Their quarters are situated at the temple's outskirts. The Sanyin sect is facing tremendous adversity, and the genuine disciples are few. If I exercise caution, it is entirely feasible to dismantle them one by one. Stealthily, I followed their trail, careful not to attract any attention. This is the stronghold of the Sanyin sect. They have held dominion over Jiang City for over a decade, amassing considerable influence, and never has anyone dared to intrude, leading to a certain complacency in their defenses. Within mere minutes, I located the residence of the two outer disciples, their wooden door ajar, and I could overhear their conversation. The method of prolonging life left by the Serpent Lord has failed. Our lineage is all but extinguished. It would be prudent for us to prepare for the inevitable. One of them sighed, expressing his dismay. I heard that the sect previously attempted to eliminate a usurper, but it failed. Initially, I was unaware of what a usurper was, but after consulting numerous texts, I comprehended the terror they embody. They are more deranged than heretics, defying the heavens with impunity. If we have provoked him, he shall not relent easily. Why ponder so much? Even if the sky were to fall, it is of little consequence to us, replied the other, nonchalantly reclining on his bed. When celestial beings clash, it is the innocents who suffer. You still fail to grasp the situation. The recent incident with Serpent's prolongation was evidently orchestrated by Jiang Yuan, sabotaging a century-old legacy of our sect. How could it possibly falter at the hands of Xiqian? With the demise of Serpent, our lineage's power has significantly waned. Many techniques are now rendered unusable. This is akin to self-sabotage. Jiang Yuan hails from the mundane world, possesses mediocre talent, yet excels in shrewd calculations. The death of Serpent bears little impact on him, as his own strength is feeble. However, for Xiqian, it is indeed fatal. Without the Serpent Spirit's acknowledgement, he shall forever be unable to ascend as the Serpent Lord. The absence of one of the three sect masters cripples our grand formation, rendering it incapable of unleashing its full might. This allows the Jiang family to brazenly infiltrate the inner sanctum of the Sanyin sect, even accessing some forbidden areas with impunity. In supporting the Jiang family, we believed we were nurturing a lamb, yet it has turned into a wolf, he lamented. Over the years, our sect has greatly benefited from the Jiang family. Now, it seems our prosperous days are numbered. The two continued their dialogue, and I waited until they both entered a meditative state before preparing to strike. Summoning the lustful ghost and the filthy ghost, I stationed the latter at the door to keep watch, while I pressed the door inward, inch by inch. Unbeknownst to them, as the door creaked open enough for my entry, one of the disciples felt a flicker of unease, his eyelids twitching. Without hesitation, I acted decisively, charging towards the nearest Taoist. I commanded the lustful ghost and the filthy ghost to assault the other disciple. I burst in, covering his mouth and nose, constricting his throat with unyielding force. The entire motion was fluid. It was not until I had him in a chokehold that he finally opened his eyes. You were discussing usurpers just now. It seems you are well informed, I stated. The success of my usurpation must remain undisclosed to those righteous cultivators, for if they were to learn of it, they would undoubtedly pursue me relentlessly. In such a scenario, I would be forced to live in the shadows, akin to the dual-faced Buddha, unable to exist openly under the sun in my exalted form. My arm muscles bulged. Though these Sanyin sect cultivators wielded sinister and intricate arts, their physical prowess was lacking, having dwelled for years in a place rife with malevolent energies. Their vitality and sinews were largely corroded by the malevolent aura, rendering them weak in close combat, a match I was certain to win. With a resounding crack, I twisted my arms, breaking the Taoist's bones, his head drooping limply. After incapacitating this disciple, I did not pause, but rather surged like a blade towards the second heretic, silencing him before he could utter a sound. In the midst of the ominous energy array, the desires and impurities of the spirits were amplified, their ghostly forms nearly materializing. With one on each side restraining the malevolent cultivator, I pressed him onto the bed. After summoning Master Wang and quietly securing the door, I finally exhaled in relief. The entire ambush transpired in under 5 seconds. With the dual cultivation of the ghostly arts and the unlocking of the kidney and liver channels, My physical prowess had unwittingly surpassed that of an ordinary person. You would do well to be compliant and refrain from struggling. My presence here signifies that I am prepared. If you are wise, I might consider sparing your life. With one hand covering the cultivator's mouth and the other locking his arm, I inquired, do you understand? Those who practice malevolent arts often possess eccentric temperaments, and this individual was no exception. He ignored me and simply closed his eyes. In the past, I might have engaged in further dialogue, but after all I had endured, I had long buried compassion and kindness deep within my heart. There was no need for sympathy towards the enemy. Gripping one of his fingers, I observed the cold sweat beating on his forehead. I tightened my hold on his mouth and, with a sudden forceful motion, I brutally snapped his finger. Do you comprehend now? I seized his second finger. The malevolent cultivator whimpered and nodded frantically, prompting me to release him. Earlier, I overheard you mention that the sect's grand array is unable to function properly. Is that truth or deception? He nodded, seemingly attempting to articulate something. I can allow you to speak and even spare your life, but do not act foolishly. Should you attract others, I will undoubtedly eliminate you. Gradually loosening my grip, the cultivator remained unusually compliant, not calling for help. He leaned against the bed, gasping while clutching his severed finger. Now tell me, how many members remain in the Three-Yin sect? To what extent can the sect's grand array exert its power? There are not many left. The sole heir of the Meng Po lineage, the current Meng Po, is gravely injured and has been escorted by the Jiang family to another city for treatment. Not within the sect. Including the sect leader, only 3 remain from the ghost infant lineage. Their leader has lost an arm, yet due to his seniority, he temporarily oversees the internal affairs of the sect. As for the Shigong lineage, after expelling disciples on missions, only 8 remain, with the strongest being the eldest disciple, Shi Qian, who also bears injuries. The malevolent cultivator provided thorough information, which I found satisfactory. Now, speak of the sect's grand array. I am quite intrigued. Zhang Yuan's audacity stems from the grand array's failure to operate, thus my curiosity about this formation. The protective array of the sect is fundamental to our foundation. If I divulge the details, you must swear an oath to spare my life. The cultivator proposed terms, and I smirked. Very well, I swear. Our Three-Yin sect is established atop the source of the Yin vein of Hate Mountain, encircled by mountains and nourished by flowing waters that permit entry but not exit. This terrain is known as the Dragon's Grave Pit. Relying on this geography, our sect has spent decades refining and perfecting, ultimately creating a rare 10-fold transformation array within ghost cultivation. This formation, named the 10 Directions Ghost Refining Array, utilizes the source of the Hate Mountain Yin vein as its core, employing hundreds of vengeful spirits as its banners. It took 1,777 ghostly talismans to successfully establish, gathering Yin energy to nurture spirits. It can retreat to form a barrier sealing the entire sect or draw upon the Yin energy from the source to unleash unparalleled offensives. Because of this array, we can remain at ease, hidden in the shadows of Jiang City without fear of being hunted by the righteous path. Upon mentioning the sect's grand formation, the malevolent cultivator's expression softened slightly. However, to operate the formation, at least one sect master must exert their utmost effort. With 3 masters deceased and 2 heavily injured within the sect, none possess the capability to manipulate the formation, which has allowed outsiders to enter and exit at will. I comprehend now why the hanging spirits in the pine forest refrained from attacking me. It appears the formation was indeed inactive. Well, I have divulged all that I know. Can you now release me? The malevolent cultivator implored, clutching his fingers. Certainly, but you cannot leave this room just yet. A subtle smile graced my face. How about this? Turn around and allow me to bind your hands. He hesitated for a moment before slowly turning. I fixed my gaze upon his back and extended my hands, exerting all my strength to constrict his neck, knowing I am a life stealer. You still demand I swear an oath? As his body succumbed to the loss of vitality and collapsed to the ground, I lifted his robe, and several talismans used to command spirits for communication tumbled from his sleeve. Chapter 571. Unexpected rescue. As I gazed at the scattered talismans on the ground, my smile gradually faded. Infiltrating the lair of the Three-Yin sect, I realized I could not afford a moment of carelessness. Had I shown mercy and merely bound the malevolent cultivator with rope, he would undoubtedly have used these talismans to summon spirits to relay information once I departed. At that point, my hidden advantage would vanish entirely. After confirming the deaths of the two malevolent cultivators, I commanded the filthy and lustful spirits to consume their souls, leaving them with no chance to become ghosts. My actions stemmed from necessity. Both the Three-Yin sect and the righteous sects possess considerable knowledge regarding soul-searching and ghost-forging. To avoid exposure, I had no choice but to eradicate them completely. The fact that I am a life-stealer must remain concealed, otherwise, I would become a public enemy of all sections. Even those who are on amicable terms with me, like Leng Qingxuan, would likely turn against me. No one wishes to befriend a life-stealer. My mind remained calm, and my thoughts clear, as I fully understood my predicament. The Three-Yin sect held knowledge of my identity as a life-stealer, thus controlling my fate. There was no possibility of reconciliation between us. The simplest and most effective solution was to take advantage of their current calamity and annihilate them entirely. Stripping the malevolent cultivator of his black robe, I donned it. It was loose yet suitably sized. By nature, I am cautious, and before departing, I took care to cleanse the scene. Removing all talismans from the two malevolent cultivators and binding their limbs, stowing them beneath the bed. If the previous malevolent cultivator did not lie, the number of surviving disciples in the Three-Yin sect is fewer than 10, excluding those dispatched on missions. It is imperative to eliminate them before nightfall, leaving little time to spare. Murder is an endeavor that drains both physical strength and mental energy. As the prey struggles before death, as life ebbs away in my grasp, adrenaline surges, and after a fleeting thrill, the body succumbs to fatigue. To have dispatched two malevolent cultivators in quick succession would typically overwhelm an ordinary person. However, my liver's aperture has opened, enabling my recovery rate to be 5 to 6 times that of an average individual. Having ingested vast quantities of dreaming grass and a petal of the dream flower, my spirit and willpower have reached an extraordinary level. Taking a deep breath, I regained my cold demeanor after disposing of the bodies. Killing these malevolent cultivators has not weighed heavily on my conscience. I recall the infant spirits trapped within the operating room of the Qi Village Maternal and Child Health Hospital, unable to reincarnate, and the ghostly mother of the Three-Yin sect who nourished infant spirits with flesh. The sect, infamous for its heinous practices of ghostly manipulation and serpent control, has committed countless atrocities. Thus, I consider this act as a service to the people. As I closed the door behind me, I walked with my head bowed out of the secluded Taoist temple, perpetually shrouded in a gloomy mist that limited visibility. Hence, I was not concerned about being easily recognized. Having concealed the foul spirits and Master Wang, I tucked the desire spirit within my shadow. After devouring the souls of two malevolent cultivators, the desire spirit grew even more formidable, its form nearly solidifying, reminiscent of a ghostly general from the underworld. Humans, being the essence of all beings, possess the 7 emotions and 6 desires, and the souls of those who cultivate are significantly stronger than those of ordinary individuals, making their consumption highly beneficial for spirits. Such practices, however, are fraught with moral transgressions and sins. During the height of the Three-Yin sect, there were dozens of disciples, yet now they are reduced by more than half, leaving the temple desolate and devoid of life. Where have these individuals concealed themselves? My strength is not superior, and the roles of hunter and prey may easily reverse at any moment. After walking a dozen meters and traversing 2 empty courtyards, I realized I had likely taken a wrong turn, as there were no signs of human activity. It seemed I had wandered into the temple's rear courtyard. Just as I contemplated retracing my steps, I discerned a faint scolding voice emanating from the mist. Is someone there? Following the sound, I arrived at the innermost part of the rear courtyard, where an old residence, constructed of blue bricks and red tiles, stood. The house was substantial, far larger than the typical quarters of disciples. What purpose does this dwelling serve? As I approached and circled it, I discovered that the old house lacked windows, permitting entry solely through a solid wooden door. I crouched at the entrance, inhaling deeply to detect a faint metallic scent of blood. Touching the edge of the door, I scraped at what I initially thought was paint, only to find it was dried blood. I am quite familiar with this scent. Pressing my ear against the wooden door, I realized the scolding was indeed emanating from within. The soundproofing was remarkable. Could this old house be a place of torture? Situated in the secluded rear of the temple with minimal foot traffic, its excellent soundproofing assured that any commotion would go unnoticed. I quickly resolved that my next target would be the occupant of this house. Releasing Master Wang, I intended to have him investigate first. Yet it seemed a protective force surrounded the dwelling, preventing any spirits from approaching. With no windows available, I reluctantly circled the premises to estimate its internal layout, retracting the desire spirit and Master Wang to await the opportune moment. After 5 or 6 minutes, the scolding ceased, and footsteps began to echo as the tightly shut wooden door unexpectedly swung open. Standing just outside, I found myself face to face with the occupant, who appeared momentarily taken aback. "Who are you?" he stammered. Crossing the threshold, I did not afford him the opportunity for a second question. I struck him with a knee to the abdomen. As he doubled over in pain, I seized him by the neck, pinning his body firmly to the ground. The door remained ajar, and should anyone pass by at this moment, my plan for the hunt would come to an abrupt end. The formidable figure of the dark practitioner compelled me to summon the desires and impurities of the spirits to gradually gain the upper hand. Once he ceased his struggles, I hastily rose to shut the door of the old residence, finally allowing myself to collapse onto the ground to catch my breath. My stamina was severely depleted. If this continued, the hunt would grow increasingly perilous. The spirits of desire and impurity feasted upon the essence of the dark practitioner, and I paid them little heed as I cast my gaze upon the interior of the old house. Various instruments of torture adorned the walls, cold metallic devices forged solely to amplify suffering, rendering death a protracted and morbid spectacle. At the innermost wall of the abode, a young man was shackled with iron chains. His disheveled hair and the remnants of lash marks staining his body revealed the torment he had endured. His head hung low, seemingly lost to unconsciousness. What was the background of this young man, subjected to the private tortures of the Three sect? As I ventured deeper into the old house and beheld his visage, a flicker of fury ignited in my indifferent eyes, my pupils filled with murderous intent and a crimson hue. Qingxuan, this battered young man, unconscious and on the brink of death, was the last disciple of the Qingtu Temple, a master of corpse transportation. I instructed Wang Shi to keep watch at the entrance before crouching down to gently grasp Qingxuan's shoulder. He trembled instinctively at my touch, likely due to the prolonged torment he had endured. My gaze swept across his back, chest, and cheeks, revealing whip marks that were raw and festering, some wounds already decaying under the influence of malevolent energy. It was my oversight. One of the reasons the Three sect targeted me was their suspicion that I had acquired the secret texts of the Qingtu Temple, which detailed the significant locations for sealing malevolent entities. In truth, those texts were indeed in my possession. However, after the fate-altering event, the Three sect lacked the power to pursue me further. To obtain those texts, they would undoubtedly seek out the sole heir of the Qingtu Temple, Qingxuan. I had suspected this previously, but I never anticipated the extent of their cruelty in employing torture against him. I apologize for my tardiness. After the fate-altering event, I bore grave injuries and subsequently entered a dreamlike state until now, when I finally found the opportunity to act. I retrieved 2 Maoshan talismans, which I had procured from Lu Jin long ago, and affixed them to Qingxuan to assist him in warding off the malevolent energy. As for his physical injuries, they could only be treated once we had escaped. The Maoshan talismans from Lu Jin were crafted by a celestial master, their effects remarkable. Under the influence of my innate vital energy, wisps of malevolent aura seeped from Qingxuan's wounds. After a brief span of time, Qingxuan stirred, his eyes fluttering open to gaze upon my face, obscured by the mask of the good and evil Azura. Confusion clouded his features as he asked, "Who are you? Why are you saving me?" Chapter 572. Internal strife. Once I stabilized Qingxuan's condition and noted his complexion improving, I spoke. "I am sorry for my late arrival." The familiar tone of my voice caused Qingxuan's eyes to widen in disbelief. "Gao Jian, how did you end up at the gates of the Three sect?" After his initial shock, Qingxuan quickly urged, "Forget about me. You must leave at once. The Three sect is not something we can oppose. Take the secret text I entrusted to you and escape Jiang City to hide in another city." "Calm down," I said, placing a hand on Qingxuan's shoulder to steady him. "How can I possibly remain calm?" He retorted, "Hasten. For should that tome fall into the hands of the Sanyin sect or other malevolent practitioners, it could precipitate a great calamity. The lineage of corpse manipulation has sealed malevolent entities like the drought demon, whose existence may indeed be grounded in truth. Gao Jian, you must trust me. Any breach in the seals within the book could unleash disaster, as evidenced by the arrangements made by Taoist Xianqing before his passing. He feared that Qingxuan could not safeguard this sacred text, thus he entrusted it to me for protection. However, Both he and I underestimated the ruthlessness of the Sanyin sect. Fear not, the Sanyin sect is no longer the same as it once was. I have come to obliterate this sect entirely. To reassure Qingxuan, I attempted to unlock his chains. But the shackles binding him were the unique, ghostly locks crafted by the Sanyin sect, fundamentally different from those of the mundane world. Only the right key could unlock them. To annihilate the Sanyin sect? Alone? Qingxuan gazed at me, bewildered. For now, feign unconsciousness. I shall return once I procure the key. It would be unwise to bring Qingxuan along in the hunt for malevolent practitioners, so he must endure a temporary plight. Wait. Doubt clouded Qingxuan's expression. After all, it is a folly to confront an entire sect single-handedly from the perspective of any rational individual. Do you have something else to say? I noticed his pallor as he crouched nearby. The protective formation of the Sanyin sect is formidable. I once heard my master recount that several years ago, a conflict arose between the ghost infant lineage and the 36 caves of Maoshan, wagering 10 kinds of ghostly treasures. However, after the ghost infant lineage's failure, they did not honor their initial agreement. Maoshan, along with 2 other righteous sects, came to collect their debts, only to stumble upon the protective formation of the Sanyin sect. Even a great sect like Maoshan suffered losses. You must exercise extreme caution. Qingxuan relayed all he knew about the Sanyin sect, and I committed it to memory. It seems this protective formation is indeed extraordinary. It is prudent to investigate further for my own safety. The sect's formation envelopes the entire temple grounds, making it exceedingly difficult to locate its core. Such formations form the foundation of the Sanyin sect, and ordinary disciples are likely unaware of their intricacies. After a moment of contemplation, I identified my next target, Xiqian, the senior disciple of the snake lineage, who would undoubtedly possess knowledge about the protective formation. Moreover, he had been isolated by his fellow disciples and still bore injuries, making him an easy target. After ensuring my gloves were intact, I selected a slender skinning knife from the implements on the wall and concealed it within my sleeve. Recalling the direction in which Xiqian departed following the failed ritual, I concealed the body of the malevolent practitioner and left the old residence with the spirit of desire. With a target in mind, my task became significantly easier. Along the way, I dealt with a passing disciple from the snake lineage, hiding his body in a nearby room. My stamina, however, was waning. The longer I delayed, the greater the risk of exposure. I needed to expedite my actions. The destination of Xiqian lay within the main hall, paved with green bricks and devoid of cover. Thus, my movements were easily noticeable. Which chamber might he inhabit? The temple contained numerous pavilions, intricately constructed, and I was not well acquainted with the internal architecture, leaving me uncertain of the purpose of these various rooms. I could only search them one by one. After advancing for over 20 meters, I finally arrived at the main hall of the Sanyin sect. Typically, Taoist temples enshrine the 3 pure ones in reverence to the infinite Lord. Yet the Sanyin sect stands as an exception. Their main hall houses no statues. Instead, 3 altars are veiled in black cloth. My curiosity piqued regarding the contents within. But before I could enter the main hall, a delicate-featured Taoist clad in a black robe emerged unexpectedly. He bowed 3 times before the altars and lifted the black cloth from the first altar, retrieving an incense stick. He then unveiled the second altar, presenting a lamp from within. Strangely, the flickering flame of the lamp was a ghostly blue, seemingly ignited by human oil. He used the flame to light the incense and subsequently vanished behind the third altar. After waiting for several minutes without his return, my curiosity deepened. Concealing a skinning knife within my shadow, I approached. Lifting the black cloth, I discovered a wooden door behind the third altar, barely wide enough for a single person to pass through. Pushing the door open revealed a passage leading underground. The vastness of the ground-level complex made me wonder what lay beneath. Utilizing my discerning vision, I could barely make out the surroundings in the inky darkness as I descended the steps. The temperature plummeted, and a chilling breeze swept through, causing tiny beads of moisture to form upon my skin. In this environment, my innate true energy ceased its circulation, as if halted, while conversely, the yin energy within my meridians surged with alarming speed. If this continued, the balance of yin and yang within me could be disrupted, potentially propelling my ghostly arts to unprecedented heights. I was uncertain whether this was a boon or a bane. For now, my focus remained on the pressing matter of eliminating Xiqian. The underground passage stretched on for several meters before I discerned a flickering light ahead, prompting me to slow my pace and concentrate fully. The The life-sustaining technique left by the snake lord had failed. The serpent had perished, its body taken by Jiang Yuan and his companions. I could hear Shi Qian's voice echoing from the passage's end. You must handle the matters concerning your snake lineage. I cannot assist you. The speaker's voice was sharp and familiar, reminiscent of the leader of the ghost infant lineage. The heavens are collapsing, and you still ponder internal strife? Shouldn't you repair the protective formation of your sect? We might soon be devoured by the very hounds we raised. Are you referring to the Zhang family? The leader of the ghost infant lineage paused for an extended moment before responding. You are overly concerned. Though times have changed and the status of cultivators has diminished, do not forget that Jiang de Tao once collaborated with us. He was cursed by a ghost. Without our intervention, he would have suffered a fate worse than death. Jiang de Tao is a slumbering tiger. He would not yield to a ghost's curse. His business has flourished over the years, and we have given him free rein. Who knows if he has secretly allied with other sects? Perhaps he has already discovered a means to break the curse we once placed upon him. Shi Qian endeavored to persuade the leader of the ghost infant lineage to unite against the Jiang family, yet the latter remained indifferent. I am already aware of the situation. You may take your leave. My intentions are not selfish. Our sect faces grave peril. To fend off external threats, we must first secure our internal stability. Shi Qian, you have yet to inherit the title of Snake Lord. This sacred ground is not a place for you. I trust my words are clear. The leader of the ghost infant lineage issued an eviction order, yet Shi Qian stood motionless, unyielding. What? Do you not heed my words? The underground passage fell into a brief silence, only to be pierced by the soft, sinister laughter of Shi Qian. Old fool, I knew you would never agree. The ambitions of the Jiang family are evident to all, and yet you continue to indulge them. I cannot fathom the benefits they have bestowed upon you. You slanderous wretch. You dare to malign my master. Were it not for the memory of the late Shigong, I would expel you from the sect. You shall face the 3 great precepts for your transgressions. Me, a first-time offender? You expect me to endure the 3 great precepts alone? You old man, with both hands severed, still dare to speak to me in such a manner? Shi Qian's voice dripped with a chilling coldness, gradually transforming into a frenzied demand. Reveal the incantations to activate the grand formation and return the artifacts of the Shi lineage, or you shall never escape this place. You dare. Though the master of the ghost infant lineage had lost both arms, he still possessed formidable ghostly techniques. As he chanted, ghostly infants formed from resentment crawled forth from behind him. Chapter 573. Intrigues and Deceits. How could one who had attained the position of master of the ghost infant lineage, despite his severed arms, lack true skill? Unlike other professions, strength and cultivation are the sole criteria for evaluation among practitioners of the dark arts. The multitude of ghostly infants, all born of resentment, bore twisted, infantile faces. This sight reminded me of the sinister practices at the Qi Village Maternal and Child Health Hospital, where the mediums of the ghost infant lineage were all deceased infants. Their cruelty was nothing short of appalling. The scene before me further solidified my resolve to eradicate the Sanine sect. I would show no mercy. Let them fight amongst themselves. The more they conflict, the less pressure I shall bear. Concealed in the shadows, I observed everything unfold. The master of the ghost infant lineage was significantly more powerful than Shi Qian, their ghostly cultivation at least 2 realms apart. Yet, I detected not a trace of panic on Shi Qian's face. Since I have come to seek you and dare to speak thus, I am naturally well prepared. Old fool, should you fail to recognize your own folly, do not lament when you descend to the underworld. Shi Qian slowly produced an incense stick from behind, holding it to his chest as wisps of smoke wafted through the underground passage. This incense, taken from the first shrine, was shrouded in mystery. I could not discern its purpose. A faint sweetness wafted into my nostrils, and soon my head grew heavy, as if my very soul were succumbing to slumber. My body swayed, and the lustful spirit behind me succumbed to the same fate. I hastily recalled it to my ghost ring and leaned against the wall, slowly sinking to the ground. My eyelids grew heavier, and just as they were about to close, a sudden chill emanated from the mask of good and evil, rousing me from my stupor. My eyes regained their clarity, and I exhaled a sigh of relief, nearly fainting from the peculiar scent. In Shi Qian's hand, the incense had burned down to a third, casting a veil of mist over the passage. The master of the ghost infant lineage, incensed, seemed to recognize the incense as an exceptionally rare item. Soul-settling incense. Did Shigong reveal to you the method to open the first shrine? How dare you pilfer from the sect's treasures? How could Qigong possibly tell me? That old fool is even more obstinate than you. Xiqian replied with a chilling smile. I have participated in the worship of Qigong and the San Yin on numerous occasions. The techniques and incantations to open the shrine I have long since surreptitiously learned. You old fools have hidden your treasures well. Had I not opened the shrine myself, I would never have known of so many riches within the sect. Are you mad? The soul-calming incense can only be refined using the souls of 1,000 individuals, a legacy left by generations of the 3 sect. To think that you would dare to use it against me. The leader of the ghost infant lineage was utterly exasperated yet helpless. The incense appeared to target only the souls. After a brief experience, I realized that the incense was not harmful in itself. In fact, it could enhance the soul, with the only side effect being that those who inhaled its fragrance would succumb to slumber. The leader of the ghost infant lineage, possessing a robust soul foundation, managed to endure for several seconds before gradually weakening. As for the ghost infants he had summoned, they all lay hidden within the Yin energy, resembling fetuses peacefully sleeping in their mother's womb. You, the leader of the ghost infant lineage, staggered, finding it difficult to even stand. The effects of the soul-calming incense were too potent. Despite his utmost efforts, he could barely keep his eyes wide open, glaring with fury, wishing he could flay Xiqian alive. The old man's possessions were meant for use. What was there to be reluctant about? Xiqian planted the incense into the ground and swallowed 2 pills before approaching the leader of the ghost infant lineage. What good is it for you to guard this great formation's eye? Without your arms, do you still wish to command the 3 sect? Do you still aspire to revive the glory of the ghost infant lineage? Stop dreaming. In the future, the 3 sect will only have one voice. Whatever I command, you must obey. Otherwise, he took out a bamboo tube stained with blood and inscribed a talisman on its side. Before long, 2 vividly colored venomous snakes, as thick as chopsticks, slithered out of the tube. I noticed that these 2 snakes bore an emblem identical to that of their robes. Xiqian's smile grew increasingly maniacal as he used talisman paper to lure the snakes toward the wounds on the leader's shoulders, then fed him half a pill. Old man, this half of the awakening pill should allow you to maintain some bodily awareness. Now tell me how to control the sect's great formation, or I shall let these 2 7-step snakes burrow into your flesh through your wounds. The leader of the ghost infant lineage refused to yield. In response, Xiqian picked up a sharp stone from the ground and stabbed it into the wound on the leader's arm, blood gushing forth in a gruesome scene. One does not shed tears until the coffin is seen. He then affixed the talisman to the wound while chanting incantations, and the 2 venomous snakes darted toward the location of the talisman like swords. Observing this, the leader finally reacted, declaring, "If I perish, you shall gain nothing." Upon hearing this, Xiqian grinned, peeling away the talisman as the 2 snakes narrowly penetrated the leader's body. You are one of the leaders of the 3 sect. How could I kill you? I merely hope you can reveal to me how to control the sect's great formation, and then proclaim to all that I shall be the next serpent lord. Is that request too much to ask? Very well, I shall tell you. A flicker of cold light flashed in the leader's eyes. The 10 Directions ghost refining great formation is centered around the Yin vein of Hate Mountain, enveloped by the ceaseless Yin energy of the earth, covering 10 directions: heaven, earth, east, west, south, north, life, death, past, and future, hence the name of the great formation. To unleash the full power of the formation, 10 cultivators must unite in purpose. However, since our confrontation with the Maoshan sect, the number of disciples in the 3 sect has drastically diminished, and we can no longer gather 10 individuals who understand the formation and possess sufficient cultivation to oversee it. What I desire to hear is not this. Xiqian waved the talisman in his hand, saying, "Do not think I am unaware that the Serpent Lord once stated that as long as one is recognized by the formation's eye, they can preside over the formation without such complications. One may indeed take on the responsibility of presiding over the realm of ghostly arts and formations. Yet there are stringent requirements regarding both the mastery of such techniques and the knowledge of array formations. The capacity of a single individual to wield the full might of a grand array is diminished, often to a mere fraction of its potential. What you need is simply guidance on how to proceed." Under the duress imposed by Xiqian, the leader of the ghost infant sect finally relented, descending the stone staircase into the depths of the earth's veins. As long as you can withstand the onslaught of the Yin energy and touch the focal point of the array, you shall gain its recognition. Is that all? The leader of the ghost infant sect imparted upon Shi Qian certain incantations for controlling the grand array. Concealed in the shadows, I recorded all with my discerning eye, secretly learning. With half of the soul requiescing incense remaining, Shi Qian finally nodded in satisfaction. Old fellow, you show some sense. This incantation aligns closely with my own understanding. How could I deceive you? After all, you are a member of the Three-Yin sect. I would never lead you astray. The effects of the half-spirit awakening pill had begun to wane, and the leader of the ghost infant sect felt an increasing heaviness. Shi Qian, you may extinguish the soul requiescing incense now, right? Once you succeed me, all the treasures of this sect will still belong to you. That is a compelling argument. Turning, Shi Qian extinguished the incense under the expectant gaze of the ghost infant sect leader. He then squatted before him with a smile. My previous transgressions were all for the sake of the sect. I can understand that. The leader of the ghost infant sect replied, nodding silently while moving his legs. Still not fully recovered. It is good that you can understand. Shi Qian maintained his smile and suddenly thrust a talisman into the leader's wound. The two venomous snakes on the ground seemed to receive a command, rapidly burrowing into the bleeding gash as if propelled by arrows. The leader of the ghost infant sect attempted to call out either Shi Qian's name or a curse, but before he could finish, Shi Qian had already stuffed a pre-prepared talisman into his mouth. Old fellow, your understanding is truly delightful. Shi Qian laughed heartily as numerous bamboo tubes fell from his robe, releasing snakes that slithered towards the talisman, coiling around the leader's body. The scene before me was somewhat horrifying. The legendary 10,000 snakes consuming a heart was no exaggeration. How ruthless Shi Qian is. I felt a sense of relief. Had I encountered him earlier, even if I had succeeded in slaying him, I likely would have been bitten by the venomous snakes. The serpent horde continued to gnaw at Shi Qian, indifferent to the leader's cries of agony. As he boldly ventured deeper into the earth's veins, I glanced at the writhing snakes and wiped the sweat from my palms, stepping out from my hiding place, uncertain if the plum blossom poison could withstand the venom. Chapter 574. Guardian of the Yellow Springs. The snakes coiled around the flesh of the ghost infant sect leader, weaving through his bloodied form, sending shivers down my spine and prompting me to instinctively distance myself from his corpse. Surely he must be dead. The leader appeared in a dreadful state, with snakes infiltrating and exiting his garments. I dared not approach, instead skirting along the wall as I passed him. The malevolent cultivators are selfish and merciless. Today, I truly witnessed their utter disregard for the bonds of brotherhood, willing to resort to any means for their own gain. Following the stone steps, I trailed behind Shi Qian into the depths of the earth. This place must be the core forbidden area of the Three-Yin sect. The deeper we descended, the more intricate the symbols painted on the walls became. Were it not for Shi Qian deciphering the path ahead, my safe entry would have been impossible. The Yin energy coalesced into a tangible form, obscuring visibility. Even with my discerning eye, I could see only a few meters ahead. In such circumstances, even though Shi Qian stood not far from me, I could not discern his figure clearly. As I descended further, the Yin energy within my body surged forth like a wild stallion, tirelessly extracting pure essence and drawing it into my Yin orifices to fortify my foundation, thereby gradually elevating my mastery of ghostly arts. If this continues, it won't be long before my Yin-Yang ghostly techniques break through to the fourth realm. The first 3 levels of these techniques bear little distinction from ordinary ghost arts, but from the 4th level onward, their formidable nature is fully revealed, commanding the spirits of the 5 directions with the power of Yin and Yang. The flow of Yin energy indicates that I am on the verge of surpassing my innate talent in ghostly arts, far exceeding my abilities in Taoism and Buddhism. Without the need for deliberate cultivation, everything unfolds naturally, akin to a previous existence as a ghost cultivator, allowing this life to progress without hindrance. Having descended approximately 8 or 9 meters, even with my discerning eyes, I could not perceive my surroundings. It was not merely darkness. A thick fog of Yin energy enveloped everything, as if I had entered another realm. Slowing my pace, I let my fingers brush against the rocky walls on either side, seeking solace in their solidity. Suddenly, faint sounds echoed from deeper below, followed by the incantation of the Snake Thousand mantra. It was the first time I had heard it since entering the earth's veins. Had he already located the core of the grand formation? I hastened my steps, eager to pursue, but after traversing another 10 meters, I remained shrouded in darkness, unable to discern anything. Where had he gone? Had he vanished? The walls, eroded by the yin energy, bore grotesque patterns reminiscent of the wrinkles on an elderly face. This desolate place was devoid of life, immersed only in shadows and chill. My wrist trembled as the 4 jade orbs on my ghost ring illuminated, as though the spirits within yearned to emerge. The earth's yin energy, a pure essence accumulated over countless ages, explained their fervent desire to connect with me. The surroundings appeared relatively safe, so I decided to release them. The enhancement of their strength would also benefit me. After contemplation, I unleashed all the spirits, allowing them to absorb the earth's yin energy while I ventured deeper with only the desire ghost by my side. The yin energy swirled around me, rendering visibility nearly impossible. I could hear the voice of Snake 1000 but could not see him. My pursuit revealed only the remnants of used talismans and fragmented formations scattered on the ground. The downward passage narrowed, transitioning from a width suitable for 2 to barely accommodating 1 in a sideways manner. How much further must I go? I furrowed my brow as an invisible resistance emerged within the tunnel. The yin energy surged like ocean tides, rolling in waves from the depths of the earth. This energy was of such high purity that even ordinary spirits dared not consume it. Strangely, even the powerful desire ghost wavered under the onslaught of the yin tide. Yet I remained unaffected. The yin-yang ghostly techniques operated autonomously, as the 18 yin orifices within me continuously absorbed the pristine yin energy surging from the earth's depths, converting and assimilating it at an astonishing pace. Could this be attributed to the uniqueness of my ghostly cultivation? As the tide of yin energy intensified, I had no choice but to leave the desire ghost outside to seek a suitable location for absorption and cultivation while I pressed on alone. After enduring 5 consecutive waves of the yin tide, I finally caught sight of Snake 1000. He appeared quite disheveled, clutching a handful of talismans, reciting incantations to dispel the formation while struggling against the relentless tide of dark energy. Should I strike now? At this moment, all of Xiqian's attention was devoted to unraveling the formation, utterly oblivious to the presence of another person behind him. If I were to act now, the probability of success would be 100%. Perhaps I should wait a little longer. I, too, wished to witness the protective array of the 3 yin sect. The passage was shrouded in darkness, and Xiqian was merely a meter or 2 away from me, yet remained completely unaware. This was my first foray into the underground veins, rumored to be inhabited by various terrifying monsters, fraught with peril. However, this particular vein was an exception. It had been transformed over decades by the 3 yin sect, surrounded by numerous talismans and formations, thus rendering the danger considerably lower compared to natural veins. As I descended deeper, the waves of dark energy intensified. After enduring 13 cycles of this ominous tide, Xiqian finally faltered. His crown askew, black hair disheveled, and his robe riddled with tears, I could hear his labored breaths even from a distance. If he could withstand just 5 more cycles, he would reach the heart of the array, an opportunity that could only arise once. Should I fail to seize control of the formation, the old man's demise would be revealed, and I would never rise again. At that moment, Zhang Yuan would surely rally the sect to hunt me down. Xiqian, with his venomous nature, was ruthless not only to others but also to himself. He produced a jade vial from his robes and swallowed all the pills within without hesitation. 1 minute later, the effects took hold. A peculiar crimson hue crept across his delicate visage, as if the superficial blood vessels had burst, accompanied by faint wrinkles forming at the corners of his eyes. Was he sacrificing his lifespan and vitality to enhance his strength? I was astonished that Xiqian had consumed 5 or 6 pills in one go for the sake of his objective. Empowered by the elixirs, he advanced a short distance, pausing only when 2 cycles of dark energy remained. The color had drained from his face, leaving it as pale as parchment, his life force nearly depleted. Step by step, he trudged forward in the murky passage, the chilling winds howling as if a colossal beast awaited its prey to venture willingly into its maw. The dark energy surged like a tempestuous wave, a sight so grand it was hard to believe I was witnessing it underground. Bang! The 17th wave of dark energy crashed upon Xiqian, sending him sprawling back 3 steps before collapsing to the ground. Blood poured from his 7 orifices. His appearance a pitiful sight, yet a fervent zeal shone in his eyes. Only 1 wave remained. His frenzied voice echoed in the subterranean corridor. At this moment, He could simply turn his head and discover another person standing mere half a step away. Alas, he was too consumed by his obsession. Rising to his feet, he brandished talismans and recited incantations, pressing onward toward the passage's end. The final cycle of dark energy brewed, the howling winds slicing through the air like knives against tender flesh. Shi Qian, leaning against the wall, coughed blood, pouring every last ounce of strength into casting ghostly talismans. As time passed, a terrifying aura coalesced at the passage's end. After 2 or 3 seconds, the entire corridor trembled as a shadowy dragon, entirely composed of dark energy from the underground veins, roared forth. The talismans Shi Qian had previously deployed crumbled under the impact of the shadowy dragon, utterly devoured without a sound. In the 18th wave of the sinister tide, it surged forth with an unrivaled ferocity, mercilessly sweeping over Snake Qian before crashing into my body without the slightest reduction in speed. Caught off guard, having remained in the shadows to reap the benefits, I was taken aback and swiftly raised my hands to shield my chest, channeling all my energy into the Yin-Yang ghost technique. Yin and Yang, heed my command. At this moment, I could no longer concern myself with the possibility of exposure, and I shouted aloud, unleashing all 18 Yin orifices to amass my entire Yin energy in defiance of the 18th wave of the sinister tide. The Yin dragon roared. I held my ground for several seconds, but gradually found myself at a disadvantage. Just then, the white bone jade box that I had kept closely by my side suddenly cracked open, a whisper of the departed souls brushing against my ears. Moments later, a faint yellow river-like apparition enveloped my body. Was this the Yellow Springs command? The Yin dragon collided with the Yellow Springs apparition, causing it to sway slightly and splash a modest wave before vanishing into the underground passage. Chapter 575. The earth veins had it disappeared? The stone walls on either side still bore the scars left by the Yin dragoness passage. My entire body ached. Everything that had just transpired was no mere illusion. Breathing heavily, I leaned against the stone wall and retrieved the white bone jade box from my bosom. After absorbing the Yin dragon, the box closed once more, appearing even more ghastly pale. The Yellow Springs command could only be used once a year. Could absorbing the Yin dragon hasten its recovery? I shook my head and tucked the white bone jade box away. The price for each use was exorbitant, far beyond my capacity to bear. With the 18th wave of the sinister tide behind me, I could now enter the true earth veins. I bent forward and took a few steps, soon spotting Snake Qian. He lay on the ground, pale and marred with wounds. Not yet dead, Snake Qian's vitality was remarkably resilient. Even after being pierced by the Yin dragon, he still clung to life. I crouched beside him, and due to the evil and good Azura mask I wore, Snake Qian could only see my indifferent eyes. Who are you? Who I am is of little importance. What matters is that you have only just realized my identity, perhaps a tad too late. I am not one to indulge in idle chatter. With a skinning knife sliding into my palm, I swiftly slashed across Snake Qian's neck. May you be reborn as a good person in your next life. Blood gushed forth, and I gazed at it for a while, a peculiar thought arising within me. This crimson hue could be considered one of the most beautiful sights in the human realm. How splendid it would be to behold it often. Rising to my feet to avoid staining myself, I kicked aside Snake Qian's corpse, sensing a subtle change within myself, though I was too enmeshed to discern the exact nature of the issue. With Snake Qian eliminated, only minor nuisances remained. Dispatching them would grant me peace of mind. I pocketed a half-burnt soul incense from Snake Qian and waited for the sinister tide to completely subside before advancing toward the end of the underground passage. As I entered the wind tunnel where the Yin dragon had appeared, my surroundings opened up dramatically. It resembled an underground cliff, with unfathomable chasms carved as if by the hand of the heavens, creating a majestic and grand tableau. Within the abyss, the overwhelming Yin energy surged upwards like a torrent, reminiscent of a waterfall cascading in reverse. This unique topography was a sight I had never encountered before, and I paused for a considerable time to gather my thoughts. Is this the earth veins? The source of the Henshan Yin veins? As I gazed at the swirling malevolence, I found myself at a loss for words. Once, I harbored doubts about the existence of a submerged dragon beneath the city of Jiang, but now, having witnessed the scene within the earth's veins, all my uncertainties dissipated like mist. This world is far more magnificent than I had ever imagined. Such a vast and wondrous land could potentially nurture all manner of life. I stood at the precipice of an underground cliff, flanked by immeasurable abysses, with only a narrow stone bridge, scarcely a foot wide, stretching before me. This bridge appeared not to be sculpted by human hands, but rather formed by nature itself, extending approximately 9 meters, resembling a horn striving to pierce the earth. I exhaled the impurities from my lungs, focusing my attention as I stepped onto the bridge. The chilling atmosphere on either side threatening to cast me into the depths should I falter. Having come this far, how could I possibly turn back? Recalling the methods taught by the leader of the ghost infant sect to manipulate the serpent, I bent low, lowering my center of gravity as I traversed the bridge. Peering down, I beheld the roiling malevolence, with spectral dragons rising and falling within the misty sea. If I were to fall, there would be nothing left of me. 1 meter, 2 meters, I successfully crossed the 9-meter-long bridge and arrived at its far end. Before me lay a stone platform, approximately 3 square meters in size. Its edges marked by the passage of time. If one were to calculate, this platform likely predates the city of Jiang itself. Climbing onto the platform, I was rendered speechless by the astonishing sight before me. The platform was concave, resembling a massive inkstone, yet instead of ink, it contained a viscous stream of malevolent water. Could this be the yin-yang fish? The malevolent water occupied only half of the platform's space, while the other half bore a stone tablet. Inscribed upon it were symbols issuing a decree from the mountain deity, accompanied by an oil lamp that had long run dry, leaving only a wick emitting a faint mist that mingled and clashed with the malevolent water. Yin embodies coldness, darkness, convergence, and impurity. Yang embodies warmth, light, transformation, and righteousness. To my astonishment, in the very core of the Yin veins of Henshan, I discovered the mountain deity's tablet, where the extremes of Yin and Yang stood in opposition, mutually restraining one another, thus ensuring the stability of this grand formation under the guidance of talismanic magic. The interaction of these two energies gives rise to all things. The cosmos harmonizes and life emerges, with Yin and Yang intertwining in ceaseless transformation. This is the essence of Yin-Yang. Utilizing these principles, a grand formation is constructed throughout the generations. The leaders of the Three Yin sect must have included remarkable figures. On the stone platform, the delicate equilibrium of Yin and Yang maintained a subtle balance, fusing and refining, eliminating malevolent and impure energies, which then permeated the stone walls and evaporated to the surface, forming a Yin energy that could be harnessed directly and was harmless to righteous practitioners. The ingenuity of this formation's design is truly remarkable. I stood at the edge of the stone platform, observing for some time, as a hint of greed flickered in my eyes beneath the mask. If I could master this grand formation, even in the face of the righteous alliance, I would possess a measure of self-defense. Alas, the steps to control the formation are exceedingly complex. Even a master of formations might not grasp it within mere hours. My understanding of formations is but superficial, leaving me with little hope. Yet, unwilling to have ventured in vain, I resolved to attempt to harness the power of the formation according to the methods I had committed to memory. With the incantations and gestures entirely correct, I proceeded with utmost caution, daring not to err. The intelligent lamp has extinguished, yet its remnants still illuminate the vastness. After reciting the incantation, I was taken aback to witness a reaction on the stone pedestal. The dilapidated oil lamp flickered back to life, and in an instant, the statue of the mountain deity radiated a blinding light. The surge of Yang energy disrupted the balance, and the malevolent, murky waters seemed unwilling to be compelled by the bright energy, roaring tumultuously. The transformations occurring within the small stone platform swiftly escalated into upheavals throughout the entire underground ley line. The chilling winds howled, swirling wildly as if yearning to transcend the boundaries of heaven and earth. The vengeful spirits and restless souls, long trapped in the depths of malevolent energy, slowly emerged, transforming this place into a realm of ghosts. It appeared that I had ventured too far. Cold sweat dripped from my brow. At this juncture, retreat was no longer an option. I continued to chant the incantation until the malevolent energy reconciled with the statue of the mountain deity, restoring the balance of Yin and Yang. From the murky waters, a black stone surfaced. Was it not reminiscent of a ghost stone? Smooth and flawless, it hovered between the realms of reality and illusion, seemingly composed entirely of dark energy. Intriguingly, it evoked a sense of familiarity within me. Could the source of the malevolent ley line be merely a stone? I dared not ponder further as the anguished wails of spirits reverberated, shaking the entire ley line. With no path of retreat available, I resorted to the technique imparted by the ghostly infant's sect master to manipulate the grand formation. I formed a seal, recited the incantation, and reached for the black stone, the heart of the 10 directions ghost refining grand formation. Mastery of it would grant me partial control over the formation's functions. The winds howled fiercely as I firmly grasped the edge of the stone pedestal with my right hand for stability, extending my left hand. The moment my fingertips grazed the murky waters, I instinctively recoiled as though electrocuted. This water must not be touched by flesh. The instant my fingers made contact with the malevolent waters, toxic energy invaded, causing my entire arm to swell. It seemed the ghostly infant sect master had left a trap to ensnare those like Xiqian. Indeed, none of these wicked practitioners were to be trusted. The meridians in my left arm had been sealed by the paper craftsman along the wooting path, preventing the venom from spreading, yet it festered within my arm. If this worsened, my only option would be to sever my left arm. Gritting my teeth, I resolved to take drastic measures, thrusting my left arm into the malevolent waters. Fingers clenched tightly around the black stone. The heart of the formation rested in my palm. In that moment, an overwhelming surge of dark energy poured into the stone, activating all 18 orifices within me. As my internal energy continuously infused the stone, I gradually lifted it from the murky depths. Simultaneously, I uttered the final segment of the incantation. In an instant, with unwavering intent, I declared, all beings across the 10 directions, heed my call and pay homage to the spirits. Chapter 576. The gates of life and death. The origins of this black stone eluded me. Yet an inexplicable sense of familiarity stirred within my heart. Perhaps I had encountered it in the recesses of my forgotten memories. As the incantation concluded, I raised the black stone nearly to the surface when a tremendous force impeded its ascent. The writhing shadow dragons roared within the ley line, and massive whirlpools of dark energy formed amidst the chasms as if a great calamity were about to unfold. This place was far too sinister. I had to escape swiftly. Following the movement of the black stone, the ley line did not settle but instead erupted into a seismic frenzy, with all dark energy plunging into a state of violent chaos. The stone platform trembled as if on the verge of collapse. I yearned to flee, yet my left hand felt as though it were nailed above the sinister, murky waters, rendering it immobile. Was this piece of chess not meant to be taken away? The sudden turn of events left me utterly stunned. Had I exerted so much effort merely to extract the black piece and pilfer the essence of the Yin vein? Now, it hovered atop the murky waters, unable to be removed, and firmly grasped my palm, incessantly siphoning my source of Yin energy. If this continued, I would surely be drained dry. Anxiousness surged within me, yet I found myself without recourse. I was strictly adhering to the incantations imparted by the ghost infant sect master. But the chasm between reality and aspiration was starkly vast. Where had I gone awry? A chilling wind swept through the chasms of the earth, and the Yin energy whirlpools continued to expand, increasing in number until they stabilized at 10. They rotated along fixed trajectories within the earth's veins, with the one closest to me lingering beside the stone platform, ready to engulf me should it expand even slightly. No, I absolutely could not perish here. My impulsive descent into the earth's veins may have been reckless, yet I held no regrets. At least I had glimpsed a hidden aspect of this world beneath the surface, an awe-inspiring spectacle that ordinary people might never witness in their lifetimes. Desperately, I summoned my ghostly arts for a final attempt. As the black piece absorbed all the Yin energy within me, my vision dimmed, and my body was inexplicably drawn towards the stone platform by the black piece. Damn it! Was this black piece intent on consuming my flesh as well? Without a supply of Yin energy, the black piece sank slowly, but more frighteningly, it had a firm grip on my palm, striving to drag me into the sinister, murky waters. My body could no longer maintain balance. I released my grip on the edge of the stone platform, flailing my right hand wildly. Just as I was about to fall into the platform, my flailing right hand landed upon the mountain god talisman. It was merely a coincidence. Yet an unimaginable event unfolded. The innate true energy within me began to circulate autonomously, unimpeded by the Yin energy, flowing swiftly through my meridians. What was happening? Before I could comprehend the situation, the innate true energy had already entered the talisman. Nourished by this energy, the mountain god's decree on the talisman suddenly radiated a brilliant light, The seemingly ordinary statue appeared to come to life, exuding an aura that suppressed mountains and rivers alike. The yang energy surged, establishing a delicate balance with the black piece. The 10 energy whirlpools ceased to expand, and the earth's veins were no longer as ferocious as before. Looking back at the stone platform, the black piece was grasped in my left hand, suspended above the sinister murky waters. The mountain god talisman, pressed by my right hand, emanated a formidable presence. I could not ascertain how much time had passed. Only when the earth's veins regained tranquility did the pulling force on my hands diminish. I hastily withdrew my hands and retreated swiftly, daring not to approach the terrifying stone platform again. I felt utterly drained. Upon entry, I had been at my peak, filled with yin and true energy. Yet now my body was entirely exhausted, akin to that of an ordinary person. It was over. To restore my true energy and yin energy would require at least a day and night. I still needed to exit and eliminate any remaining threats. The mere thought of the task to eradicate the malevolent entities in the underworld fills me with trepidation. This hunt represents my most fortuitous opportunity, as the sinister practitioners of the San Yin sect remain utterly unprepared. Should I fail to eliminate them completely and allow them to escape to other cities, I fear I may never fulfill my mission in this lifetime. Regret is futile now. I cautiously retreat, unwilling to linger in this perilous place. Perched upon the narrow stone bridge, I shift my position slightly, but as time passes, I gradually sense something amiss. It appears that I possess the ability to influence the ambient yin energy here. My cautious movements were initially prompted by a fear of being unbalanced by the chilling winds of the underworld, potentially leading me to plummet into the abyss. However, when the winds did arrive, I was astonished to find that these previously fearsome gales now caressed me gently, akin to the tender touch of a lover's hand. They not only revitalized my withered yin veins, but also actively mitigated the spread of poison coursing through my arm. What is happening? As I sit in the center of the stone bridge, I am taken aback, and it is only upon glancing at my hands that I begin to comprehend the situation. The yin energy predominantly coils around my left hand, which had recently grasped that black chess piece. In the palm where my hand had made contact with the piece, an ancient black seal has manifested, resembling the character for death. Conversely, in my right palm, where I pressed the mountain deity talisman, a shallow golden seal has now appeared, seemingly signifying life. Life and death. The sight of these two characters evokes memories of words spoken by the leader of the Ghost Infant sect. He once mentioned that the 10 Directions Ghost Refining Array requires 10 adept disciples to unleash its full potential, and that the array is further divided into 10 cardinal points: heaven, earth, east, west, south, north, the gate of life, the position of death, past, and future. Could the emergence of the characters for life and death on my hands signify the gate of life and the position of death within the 10 Directions Ghost Refining Array? Have I inadvertently become the master of the array, capable of wielding a fraction of its formidable power? This hypothesis is tantalizing. If true, all my prior sacrifices would have been worthwhile. The 10 Directions Ghost Refining Array is a formation meticulously refined by the San Yin sect over generations, having withstood the test of time to become their greatest trump card, arguably the most precious aspect of their myriad legacies. I am now acutely aware of the array's focal point. I have previously assessed the efficacy of the character for death, which enables one to evade the assaults of yin energy and manipulate it to some extent. Before I venture forth, I must familiarize myself with the character for life. Each character in the grand array holds distinct powers, and mastering its intricate operations will require careful contemplation and study. There is no rush. Once I have obliterated the San Yin sect, everything here will belong to me, granting me ample time to become well-versed in the array. It is unprecedented for an outsider to command a sect's grand array, a feat that has never been accomplished even by the most righteous sections. My ability to reach this juncture is a result of countless coincidences and a smattering of fortune. As I caress the face of the good and evil Shura mask, I realize that since donning this artifact, my luck has gradually improved. The threads of causality binding me have dissipated, rendering me immune to celestial retribution. This has fostered a growing dependency on the mask, to the point where I am reluctant to remove it. I sense a subtle shift in my mindset. But it matters little. When faced with life and death, the foremost consideration is survival. The yin energy, once a potential hindrance, now serves as my ally, exerting every effort to mend my wounds. I employed the art of yin-yang ghost manipulation for merely half an hour. Yet the 18 yin orifices were once again suffused with malevolent energy. To my astonishment, my mastery of ghostly arts also effortlessly ascended to the 4th tier, the realm of the 5 directions commanding ghosts. This 4th tier serves as a pivotal juncture, signifying a level of ghostly cultivation that is undeniably formidable. Retracing my steps, I reclaimed all the spectral entities I had cast aside in the underground passage. Although their time spent in this realm was brief, they exhibited remarkable enhancements, particularly Wang Shi, whose once frail essence was now fortified. Under the sun's rays, he could have easily disintegrated, yet he had absorbed the subterranean yin energy, evolving into the most rudimentary form of a ghost. My expectations for Wang Shi are considerable, as he remains the sole ghost I have encountered endowed with human intellect, capable of thought, and retaining memories of his former life. After gathering the spectral beings, I emerged from the cavern's mouth. However, upon stepping onto the stone staircase and entering the underground passage, I sensed something was amiss. The corpse of Xiqian remained, yet the body of the ghost infant sect's leader had vanished. In that moment, I had perceived the leader as deceased, surrounded by venomous serpents, and did not approach his body for a second inspection. Could it be that he yet lives? The passage bore only the remains of the serpents and a pool of foul-smelling black blood, while the leader of the ghost infant lineage was nowhere to be found. Experience teaches that the old are still astute. However, given your grievous wounds, I doubt you can flee far. Summoning the desire ghost to conceal itself in the shadows, I grasped my skinning knife and cautiously descended. All along, I observed traces of blood, yet found no footprints belonging to the ghost infant leader. Based on my conjecture, even if he survived, his time was limited. He was merely in the throes of a desperate struggle. These scattered bloodstains likely resulted from the leader dragging himself along the ground. This old wretch possesses an unexpectedly tenacious vitality. I pondered deeply. Should the ghost infant leader manage to escape, he would likely disclose the intrusion into the underground passage. At this moment, the opposing side of the cavern might have already set a trap, awaiting my unwitting approach. A gamble it shall be. The cave has but one exit, and to escape, I must traverse this path. Delays could prove perilous, and hesitation is not an option. With my knife in hand, I hastened upward, as a glimmer of light began to materialize before me. Upon pushing open a wooden door, I finally returned to the surface. Lifting the black cloth that veiled the altar, I found myself within the main hall of the 3 yin sect. Curiously, the bloodstains on the ground ceased to exist from this point onward. After a thorough search, I found no further traces. Without the guidance of the blood, tracking the ghost infant leader would prove exceedingly difficult. The absence of an ambush suggests that the leader had not alerted the others of the 3 yin sect. Yet, it is equally plausible that hidden within the underground passage are alternate routes through which he fled. After much contemplation, the latter possibility seems most likely. The ghost infant leader is aware of my identity as a usurper of fate. However, given his grievous injuries and the relentless assault of serpents, he would likely not endure much longer. My immediate priority is to eliminate the remaining members of the 3 yin sect. I retrieved my phone to check the time. I had spent over 2 hours within the 3 yin sect, and the outside world had already succumbed to darkness. Time is of the essence, and I have yet to fully comprehend the specific application of the 10 directions ghost refining array. I must act swiftly. In the underground passage, I lingered for far too long, consumed by the dread that my concealed corpse might be discovered. However, before addressing that concern, I needed to inspect these 2 shrines. The soul incense of the Serpent Master was extracted from the shrines, and the fundamental essence of the San Yin sect should be hidden within them. Lifting the black cloth, I struggled with my knife for an extended period, yet I remained unable to open them. Time was of the essence, and I dared not linger any longer, ultimately deciding to abandon the task for the moment. Upon exiting the main hall, I noticed that the oppressive aura outside had thickened, likely due to the tremors of the earth, causing the malevolent energy to seep forth. The dense fog was more advantageous than detrimental to me. Dressed in the robes of the San Yin sect, my presence would only be detected if one approached closely. By the time they reacted, I would have already concluded their existence. Armed with my knife and followed by the specter, I resembled a vengeful specter from a horror film, donning a black and white mask as I spread fear and death throughout the structure. My first target was a surviving disciple of the ghostly infant lineage, who was meditating in the purification chamber. As I infiltrated the space, he was taken aback and panicked, allowing me the opportunity to plunge my skinning knife into his chest. Blood stained his robes and splattered onto me. I did not dare release my grip from his mouth until he ceased to struggle, disposing of his lifeless, convulsing body onto the floor. I closed the door and sought my next prey. The hunt persisted for 15 minutes as I traversed every room and attic of the temple. Now, only 4 disciples from the serpent lineage, led by Zhang Yuan, remained. They had gathered together, fervently discussing how to assist Zhang Yuan in becoming the next serpent master. Amidst their animated discussions, Zhang Yuan occasionally retrieved treasures from beneath his bed to distribute among his supportive peers, including ancient jade, talismans, and intricately polished infant skulls. The Zhang family truly excelled in commerce, leveraging the influence of the San'in sect to their advantage while gifting a portion of their gains to foster goodwill among the sect's disciples. Though these malevolent cultivators were ruthless and fierce, they could not rival the cunning and treachery of the Zhang families and scrupulous merchants. Each individual possesses their own philosophy of survival, and the Zhang family, as the ostensible leaders of Zhang City, exemplifies this notion. Observing the 4 within the room, I did not rush, but patiently awaited the opportune moment to strike them down one by one. The serpent master, with his arrogant and self-important demeanor, had long been a source of irritation for me. Fear not, this time, I, Qing Pai, shall undoubtedly support you. Brother Qing Pai, your nobility is commendable. You must accept this infant skull born of the dark hour. Among us, you are the most skilled in formations, and we have no use for such an item. Indeed, accept it. This is Zhang Yuan's sincere intent. Since my fellow Taoists insist, I shall not be coy. I extend my gratitude to Zhang Yuan. Do not stand on ceremony. Simply call me Zhang brother. Their conversation shifted from obstructing the serpent master's ascension to revitalizing the reputation of the San'in sect's serpent lineage. Reflecting on the friction with the righteous path and lamenting the ever-changing tides of fate, they conversed freely from all corners of the realm until darkness enveloped the sky. 2 of them eventually emerged from Zhang Yuan's chamber, laden with a plethora of treasures, returning triumphantly. With the infant skull born of the dark hour, I shall be able to craft a grand formation of triple transformations. How exquisite! How exquisite indeed! He Qingpi and the person beside him wore smiles, completely oblivious to the anomalies outside. Their prolonged seclusion within the sect had dulled their sense of vigilance. Once they stepped out of the secluded courtyard, I stealthily followed, unleashing 3 specters to surround one individual while I stealthily approached He Qingpi. Brother Qingpi, please wait. Brother Shi Qian is looking for you. I approached him briskly, my voice devoid of any alteration. Looking for me? What does he want? He Qingpi, still holding the infant skull, remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger. I took a step forward, the skinning knife sliding into my palm, lifting my gaze, the black and white mask exuding a chilling intent. He wishes for your company. The blade pierced through his throat, and in that fleeting moment, blood splattered, filling my eyes with a distorted crimson hue. Accompany that word lodged in He Qingpi's throat, leaving him no chance to voice it. His fingers loosened, the delicate infant skull falling to the ground, shattering into pieces. After successfully dispatching him, I did not pause. I turned swiftly to strike at another. The sudden assault caught him off guard, and after overcoming his initial shock, he screamed. The 3 specters descended upon him simultaneously, and he soon found himself at a disadvantage, ultimately succumbing to my blade's caress across his throat. Only 2 remained. When lives are reduced to mere numbers, the act suddenly seems less cruel. Stepping through the pool of blood, I advanced toward the chamber where Zhang Yuan resided. Hearing the commotion, 1 Taoist had already rushed out. Truth be told, had he allied with Zhang Yuan, he might have posed some pressure. Yet, in his impulsiveness, he dashed into the thick fog alone. I could hear him invoking talismans, but my mastery of ghostly arts far surpassed his, thoroughly overwhelming him. The little specters he summoned dared not approach me. This was a battle whose outcome was predetermined before it even began. Only 1 remained. Withdrawing the skinning knife from the neck of the wicked, I leisurely entered Zhang Yuan's room. Gazing upon the pallid middle-aged Taoist, I grinned. Game over. In the face of absolute power, cunning and treachery prove futile. This is why a fox can never outwit a lion. Wait, I have something to say. I am from the Zhang family. I covered his mouth, and the razor-thin blade glided across his throat. My motive for killing him was not to gain any benefit, but merely to protect myself. After eliminating Zhang Yuan, The vast Sanyin sect had entirely transformed into a ghostly domain. Apart from myself and Yun Chuan, no living soul remained. With no time to rest, I disposed of all bodies and bloodied items, casting them into the earth's veins. It took me 3.5 hours to meticulously cleanse the murder scene, ensuring nothing was overlooked. Exhausted, I returned to the Taoist temple's rear old residence. Chapter 578, The Demon Within, Part 2. Pushing open the heavy wooden door, I beheld Yun Chuan sprawled on the floor, his complexion still quite poor. The key that could unlock the chains binding Yun Chuan had already been discovered during my handling of the corpses. After freeing him, I assisted him onto the only wooden bed in the old residence. Gao Jian, you haven't struck some sort of deal with the Sanyin sect, have you? He asked weakly, the festering wounds requiring professional treatment to escape the clutches of death. Did you hand over the manuscripts of the corpse-driving lineage? Yun Chuan's tone was heavy, his gaze fixed on me like a young beast ensnared in a trap. What nonsense is this? How could I possibly give the secrets of corpse-driving to those vile scoundrels? Upon hearing Yun Chuan's words, I felt inexplicably perplexed. Do not deceive me. If you had not relinquished the secret tome of the corpse-transporting sect, how could the Three-Yin sect have permitted your entry? How could they allow you to take me away? Though Yun Chuan had been subjected to unimaginable torment, his mind remained remarkably clear. I offered a faint smile. Comprehending his implication, transactions can only occur when both parties possess equivalent strength. When one side holds an overwhelming advantage, they typically abandon negotiation in favor of a more direct and ruthless method to maximize their gains. What do you mean? Yun Chuan asked, his understanding faltering, a hint of sorrow glimmering in his eyes. As the last heir of the corpse-transporting lineage, that tome was a relic left by his master. To Yun Chuan, it represented not only a treasure of the sect, but also a profound spiritual anchor. Hence, upon suspecting that I had engaged in a trade with the Three-Yin sect regarding the tome, despair filled his heart. If given the choice, he would rather sacrifice his life than allow the tome to be compromised. The meaning was crystal clear. I had not brokered a deal with the Three-Yin sect. Rather, I had stormed in and annihilated their entire sect. My tone was calm and unruffled. Yun Chuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Initially, he thought I was speaking nonsense. However, when he glimpsed the blood-soaked black robe draped over me, his expression morphed into one of incredulity. You alone? You destroyed the Three-Yin sect? His voice trembled. The term destroyed implying a literal eradication of all resources and the slaying of every malevolent practitioner within the sect. Unconsciously, my voice bore a hint of murderous intent. It seemed I had developed an unsettling reliance on bloodshed, akin to the lingering effects of excessive medication. You killed all those lives. Yun Chuan stammered, his teeth chattering as he suddenly found it hard to meet my gaze. Do you think I could stand before you and speak in this manner had I not dealt with them? Prompted by Yun Chuan's reminder, I swiftly removed the robe, preparing to incinerate it or discard it into the earth. But that was a dozen lives, he exclaimed, leaning against the cold, unyielding stone wall, silently observing me. Gao Jian, you seem different than before. People change, I replied, my fingers tracing the icy surface of the evil and good Shura mask. If I had not acted against them, I would surely have perished at their hands. My actions may seem extreme, yet if time were to rewind and grant me another chance, I would choose the same path. No, my master once remarked that you possess a glimmer of light within you, a person who, even when traversing shadows, continues to walk towards the sun. But your current demeanor feels strangely unfamiliar. After a prolonged hesitation, Yun Chuan suddenly spoke. Could you remove the mask? I feel as if I am conversing with another person. I shook my head, declining his request. Beneath the evil and good Shura mask, I wore an additional layer of human skin. I was unwilling to reveal this trump card unless absolutely necessary. Gao Jian, what you just said was my master's observation. He has never erred in his judgments over decades of discerning character. Such a sudden transformation in you must surely have a reason behind it. Each individual harbors their own demons, and once lost within them, it becomes exceedingly difficult to reclaim one's true self. As I listened to Yun Chuan's voice, I gradually closed my eyes, feeling a wave of agitation. Suddenly, a phrase from long ago echoed in my mind, spoken by Lu the Blind. If you become a demon, no Buddha dares to save you. Upon acquiring the lacquered wooden coffin, a ghost had consumed a disciple of the Three-Yin sect within it. At that moment, Lu the Blind believed I was indiscriminately slaying innocents in pursuit of ghostly alchemy. and he had implored me to reconsider my actions. If I do not slay them, I shall meet my demise instead. In such a case, what distinction exists between becoming a Buddha or a demon? With a wave of my hand, I concluded this discussion, pocketed the desires of the ghost, and gently lifted Leng Qingxuan, departing from the old residence. After disposing of my outer garments and the Taoist robe, I carried Leng Qingxuan through the desolate grounds of the Three-Yin sect. The underground Yin veins trembled, and the ghostly array seemed to awaken, enveloping the Taoist temple in an ever-thickening mist that rendered visibility to mere meters. The wails of spirits echoed in my ears, and the hanged ghosts in the pine forest began to stir. However, perhaps due to my mastery over the array of life and death, these apparitions respectfully veered away upon my approach. Navigating through the pine forest, I emerged into the cemetery, where security personnel mindlessly patrolled among the deceased, oblivious to the cataclysmic events unfolding on the other side of the forest. I cautiously maneuvered to avoid detection, reaching the foot of the mountain after a considerable trek with Leng Qingxuan on my back. Once I arrived at a busier area, I set him down by the roadside, observing from a distance as a compassionate driver of a private car came to his aid before I turned to leave. Hiding in the woods, I removed the mask of good and evil. The moment it came off, I felt the weight of fate bearing down on me, as if I were being submerged in deep waters. Gazing at the mask in my hand, I furrowed my brow. The accumulation of merits was insurmountable, and if this continued, I might be condemned to wear it for eternity. With a sigh, I also removed the human skin mask, taking a long detour before returning to Jiang City. Once I entered the urban area, I dared to unlock my phone. It was 8:07 p.m. I should still have time. I hailed a taxi to the Jing-ing Sanatorium, evading security and staff while avoiding surveillance in search of Master Gu. Upon entering Wang Yu's residence, before I could knock, the familiar sound of barking reached my ears. The door swung open, and a sleek-coated dog darted out. White Chi. The fluffy head nuzzled against my thigh as White Chi circled around me, wagging its tail. Calm down and come inside. I scratched White Chi's chin, a long-lost smile gracing my face. Even from several dozen meters away, White Chi had sensed my presence and was scraping at the door. Master Gu approached, hand in hand with Wang Yu, his face flushed with health, indicating a comfortable life of late. Master Gu, I seek your urgent assistance. I cut to the chase. The righteous sects are uniting to eradicate the ghost mother in Jiang City. I fear they may once again use Wang Yu as bait. So I wish for you to take him away from the city. Are these righteous folks so gluttonous? The ghost mother has not wreaked havoc upon anyone. The divide between humans and ghosts is profound, with righteousness and malevolence at odds. Yet the primary motive remains the pursuit of merit and gain. I presented a bank card to Master Gu, containing the meager savings I had accrued from my adult establishment. Take this card and depart Jiang City at once. Afterwards, acquire a new phone card for direct communication. Do not disclose your location to anyone. I find Mr. Huang to be a reliable ally. However, should he receive assistance, the influential sects would undoubtedly exert pressure from all directions. As a businessman, he is adept at weighing benefits. I resolutely declined this matter, insisting that it remain confidential. You must set off immediately. I have already meticulously planned your route. After hastily gathering my belongings in a mere 20 minutes, Mr. Gu guided Wang Yu discreetly out of the sanatorium. I shall not repeat the same mistake again. After bidding farewell to Wang Yu, I held Bai Qi in my arms, gazing at the lifelike paintings adorning the coffee table. Wang Yu is a prodigious talent in painting. In my eyes, his works possess qualities that many professional artists lack. There exists a breathtaking authenticity within them, infused with an indescribable fervor. Amongst the canvases, countless spirits bow beneath the towering presence of the ghostly matriarch, who seems to cast a shadow over all. Chapter 579. The banquet of Hongmen. Wang Yu's paintings encapsulate his emotions, each piece seemingly imbued with a soul of its own. This child is destined for greatness. I carefully folded Wang Yu's artwork and tucked it into my pocket, extinguishing the light in preparation for my departure. As I reached the entrance, Bai Qi suddenly barked twice at the door, as if seeking to ingratiate himself, nudging the ajar door with his head. The moonlight cascaded down the inky strands of hair, illuminating a girl in a simple long dress, her hands clasped tightly, displaying a hint of shyness and surprise, as if unprepared for the spotlight thrust upon her. What a coincidence! Huang Shui, dressed in a light casual dress, stood at the threshold. She must have arrived some time ago. What brings you here? Did you hear what I discussed with Mr. Gu? My expression darkened, my tone tinged with coldness, shattering the romantic atmosphere. No, I came to bring Wang Yu some pastries. Huang Shui extended a delicate basket towards me, offering freshly made yogurt and purple sweet potato puree. Why not give it a try? If you don't fancy it, I can also prepare banana custard, rose glutinous rice balls, coconut sago pudding. That won't be necessary. As I stepped out, Huang Shui and I brushed past each other. I have matters to attend to. Perhaps we can chat another time. Oh, then please take care. With Bai Qi in tow, I walked several meters before glancing back. The delicate girl, as poetic as a painting, still stood at the door, her gaze fixed upon the wilting cherry blossom tree, lost in thought. Casting aside my chaotic musings, I slapped my face and hailed a taxi back to Ting Tang Road to finalize my preparations. Chen Jioga, a disciple of the Xiao Zhuang sect, represented the sect in the hunt for the ghostly matriarch. If I were to confront him, it would be a provocation against the most enigmatic sect of the righteous path. The major sects had initially agreed to convene 3 days hence, yet Chen Jioga's proposal hastened their arrival to today. What urgency compels his haste? During the Deep Dream broadcast, adorned in the mask of good and evil, he should not have recognized me. Yet, he is aware of Jiang City's significance. Could it be that a traitor has divulged my information to him? If so, what precisely have these traitors disclosed to Chen Jioga? This could prove pivotal in unraveling my predicament. It is no wonder that he is anxious. The interval between his 2 live broadcasts is a mere 3 days, within which he aims to find an opportunity to eliminate me under the pretense of vanquishing the Ghost Mother. In this light, Chen Jioga's urgency surpasses my own, unless he is willing to expend points to forego 1 live session. Seated at the center of the adult shop, I absent-mindedly drummed my fingers on the table, too lethargic even to light a cigarette. According to the traitor's previous assertions, Chen Jioga was purportedly a double-faced Buddha, an infiltrator cultivated to embed himself within the show. Yet now, he has entangled himself with Xiao Zhuang, a figure of righteousness. Could this also be part of the double-faced Buddha's scheme? It is curious how a usurper could orchestrate the entry of his subordinates into the ranks of virtuous sects. I am intrigued by the methods employed by the double-faced Buddha. He is playing a grand game, one that I am not yet perceptive enough to fathom. Previously, the show had released an optional task to discern the double-faced Buddha's strategies within dreams. In retrospect, this task seems pivotal. Yet I found myself in a passive state throughout the dream, lacking both the opportunity and time to seek answers. My initial encounter with Chen Jioga occurred while I was wearing the good and evil Azura mask, rendering him completely oblivious to my identity. All his information must have originated from the traitor. However, the traitor and the double-faced Buddha merely share a collaborative relationship, and I have not entirely severed ties with the traitor. If the traitor still desires my allegiance, they are unlikely to pursue my demise. Hence, I can deduce that they have not divulged much to Chen Jioga. As long as I remain cautious and composed, there may still be a chance for reversal. With this thought, I slowly relaxed, igniting a cigarette and watching the curling smoke ascend. The enemy is in the light while I remain in the shadows. This presents an opportunity. I open the ancient method of disguise, gazing at the final page featuring a human skin mask. Perhaps I could fabricate a perpetrator to mislead them. As I meticulously contemplated my murder plan, my phone suddenly rang, and I was taken aback by the caller ID. Huang Buiyuan? Why is he calling me? Under normal circumstances, it should be Secretary Zhang reaching out. He rarely uses this personal number. After pondering for a moment, I activated the recording function and answered the call. Is Gao Jian busy? Speak plainly. I am quite curious as to what matter could prompt Director Huang himself to call me. It's quite important. Where are you now? I'll have Xiao Zhang come to pick you up. First, clarify the matter. I detected an undertone of intrigue in Huang Buiyuan's voice. It was polite, yet subdued. As if a significant figure loomed nearby, someone he dared not offend. It's good news. Several esteemed Taoist masters have arrived in Jiangqing, having heard of your valiant deeds in saving the city, and they wish to meet you. Esteemed Taoist masters? My heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. These individuals had just arrived in Jiangqing and were already seeking me out. Is it fortune or misfortune? If it is misfortune, I cannot evade it. I extinguished the cigarette, but in my hand. Very well, I am at a small shop on Ting Tang Road. Have Secretary Zhang come to fetch me. Make it within 15 minutes. And remember to dress formally. After hanging up, I glanced at the ash on the floor and retrieved 2 cleansing talismans from Maoshan Temple, applying them to myself. My intent was not merely for cleanliness, but to dispel the negative energy and misfortune surrounding me. preventing any discerning individuals from linking me to the Sanine sect, concealing the masks of good and evil, as well as the human skin mask, within my bosom. I entrusted the care of my establishment to Bai Qi and secured the door behind me. Shortly thereafter, Secretary Zhang arrived, piloting Director Huang's luxury vehicle to my doorstep. The presence of such a vehicle signifies your considerable regard for me. It is not merely our esteem, but rather that of the celestial practitioners who hold you, Mr. Gao, in high regard. Once you ascend to greatness, do not forget the brothers who once assisted you in your journey. I smiled faintly, lacking the inclination for idle banter with Secretary Zhang, and fell silent. At 9:05, Secretary Zhang drove me to Century New Garden. Upon arrival, a server promptly opened the car door and escorted me to the banquet hall on the second floor. The atmosphere was vibrant and bustling, reminiscent of the grand wedding of Jiang Chen over a month ago. After being guided into the hall, the server departed, and I meandered between the various tables, akin to a business banquet. All food was available for indulgence, while beverages were tended to by dedicated servers. Where is Mr. Huang? The ambience in the hall was splendid. However, for those of us on the path of cultivation, it was a touch too raucous. I surmised that the practitioners were likely sequestered in a private room. I was in no rush. Having spent the day in transit, my stomach was growling in anticipation of a hearty meal. Among the assemblage of elegantly attired elites in gowns and suits, I appeared somewhat out of place, brandishing a large platter as I indulged freely in the banquet. Disdainful glances swept over me, as the surrounding individuals engaged in eloquent discourse, showcasing their knowledge and refinement. Undeterred, I guzzled red wine, contemplating whether I should bring Bai Qi along to share in the feast. Jiang Xiao, why are you here? A voice rang out in the hall, causing many to turn their heads. Jiang Chen, though still young, had already assumed the role of manager, his future seemingly boundless. He was indeed the young master of Jiangjin real estate, destined for greatness from birth. To my astonishment, he approached me. Could it be that he was inviting me to dance? I sidestepped the bustling crowd, aware that Jiang Xiao was seeking my presence. A mild commotion rippled through the banquet hall as the man emerging from the private room became the focal point, as if illuminated by a spotlight. He was handsome, exuding the confidence of a successful man. Entering the hall, he offered polite nods and engaged in casual conversation, radiating the kind of sunny charm often portrayed in idealized images of perfection. How did Jiang Xiao emerge from the private room? Was he there to greet guests? I heard a distinguished visitor arrived, one whom Jiang Xiao personally welcomed. Many sought the opportunity to converse with Jiang Chen, only to be gently rebuffed as he navigated through the hall towards the most secluded corner. Chapter 580. The gathering of dragons and tigers. The once boisterous banquet hall seemed to quiet slightly, and I sensed an unusual shift, furrowing my brow as I lifted my gaze. Like stars converging around the moon, the host of Century New Garden, Jiang Chen, approached me, all eyes upon him. Since you are here, why not join us in the private room upstairs? With a professionally crafted smile, a fleeting glimmer of resentment flickered in Jiang Chen's eyes. I am but a mere mortal, unworthy of your esteemed company. Taking a sip of red wine and swallowing a morsel of the exquisite duck, I rose and approached Jiang Chen, saying, "Pardon me. I seem to be blocking your path." Anger surged within Jiang Chen's eyes, yet he forcibly restrained himself. There were esteemed guests upstairs, and he did not wish to keep them waiting. As I passed by him, I seized the ginger scallion-baked Australian lobster from the table, placing it onto my tray. It was a striking 1.5-foot-long lobster, a dish I had never encountered before, aptly named Dragon Gate nobility. Returning to my seat, I was undaunted and began to eat. This banquet was organized to welcome those reclusive sects, and the finest chefs were invited. The flavors were commendable. Upon hearing my assessment, Jiang Chen managed a strained smile, urging, "Gao Jian, do not be so childish. The esteemed guests upstairs await you. Do go up promptly so as not to cause embarrassment." It was indeed a bit awkward for the illustrious young master of Jiangjin real estate to be unable to summon even the proprietor of a street-side adult shop. I swallowed the lobster meat, too lazy to lift my head, yet I wondered how his embarrassment concerned me. To be frank, after obliterating the Sanine sect, the Jiang family no longer posed a significant threat in my eyes. Jiang Chen, admired by others as a high, rich, and handsome figure, appeared to me merely as an attractive, empty vessel. The Jiang and Huang families jointly sponsored this banquet to forge connections with those hidden sections. I could comprehend the Huang family's actions, but the Jiang family's sycophancy, despite their ties to the Sanine sect, left me speechless. The so-called future helm of the Jiang family, their young master, had been cast aside to play messenger and servant. Was this truly the esteemed Jiang family? Strength dictates vision, and with a higher perspective, many things appear diminutive, much like Jiang Qin before me. Gao Jian, it is one thing for you to make me uncomfortable, but if you provoke those celestial masters, the consequences could be severe. I chuckled at Jiang Qin's stern visage. Everyone envied your glamorous exterior. Yet who knew you were but a pack of ungrateful wolves? The previous master had barely suffered misfortune before you rushed to seek your next benefactor. The Jiang family truly relished being coddled. What nonsense are you spouting? Jiang Qin's tone abruptly sharpened, seemingly struck where it hurt. His pent-up fury was about to burst forth when a young man clad in a black robe, adorned with golden embroidery, placed a hand on Jiang Qin's shoulder. Brother Jiang, remain calm and composed. Do not be angered. This individual appeared to be in his early 20s, yet spoke with an air of maturity. Why have you come out? As a distant guest, it is I who has not hosted you properly. Jiang Qin's ire dissipated instantly, replaced by a hint of a conciliatory smile. I merely wish to witness for myself what sort of individual is the husband of the rumored ghost mother. The Taoist in the golden-threaded robe glanced at me a couple of times, lamenting, "What a pity, meeting does not compare to reputation. I had thought too much." He smiled with an air of nonchalance, embodying the fantasies that many present held of Taoist celestial masters, who whispered to one another in quiet agreement. The only exception among the crowd was me. Discarding the half-eaten lobster onto my plate, I stood up. "Young Taoist, did you just express a desire to meet the husband of the ghost mother?" "Indeed, but I am rather disappointed now that I have met him." The youthful Taoist's expression bore a hint of disdain, suggesting he was a person who judged by appearance. I dismissed such individuals from my consideration, instead pondering the implications of his earlier statement. This group of disciples from the sect seems to have misjudged a matter. Indeed, Wang Yu is the child of the ghost mother, but I am not Wang Yu's father. The whereabouts of that child's scoundrel of a biological father remain a mystery to everyone. Wang Yu suffers from autism and cannot communicate. I would not dare to inquire about her husband's identity even if I had tenfold courage, given the unparalleled nature of the ghost mother. A series of coincidences have led to no one knowing the true identity of Wang Yu's father. Lu Chun, a survivor of the massacre at Xinhu High School, must be the one who spread this information. Now, everyone believes that Wang Yu is my child and that the ghost mother is my wife. If this misunderstanding is utilized appropriately, it may yield unexpected results. As I rose and stood by the table in a daze, the young Taoist assumed I was preparing to accompany him upstairs, for it was evident to anyone that he was one of the honored guests at today's gathering. Given his perceptiveness, I decided to overlook his earlier rudeness. He turned to leave, but soon realized that the people around him seemed to be observing him. What was the matter? Is this the attitude you have when inviting someone? With a smile, I moved to another position and seized a golden sand king crab, indulging in its exquisite taste. The ancient saying about how poor mountains and evil waters give rise to villainous people could not be truer. I wonder which remote corner of the mountains this ill-mannered fellow emerged from without the slightest semblance of courtesy. In the banquet hall, many were paying attention, and upon hearing my words, most discreetly wiped their brows. The young Taoist, frozen in place, was rendered speechless by indignation. Villainous people from poor mountains and evil waters. Great Lord of infinite heaven, ancestor of the three purities, how dare this rascal insult us, the practitioners of pure cultivation? And you speak of manners? Your mouth is stuffed with food, rendering your words incoherent, yet you have the audacity to criticize my politeness? What of your upbringing? Do you still have any shame? The young Taoist's fingers trembled with rage. After years of pure cultivation, this must have been his first descent from the mountain. Accustomed to the respectful demeanor of the Huang and Jiang families, he was now confronted with an utterly opposite attitude, leaving him in a significant psychological disarray. "You come out." Before he could finish, another figure emerged from the private room. Gao Jian. The voice was familiar, and upon seeing the person, I felt somewhat resigned as I wiped my mouth with a napkin, preparing to ascend the stairs. "I knew your foul temper would inevitably clash with others. Come on up." The newcomer was indeed Leng Qingxuan, who, in a mysterious manner, lowered his voice to inform me that Chun Jioga of the Xiao Zhuang Temple was also present, and that he had inquired on my behalf. "He seems quite amiable and should be of assistance to you. Do not concern yourself with my affairs." I understood Chun Jioga better than Leng Qingxuan. The phrase to know the person but not their heart aptly describes this situation. I rose and walked alongside Leng Qingxuan towards the private room. With the young Taoist and Jiang Chun following behind, their expressions darkened. Observers with discerning eyes could perceive something in this scene. They pointed and whispered, their gazes now devoid of disdain. We traversed through the crowd and arrived at the private room. The attendant pushed open the door, and unlike the clamor outside, the room resembled an ancient poet's gathering, filled with gentle music and the faint fragrance of sandalwood. The atmosphere was one of cultured conversation, filled with scholars and gentlemen. As I entered, the ancient melodies within ceased, and a myriad of sharp, gentle, or indifferently curious gazes swept across me. Please, this way. Huang Guiyuan's eldest daughter, Huang Lan, was also present in the room. She guided me to a spot near the door, inviting me to sit beside her. The melodies of ancient music filled the air as conversations flowed among the guests. I remained uncertain of Huang Guiyuan's intentions for summoning me. With members of Maoshan Temple in attendance, I refrained from overtly employing my discerning gaze, instead opting to observe discreetly from the corner of my eye. Hi, Jian. Your reputation is quite formidable. It took 3 people to finally usher you in, Huang Lan remarked, flashing me a secretive smile. Her demeanor as a strong woman juxtaposed with such a youthful smile held a certain charm. The attendees today are all from the Taoist sect. Do not dismiss them as mere charlatans. Each of them possesses genuine prowess. You, as part of the Huang family, are one of the hosts. Please enlighten me about their backgrounds. Knowing oneself and one's adversary ensures victory in every battle. I shifted slightly, glancing at Huang Lan's enticing lips. In the room, apart from myself, there were a total of 15 individuals, excluding you and your father, Jiang Chun, and Jiang Detao. 11 others sat in a manner dictated by their Taoist robes, divided into 6 categories, 3 facing north and 3 facing south. Kindly introduce them to me in that order. Having spoken extensively in one breath, I noticed a flicker of surprise in Huang Lan's beautiful eyes. Your powers of observation are impressive. It seems you are indeed a professional. She chuckled softly before proceeding with her explanations. Seated to the north are the representatives of the upper 3 sects. In the center, clad in a blue Taoist robe, is the elder Su Yendao, the leader of this sectarian alliance from Qingxing Dao. Behind him stands Su Wugui, the youngest inner disciple of Qingxing, whose prodigious talent is well known. At merely 17, he has already made significant strides in Taoist practices without even a Taoist title. To Su Yendao's left sits the Taoist in blue, Leng Qingxuan from the Maoshan sect, and to his right, the richly attired Taoist Lu Chun from Maoshan. These 3 factions are esteemed within the realm of Huaxia, representing the upper 3 sects. The 6 individuals on the south side are equally noteworthy. To the left, for practitioners in black robes adorned with golden patterns hail from the Chuanjin Jinshan sect, namely Wei Wanming, Wei Liangming, Wei Gongming, and Wei Jiaming. They are orphans raised by the Jinshan sect's master and share a deep bond. Their names derive from the sect's tenets of kindness, propriety, and benevolence. I nodded gently, glancing at the youngest among them, Wei Jiaming. In the center of the southern group is Lu Jingxiu, the guardian of the Lingbao sect. He is of equal standing to Su Yendao, but tends to be taciturn, despite holding a high rank. Among all present, the most enigmatic figure is the last one. Huang Lan discreetly pointed in his direction. This Taoist, known as Chun Jioga, is recognized as the foremost peer among his contemporaries, curiously without a Taoist title. As I repeated the name Chun Jioga in my mind, I caught a glimpse of him looking back at me. He exuded an air of elegance that starkly contrasted with his demeanor in my dreams. Our eyes met, and he offered a subtle, amiable smile. Quite the performer. Had I not been forewarned about Chun Jioga's background, I might have been deceived by his display. It is indeed plausible that this individual could serve as a double agent within the righteous sects, at the very least. His acting skills are on par with those of seasoned professionals. In the elegant chamber, Huang Guiyuan and Jiang Detao engaged in a spirited exchange, both cunning foxes striving to garner the support of these reclusive sections. Standing at their elevated status, they have come to know many secrets that remain elusive to ordinary individuals. Indeed, hidden sects exist, yet they seldom engage with worldly affairs, remaining as elusive as a dragon's tail, making it nearly impossible for anyone to establish connections with them. This very reason is why Qian Ding Pharmaceutical and the Jiang family place such immense importance on this banquet. It represents a rare opportunity for them. The 2 individuals exerted themselves to impress, yet the sect members responded with notable indifference. Observing from a distance, I couldn't help but shake my head. The two titans of Jiangqing's business community had failed to grasp the true purpose of the visitors. They cared little for the Jiang and Huang families' mundane enterprises. Instead, their focus lay on the ghost mother and the merits that could influence the sect's fortune. As the banquet progressed, Huang Buiyuan and Jiang Daitao discerned the lack of interest from the sect members in their words, feeling somewhat awkward as they accompanied the guests, occasionally chiming in. Suddenly, as the music concluded, the door to the elegant room was thrust open, and a man clad in a police uniform strode in. "I have brought the celestial beings," he announced. This tall figure was Chun Jiangwo, the captain of the armed police squad. He beckoned, and two of his team entered, escorting a young man whose eyes were covered by a black cloth. Upon seeing the captive, I squinted, instinctively gripping the armrest of my chair. "Chinurgu?" All the thugs mentioned by Taoist Lu Chun have been apprehended, with several more waiting in the police car outside, Chun Jiangwo stated, his imposing figure radiating authority. Several Taoists around nodded in satisfaction. "Since everyone is here, let us commence." Taoist Su Yan, seated at the central position, opened his eyes. Though he appeared to be around 50, he was, in fact, over 60, and his gaze held a sharpness akin to a sword. "Lu Chun, recount to everyone what you witnessed that day, leaving nothing out." The Taoist in embroidered robes, seated to Su's right, clasped his hands in greeting before rising to narrate the incident at Xinhua High School, where Lu Jin first encountered the ghost mother, without omitting any detail. He disclosed everything, including the interference from the Sanyin sect and the coercive tactics employed by Lu Jin and Zhongjiu against Wang Yu. All was spoken truthfully, devoid of bias or attempts to tarnish my reputation. This display from Lu Chun was somewhat unexpected. Perhaps it was his true nature, swayed merely by Lu Jin's influence that day. Furrowing my brow, I lifted my gaze, only to realize that I had unwittingly become the focal point of everyone present. Though I longed to inquire why they were all staring at me, I ultimately decided that discretion was the better part of valor. I remained silent, absorbing the scrutiny of the crowd. Following Lu Chen's remarks, even Huang Lan, seated beside me, regarded me with newfound respect. She gently nudged me. "So, you are indeed Wang Yu's biological father? Quite the charade you maintained. It seems no good can come from this." I shook my head with a bitter smile, recognizing that no matter what I said at this moment, clarity would elude me. "The situation is as follows. It all stems from my Maoshan temple, and I am truly remorseful," Lu Chun concluded, returning to his seat. "Taoist Lu, your assertion is misguided," countered another. "For we of the righteous path are always united as one. Moreover, eliminating the ghost mother is a duty that falls upon us practitioners. Her malevolence wreaks havoc in our realm, and if not dealt with promptly, the repercussions may be even more dire. Everyone has come here to exorcise evil spirits. So do not hesitate. Anyone with a good idea is welcome to share." After a few Taoists spoke, Su Yan, the Taoist priest seated in the main position, slowly shook his head and finally turned his gaze towards Lu Chun. "You have battled against the ghost mother. What do you estimate our chances of victory are if we unite?" Lu Chun hesitated for a moment. "About 60%. "Only 60%? Su Yan raised an eyebrow. "Please elaborate." "The ghost mother is a high-tier ghost entity capable of manipulating ghost infants, and her strength largely depends on the quantity and quality of those infants. The ghost mother I encountered in Jiangcheng could command hundreds of infant spirits. The disciples of the Three Yin sect were present at that time and had set up the 18 Yama rotating array, which is one of their most renowned formations. Yet, this formation was shattered in less than a breath before the ghost mother. Perhaps it was aided by the geographical advantage of the innate murderous site, but even so, breaking the rotating array in such a short time is an exceptionally terrifying feat." Lu Chun furrowed his brow. "I suspect the ghost mother has already approached the threshold of a top-tier ghost entity." "Top tier?" Wei Jiaming of the Jinshan sect rolled his eyes. "Only superior talismans can harm a top-tier ghost entity. In ancient legends, even those notorious spirits are merely top-tier. Is what you say, Taoist Lu, not a bit exaggerated?" The first time Lu Chun faced the ghost mother, he had fled in panic, unable to even consider the life of his own disciple. And the thought of this spreading would inevitably invite ridicule from the ignorant. For instance, Wei Jiaming, being a young and esteemed disciple of the Jinshan sect, had little respect for the renowned mountains of the world, thus believing Lu Chen's words were merely a cover for his own inadequacy. "Jiaming, do not speak recklessly." Wei Wenming, the elder brother of the Jinshan sect, immediately reprimanded him. Nonetheless, he still defended his junior disciple. I hope Taoist Lu will not take offense. My junior is merely curious. With the 11 of us joining forces, we should be able to eradicate some evil sects from the South Seas. Is it not somewhat low to claim only a 60% chance of success against a mere ghost mother? This time, the Jinshan sect had dispatched 4 young disciples to eliminate the ghost mother. Under normal circumstances, Lu Chen would not bother to engage with them. But given the gravity of the situation, he patiently explained, this ghost has already established a presence, greatly differing from an ordinary high-tier ghost entity. It appears to possess considerable intelligence and emotions. The exact reasons elude me, but if we treat it as an ordinary ghost, we will undoubtedly suffer losses. Most of the individuals in the elegant chamber dismissed Lu Chen's words, believing he was merely making excuses. Only a few, including myself, paid attention. Possessing intelligence and emotions? Reflecting on the scene where the ghost mother leapt from a tall building to save Wang Yuchong, I silently nodded. Indeed, the ghost mother was different from typical ghost entities. I shook my head, a subconscious gesture, but unexpectedly, Su Yan, seated at the head of the table, noticed this detail. His gaze fell upon me as he addressed Lu Chen. Is the one seated at the end of the table the husband of the ghost mother? Yes, indeed. This individual is a ghost cultivator and may have had a conflict with my disciple, Lu Jin. My disciple, having been spoiled since childhood and unable to tolerate losses, falsely accused him of stealing the mystical true Tao. To ascertain the truth, I had no choice but to employ the heart extermination inquiry, only to inadvertently draw out the terrifying existence of the ghost mother. Lu Chen recalled the incident with a sense of helplessness. He had merely acted on orders. Yet the task had not been executed properly, nearly costing him dearly. Ghost cultivator? Su Yan's gaze swept over me twice. Although I bore the marks of affliction, my life was not yet extinguished. The malevolent aura clung to me, yet a thread of vitality remained intact. The old Taoist was surprised. This young man was anything but ordinary. The conversation between the two offered no regard for the presence of others. Thus Huang Buiyuan and Jiang Detao, seated nearby, could hear every word. The terms ghost cultivator and ghost mother left them momentarily stunned, particularly Huang Buiyuan, whose complexion turned an unsettling shade of green upon witnessing my proximity to her eldest daughter. Eliminating the ghost mother hinges on this young man. Should he agree to cooperate, our chances of success could soar to 90%, Lu Chen stated candidly. Upon this declaration, all the Taoists present fixed their gazes upon me. The combined efforts of 11 righteous practitioners against the ghost mother yielded only a 60% probability of success. However, if I were to lend my full support, that likelihood would rise significantly. Even I found it hard to believe the words I uttered. The hall fell into a sudden silence, eyes darting back and forth, until the ancient melodies resumed, slightly alleviating the tense atmosphere. Gaining this young man's cooperation would be no trivial matter. Lu Chen, you have presented me with a conundrum, Su Yan remarked, a rare smile gracing his features, though the reason for his mirth remained unknown. This mission to eradicate the ghost mother came with an edict from the master. All actions were to follow Su Daoist directives. Lu Chen continued to narrate, leaving the resolution of this dilemma to Su Yan. Sipping tea while listening to the ancient melodies, Su Yan turned to me and began, before your arrival, I dispatched someone to the Jingying Rehabilitation Center to retrieve your child, but when my man arrived, he found the place deserted. You were aware of our impending visit, were you not? The child is still young and unfamiliar with you all. I feared you might frighten him, so I had his uncle take him back to his hometown. I replied nonchalantly, having encountered individuals with a stronger presence than Su Yan, thus feeling no apprehension. We have scrutinized the surrounding surveillance. No trace of the child was found. They deliberately evaded the cameras, suggesting a premeditated escape. Chun Zhangwo interjected. However, esteemed immortals, do not fret. I have dispatched my finest subordinates to investigate. I anticipate they will return with the child before dawn. Su Yan nodded slightly, continuing to assess me. Did you hear what he said? I smiled, concealing the chill beneath. What did I hear? This Captain Chun is adept at making promises he cannot keep. He once claimed he would capture me, imprison me, even execute me. Yet here I am, sitting comfortably in this very room. Thus, consider his words mere bluster, for they are unlikely to materialize. Surrounded by adversity, I refused to bow my head. I had become the focal point of attention, and further attempts at subtlety were unnecessary. Chen Zhangwo's expression darkened, remaining silent. While a restrained ergo, overhearing my voice, called out from the private room, Jian Ge? Damn! These bastards are after you. Quick. He turned and struck Chen Ergo in the abdomen, leaving him speechless, prompting Chen Zhangwo to cease his actions, standing impassively at the door. Captain Chen, you certainly command respect, but remember, I shall ensure that punch is returned in kind. My fingers brushed against the mask of good and evil nestled in my embrace, and I adjusted my tone as I gazed upon Su Yin, seated in the main position. The last time, the ghost mother had slain the disciple Lu Jin of the Maoshan Temple because Lu Jin had abducted her child and tormented the innocent with poisonous insects, which drove her to madness. Consider this carefully. The fault does not lie with the ghost mother. Her violent actions stemmed from the torment inflicted upon her own flesh and blood. Furthermore, apart from those few who provoked her wrath, she did not indulge in further bloodshed. Her restraint is evident. She is not the calamity you claim her to be. Are you truly advocating for a ghost? Su Yin observed me with intrigue, then cast a glance at Leng Qingxuan. Do you practitioners of the Yin path and ghost cultivation truly empathize with spirits? Surprised by Su Yan's inquiry, Leng Qingxuan shook his head and replied, to us, ghosts are merely a form of the Tao, devoid of emotion. To speak bluntly, they are better described as tools. I am not defending the ghost mother. I merely wish to elucidate the cause and effect of the situation. Even in the secular world, the punishment for murder varies. Self-defense and premeditated murder are entirely different concepts. I maintained my composure, patiently explaining, as I did not wish to sever ties with the righteous path. However, I soon realized that my efforts were akin to playing a lute to a cow. Those who do not share the same path cannot enter the same door. Your twisted logic is better suited to deceive spirits. Wei Jiaming chuckled, and his senior brother remarked, good and evil cannot coexist. Humans and ghosts are on separate paths. How absurd it is to attempt to impose human laws upon ghosts. Several Taoists expressed their opinions to varying degrees, until Su Yin finally spoke, delivering a decisive verdict. The ghost mother's appearance in the mortal realm is a violation of heavenly laws, disrupting the balance of yin and yang. As cultivators, we are bound to uphold order and rectify this chaos. The ghost mother must be eradicated or sealed. This operation, led by Su Yin, commanded immediate obedience from all present. With the heavens shrouded in stars in disarray, I hope we can all unite in this endeavor. Su Yin did not acknowledge me further, turning instead to Huang Buiyuan and Jiang Detao, seated beside him. You two are esteemed figures among men. Should any trouble arise, I hope you will lend your assistance. Rest assured, Taoist Su, they replied. Upon their affirmation, Su Yin waved his hand lightly, and the two, understanding the cue, took Jiang Chun and Huang Lan with them as they departed. Su Yin then gestured to Chen Zhangwo at the entrance. The once arrogant Captain Chen left without uttering a word, taking 2 team members and Ergo with him. I realized Chen Zhangwo's departure with Ergo clarified Su Yan's intention to wait for Ergo's arrival before engaging with me. He sought to instill caution within me while simultaneously showcasing his own prowess. Thankfully, I had previously arranged for Mr. Gu to escort Wang Yu away via a back route. For had Wang Yu appeared here, I would have been rendered even more passive. Now that the bystanders had departed, I felt free to speak more openly. Su Yin flicked the sleeve of his Taoist robe, releasing 4 yellow talismans that adhered to the corners of the private room. The cacophony of guests outside was instantly silenced, as if he had woven a miniature formation to prevent eavesdropping with a mere wave of his hand. Lu Chun, the esteemed disciple of Maoshan Temple, has spoken words we cannot doubt. The task of eliminating the ghost mother is even more perilous than we previously anticipated. Our combined efforts yield only a 60% chance of success, a figure far too low. To slay malevolent spirits is not merely a trial of worldly experience, but rather a struggle between life and death, where a moment's negligence could lead to the loss of life. Your sect has dispatched you not only to broaden your horizons, but also to subject you to the trials of mortality, transforming you into true exorcists. Su Yin sighed as he spoke. However, a mere 60% success rate is alarmingly low. A direct confrontation with the ghost mother would likely lead to the demise of most among you. Therefore, we must enhance this probability. Su Yin then revealed a palm-sized brocade box from within his robes and handed it to Su Wugui, the disciple of Qingqing standing behind him. The young Taoist, no more than 17 or 18, respectfully cradled the box and approached me. This is a boon from our esteemed uncle. The curiosity among the gathered Taoists, including myself, was palpable. We could not fathom Su Yan's intentions. A boon for me. With a hint of skepticism, I opened the brocade box to find a slab of cold jade, upon which rested a fruit the size of a longan. Its surface, adorned with intricate patterns reminiscent of Taoist markings, appeared as if it were a fragment of celestial fire descended to the mortal realm. Is this the Zhuguo? Leng Qingxuan was the first to speak, having seen many wondrous things as a disciple of Maoshan. Its vibrant, crimson hue and pristine condition suggested that only the ancient Zhuguo tree in the sacred grounds of Qingcheng could bear such fruit. Wei Wunming nodded in agreement, his envy barely concealed. The first consumption of Zhuguo can unblock the body's meridians, cleanse the marrow, enhance innate true qi, and it is even rumored to prolong life. Indeed, my fellow Taoist speaks rightly, Su Yin remarked with a faint smile. However, this millennium Zhuguo possesses another effect that you may not be aware of. It can purge toxic afflictions and dispel the malevolent energies that haunt the spirit. For those who practice the ways of the ghostly, it is a precious remedy. Could it truly eliminate toxic afflictions? My eyes widened. The affliction in my left arm was worsening, and if left untreated, amputation would be my only recourse. It seemed providential that at such a moment, a gift like this Zhuguo could alleviate my urgent plight, even if it could not fully eradicate the poison. My gaze remained fixed upon the Zhuguo, torn between desire and apprehension. Such a rare treasure could not be freely given. Surely, there would be an equivalent price to pay. This is meant for me. As I beheld the Zhuguo within the brocade box, my initial greed dissipated, replaced by tranquility. Su Yin, seated at the head of the table, nodded. From the moment you entered, I have observed your fate. The toxic affliction has invaded your marrow, and your lifespan is limited. Yet, the heavens are benevolent, and by chance, we meet here, with me possessing a millennium Zhuguo capable of dispelling your affliction. This is destiny. Since fate has presented itself, it is only natural that I offer it to you. Su Yan's words stirred my heart. However, I was acutely aware that matters could not be so simple. The notions of divine benevolence and destined encounters were mere fabrications. Without the mask of good and evil, I would be perpetually targeted by misfortune. How could it be that someone would foolishly bestow upon me such a precious millennium Zhuguo? A stroke of good fortune? No. It must herald impending calamity. With this realization, I regained my composure, regarding the Zhuguo in the brocade box as one would a vial of carefully concocted poison. I have never believed in fate's whims. Before the millennium's crimson fruit, my cautious demeanor elicited a subtle nod from the mountain guardian of Lingbao sect, Leng Qingxuan. This marked the first time he had shown any sign of life since entering the private chamber. Prior to this, he had remained as indifferent as a statue, engrossed in solitary meditation. Upon hearing my response, Su Yin spoke, stating that he had heard all of Lu Chun's prior words. The Ghost Mother, being a manifestation of the underworld in the realm of the living, is inherently a mistake. As practitioners of the Tao, we are bound to eradicate this spirit. You are the Ghost Mother's husband in the mortal realm. With your assistance, our chances of success could soar to 90%. Wait a moment. You are fully aware that I am the husband of the Ghost Mother, yet you still wish for my aid in vanquishing her? Is the reasoning of you Tao practitioners so peculiar? Perhaps my choice of words was too novel, as Taoist Master Su Yin did not grasp my intent, merely furrowing his brow ever so slightly. The paths of humans and spirits diverge. Your life hangs by a thread, and this fate may be a consequence of your entanglement with the Ghost Mother. If you wish to extend your years, it would be prudent to assist us. The righteousness of eliminating the Ghost Mother could also grant you merit. Should you agree, I will personally help you refine the crimson fruit to cleanse your ailments. Are you implying that only if I consent to assist in the extermination of the Ghost Mother will this millennium's crimson fruit be bestowed upon me? I gazed at the fruit within the ornate box, thoughts swirling in my mind. It is not merely assistance. Rather, you must comply fully with our directives. At that juncture, Su Yin exhibited a commanding presence. He had to, for he was the leader of this operation, and the Taoist priests under his command were elite from various sects. Losing even one would be a significant blow, thus he must ensure absolute success. I beg your pardon. I am accustomed to a life of freedom. I fear that I may inadvertently hinder your efforts. I politely declined, believing my words to be sufficiently courteous. In the distance, the cold Qingxuan, seated to the north, was fervently signaling me with his eyes to acquiesce. Before I could comprehend the gravity of the situation, the faint smile on Taoist Su Yin's face had vanished. The intent to eliminate the Ghost Mother is for the greater good of the populace. Aligning with the mandate of heaven, Everyone should contribute their share, aligning with heaven's will. If heaven possessed compassion, the world would not witness so many natural disasters and earthquakes. Would it not be better for the seasons to be harmonious year after year? A cold and unfeeling heaven, do you not understand why you should submit? Will you also willingly march to your demise if it commands you one day? As soon as I uttered these words, the atmosphere grew tense. Even the ever-signaling Qingxuan lowered his head, seemingly aware that I had breached some unspoken taboo. Impudent. After a brief moment of silence, Wei Wenming, the eldest disciple of the Jinshan sect, was the first to speak. How dare a mere insect challenge heaven? Several disciples of the Jinshan sect voiced their support for their elder brother, but I paid them no mind. It was clear to any discerning observer that the true decision-maker here was Su Yin of the Qingxing sect. I refrained from retorting, as their words offered little substance. And with a disdainful snort, I returned to my seat. Once the private chamber regained its tranquility, Su Yin finally addressed me. Your name is Gao Jian, correct? The phrase heaven should not be spoken of I gift to you. Remember it well, for it shall bring you only benefits. This is the first time. I shall consider it an inadvertent remark on your part. Should there be a second instance, I might feel compelled to act on behalf of heaven. He sat in the main seat, exuding an invisible aura. His aged body seemed to me as imposing as a towering mountain. Su Yan's methods are inscrutable, and it would be prudent to avoid provoking him, lest I reveal my potential to become a usurper of fate. My thoughts raced, and I chose to remain silent. The righteous sex had completely taken the initiative. Within the elegant chamber, over a dozen individuals united to confront me, and I found myself struggling to cope. Whether you wish to assist or not, you must help. Your brother has already been captured, and your child will be sent here tomorrow. Think carefully. Is it worth subjecting so many of your kin to suffering for the sake of a ghostly mother? Wei Wenming spoke slowly, sipping his tea. Are you threatening me? I retorted. The tactics of coercion, soft persuasion followed by hard pressure, had evidently been premeditated by these Taoist practitioners long before my arrival at the banquet. Do we truly need threats? Besides, do you possess the ability to resist? Wei Jianming, who had long held disdain for me, interjected. Whether I have the ability to resist is something that must be tested. I reached out to touch the ghostly ring, as the Taoist's arrogance had become intolerable. The audacity of these mere ghost cultivators to speak so boldly in our presence was outrageous. Wei Jianming immediately turned to his senior brother, inquiring if he could take the stage and teach this ghost cultivator a lesson. Once subdued, perhaps his attitude will change. One must not be disrespectful, stated Wei Liangming, the second brother of the Jinshan sect, who stepped forward to mediate. His demeanor was refined, and his gaze profound. He was the most inscrutable among the 4 disciples of the Jinshan sect. Why must we quarrel over a ghostly entity? He halted his junior brother, shaking his head. With a flourish of his gold-trimmed robe, he addressed me. The ghost mother, devoid of familial ties, will one day descend into madness. At that point, she will fail to recognize even her own flesh and blood, perhaps devouring them instead. Can you bear to witness such a tragic scene unfold? Whether the ghost mother will harm her own child, I cannot say, but I am certain that you will harm that child, I replied, scanning the faces around me. It was clear that this matter could not be resolved amicably today. If I did not acquiesce, I would likely have no chance of leaving. With this in mind, I resolved to feign agreement. I can assist you, but you must release my brother and friends. They are innocent. Once the ghost mother is subdued, they will be allowed to leave unharmed, and perhaps I shall even bestow upon them some opportunities. After conferring with several other Taoists, Su Yin reached a conclusion, providing me no room for rebuttal from the outset. I now understood that these esteemed Taoists, who appeared genteel and spoke with the grace of ancient scholars, were in fact lofty in their pride, viewing ordinary mortals with disdain. Their decisions were absolute, allowing no opposition. Summoning me was merely a means to secure this unpredictable element firmly within their grasp. It was laughable that before my arrival, I had harbored a glimmer of hope to persuade them, to enlighten them that the ghost mother was not merely an evil specter, but that her actions stemmed from deeper motivations. Yet, my words fell on deaf ears. In their eyes, I was but a lesser being. Since communication seemed futile, I chose to refrain from further argument. On the surface, I agreed to fully cooperate with them, but I added, I fear my life is short due to the poison within me. Therefore, you must provide me the Millennium Red fruit immediately. Infiltrating their ranks would facilitate my covert sabotage at critical moments to assist the ghost mother. As for the reason behind demanding the Millennium Zhu fruit, it is rather simple. I would never let such an opportunity slip away. After the banquet concludes, I shall ensure it is delivered to your chamber. Su Yin gestured for Su Wugui to return. Delivered to my room? What do you mean? A sense of foreboding washed over me. It's nothing much. The night has fallen. You needn't wander aimlessly. Just remain comfortably in the hotel. Chapter 584. The brooch. Do you intend to imprison me? Grasping the ghost ring. A surge of anger ignited within me at the audacity of these arrogant Taoists. We merely request that you stay overnight. There is no need to be alarmed. Su Yin cut short my retort. His Dao robe subtly concealing the movement of talismans beneath, a host of minor talismans arranged in a formation that would likely suppress me instantaneously should they decide to act. While my abilities had indeed grown, granting me the capacity to break formations, such an endeavor would require time, during which I would be easily subdued by the other Taoists. The circumstances were beyond my control, compelling me to acquiesce. Tomorrow, once your child is safely returned, we shall discuss our collaboration in greater detail. Su Yin exchanged glances with Lu Chun, then retrieved a jade brush from his Dao robe, inscribing something upon the prepared Xian paper on the elegant table. They shielded me with their bodies, and lacking the power of clairvoyance, I could only observe their movements without discerning the content of their writing. Once the Xian paper was completed, the Taoists passed it amongst themselves, leaving me in ignorance of its contents. Have you all understood? Su Yin inquired, and the others nodded in acknowledgement. He then incinerated the paper, declaring, I have already calculated the day of the ghost mother's demise. For now, we merely need to conserve our strength and await our moment. The group responded in unison, after which Su Yin summoned Jiang Chun to escort me to a guest room for the time being. Upon returning to the hall, the gazes of the guests towards me had shifted dramatically. It was no jest. The business magnates Jiang Detao and Huang Buiyuan had been ejected, yet here I stood, an obscure youth, remaining until the end. There had to be a hidden motive behind this. Whispers abounded among the crowd, and some with sharp memories suddenly exclaimed, I believe I've seen him at Jiang Shao's wedding. This revelation sparked a frenzy of recognition. Now I recall. Isn't he the young man who caused a scene at Jiang Shao's wedding? What is his background? The inquiry swirled. Didn't he disrupt the Jiang family's event? And now he is being personally escorted to a guest room by Jiang Shao? Could he be the son of a prominent figure from the province? Unlikely. His attire is far too ordinary. You know nothing. This is called being low-key. Perhaps every piece of clothing he wears is a limited edition, deliberately aged to appear commonplace. Hearing the guest's remarks, Jiang Chun quickened his pace, his composure fraying despite his usual restraint. His face was ashen, revealing that he had envisioned countless scenarios of our meeting, yet none had prepared him for this. Observing the tremors in Jiang Chen's shoulders, I couldn't help but smile. The tides of fate are ever-changing. Just a month ago, I was a mere mouse lurking in the shadows of Jiang City, engaging in disreputable activities, while Jiang Chun was a figure I could only look up to. But now, a mere month later, the once unattainable young master appeared to be serving as my guide. I am uncertain when it began, but the Jiang family has long ceased to command my respect. If one were to categorize the opposing forces I face according to their threat level, the Jiang family would undoubtedly occupy the lowest tier. The Sanyin sect, traitors, righteous sects, the two-faced Buddha, and even the underworld showcase. These are the true powers that pose a genuine threat to me. I am continually evolving, both in perspective and strength. One day, I shall unravel all mysteries and no longer be preoccupied with matters of life and death. Upon taking the elevator to the 16th floor, I arrived at the VIP room that was originally intended for practitioners of the Tao. Little did I expect to be the first occupant. Here is your key card, Jiang Chun said coldly, thrusting the card into my hand, unable to endure the humiliation any longer before storming away. His composure still leaves much to be desired, I thought, calling after his retreating figure. Moments later, the sound of a trash can being kicked over echoed around the corner. Entering the room for the first time, I was struck by the opulence of the five-star hotel suite. I slid the key card to activate the lights, illuminating every corner as I meticulously inspected for surveillance and listening devices before finally collapsing onto the enormous bed, spacious enough for three to roll about. Breathing deeply, I felt the weight of the pressure I bore in the presence of righteous cultivators. I harbored an abundance of secrets that must remain concealed, whether it pertained to the underworld showcase or the affairs of the Reaper. Any revelation could have catastrophic consequences. I could not allow the matter of the ghost mother to ensnare me further into this quagmire. Rubbing my temples, I recalled the final actions of Su Yin and Lu Chan. They seemed to have inscribed something on rice paper, passing it around for others to peruse behind my back. What could possibly be written on that paper? Why were they so brazen as to do this in my presence? I stared blankly at the chandelier overhead, contemplating Su Yan's claim that he had calculated the day for exterminating the ghost mother. Yet, they had only just arrived in Jiang City and were unaware of her whereabouts. How could they ascertain the date? The more I pondered, the more entangled my thoughts became. In just a couple of days, the Underworld Showcase livestream would occur again. If they continued to restrain me, how would I conduct my broadcast? Escaping with a human skin mask? Such a move would likely expose my trump card, rendering it a waste. Attempting a forceful exit would also prove exceedingly difficult. Although these Taoists are prideful, they possess genuine skill. Su Yin and Lu Jingxiu, as elder cultivators, are formidable, and among the younger generation. Qingxuan is an adept host with countless tricks up his sleeve. While Lu Chun has already proven himself capable of escaping the clutches of the ghost mother, an experience I have not forgotten. It appears escape is not an option. Thus, I must rely on points to forego my next broadcast. Yet, I realized I still have a chance. Qingxuan, being a host of the showcase, is bound to participate in the live stream. Our last encounter occurred during the last broadcast, and if the cycle is 3 days, we would likely be in the same time frame once more. I could observe his methods, perhaps yielding unforeseen benefits. I remain in the shadows while he is in the light. At worst, I could use my points to exempt myself from one broadcast and then follow Qingxuan into his live stream, causing disruption. If I could orchestrate his downfall, it would be nothing short of perfect. Every host in the showcase is a formidable adversary, yet should one be slain, the rewards are extraordinary. This is evident from my own experience. After enduring 12 live broadcasts, I possess a multitude of treasures, some of which, if revealed, could undoubtedly incite frenzy among the esteemed practitioners of the Tao outside. My broadcasting schedule coincides with that of Qingxuan, and a sudden surge of memory jolts me upright. Prior to the commencement of the live stream at the Qingxuan Maternal and Child Health Hospital, I received a distressing phone call. The caller urged me to proceed to the underground morgue of the Central Hospital in Jiangxing. Subsequently, Tai Ningxiang and I uncovered a corpse, slain by the blood fox, alongside a plum blossom brooch camera. This brooch camera belonged to another streamer, likely dropped during a confrontation with the blood fox. Reflecting upon the scene in the morgue, I discerned no signs of a fierce struggle. The bodies had been concealed. Something was amiss. The blood fox, when committing murder at the subway station, exhibited no inclination toward hiding bodies. Her nature is domineering, and she would disdain such actions. I should have realized that the crime scene had been fabricated. The concealment of the bodies and the arrangement of the scene were not the handiwork of the blood fox, but rather that of the very streamer who had called me for help. As I pondered, another inconsistency emerged. The caller must have been in a dire situation. Yet how could he have had the composure to hide the bodies and stage the scene? Unless, from the very beginning, he intended to set a trap to hunt down other streamers? Cold sweat began to bead on my forehead. Fortunately, I had refrained from going. Who could this hunter of other streamers be? At that moment, a detail resurfaced in my mind. During the live stream in the deep dream, when I first encountered Qingxuan, he was holding a smartphone for the Underworld broadcast. However, I noticed that he never interacted with his viewers, and his room's popularity was rather low. Our meeting was serendipitous. He had not prepared in advance, which suggested he was in a genuine streaming state. This raises a question. If he never engages with his viewers, why then would he go through the trouble of holding a smartphone for the broadcast? He could easily wear the brooch for streaming, freeing up one hand. Narrowing my eyes, a thought crystallized. Could it be that the brooch belonged to Qingxuan? Was it because he had lost the brooch that he was compelled to use his smartphone for the broadcast? Chapter 585. Zhu Guo. If the one who called for help was indeed Qingxuan, then his streaming location must also be in Jiangxing. The tasks assigned within the Underworld broadcasts predominantly require the streamer to reach a designated location within a stipulated time. This presents a dilemma. The tasks are unveiled only at 8 o'clock in the evening. Should the locations be distant, the streamer would be unable to complete them. The Underworld broadcasts have established branches in the deep dream, indicating that buildings akin to number 44 Wuding Road surely exist beyond Jiangxing. I auditioned in Jiangxing to become a streamer, and all the tasks I received were confined to the Jiangxing area. Therefore, Qingxuan's presence becomes rather perplexing. His streaming tasks are also in Jiangcheng, and he is a practitioner of the Xiao Zhuang Temple. Could this imply that the entrance to Xiao Zhuang Temple is hidden within the vicinity of Jiangcheng? Swiftly, I banished this thought from my mind. My understanding of the broadcasts is too limited. Perhaps, as I accumulate more streaming experiences, the intervals and locations of the tasks will vary. Why dwell on such matters? The pressing priority is to extricate myself from this situation. I cannot remain here indefinitely while Su Yin calculates the date for vanquishing the ghost mother. I am unaware of the repercussions of prolonged confinement on my future broadcasts. A dull ache has settled in my head as I recline on the bed. And after approximately 10 minutes, a knock reverberates from outside. Who is it? I rise to open the door, revealing Su Wugui, a disciple from Qingcheng, who enters while cradling a brocade box. Is this for me? I inquire, my gaze fixed upon the box containing the ancient, desiccated red fruit, stirring a profound yearning within me. My master has informed me that you are not of our sect, and given that the ghost mother was once your wife, he has requested your assistance in expelling evil. This fruit serves as one of your compensations. Compensation? One of many? I ponder, slightly baffled. Su Yan, who had just exhibited such assertiveness, now displays a markedly different demeanor. He does not strike me as the type to consider others' feelings. Farewell, Su Wugui states curtly, placing the brocade box down before departing. I stand there, entranced by the red fruit, struggling to suppress the desire welling within me. Once I shut the door, ensuring Su Wugui has distanced himself, I retrieve my phone and dial Lu Xiezi. Old Lu, something significant is about to transpire in Jiangcheng. Stay put and refrain from going anywhere. You should frame that and hang it above your bed, so you can see it every morning. Lu Xiezi retorts, still evidently displeased with me. What do you want? Stop beating around the bush. Ah, you know me well. I chuckle, snapping a photo of the red fruit and sending it to Lu Xiezi. This is a gift from Su Yan, a notable Taoist from Qingcheng Mountain. Can you authenticate its validity for me? Su Yan of Qingcheng. He is a prominent figure in the Qingcheng sect. Is he truly giving you gifts? You haven't fallen for a scam, have you? Lu Xiezi seems to finally notice the photo I sent, exclaiming, the red fruit. Do you recognize it? My curiosity piques at Lu Xiezi's reaction. I have seen it in texts. It is one of the 8 treasures of Qingcheng. Its initial consumption is said to greatly benefit the body and is rumored to extend one's lifespan. After a brief pause, Lu Xiezi continues, indeed, it appears genuine. The skin is inscribed with Taoist patterns, a sign favored by heaven and earth. I converse with Lu Xiezi for a few more moments, confirming the fruit's authenticity and inquiring about its consumption method before ending the call. Have I misjudged Su Yan? I open the window to allow fresh air and moonlight to fill the room. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, I reach into the brocade box and grasp the red fruit. It is remarkably extraordinary, cradled in my palm like a burning flame or a heart pulsating with boundless vitality. As the fruit possesses a yang nature, I first remove the ghost ring, gathering all the yin energy within me into the yin aperture, channeling a trace of innate true qi to circulate within me. Chanting the wonderful true heart method, I swallow the red fruit whole. The fruit, about the size of an infant's fist, dissolves instantly upon contact, initially feeling like boiling water scorching my throat and esophagus. However, once it settles in my stomach, the medicinal properties radiate warmth throughout my body, akin to having ingested the nascent rays of the sun. Since the usurpation of the throne, warmth has been a rare sensation for me. It is only in this moment that I feel the invigorating warmth of blood coursing through my body, infusing vitality and medicinal power into my limbs and bones. A soft sigh escapes my lips, akin to a frostbitten soul suddenly immersed in a hot spring. Between the extremes of cold and heat, my body emits a rhythmic thumping, reminiscent of bones colliding or tendons and muscle stretching. As I engage in the intricate practice of the true heart technique, I focus inward and perceive a golden energy in my lower abdomen, representing the vermilion fruit, which shows no sign of diminishing. Even before I begin to absorb it, the mere emanation of its essence exerts a profound influence on my being. Astonished, I initiate the formal absorption of the vitality and energy contained within the vermilion fruit. Like the golden energy of solar essence, it traverses through my meridians, restoring those weakened by the venomous affliction, enhancing them anew, as if they were soaring dragons. Having consumed merely a tenth of the vermilion fruit's energy, I successfully restore my meridians, stabilize my realm, and then direct the golden flame towards my left arm. The venom is sealed within by the paper talisman, and I dare not recklessly breach its confines. Instead, I carefully channel the golden energy through the delicate meridians, gradually eradicating the venom. How intensely hot! My skin flushes as if scorched by fire. Indeed, my current state resembles that of being roasted. Albeit this fire originates from my own dantian, a benign yang fire for the body. Ripping off my shirt reveals the transformation within me. My entire body glows red, save for my left arm, which remains marred with deep bruises. With utmost caution, I spend half an hour before daring to break the seal of the paper talisman and confront the venom head-on. The venom, devoid of a master, instinctively seeks to invade my body, while the golden energy extracted from the vermilion fruit is meticulously commanded by me, engaging in a calculated clash without wasting an ounce. Over time, the venom begins to falter and retreat. I direct the golden energy into my left arm to repair the damaged meridians, intending to eradicate the venom entirely. To my surprise, the venom ultimately burrows into my palm and then vanishes completely, as if devoured by some unseen force. My thoughts arise as I notice the character for death inscribed on my left hand, a remnant from the earth veins where I touched a black chess piece, serving as a conduit for commanding the 10 directions ghost refinement array. All the venom has entered the character of death, yet the ancient glyph remains unchanged. Is it truly this fragile? With a significant portion of the golden energy from the vermilion fruit still remaining, and with the venom entirely expelled from my left arm, I resolve to use the remainder to enhance myself. The fiery golden energy refines my being, expanding my meridians and fortifying their resilience, while my lower dantian begins to generate an abundance of innate true qi. At this rate, upon fully absorbing the energy from the vermilion fruit, I may well surpass the stage of breath control and attain the realm of listening to the breath. Lu the Blind was trapped in this realm for over 20 years, only breaking through by chance after sustaining injuries to his eyes. In just over a month of cultivation, I find myself nearly catching up to Lu the Blind, a speed that astonishes even me. As the golden energy dwindled to 1/5 of its original amount, I found myself at a pivotal moment of breakthrough. At that precise instant, the dormant three-eyed ghost infant within my kidney orifice seemed to sense something, curling up and trembling incessantly. Is there an issue? My focus was razor-sharp. My willpower reinforced by the dream flower and tempered in the despair district, surpassing that of an average individual, and I likely stood on par with Su Yan. Delving deeply into the golden energy with my formidable intent, I suddenly discovered that nestled within the depths of this golden mass lay a pale talisman. Chapter 586. A Calculated Strategy. The talisman's color was faint, concealed amidst the golden energy of the Zhu fruit, making it nearly imperceptible. Had it not been for the three-eyed ghost infant's instinctive fear, trembling within the kidney orifice, I would not have meticulously examined the golden energy. Upon introspecting the talisman, it appeared no larger than a fingernail, densely inscribed with minuscule characters. What troubled me further was that these characters seemed to pulsate with life, fluctuating in a fixed rhythm, as if controlled remotely by an unseen hand. I had never heard Lu the Blind mention that a millennium-old Zhu fruit could harbor a talisman. This must have been deliberately inserted. I dared not act rashly, fearing that the golden energy might consume the talisman and embed it within my dantian, while also worrying about alerting the individual who had planted it. The Zhu fruit was presented by Su Yan, personally delivered by his disciples from Qingxing, leaving no room for substitution. This suggested that the talisman was likely prepared specifically for me by Su Yan. A cold smile crept upon my lips. This old fellow harbored ulterior motives, concealing them deeply. Uncertain of the talisman's purpose and unwilling to experiment, my sole intention was to expel it swiftly. Channeling my mysterious true heart method, I attempted to envelop it with innate true energy. However, each time I prepared to extract it from the golden energy, the characters on the talisman erupted into a frenzy, as if about to detonate within my dantian. Could it not be forcibly separated? My true energy proved ineffective, and my attempts with Yin energy yielded no results either. This posed a significant dilemma. A precious treasure had transformed into a ticking time bomb. Sitting on my bed, I furrowed my brow, contemplating whether my intent could guide the golden energy and affect the talisman. My formidable willpower surpassed that of even practitioners of the Tao. This must have been something Su Yan had not anticipated. Like a blade, my intent gradually penetrated the depths of the golden energy, becoming increasingly difficult to access as I approached the core. Fortunately, my intent had been reinforced in the depths of the dream realm. granting me the opportunity to delve into the innermost recesses of the golden energy. As I pressed my intent downwards, the talisman seemed to evade me as if commanded by some unseen force. Intriguing. The person who inscribed the talisman was remarkably cunning. Its evasion of my intent maximized its secrecy. Upon recognizing this characteristic, I resolved to turn the tables. I would envelop the talisman with my intent, isolating it from the golden energy. First, I would absorb the energy, then devise a strategy to expel the talisman. After all, since it had already entered my body, resolving the matter at this moment was futile. It would be wiser to focus on strengthening myself for the time being. I hastened to absorb the golden energy, fervently activating the Maoshan heart method, as a delicate aura began to rise around me. If Lu Chun were to witness this spectacle, his eyes would surely bulge in astonishment. The purple qi emanating from the east, mingling in ethereal wisps, was a manifestation of my mastery of the Maoshan heart method. Among the disciples of the Maoshan Temple, only a select few could achieve such a feat, as the final vestiges of golden energy were transmuted. A sound akin to a clear spring bubbling forth resonated within my body, reminiscent of a great river thawing in early spring. A low rumble, audible only to me, reverberated through my meridians and acupoints, even causing the previously awakened liver and kidney acupoints to expand significantly. My body brimmed with vitality, my heart pulsing robustly. Upon introspection, I noticed a faint golden hue adorning the heart acupoint, the quintessential yang within the 5 organs. With each heartbeat, that golden light spread like fissures across the heart acupoint. The heart acupoint had loosened. I was exhilarated. Having unlocked 2 great locks, I was now closer to the ultimate goal of opening all 9 locks and reclaiming my memories. The benefits of consuming the Zhu fruit extended beyond this. In my lower dantian, the true qi surged unceasingly, with golden light circulating through my blood, ascending to the hidden acupoints behind my ears, breaking through their barriers. I could hear even the faintest sounds from dozens of meters away, both upstairs and downstairs. Was this the realm of listening to breath? Focusing my attention and emptying my mind, I felt as if I were immersed in a warm ocean, distinctly hearing the cyclical variations of my breath within the dantian and meridians, deep, long, even, fine, and subtle. The heart and breath intertwined, and distracting thoughts gradually dissipated. It seemed as though even breathing had ceased, leading me into a wondrous state. It felt as if I could hear everything, all under my control. The Taoist state of listening to breath had been attained. In this realm, many ineffable mysteries naturally became clear. I opened my eyes, feeling that this breakthrough was one of the most gratifying occurrences I had recently experienced. With the unlocking of the hidden acupoints, my hearing had become acutely sensitive, and coupled with my newfound perceptive abilities, my live broadcasts might become considerably easier. A month ago, Lu the Blind lamented that I was the most incompetent individual in 5 centuries, yet now, in just over a month, I was nearly catching up to him. I yearned to call him immediately and share this joyous news, eager to witness his astonished expression. However, as I turned my introspection inward and discovered the pale talisman enveloped by my thoughts, the smile on my face gradually faded. This talisman lingered in my lower dantian, refusing to depart. I could not maintain a meditative state constantly, exhausting my mental energy to keep it contained. I needed to devise a method to expel it from my body. Acting rashly was not in my nature. I preferred to proceed with caution. Why would Su Yin place the talisman within me, even at the cost of offering a millennium-old Zhu fruit? His motives must be significant. Narrowing my eyes, I pondered. I bore no grudge against him, nor had I exposed any secrets that would warrant his animosity. Their primary mission was to eliminate the ghost mother, so this talisman was likely intended as a means to confront her. Unfortunately, the sect held a misunderstanding. They believed I was the ghost mother's husband, the closest person to her in the absence of Wang Yu. Moments ago, the ghostly infant first detected the talisman, instinctively sensing a threat even in slumber, indicating that this talisman possesses remarkable restraint against spectral entities, capable of inflicting significant harm upon them. Su Yin, having implanted this talisman within my being, likely intends to ambush the ghost mother as I approach her. The thought sends cold sweat cascading down my back. After all, I am not the ghost mother's consort. Should I inadvertently strike her in a moment of proximity, the enraged ghost mother would undoubtedly tear me apart first. That cunning old fox. My teeth grind in frustration as I gaze upon the flickering script on the talisman, which remains in a semi-activated state. If the purpose were merely an ambush, there would be no need for it to be perpetually activated. At this juncture, I recall the peculiar behavior of the righteous cultivators, who were circulating a piece of rice paper in the elegant chamber, seemingly inscribed with something significant. They performed this odd act before my very eyes, and then proclaimed they had calculated the date of the ghost mother's demise. Most intriguingly, they could have easily awaited my departure to conduct such actions, yet they chose not to. A cacophony of thoughts surged in my mind, leading me back to the initial query. How did Su Yan ascertain the ghost mother's date of death? After the ghost mother's departure, no one knew her whereabouts. It remains uncertain whether she is even in Jiangqing. Shaking my head, I resolved to employ reverse reasoning as per criminal psychology. Were I in Su Yan's position, their objective to eradicate the ghost mother would necessitate locating her first. Beyond the esoteric art of divination, there are three conceivable methods. First, mobilizing manpower and resources to exhaustively investigate potential locations of the ghost mother. Second, employing the same tactic as before, using Wang Yu to lure her out. Third, seeking someone who knows her whereabouts to guide them. In Su Yan's eyes, I am the ghost mother's husband, and coincidentally, I am also a ghostly cultivator. It would be illogical for a ghostly cultivator to lack any connection to his ghostly spouse. Thus, Su Yan presumes I must possess knowledge of the ghost mother's location. Should they directly request me to guide them, I might intentionally lead them astray. However, if approached covertly, I could easily fall into their trap. Their use of rice paper to communicate and the declaration of having calculated the ghost mother's death date. Could this be a deliberate performance for my benefit? Are they attempting to disrupt my composure, hoping to confuse me into revealing information to the ghost mother? If this is indeed the case, then the talisman must possess another function, that of tracking, allowing them to ascertain my location through it. Contemplating this, I moist my parched lips as a notion begins to crystallize. Chapter 587, Diversion. Based on my conjecture, the talisman concealed within the vermilion fruit serves the purpose of tracking and guidance. If I were to transfer this talisman onto another, could it not obstruct Su Yan's judgment? Perhaps even lead them into a dire predicament? There are two locations capable of ensnaring so many righteous cultivators: the Shifang Ghost Refining Array of the Sanyin sect, and the Locking Dragon Village deep within the mountains of hatred. The Shifang Ghost Refining Array needs no elaboration. I have already mastered both the life and death gates. If I can deceive this group of cultivators into the array, I could direct them to the death gate, resolving the matter in one fell swoop. The Locking Dragon Village, on the other hand, is inherently sinister, possessing a unique connection to the dual-faced Buddha. The withered well at the village's entrance connects to the realm of yin and yang. Without the Dreamwing Gu, it remains a path from which one cannot return. Both locations could serve as traps for upright cultivators, yet neither offers a guarantee of success. The Sanyin sect conceals numerous treasures yet to be retrieved, and my grasp on the manipulation of the Grand Formation remains tenuous. Should a misstep occur, it would not be the righteous cultivators who fall victim, but rather myself. As for the Dragon Lock Village deep within the hateful mountains, it is even less secure. That domain belongs to the dual-faced Buddha. Although I harbor intentions of inciting conflict between the righteous sects and the dual-faced Buddha, both parties are not fools. And while my ideas are commendable, their execution poses significant challenges. Furthermore, despite the arrogance exhibited by these righteous cultivators, their transgressions do not warrant death. Their pursuit of the ghost mother is merely for merit, and I do not share an irreconcilable conflict with them. The grand formation of the Sanyin sect should not be activated until absolutely necessary. Once employed, the plan to annihilate the entire sect would be laid bare. The current Mistress Meng Pua and the leader of the ghost infant lineage remain alive, and numerous disciples of the Sanyin sect are scattered, executing tasks. These are potential threats that must be dealt with promptly. The present circumstances are decidedly unfavorable for me, in terms of both strength and influence. The righteous sects hold the initiative. Since they wish to rely on me to locate the ghost mother, they have undoubtedly prepared for a protracted struggle, embodying the philosophy of restraint typical of cultivators. The righteous sects can afford to bide their time, but I cannot. In 2 days, a live showcase awaits. I must devise a strategy to extricate myself before then. All the aforementioned considerations are merely my conjectures, and proving them could be quite straightforward. I simply need to make a discreet escape during the stillness of the night. If they truly intend to leverage me to find the ghost mother, their guard will not be overly stringent, likely providing me with an opportunity to flee. Tonight, I shall put this to the test. Having come to this conclusion, I concentrated on the pale talisman residing within my lower dantian. It is the most peculiar talisman I have ever encountered, defying simple classifications of lower, middle, and upper tiers. It appears to belong to a special category altogether. My vital energy and yin energy are ineffective against it, and it clings to my dantian like a malignant tumor. I pondered how to expel this entity. I enveloped it with my consciousness to prevent it from contacting my body, but whenever I attempted to pull it from my dantian, the intricate characters on the talisman surged uncontrollably, as if threatening to explode. Being unable to extricate it from my dantian posed a significant dilemma. After much contemplation, I resolved to employ a rather perilous method. My fingers brushed against the ghost ring, summoning the enchanting ghost to my side, and I used ghostly arts to compel her to enter my dantian. As soon as the enchanting ghost laid eyes on the pale talisman within the lower dantian, her countenance turned pale, and she conveyed her terror to me, desperately attempting to flee. I felt a twinge of guilt for her predicament, but I steeled myself and urged the enchanting ghost to merge with the talisman. The original plan was to extract her along with the talisman the moment it adhered to her, but given her current state, that may prove challenging. Her fear of the talisman surpassed all else, and the enchanting ghost was on the verge of losing control. Reluctantly, I had no choice but to return her to the ghost ring. The enchanting ghost, though lacking in combat prowess, excelled at bewitching the minds of mortals. As she refused to comply, I had no recourse but to summon the sturdy, honest stinking ghost. Transformed from the vine of the stinking Tiance, he is a tall, rotund figure with a plump face that, even in his ghostly form, bears little change and is hardly intimidating. In a manner akin to my previous endeavors, the interaction between the foul spirit and the talisman stood in stark contrast to the exaggerated displays of the seductive spirit. The foul spirit appeared remarkably dull, displaying no reaction until it was nearly upon the talisman itself, at which point it emitted a couple of grunts, its corpulent form trembling with agitation. Both the foul spirit and the seductive spirit are classified as C-rank entities. However, the foul spirit possesses significantly greater combat prowess. As for its unique abilities, I have yet to uncover them. Perhaps it merely embodies the lingering obsession that Tian Tung had for foul odors. To my astonishment, a few moments later, the portion of the talisman that had come into contact with the foul spirit began to dim, as if tainted by impurity, causing the inscriptions to lose their vitality and appear lifeless. Could the foul spirit really corrupt Taoist talismans? I found it hard to believe, yet the evidence lay before me. This unexpected utility of the foul spirit felt like a fortunate discovery. Initially, I did not harbor high hopes when I exchanged for these three spirits at the showcase, yet they have brought me considerable delight. Both the foul spirit and the lustful spirit have been fortified within the three insect ley lines. It is possible that this ability manifested only after their enhancement. If I continue to strengthen them, might they yield even greater surprises in the future? This thought brought an involuntary smile to my face. These three spirits may prove to be immensely valuable. As the foul spirit polluted the talisman, it simultaneously consumed its own magical energy, visibly diminishing in size. Once a quarter of the talisman had been tainted, I hastily summoned the foul spirit back into the ghost ring. The talisman must not be entirely corrupted. Losing control over it would certainly raise Su Yan's suspicions and jeopardize my subsequent plans. I utilized my own yin energy to assist the foul spirit in recovering, repeatedly summoning it until the depths of the night, nearly exhausting the foul spirit in the process before finally ceasing my efforts. At this point, I observed that half of the talisman had succumbed to corruption. Its radiance diminished, and the essence of the Tao dissipated. Yet remnants of ancient characters still flickered upon the remaining half. This should suffice. My plan had now entered its most critical phase. I took a deep breath to steady myself. When the night was at its darkest and the earth's yin energy was at its peak, I released the lustful spirit. The lustful spirit was the strongest of the three entities, having trained within the ley lines, and it had brushed against the threshold of B-rank spirits. Should it break through, its power would rival that of the life spirit. It is crucial to note that the life spirit serves as a substitute spirit, lacking in combat skills, while the lustful spirit thrives on desires, characterized by a ruthless disposition that revels in plunder and slaughter. A breakthrough to B-rank would bring about a monumental transformation. The lustful spirit resembled the ninth contestant from the previous killing game, tall, With prominent cheekbones and a mouth full of sharp teeth, it exuded a fearsome aura. Upon its emergence in the room, a chilling wind swept through the suite. I nodded in approval, recognizing its imposing presence. In a similar manner, I urged it into the lower dantian. The moment the lustful spirit laid eyes on the talisman, it displayed overwhelming hostility, charging forward without my direction. The lustful spirit launched a frenzied assault on the talisman, which stood firm. The unmarred half radiated brilliantly, as if secret doctrinal teachings flowed within. Initially, the confrontation was evenly matched, but as time passed, the lustful spirit began to falter. There was no time to waste. I focused my mind on dual tasks, directing the talisman towards the lustful spirit while simultaneously employing ghostly techniques to compel the lustful spirit to consume the talisman. After considerable effort, I endeavored to expel the desire spirit from my body, seizing the rare opportunity presented by the talisman. With my intentions unfurled, I surrounded the spirit, successfully facilitating its departure. The talisman was transferred into the desire spirit's corporeal form, effectively purging it from my dantian. However, before I could revel in my triumph, the spirit began exhibiting signs of instability, as if caught in a tumultuous clash between yin and yang. The talisman burned within its ghostly form like a raging flame, and it seemed inevitable that the spirit would soon be extinguished. To my astonishment, despite the absence of the practitioner, the talisman retained its formidable power. I opened my 18 yin orifices, channeling all my yang energy to stabilize the spirit's form. Yet as my energy dwindled, the spirit's peril escalated. The desire spirit was my most potent ghostly asset. To lose it merely due to a talisman would be an intolerable loss. Unfazed by the possibility of Su Yin discovering my actions, I swiftly employed necromantic arts to compel the spirit to regurgitate the talisman. Unexpectedly, although the talisman had been significantly tainted, its essence remained intact. Upon leaving the spirit's body, it hurtled towards me, seemingly necessitating a host, be it human or ghostly, in which to reside. Having exerted considerable effort to expel this entity, I could not allow it to achieve its goal. The spirit, unable to withstand the pressure, released a foul spirit, which too seemed on the verge of dissipating. I summoned forth the shrieking, alluring spirit, drawing closer to it. As the alluring spirit exerted its energy, the luminescence of the talisman dimmed almost to extinction, but it exacted a tremendous toll on the alluring spirit. Its ghostly form grew increasingly transparent, and should this continue, it would completely vanish. I had no alternative but to compel it to relinquish the talisman. Witnessing the talisman in its weakened state, I retrieved the last ghostly entity, Wang Shi, from within the ghost ring. He had reaped significant benefits from the earth's veins. His soul solidified to the extent that he could briefly endure the sunlight. Wang Shi, unexpectedly summoned, prepared to greet me, but was suddenly engulfed by an overwhelming sense of dread. Number 12? What are you trying to do? In this critical moment, I refrained from explanations and directly introduced the talisman into his body. Wang Shi, hold on. His form appeared as though it were melting, rolling on the ground and howling in agony. My heart ached at his distress, yet I was at my limit with the spirits I had summoned. And the infant spirit remained dormant in the kidney orifice, beyond my reach. Thus, Wang Shi had to bear the burden. In the future, I must capture more spirits to store within the ghost ring for emergencies. Observing Wang Shi's torment on the ground, I whispered a silent apology in my heart. He continued to scream for 2 or 3 minutes, and gradually, I noticed a peculiar change in my expression. Unlike the desire and foul spirits, Wang Shi did not exhibit signs of disintegration. Instead, a faint golden thread-like essence began to manifest. Was this not the golden energy found within the vermilion fruit? When I underwent my recent breakthrough, my body had been filled with this very energy. How could it also exist within Wang Shi? Confused, I observed closely, gradually piecing together an understanding. Wang Shi's condition was extraordinary. He was not an ordinary ghost or spirit, but rather someone I had rescued from the train of death, returned to life. However, due to the demise of his physical form, he had transformed into his current state. Strictly speaking, he differed from ordinary ghosts, resembling more a conscious entity of memory. The talisman penetrated into Wang Shi's chest, resembling a radiant lantern suspended at the position of his heart. The negative energy he had previously absorbed from the earth's veins was dispelled by the light emitted from the talisman. The ancient characters inscribed upon it pulsated, seemingly not intent on ending his life, but rather adapting to his being. Half an hour later, Wang Shi finally ceased his anguished cries, lying prostrate upon the ground. His soul becoming more substantial as the negative energy coursed around his body, intermingled with golden threads, achieving a delicate equilibrium between yin and yang. What was happening? Wang Shi sat up from the ground in a daze. Although his strength was diminished, he now embodied a unique existence, neither fully human nor ghostly, capable of absorbing negative energy while remaining unperturbed by sunlight and certain methods directed at spectral entities. I too was astonished by this outcome, though I concealed my emotions beneath a calm facade. Unobtrusively, I collected 3 spectral beings and managed to muster a faint smile. Wang Shi, I promise that I will indeed restore your vitality. What I have done to help you reconstruct your soul is merely the first step. As long as you wholeheartedly assist me, the possibilities for everything to come to fruition are boundless. Reconstructing my soul, Wang Shi was somewhat bewildered, still grappling with the agony of nearly being incinerated. Indeed, the talisman within your body is exceedingly precious. I pilfered it from a prominent sect. You must not expose it, or it could lead to dire consequences. Wait, I'm a bit confused, Wang Shi replied, his sharp intellect momentarily clouded by the unexpected turn of events. Do not dwell on it. First, acclimate to your new form. I illuminated every lamp in the room, and Wang Shi did not find the brightness distressing. The light posed no threat to him. The positive changes he was experiencing rendered him indifferent to the earlier pain. You could communicate with me, allowing me to mentally prepare. I thought you intended to end my life. How could I possibly harm you? I saved you and have cared for you for so long. Would I do so only to kill you? Rest assured, you will be of great assistance to me moving forward. A smile graced my lips. The unexpected entry of the talisman into Wang Shi's being was a delightful surprise. Wang Shi possessed memories and wisdom far superior to those of the other spectral beings, and I could fully leverage him to realize my designs. Whether it was luring righteous cultivators into the vast array of ghostly refinement or creating alibis to orchestrate the assassination of Chunjioga, all were within the realm of possibility. Ideas flooded my mind, and I couldn't help but chuckle. Cunning can often backfire. This time, those righteous cultivators have truly shot themselves in the foot. Once Wang Shi acclimated to his body, I returned him to the ghost ring that I carried with me, feigning that the talisman now resided within me. With internal threats eliminated, I transformed from a passive stance to an active one. It was now my turn to probe. I extinguished all lights and opened every window, then sat beneath the moonlight, breathing deeply to restore the negative energy within me. The Maoshan heart method could not be employed, as any exposure would invite greater troubles. My only recourse lay in ghostly arts. At 3 in the morning, my negative energy had replenished to about 50%. I closed the windows and approached the suite's entrance, straining to listen. The VIP room was well soundproofed, yet I had entered a state of heightened awareness, channeling my vital energy into the hidden wind acupoint, ensuring that no rustle or movement within a dozen meters could escape my notice. The guests in the adjacent rooms had already succumbed to sleep, their breathing steady and deep. The practitioners of the path appear to be unaware of who resides within. The entire 16th floor seems to be exclusively occupied by members of the sect. Undeterred, I continue to eavesdrop, a somewhat oppressive feminine voice faintly gracing my ears. At this late hour, the sound is undeniably alluring. It fluctuates between reproach, gasps, and an unconscious melody that ascends effortlessly, leaving no doubt as to its origin. Is it truly possible that at 3 in the morning, such vitality could belong to a practitioner? Soon enough, I ascertained that the source of the voice emanates from directly below me. In the room on the 15th floor, not a member of the sect. Standing at the window, I feel the night breeze caress my face. If I wish to depart without alerting the practitioners, perhaps I could exit through here. Gazing down at the nightscape of Jiangqing, the thought of plummeting from such a height is mortifying. On the day of my broadcast, I would leave Wang Shi in the room, don a human skin mask, and descend from the 15th floor to intervene in Chunjioga's livestream. Even should I succeed in ending his life, I would possess a flawless alibi to absolve myself of suspicion. Closing the window, I clench my fists. Fortune favors the bold, and my next broadcast shall present the perfect opportunity to eliminate Chunjioga. The longer I delay, the more information the traitor may divulge to him. Once my identity is exposed, all my advantages will dissipate. At that point, I must ensure to carry my plush bear with me, as I believe it too longs to reclaim its form. With the plan meticulously crafted, I must clarify numerous details to enhance the likelihood of success. such as the surrounding terrain and escape routes beyond the 15th floor. If you wish for me to make a stealthy exit, I shall oblige, while simultaneously validating my suspicions. Securing the ghost ring, I resolve to feign a stealthy escape. This course of action serves two purposes. Firstly, to scout the external environment and ascertain the true strength of these Taoists, and secondly, to lull them into complacency in preparation for my plans 2 days hence. Grasping the room key card, I stand alone in the darkness and quietly ease open the door. The corridor is eerily silent, and no one seems to notice. I proceed cautiously, committing each surveillance camera's position to memory. Just as I descend from the 16th floor to the 15th, my ears detect a disturbance. 3 individuals in their rooms appear to awaken simultaneously from slumber. Chapter 589. The fourth path, I take note of the locations of these 3 rooms and continue my descent. The elevator is equipped with surveillance, and there are security passages on either side. The only routes available for traversing between floors are these 3. The elevator is swiftly ruled out due to its cramped confines, which would surely attract attention. Moreover, in the event of an emergency, there would be nowhere to flee. Since fate has decreed my demise, I have developed an inexplicable fear of elevators. My last experience nearly cost me my life, leaving me with a profound shadow of dread. I step towards the left security passage, and only upon pushing open its door do I hear footsteps, someone exiting a suite and following closely behind. Surely, the sect members cannot discern that I am merely testing the waters? The dim lights of the midnight security passage cast an eerie glow, and the seemingly endless staircase evokes an indescribable sense of terror, as if I am compelled to flee to the lower levels and escape this towering edifice. Unimpeded, I ascended to the 13th floor and swiftly slipped into the midst of the level. I had visited this place before. The 13th floor served as a leisure and vacation hall, equipped with various indoor entertainment facilities and a modest-sized swimming pool. The floors beneath the 6th were ordinary hotel rooms, while those from the 6th to the 10th housed private suites and banquet rooms. The further down one descended, the more intricate the layout became, thereby increasing my chances of escape. At around 3 in the morning, the 13th floor was deserted. I gazed at the crystalline surface of the water before entering the changing room and closing the door behind me. I activated my mystical breathing technique, channeling my energy into the acupoints in my ears, and listened intently. In the 13th floor's emergency passage, I detected 3 distinct patterns of breathing. They were evidently aware of my presence on this level, yet refrained from recklessly entering, aiming to avoid alarming me and compromising their position. They could ascertain my location, and my initial hypothesis regarding the talisman was confirmed. It indeed possessed the ability to track and guide. With 2 days remaining until my meticulously planned operation, I exercised utmost caution. After lingering for half an hour, the 3 individuals remained steadfast at their station, displaying remarkable patience. A smile crept across my face. I was not inclined to prolong this standoff any further. I pushed open the door and descended the stairs. As I made my way down, I meticulously navigated through the internal environment of the Century New Garden, familiarizing myself with its layout. To an outsider, I might have appeared as a headless fly wandering aimlessly, but in reality, I seized this opportunity to search for a concealed passage. I had not forgotten my initial confrontation with Luxing, which had transpired at the Century New Garden. That encounter occurred just before the 5th live broadcast, when Lu Jin had invited Tai Ningxiang to a banquet. Luxing, intent on eliminating the 2, had unleashed a formidable spirit to secure the celestial star. Ultimately, it was my use of a thunder talisman that vanquished Luxing's spirit. Yet, I remained perplexed as to how Luxing had escaped the Century New Garden, given that all escape routes, including the emergency passage and elevators, had been sealed by the arriving police and security personnel. A living person cannot sprout wings and fly away. Thus, I was convinced that a 4th route to the outside world must be concealed within the Century New Garden. I had previously lacked the time to investigate this, but now, I seized the opportunity to search thoroughly. The sect members, wary of detection, maintained a considerable distance from me. They could ascertain my location and were confident they wouldn't lose track of me. This complacency afforded me the chance to explore for hidden passages. Reflecting on Luxing's escape route, I spent over half an hour before stumbling upon a passage that was not a passage at all. A multifunctional building like the Century New Garden necessitates high standards for ventilation and lighting, and each floor is equipped with central air conditioning, rendering the internal circuitry exceedingly intricate. Upon reaching the banquet hall on the 7th floor, I inadvertently discovered a ventilation duct above a bathroom stall, measuring approximately 40 centimeters on each side. A ventilation pipe? Upon seeing this, I quickly departed, maintaining a calm demeanor while contemplating whether Luxing might have escaped through the ventilation system. Countless films have depicted agents infiltrating rooms via hotel ventilation ducts to execute missions. However, in reality, accessing a specific room through the ventilation system is nearly impossible, as the hotel's internal ductwork is exceedingly complex, with at least 100 blueprints to navigate. Identifying the target room and establishing the route from these diagrams is no simple task. The challenges extend far beyond the ordinary. The ventilation ducts, which house fans, are utterly inaccessible. Moreover, these ducts are typically constructed from thin galvanized steel, rendering them incapable of supporting the weight of an adult. Occasionally, HVAC maintenance workers may enter these ducts, equipped with specialized tools, as the interiors are not merely hollow but also contain soundproofing ducts, smoke exhaust valves, and other apparatus. To navigate through, one must dismantle these components. Considering this, exiting the building through the ventilation system seems implausible. However, having observed the restroom's ventilation duct, I found myself wavering in my resolve. Ordinarily, the diameter of restroom ventilation ducts does not exceed 16 centimeters, as they are not designed for air delivery, but rather for expelling unpleasant odors, maintaining a balance between the internal air pressure and the external atmosphere. Typically, the exhaust volume is about 80% of the fresh air intake, resulting in restroom exhaust ducts being significantly smaller than those in larger common areas. Yet, the duct I had just seen was rather astonishingly large, allowing a fully grown adult to enter without any discomfort. Could this be the fourth route for Lu Xing's escape? Aware of the presence of sect members behind me, I refrained from crawling inside and instead wandered aimlessly to create a facade. I leisurely made my way to the next floor, where the restroom exhaust duct was considerably smaller. I merely glanced at it and moved on. As I descended layer by layer, nearing the building's base, I suddenly encountered an awkward predicament. No one had attempted to stop me. Was I to simply stroll out brazenly? This was entirely contrary to my previous plan. Were these sect members truly acting so conspicuously? Just as I hesitated to reveal my position, a blinding beam of light from a flashlight pierced the darkness, prompting me to instinctively shield my eyes. Stop right there. The abrupt command alleviated my awkward situation. A barely perceptible smile crept onto my lips as I looked up to see the source of the voice, a portly figure clad in a gray security uniform. Shiryofu? I was somewhat taken aback upon recognizing him. The corpulent security captain, with an air of diligent authority, brandished his flashlight alongside another guard wielding a baton, gesturing towards me. I've seen you on the surveillance feed. What are you doing wandering around at this hour instead of staying in your room? Shiryofu, brimming with self-satisfaction, seemed to believe he had cracked a major case, wearing a proud expression as he mocked. With an elevator available, yet you choose the stairs. You must have some nefarious intentions. He proceeded to contact the other security personnel, shattering the tranquility of the night. I suppressed my smile, inwardly reveling in the unfolding chaos. In an effort to claim credit, Shiryofu even called Jiang Chun, who, unaware of the situation's intricacies, promptly alerted the sect members. Faced with such a bumbling ally, the sect practitioners could no longer maintain their charade. Emerging from the shadows, they feigned having just been awakened, their faces etched with displeasure and ire. Witnessing their expressions, Shiryofu and the tardy Jiang Chun believed they had accomplished something significant, their words laced with pride. The sect members, stifling their grievances, resolved to unleash their pent-up fury upon me. Gao Jian, where do you think you're going? The first to speak was Wei Jianming, youthful and impetuous, who had been following me through the building for nearly half an hour, his patience evidently exhausted. I chose to ignore him and instead directed my gaze towards the end of the corridor where three others stood alongside Wei Jianming. Wei Wenming, the senior disciple of the Jinshan sect, Lu Chun, and Qinzhouge. All four were clad in neatly arranged Taoist robes, their hair impeccably styled, clearly indicating they had come prepared rather than hastily summoned. I perceived their intention without voicing it, my mind occupied with another matter. While I could sense the presence of three individuals through their breaths, I was acutely aware that four were actually trailing behind me. One among them had completely concealed his aura, rendering him undetectable. Despite comparing the breathing patterns of the four, I still found myself uncertain. Could it be Qinzhouge? In reality, he appeared even more formidable than in my dreams, which only intensified my resolve to eliminate him. What is your business? Where are you headed? Wei Jianming's voice had risen significantly. I shot him a disdainful glance. Do I need to inform you of my whereabouts? Daoist Su Yin has invited you to stay for your own good, fearing you might act rashly. Wei Wanming interjected, defending his junior. He gestured for the security personnel to disperse. We are here to resolve matters. You have done well, so please continue your efforts. His tone was neither warm nor cold, devoid of any discernible emotion, while Shi Yufu, eager to please, scurried away. It seemed that Jiang Chun had sensed something amiss and retreated to the first floor. Now that we are alone, Wei Wanming adopted a serious demeanor as the husband of the ghost mother. We wish to eliminate her, but fear the predicament you might face caught between us. That is why we ask you to stay. We do not wish to complicate matters for you. Indeed, it's akin to a dog biting Lu Dongbin, unappreciative of kindness. Wei Jianming echoed, both acting convincingly. Had I not discovered that talisman beforehand, I might have been led to believe their charade. Imprisoning me is for my own good? I scoffed. If that were truly the case, I acknowledge your good intentions and bid you farewell. You think you can leave? How dare you act so defiantly in our presence? I paid no heed to Wei Jianming's follow-up comments and turned to leave without looking back. The youngest among them, unable to withstand my resolute demeanor, produced a radiant talisman from his hand. I command you to stop. Chapter 590. The Three Wonders of Heaven, Sun, Moon, and Stars. Wei Jianming's breath was erratic. To him, my ability to converse as an ordinary being was a tremendous privilege. I command you to stand still. The talisman shimmered with golden light, its aura suggesting it was a top-tier minor talisman. Are you prepared to act? I continued walking, a sense of anticipation mounting within me. My ghostly arts had neared the 4th level, positioning me among the elite even within the Sanine sect. I wondered how I would measure up against these righteous cultivators. To understand oneself and the opponent is the key to victory in 100 battles. I had previously discussed the Jinshan sect with Lu Xiezi when we spoke of the mystical true path. This sect places great emphasis on worldly cultivation, with disciples renowned for their dual mastery of geomancy and internal martial arts. One notable figure was Huang Chao, the leader of the peasant uprising during the late Tang dynasty, who had exploited geomantic knowledge to excavate numerous Tang tombs in Shaanxi to fund his forces, thus founding the Unloading Ridge Strength sect. The Jinshan sect cultivators excel in both spiritual enlightenment and martial prowess, their disciples known for their formidable combat skills. This is the content that Lu Xiezi initially conveyed to me. Upon reflection, I quietly consolidated my innate energy, allowing the Yin energy to flow through the Yin meridians. Behind me, Wei Jianming silently recited incantations, and compared to the mysterious true path, the Golden Mountain sect excelled in combat magic, employing chants that were difficult to anticipate. As I observed Wei Jianming preparing to strike, the others showed no intention of intervening. Wei Wanming refrained from stopping him, believing that my arrogant demeanor warranted a lesson, while Lu Chun and Chen Jioga seemed merely to be spectators, with their true thoughts remaining a mystery. Although the righteous sects appeared united, each harbored ulterior motives. Vanquishing demons and eliminating evil was secondary, while accumulating merit was of paramount importance. Swiftly, I stepped back 7 paces when a sharp reprimand from Wei Jianming echoed behind me, followed by a sudden gust of wind in the opulent corridor as a beam of golden light raced towards my back. I had long sought to test your capabilities. With my hands forming a seal before my chest, I declared, Yin and Yang, heed my command. The 3rd and 4th tiers of the Yin-Yang ghost technique marked a watershed. Upon reaching the 4th tier, my mastery over Yin energy and spectral entities significantly improved. Even Leng Qingxuan would not pose a challenge for me. With my ghostly arts alone, I could easily subdue him. This marked my first confrontation in the 4th tier of the Yin-Yang ghost technique, having achieved the realm of the 5 directions commanding ghosts. Though my internal Yin energy had only recovered to 50%, it sufficed to contend with a junior from a sect. My hands danced as I executed the intricate gestures, causing the corridor's light to warp, with Yin energy surging forth from every corner of the building, converging around me. The illumination dimmed slightly as the golden talisman approached, its velocity diminishing, enveloped entirely by the Yin energy. Only when it neared my presence did I slowly turn, extending my left hand to seize the golden talisman in my palm. What began as an unintentional act resulted in a startling transformation. The death character left by the touch of a black chess piece on my palm appeared eerily deep, resembling an abyss from which a noxious venom seeped forth, corroding the golden talisman Wei Jian had cast. The talisman, manipulated by the Tianshi with blood and spirit, would harm its wielder upon contamination. To onlookers, it seemed as if I had effortlessly grasped Wei Jianming's minor talisman, exerting a slight force to cause the once mighty golden talisman to shatter and lose all its potency. Wei Jianming, the one controlling the talisman, stumbled back, trembling, without even disturbing a hair on my head. A sneak attack from behind? Is this how you righteous sects prefer to fight? I released my grip, watching the shattered talisman disperse, a stark contrast to its former radiant glory. How did he achieve this? Resolving a talisman with bare hands? Junior brother, are you unscathed? The expressions of the righteous cultivators present varied. Even the usually discreet Chunjiogo was drawn in, fixated on my hands without discerning the method behind my actions. Will you still attempt to obstruct me? Standing in the center of the corridor, I exuded an aura that matched theirs. The wall sconces flickered ominously as the Yin energy continued to gather. With dawn yet to break, the thickening Yin energy amplified my ghostly arts. Though my internal Yin energy had not fully restored, I remained confident in my abilities. Even if I could not confront all four, at the very least, I could gauge a portion of the righteous cultivator's strengths. You speak arrogantly. Yet you are nothing but a rogue. Wei Jianming's complexion was ashen. He still could not comprehend what had just transpired. How could his talisman have been effortlessly shattered? Was the individual before him not human, but rather a skilled specter? Struggling to regain his composure, he felt a surge of shame and indignation at his previous performance. I observed him, the malevolent energy emanating from his 18 Yin orifices enveloping him. Were his feelings of humiliation growing? Did he not feel utterly disgraced, having been repelled by an ordinary person whom he had never regarded with any seriousness? Where could the dignity of the Jinshan sect be placed after such an affront? In terms of understanding the principles of the universe, I would concede that I was inferior to Wei Jianming, who had been cultivating since childhood. However, when it came to verbal sparring, I had never been bested. You seek death, Wei Jianming exclaimed, his temper flaring, completely shedding the demeanor of a cultivator. He reached into his bosom for a golden jade box, preparing to unveil its contents. Whatever lay within that box would undoubtedly disperse the surrounding malevolent energy. Junior brother, at a crucial moment, Wei Wanming intervened, restraining the lid and preventing Wei Jianming from opening it. I felt a twinge of disappointment as Wei Jianming concealed the box once more. It was likely a protective artifact entrusted to him by the Jinshan sect, one of their trump cards in the hunt for the ghost mother. Such treasures were exceedingly rare, and losing one was a significant blow. I sighed in regret, though I did not dwell on it. Brother, this scoundrel may insult me, but he shall not demean the Jinshan sect. Wei Jianming, raised within the sect, held a profound sense of loyalty. Step back and allow me to handle this. Wei Wanming, far more accomplished than Wei Jianming, approached me with an imposing presence. We fear you may find yourself in a precarious position, caught between righteousness and malevolence, which is why we invited you to stay the night. Yet, not only do you disregard our counsel, but you also speak disrespectfully. Today, I shall teach you a lesson on the existence of forces beyond your comprehension. What need is there for such prattle? Which righteous cultivator dared to ambush me from behind? Your actions reveal the true faces of you hypocrites. With this declaration, I condemned all sects indiscriminately. Lu Chun and Chun Jioga, who had been watching the unfolding drama, involuntarily twitched at my words but quickly regained their composure. You, with your sharp tongue, shall soon witness our true prowess. Realizing he could not counter my words and acknowledging their own culpability, Wei Wanming chose silence. He began to chant a spell, conjuring 4 golden talismans that he affixed in a square formation around the corridor. A complete set of talismans? I recognized Wei Wanming's exceptional skill. He was determined to uphold the dignity of his sect and was thus employing formidable measures. The power of the talismans increased exponentially with their quantity. The initial 4 were merely the beginning, as he continued to chant, manifesting 8 more talismans, crafting a golden seal comprised of the inscriptions. Hi Jianming, your path of ghostly cultivation has led you astray. I hope this golden seal can awaken you. Wei Wanming pressed his palms together, directing the collective force of the 12 talismans toward me with intent to strike. You righteous cultivators are fond of lofty principles, preaching them to others while failing to adhere to them yourselves. Is my ghostly cultivation truly a descent into depravity? Is your practice of soul nurturing and spirit manipulation the epitome of profound law? As the golden seal bore down upon me, I felt an unprecedented pressure. Wei Wenming's mastery far surpassed that of Wei Jianming, their abilities differing by at least 2 realms. Enough of your words. Prepare to receive my challenge. The golden seal pressed down upon me, yet I dared not muster the entirety of my dark energy to invoke the 5th tier of the yin-yang ghost technique, the 5 directions command of ghosts. I summoned the spirits of the Eastern Green Plague, the Southern Red Plague, the Western Blood Plague, the Northern Black Plague, and the Central Yellow Plague. The combined malevolent energy from all directions began to converge upon me, with the Century New Garden standing atop the dragon vein of Jiangqing beneath my feet. From the swirling shadows emerged 5 colossal specters, each imbued with the essence of the dragoness aura, their appearances fearsome yet distinct from typical phantoms. These 5 ghosts exuded an aura of immortality, as if they were inextricably linked to the cycles of heaven and earth. The 5 plagues? His ghostly powers have ascended to such heights? Previously, his mastery was merely nascent. Lu Chun was the most astonished among all. His previously calm demeanor had vanished, replaced by sheer astonishment at the sight of the 5 towering phantoms. The 5 plagues represent the most terrifying of apparitions. In ancient times, the emergence of any one of these specters heralded a cataclysmic disaster. What I conjured was but their shadows, borrowing a fragment of their will to execute my ghostly art. However, as my mastery of the ghostly techniques continues to rise, there shall come a day when I can summon the true 5 plagues. Upon uttering the incantation of the 5 directions command of ghosts, several righteous cultivators found themselves unable to maintain their footing. Wei Wenming's golden seal was repelled by the 5 phantoms, which, nourished by the dark energy, continued to grow larger, 2 meters, 3 meters, 4 meters. The phantoms, contorted and ravenous like starving wolves, fixated their fiery eyes upon a few righteous cultivators. Do you think you can humiliate me without consequence? I declared from the depths of the night, as all 18 orifices opened, my voice echoing through the darkness. I know your names, spirits of the 5 plagues. The divine cannot nurture the outer evils, whether they be warm or cold, rendering the body restless. The incantation of the 5 directions command of ghosts had yet to reach its conclusion, but the time was not ripe to reveal my full prowess. So I deliberately withheld part of my power. The 5 phantoms surged forth, shattering Wei Wenming's golden seal and lunging toward the righteous cultivators. Yet, they remained composed, each invoking their own spells. Just as a full-scale conflict was about to erupt, a voice resonated above all, reverberating in everyone's ears. Heaven holds 3 wonders, the sun, the moon, and the stars. They connect heaven and earth, astonishing the spirits. The profound resonance of the Tao echoed in our ears, suppressing all discord. I had initially intended to wield the 5 plagues to teach the sect's cultivators a lesson, but this sudden manifestation of Daoic sound could quell the dark energy, subtly suggesting a dominance over all techniques, severely hindering my ghostly arts. Who has arrived? I instinctively sensed the gravity of the situation, realizing a formidable presence had emerged. Even if I were to act forcefully, I would gain no advantage. A sense of retreat took hold of me, prompting me to further diminish the 5 ghosts to conserve my strength. In truth, the power of the 4th tier of the yin-yang ghost technique, the 5 directions command of ghosts, had far exceeded my expectations. Merely utilizing half of my dark energy could rival the eldest disciple of the Jinshan sect. Of course, it was likely due to my opponent's unpreparedness and overconfidence in me. As the Daoic sound reverberated and I intentionally withdrew, the menacing phantoms of the 5 plagues dissipated swiftly. The sound swept through, scattering even the dark energy I had previously gathered. Positioned at the heart of malevolence, I was specifically targeted, causing me to stumble back several steps before colliding heavily with the wall. Though my appearance was somewhat disheveled and I bore minor injuries, I was, in truth, largely unscathed. As the oppressive energy dissipated, the wall lamp restored its warm glow, casting elongated shadows of the approaching figure along the corridor. What decorum is there for a cultivator amidst the chaos of the bustling market? Clad in a cerulean robe that fluttered without wind, the robust Taoist Su Yan approached, his expression one of displeasure. I had indeed acted rashly, and Wenming was willing to accept the consequences. The senior disciple of the Golden Mountain sect, Wei Wenming, promptly stepped forward, taking full responsibility upon himself. His hairpin askew and his golden threaded robe wrinkled, he bore little resemblance to a venerable master, appearing even less dignified than the blind Lu. As he acknowledged his fault, he discreetly exchanged glances with Su Yan. The Taoist, maintaining a stoic demeanor, nodded slightly, indicating his understanding of the situation at hand. I regarded the two of them, still engaged in their theatrical performance, with a dismissive smile. Su Yan's timing was impeccable. Had he arrived even a second later, the disciples of the Golden Mountain sect would have suffered injuries at the hands of the Five Plagues ghost. This old fox must have been present all along. His grim expression suggested he had witnessed the earlier events. It was likely that he was seething with indignation, having seen his well-laid plans disrupted by a mere security guard. Ah, Shi Youfu, you truly are my fortunate star. Speaking of the security captain of the Century New Garden, I found myself at a loss for words. During our first confrontation, he had summoned Master Gu, who subsequently became one of my most invaluable allies. The second encounter further deepened my bond with Tai Ningxiang. And now, in this third instance, he inadvertently took the lead in troublemaking, yet again shielding me from blame. I remained a detached observer as several sect practitioners enacted their drama, feigning weakness. As cultivators, we must cultivate our inner selves and remain steadfast, unshaken by external disturbances. Very well, considering your intentions for the sect, I shall overlook this incident. Let it be a lesson for the future. Su Yan graciously provided Wei Wenming and Wei Jianming with an exit, and the two Golden Mountain sect cultivators dutifully accepted their demotion, refraining from further rashness. Having settled internal affairs, Su Yan turned his attention to me, his expression stern. The information you provided regarding Lu Chun, capable of summoning the plague ghost, is highly questionable. The last time we met, he was merely a novice in ghostly arts, capable of commanding only inferior spirits and with time constraints. Who would have anticipated that within just a few days, his mastery in this field would skyrocket to such heights? Lu Chun himself was at a loss. The path of cultivation and ghostly refinement is a gradual endeavor. It cannot be hastily achieved. He could not comprehend how, in such a short span, he could achieve consecutive breakthroughs. Had he been concealing his true capabilities? A sudden realization struck Lu Chun, prompting him to lower his voice as he confided in Su Yan. I understand now. Gao Jian must have clandestine ties to the Ghost Mother. During our previous skirmish at Xinhu High School, when I and the Three Yin sect besieged him, his flesh and blood were in peril, yet he preserved his strength, fully aware that the Ghost Mother would inevitably make an appearance. This man is ruthless and exceedingly cunning. Had he displayed such prowess earlier, I would not have underestimated him. Yet he feigned helplessness, allowing his child to be tormented, all in order to leverage the Ghost Mother's power to ensnare me and the cultivators of the Three Yin sect. Unbeknownst to Lu Chun, I excelled not only in ghostly arts, but had also entered the realm of listening to the breath. I absorbed every word he uttered with keen attention. It appears they have once again misunderstood me. Heartless and ruthless, remaining indifferent while my own flesh and blood are tormented. This is the new assessment that Lu Chun has made of me. A misunderstanding is simply that, at this stage, it serves my interests well. The more the sect members believe that I maintain a connection with the Ghost Mother, the less likely they are to act rashly. They still harbor hopes that I will lead them to the Ghost Mother, so we shall take our time with this game. In terms of genuine strength, I am far from being a match for the sect members. Excluding others, just Su Yan alone could suppress me effortlessly. If I wish to turn the tide in my favor, I must employ unorthodox tactics to catch them off guard. After Lu Chun conversed with Su Yan, the way they looked at me was somewhat peculiar. Perhaps it was due to psychological suggestion, but I sensed a hint of malice from them. Once their discussion concluded, they approached me, inquiring, "Why did you leave in the dead of night?" I pondered internally. Aren't you the ones eager for me to sneak away? Why question me now? After a moment of reflection, I replied, "Where do you think I want to go? Do I need to consult you on my plans? You are being rather intrusive. You are the Ghost Mother's husband, and she has slain disciples of the Sanyin sect, a heinous act, and you were present at the time. We now suspect that you and the Ghost Mother conspired together." Under Su Yan's prompting, Lu Chun stepped forward. "Return to your room. Once we deal with the Ghost Mother, we shall release you." And what if I refuse? To avoid arousing suspicion, I did not respond directly. If I were you, I would refrain from making such statements. Su Yan replied, waving his sleeve dismissively as he departed. The image of the old Taoist left a weight upon my heart, akin to a heavy mountain. "Return to your room. The sect is united, and you stand no chance." Lu Chun and Wei Wanming flanked me, blocking my path, with no avenue for escape. I had no choice but to return to my room under their escort. Bang! Slamming the door behind me. I turned to ensure no one was around before a smile graced my face. All my speculations had been validated, and I had gained some understanding of the sect members' abilities. When the live broadcast day arrives, I will leave Wang Shi behind in the room, slipping away unnoticed like a ghost. I thoroughly examined my surroundings, finding no listening devices or cameras. Opening the eastern window to face the rising sun, I practiced the heavenly eye and the Maoshan heart method. With 2 days remaining until the live broadcast, I have ample time to restore my body. Yoko is severely injured, Yi Bing remains unconscious, and the perpetrator behind Liu Xiaoji's attack has yet to be apprehended. The situation is shrouded in mystery. However, amid this chaos, I find myself relishing a rare tranquility. Residing in a luxurious suite, meals are delivered on schedule. Having grown accustomed to a life of constant peril, I find the sudden peace somewhat disconcerting. Aware that I am under constant surveillance, I dare not wander aimlessly. Thus, I remain in my room, practicing the Maoshan heart method by day and the ghost arts by night. By the following morning, my body had fully recovered to its peak condition. The kidney and liver orifices have been opened, and after consuming a millennium-old red fruit, I feel a slight loosening in my heart orifice. If I can open this heart orifice, what memories might I recover? The heart is the most vital organ in the human body, and I have a premonition that once the heart orifice opens, it shall be nothing short of extraordinary. There remains one full day ahead. A multitude of matters awaits my attention outside, yet I find myself unable to extricate from this room, pacing restlessly. I surmise this is not a viable solution. So I draw the curtains and immerse myself in the ancient art of disguise. As I read, I absorb the techniques within. Oftentimes, disguise requires no external aids. The human visage comprises 44 muscles, intricately intertwined with blood vessels and nerves, enveloping cartilage and bone, with skin adhering to the skeletal structure. These tissues interrelate and interact, capable of executing an array of movements, pushing, pulling, and distorting to manifest over 5,000 expressions. In ancient disguise techniques, there exists a method to master facial muscles that allows one to alter their appearance in a brief span merely by controlling these muscles. Chapter 592, Learning Hypnosis. This method of disguise, however, cannot endure for too long, as it might inflict severe damage upon the facial muscles. Nonetheless, it serves admirably for emergencies. Once I have thoroughly grasped the ancient text, I set it aside, feeling a tinge of ennui before retrieving the cursed pocket watch. To be frank, this is the most opulent pocket watch I have ever encountered. With a platinum casing and a sapphire crystal, its hands moving like blue flames with each tick. My considerable misfortune, a consequence of fate's design, aligns quite fittingly with this cursed timepiece. When I exchanged for this watch, the product catalog indicated that it not only invites misfortune, but can also be utilized for hypnosis. Following the conclusion of my 12th live stream, the catalog was updated with the principles and applications of modern hypnosis, priced at 3 points. I found it rather steep and chose not to redeem it. However, my curiosity regarding hypnosis remains piqued. Hypnosis could significantly aid my livestream endeavors and various investigations. It is said to possess the capacity to detect lies and manipulate the human psyche. My understanding of hypnosis is rather superficial, primarily gleaned from unreliable films and literary works. Nevertheless, I happen to know someone well-versed in the art of hypnosis. With nothing pressing at hand, I retrieve my phone and dial Truman's private number. After several rings, the call is finally answered. Hello? Old Chu, it's the host. I have some inquiries to make of you, the hypnosis master. The host. I was conducting an experiment and had my phone on silent. I didn't catch you, Truman replies. Not one to dismiss my request, I seize the opportunity and say, I wish to learn hypnosis. Would that be possible? You wish to learn hypnosis? There is a moment of silence from Truman. True hypnosis cannot be carelessly divulged, and learning it is quite arduous. It requires considerable time to grasp the fundamentals. What has piqued your sudden interest in hypnosis? I find it amusing to hear that hypnosis, much like the ancient Taoist scriptures, is shrouded in secrecy. With a resigned smile, I feign nonchalance and say, I acquired a pocket watch from a thrift store. The proprietor claimed it could enhance the likelihood of hypnosis, which is why I sought your counsel. Auxiliary hypnosis? Truman chuckles from the other end. You have been deceived by the external rumors surrounding hypnosis. There exists no object that can augment the chances of hypnotism. Such claims are merely a ruse to mislead novices like you. What do you mean by that? I listened intently, hoping to glean something valuable from Truman's insights. Hypnosis, much like the practice of medicine, necessitates a tailored approach. Different patients require distinct methods of hypnotic induction. The technique you refer to, which involves the swinging of a pocket watch, is known in academic circles as suspension hypnosis. This method captivates the patient's attention on the suspended object, causing their pupils to move in unison with it, thereby achieving the hypnotic state. However, this represents merely the most rudimentary form of hypnosis. We also possess calming techniques for manic patients, as well as suggestive methods for those facing terminal illnesses, among others. Truman conveyed a plethora of information, from which I gleaned a singular truth. Hypnosis is far from a mere act of swinging a watch before someone's eyes. It demands a plethora of specialized techniques. Do not speak of the abstract, old Chu. Teach me, and rest assured, I shall not divulge this knowledge, I assured him. After a contemplative pause, Chu relented, albeit with concern that I might inadvertently end up in police custody during a live broadcast, as employing hypnosis without patient consent breaches both ethical and legal standards. Fear not, I replied. I shall agree to your instruction, for considerations of morality and legality are secondary to survival. Very well, allow me to expound upon the essence of hypnosis. He began. Listen attentively. Brain activity generates a certain type of electrical wave, characterized by its exceedingly low voltage and frequency. Physicians can diagnose and treat psychiatric patients by interpreting the various forms of these waves. Have you ever contemplated how such feeble electrical signals can traverse vast distances, facilitating telepathic phenomena? I found myself struggling to comprehend Chu's increasingly complex discourse, so I feigned curiosity and asked, "Why is that?" Seemingly pleased with my query, Chu's voice took on a raspy, profound timbre as he explained, brain waves transcend three-dimensional space. They are transmitted through a higher dimensional realm. This notion seemed rather esoteric, prompting me to consider the principles of physics. The intensity of light or electrical waves is inversely proportional to the square of the distance from the observer or receiver. However, experiments in telepathy have demonstrated that such phenomena bear no correlation to distance. In other words, the transmission of telepathic waves does not conform to the physical law of intensity being inversely proportional to the square of distance. Wait a moment. Is this telepathic wave related to hypnosis? I felt compelled to interject, realizing that my incomplete education left me ill-equipped to grasp the intricacies of his argument. Telepathic waves serve as the medium for telepathy. They also function as the informational conduit for hypnosis. Conventional hypnosis employs tools and psychological suggestion, often creating a specific environment, while another form relies solely on intention. Chu smiled and proceeded to elaborate on a slew of specialized terminology. Intention? I inquired. Indeed, it refers to the potent mental will of an individual capable of influencing those around them. Your brain waves can intersect with another S, forcibly implanting your own will. If one understands how to harness this intention, particularly when there is a significant disparity in the wills of both parties, targeted and coercive hypnosis can be achieved. Chu's words jolted me upright from my previous repose. Intention? My willpower had already proven formidable through numerous live broadcasts. Additionally, I had endured the memories of the deceased aboard the death train. Most crucially, within the depths of my dreams, I shattered the despair that had long gripped my heart and consumed the essence of dream flowers and countless lingering dreams. The convergence of various reasons has rendered my will as unyielding as diamond, indelibly resolute. Even the more seasoned streamers from the underworld stage may not surpass me in terms of determination. As my breathing intensified, I suddenly felt that I might possess yet another trump card. Old Chu, quickly teach me how to use willpower for hypnosis. My eager tone startled Truman. Are you truly willing to learn? He asked incredulously. Of course. Why would I deceive you? Whether you seek wealth or wish to enter a dream, I can oblige. The conditions I proposed were undeniably enticing to Truman. However, he hesitated before responding. You don't genuinely believe this, do you? I've merely been in the lab for too long and was bored, casually boasting. Theoretically, such possibilities do exist, but in practice, it transcends hypnosis and veers into the realm of superpowers. His words left me at a loss for words. He seemed to recognize that he had overstepped. For the remainder of the time, he dutifully imparted to me various techniques of hypnosis. Hypnosis can be categorized into three states. The first is the light sleep state, wherein the subject can reluctantly accept suggestions while exhibiting a degree of resistance. The second is the deep sleep state, where the subject's muscle movements are restrained. Their eyes cannot open, and they become exceedingly sensitive to suggestions. The third state is akin to sleepwalking, in which the subject is completely controlled and, upon awakening, has no recollection of the events that transpired during hypnosis. I spent the entire day engrossed in learning the intricacies of hypnosis. Having studied criminal psychology, I possessed a foundational understanding of psychological suggestions, allowing me to make swift progress, much to Truman's astonishment. By 6 o'clock in the evening, I concluded the call and organized the information in my mind. Glancing at the pocket watch in my hand, I felt a surge of confidence. I longed to find a hapless soul to experiment upon. I wondered if hypnosis would hold any efficacy for practitioners of the mystical arts. As dusk fell swiftly upon the autumn sky, I recalled that tonight was another live broadcast. Thus, I suppressed my impulsive desire to experiment and settled within the confines of my room, patiently awaiting the passage of time. Around 6:30, a knock resounded from outside. It was likely the delivery of my meal, as it had been at this hour the previous day. Without much thought, I rose to open the door, only to discover that the one bearing the food tray was not a server, but another individual. "You are Gao Jian, correct?" Chen Zhuge remarked with a slight smile as he regarded my face. "Haven't we met somewhere before?" Chapter 593, the 13th live broadcast to my astonishment. The person delivering my meal was indeed Chen Zhuge, and he had posed an exceedingly pointed question. "Haven't we met somewhere before?" He repeated his previous statement while holding the tray. It then dawned on me, furrowing my brow. "Are you trying to get chummy? Was it that old cunning Taoist who sent you here? Speak plainly, and spare me the circumlocution." Without addressing whether we had indeed crossed paths, my tone was laden with impatience. Surprisingly, this disdainful attitude did not repel Chen Zhuge. Instead, it seemed to soften his expression somewhat. "Perhaps I was mistaken," he said, glancing into the suite. "Aren't you going to let me in to take a look? Are you out of your mind? I just struck one of your people, and now you come to curry favor and personally deliver my meal. Is there poison in the food to incapacitate me, prompting this charade?" I wore a perplexed expression, for within my heart, I felt an unsettling apprehension, uncertain whether Chen Zhuge had discerned something. "You are overly concerned," I reassured myself. Chen Zhuge, carrying a tray, entered the room without seeking my consent and placed it upon the table. The reason for my personal visit was a request from a trusted source. "You share a past with the master of Maoshan, Leng Qingxuan, who divulged certain matters regarding you, indicating that someone close to you had sustained injuries in a dream and sought my assistance for healing." A pulse of alarm coursed through me, and my furrowed brow tightened further. Though Leng Qingxuan intended to be of help, he remained unaware that this very act exposed me to danger. Chen Zhuge is an astute individual. Upon hearing of someone injured in a dream, he would naturally draw connections to the deeper realms of dreams. In his eyes, the injured party, even if not the broadcaster, must surely be linked to that incident. This was precisely why he feigned the pretext of delivering food to approach me. Tonight marked the day of the Underworld Showcase broadcast, and he aimed to validate his suspicions before its commencement. Upon encountering Chen Zhuge, numerous strategies sprang to mind. Yet I dismissed them all. It was exceedingly challenging to deceive someone of his caliber. Even an inadvertent excuse could amplify suspicion against me. Noticing the distance I maintained, Chen Zhuge offered a benevolent smile, stating that his descent was also by the command of his sect, and if I had felt offended previously, he hoped I would not take it to heart. "My master taught me the tale of Zhuang Zhou dreaming of a butterfly, which you might have heard. Our sect possesses some understanding of dreams. If your friend is indeed injured in one, I may be the solitary individual capable of aiding him." Chen Zhuge lowered his posture, subtly implying his desire for me to introduce him to my friend. "Are you truly so altruistic?" I feigned hesitation, neither rejecting nor acquiescing. The notion of someone sustaining injuries in a dream within the mundane world was foreign to me. It was my first encounter with such a concept, and my curiosity was piqued, though I hoped the primary party would not overthink it. With a cheerful demeanor, Chen Zhuge stepped outside, stating he would bring me breakfast in the morning. Should I reach a decision, I could inform him. As he approached the door, preparing to leave, he turned back to gaze deeply at me, remarking, "You feel remarkably familiar. Have we truly never met before?" His insinuation was not of the tangible realm. Rather, he questioned if I had ever dreamt of him. "Dreamt of you?" I raised an eyebrow, feeling a tinge of discomfort. "Do you not find that somewhat unsettling?" Chen Zhuge laughed heartily, agreeing that it would indeed be a nightmare. Once he departed, I shut the door, only then realizing that my palm had unwittingly become dampened with sweat. This Qingxuan is no ordinary person. I glanced at the clock on the wall. It was now 6:40 in the evening, leaving over an hour until the task information for the showcase would be released. After finishing my meal, I borrowed a phone charger from the hotel front desk, returning to my room under the vigilant watch of the sect's disciples. Charging my device while anxiously awaiting the unfolding events. The situation was decidedly unfavorable for me, bordering on desperate. Slipping away from the watchful eyes of the sect's disciples to complete the broadcast task and returning the following day without a trace posed an immense challenge. I inhaled deeply to maintain my composure. To avoid leaving behind the scent of smoke, I dared not light a cigarette, merely fixating on the clock hanging on the wall. If this live streaming task proves excessively challenging, I shall refrain from intervening in Qingxuan's broadcast, as he has begun to harbor suspicions about me. It is imperative that I eliminate him swiftly. The clock ticked slowly until it finally struck 8. The phone resting on the bedside table emitted a cold glow, and I casually picked it up, pressing it to my ear. Hello? A peculiar sound emanated from the other end, akin to bubbles incessantly rising from beneath the surface of water. After a few moments, I heard the unmistakable clatter of metallic instruments being placed upon a surface, as if someone were in an operating or laboratory room. Mr. Gao, congratulations on once again passing our test. An interviewer? Upon hearing that voice, a chill ran down my spine. During the 13th live stream, I had speculated on various supernatural legends surrounding Jiangsheng and had gathered substantial information, ready to embark on a journey to one of those places. Yet, upon hearing the interviewer's voice, an ominous premonition washed over me. This live stream might diverge significantly from the previous ones. Steadying my emotions, I recognized that the conversation time was limited and could be abruptly terminated at any moment. I hastily inquired, what test did I pass? During the last broadcast, you made a commendable choice. You mean the engagement with the traders? Was that part of your prior scheme? Was the last live stream merely a test? You could interpret it that way. You performed admirably and did not disappoint us. The interviewer's tone was neither warm nor cold, yet it stirred within me a sense of guilt. In truth, I had contemplated betrayal. However, the conditions presented by the traders were insufficient to sway my loyalty. Every action of mine was under the vigilant gaze of the underworld show, which, while unable to directly interfere with the broadcasts, meticulously observed my every move. Are you not afraid of sending me to the traders? What if I truly betray you? Afraid? It seems you have yet to grasp the essence of the underworld show's existence, but you shall soon comprehend. The examiner's smile was somewhat sinister. Tonight's broadcast will require you to collaborate with other streamers. I wish you an enjoyable experience. Wait. I sensed the interviewer was about to terminate the call and hastily exclaimed, clarify your statement. What does it mean to complete the broadcast with other streamers? Is our relationship one of cooperation or competition? Upon hearing my question, the interviewer's tone grew increasingly peculiar. Neither cooperation nor competition. Your relationship is one of prey and predator. Do your utmost to survive. No matter where you flee, they will find you. However, in consideration of your status as a newcomer, I shall impart a crucial piece of information. What information? I focused intently, not daring to miss a single word. Consider why hospitals are predominantly white. Hospitals? White. Before I could fully process this, the call was abruptly disconnected. Listening to the incessant beeping of the line, I stood frozen in my suite. How perplexing. I had evidently passed the test. Why then was I being thrust into such a perilous broadcast? The show's interviewer had stated that the relationship among streamers is one of hunter and prey. Although I had 12 prior broadcasting experiences, I found myself at a distinct disadvantage compared to others. Little A from the Deeper Dreams had also remarked that I was the 10th streamer, with the least number of broadcasts and the weakest foundation. In light of this, it seemed I was destined to be the unfortunate prey. With a resigned smile, I discerned the underlying message in the interviewer's words. He had forewarned me that no matter where I fled, I would inevitably be found. This was likely a caution against evading the impending live broadcast. His subtle hint appeared to be a form of compensation, providing me with a crucial insight that would empower me to retaliate. Why is the hospital enveloped in such an eerie whiteness? This inquiry was rather peculiar. The showcase would not impose lethal tasks, yet they instigated a hunt among the streamers, an almost self-destructive behavior that undermined my prior notions of the showcase's significance. By the way, the interviewer's exact words were that they could locate me no matter where I might escape to. Were there numerous streamers participating tonight? My expression stiffened as I contemplated the prospect of hunting Qingxuan. However, once the broadcast task was announced, it became apparent that I might very well be his target. The implication that I would be discovered regardless of my hiding place suggested that my presence here was not secure. The danger of exposure loomed, and it was certain that Qingxuan would eventually trace it back to me. The Shijixingyuan was situated in the city outskirts, where rooms were also occupied by sect practitioners. Logically, this should be the safest haven, yet therein lay the peril posed by one Qingxuan. Should he learn of my status as a showcase streamer, he would undoubtedly seek to eliminate me without hesitation. I could not entrust my life to others. Since I possessed a vital piece of information, there remained a possibility for a turnaround. As I pondered these matters, my phone from the Underworld showcase chimed with the 13th live broadcast mission. Ding! The live broadcast task was to reach the Jianghu Cancer Research Hospital by midnight and survive until dawn. Optional Task 1. Earn 1 point for each person killed. Optional Task 2. Earn 10 points for each showcase streamer killed, along with 2 exemptions for future broadcasts. Optional Task 3. Identify and eliminate the traitor for an additional 10 points. Optional Task 4. Rescue innocents, earning 10 points for each individual saved. Optional Task 5. Eliminate everyone in the Jianghu Cancer Research Hospital, excluding oneself, with a completion reward of 100 points. Opening the mailbox, I gazed at the 13th live broadcast task, my complexion paling. This was a multiplayer mission, and according to the task hints, participants were broadly categorized into 3 groups: innocents, showcase streamers, and traitors. The optional tasks clearly indicated that this was a mission encouraging carnage. The 5th optional task was particularly deranged, offering a staggering 100 points for the complete annihilation of all. The dichotomy between salvation and slaughter rested on a razor's edge, with the roles of prey and predator constantly shifting. Clutching the mask of good and evil, I was uncertain whether I should plunge into this fray. Chapter 594. Jianghu Cancer Research Hospital Murder Rewards Points, and so does saving lives. The open-ended nature of this live broadcast task permitted considerable flexibility, allowing participants to devise strategies aligned with their capabilities and objectives. The game participants were divided into 3 categories: showcase streamers, innocents, and traitors. The innocents were likely merely hapless bystanders, possessing the weakest abilities. To protect them, the showcase had instituted optional task 4, rewarding 10 points for each innocent saved. The reward for killing a showcase streamer was merely 10 points as well. Although the rewards were identical, the disparity in difficulty was vast. It was common knowledge that rescuing innocents would yield points far more easily. This should be regarded as a balancing measure within the showcase, intended to prevent mindless slaughter and enhance the enjoyment of the game. The streamers participate in the broadcast primarily to acquire task points. If there exists a more secure way to earn these points, why risk it? Rescuing the innocent presents an opportunity for me. This evening, I find myself in an awkward predicament during the live stream. I am considerably stronger than the average individual, yet when compared to other showcase streamers, I find myself lacking. I have never interacted with them before, save for Qingxuan. My knowledge of the other streamers is rather limited. What if I disguise myself as an innocent to undertake the task? An idea flashes through my mind as I stare blankly at the clock on the wall. If all streamers share my perspective, we might coexist harmoniously for the night. However, I fear that someone with grand ambitions may seek to complete the optional task by eliminating everyone for a chance at 100 points. 100 points holds an immense allure for showcase streamers. I too felt tempted upon seeing that task, yet I am acutely aware of my limitations. It is impossible for me to eliminate everyone. Should a madman emerge among us, our situation would become perilous. Undoubtedly, in the face of 100 points, most streamers would succumb to madness. Furthermore, distinguishing between innocents and showcase streamers is a troublesome endeavor. Thus, the most prudent course of action would be to eliminate them all. Were my strength sufficient, I would do the same. Tonight promises to be a chaotic battle. According to my expectations, everyone will masquerade as innocents, and as death spreads, the identities of streamers and traitors will gradually be revealed. Surviving until the end will not be easy. I am prepared to flee. My points are still ample. And once I leave the Century New Garden, I can head to the central bank to exchange some items for self-defense. Most of the treasures accumulated from previous broadcasts are directly on my person. I am currently at my strongest state. Having devised my plan, I pull out my phone to search for information regarding the Jianghu Cancer Research Hospital. To my astonishment, this hospital, established between Jiangxing and Xinhu, has quite a history. The full name of the Jianghu Cancer Research Hospital is the Jianghu Consortium Cancer Research Hospital, founded in the 1980s as the affiliated hospital of the Cancer Research Association. It was one of the earliest specialized institutions for cancer treatment in the country, boasting nearly 500 beds and numerous departments, covering a vast area. What astonishes me further is that this prominent hospital chose to relocate 20 years ago for undisclosed reasons, with its main building still closed off to outsiders. How can such a significant establishment be left to waste? What transpired within those walls 2 decades ago? That particular moment in time is remarkable. Many events trace their origins back to 20 years ago, such as the schemes of the two-faced Buddha and everything witnessed at the orphanage in Tiango. The reasons remain undisclosed. A hospital of such magnitude does not simply relocate without haste, seemingly evading something terrifying, fearing that a delayed move will lead to entanglement. As I peruse the online information, I find it perplexing. The relocation of a hospital is a monumental undertaking that typically requires considerable time, planned according to departments, striving to minimize the disruption to patient care during the transition. However, the circumstances surrounding the Jianghu Cancer Research Hospital diverged significantly from my expectations. It seemed that their actions were more akin to a hasty retreat than a mere relocation. The hospital had long been plagued by issues, and it follows that the participants in tonight's live broadcast should be classified into 4 categories. Beyond the betrayers, the innocents, and the showcase hosts, there exist certain elements within the hospital itself, which pose a threat that is no less formidable than that of the showcase hosts. The bizarre setting for this survival game and live-streamed escape felt inherently dubious to me. Why would the showcase orchestrate such an event? Are they seeking to unearth the secrets buried deep within the hospital? Or perhaps, akin to raising a deadly insect, they aim to determine the strongest host? I found myself utterly perplexed, setting aside my phone and sitting cross-legged on the bed, left only with the anticipation of what was to come. Utilizing the mysterious heart technique, I channeled my innate energy into the Yifeng acupoint, attuning my senses to the surroundings. I had previously identified the room occupied by Qingzhuge, and now I focused intently on the sounds emanating from within. As the night deepened and the clock struck 10, the door to Qingzhuge's room creaked open, suggesting someone was emerging. There were no footsteps, nor could I sense his presence. I could only hear the sound of the door opening and closing. It appeared that Qingzhuge possessed a method of concealing his aura. Rising from my position, I approached the door and peered through the peephole, catching a glimpse of Qingzhuge standing outside the elevator, awaiting its arrival. His expression was grave, markedly different from his demeanor in the presence of sect disciples. It was likely he had received mission information, though I remained uncertain whether his task mirrored mine. When the elevator reached the 16th floor, Qingzhuge stepped inside and swiftly vanished from sight. If his live broadcast mission coincided with mine, it would indeed be intriguing. As I observed the ever-changing numbers on the elevator display, a cold glint crossed my eyes. The few betrayers in the showcase were ensnared within the depths of the dream, while the only one whose identity remained concealed and who still lurked in the showcase was Qingzhuge. He was a double agent, a pawn embedded within the showcase. Had I not encountered him in the depths of the dream, I would have remained oblivious to this crucial piece of information. Contemplating this, all the threads of reasoning in my mind suddenly converged. Indeed, the previous broadcast, on the surface, appeared to be a scheme orchestrated by the double agent and the betrayer to deceive the showcase into luring me into the dream. Yet, upon reflection, could it not also be a deliberate maneuver on the part of the showcase? Had I not entered the dream, the fact that Qingzhuge was a pawn of the double agent would have gone unnoticed, and the specific whereabouts of the betrayer within the depths of the dream would have remained undisclosed. Linking the last broadcast with this one, I suddenly arrived at a startling conclusion. Although this live broadcast involved multiple participants, the pivotal figure was, in fact, me. Only I was privy to the true identity of the betrayer, and only I had received the critical hints provided by the showcase. I was not an innocent. My strength may have been the weakest among all the hosts, yet my loyalty was beyond question when compared to the others. In the previous broadcast, I had successfully passed the trial. From the perspective of the showcase, I gradually comprehended their intent behind this live broadcast. They aimed to eliminate the betrayer without alarming the others. The 3 betrayers ensnared in the depths of the dream posed no immediate threat to the showcase. Yet the remaining hosts could very well be a different matter. I gazed at the selectable tasks in my inbox, my throat tightening. Could there be more than just Qingzhouge among the betrayers? According to Xiao A's account within the realm of dreams, only 7 show hosts remain alive. Aside from myself, the traitor, and Qingzhouge, leaving merely 2 others. One harbors an intense disdain for the Reaper, while the other, known as the Butcher, delights in hunting down hosts. I am uncertain whom I shall encounter this evening. The only glimmer of good news is that I need not agonize over it. For regardless of whom I meet, my sole focus must be on survival. As the clock struck 10:20, I extinguished the lights in my room. To mislead the sect's practitioners, I had been turning off the lights around this time for the past few days, so my actions would not appear conspicuous. The Jianghu Cancer Research Hospital lies in the outskirts of the 2 cities, beyond the parameters of urban planning, and reaching it would take at least an hour and a half. I could not afford to waste any more time. I touched the ghost ring, releasing Wang Shi, and, observing his bewildered expression, I issued a direct command. You are to remain in bed tonight and go nowhere. What has transpired? He inquired. Nothing of consequence, I replied, pausing briefly before adding. If I have not returned by 7:50 tomorrow morning, you must escape Jiang City on your own. Chapter 595, Unnoticed Escape? Wang Shi detected an unusual tone in my voice. Are you being pursued? And why must I wait until 7:50 to leave? This old fox was not genuinely concerned for me. He merely sought clarification to avoid entanglement. Stay put in the room. Someone will come to deliver meals at 8 tomorrow morning. It is imperative that you do not let them see you. I waved my hand to dismiss further chatter. I tucked the phone from the underworld show into my pocket and moved to the window. Will you not explain yourself? Where are you going tonight? Wang Shi, having merged with Su Yan's talisman, now existed in a state that was neither human nor ghost, a peculiar condition that rendered him acutely insecure. Do not ask so many questions. Simply do as I instruct. It is crucial that you remain in the room, preferably lying in bed, feigning deep slumber. Wang Shi attempted to interject, but I cut him off with a wave of my hand. Remember, it was I who brought you back from the realm of yin and yang. If you wish to retain your corporeal form and live like a normal person, comply without question. Wang Shi was a clever individual. Conversing with the astute requires brevity. He ceased his inquiries, grasping my intent, and lay down under the covers, adopting a posture indistinguishable from how I usually sleep. This should suffice to deceive anyone. Wang Shi performed better than I had anticipated, nodding in compliance. I turned and pulled back a corner of the curtain to glance down. From the 16th floor, it was difficult to discern the pedestrians on the ground below. Descending to the 15th floor would be perilous. The autumn night breeze carried a chill, and I wiped the sweat from my palms to keep them dry. I channeled my inner energy into the Yifeng point, straining to hear the sounds from the 15th floor. The hum of the television, the sound of the shower, the whir of the air conditioning unit, and footsteps. Both a man and a woman were present. If I were to descend now, I risked exposure. However, should I wait for the 2 below to fall asleep, it seemed my plans for a live broadcast tonight would be thwarted. The recently learned technique of hypnosis might prove useful. If it fails, I would have no choice but to incapacitate them and hide their bodies. Ensuring Wang Shi could not see me, I retrieved a human skin mask and donned it. This visage was my trump card, a secret I would keep from all. With everything in place, I grasped the windowsill firmly and swung one leg over the edge. Upon hearing a noise, Wang turned his head, his eyes widening in confusion at my actions. The urgency of the moment pressed upon me. Lingering too long would heighten the risk of exposure. Resolute, I recalled the position of the air conditioning unit on the 15th floor and stepped out with my other leg. At that moment, the majority of my body dangled precariously, supported only by my arms as I carefully adjusted my position. Taking a deep breath, I abruptly released my grip and leaped towards the air conditioning unit. Thud! My feet landed firmly, my body leaning forward, pressed against the wall, wary of making any unnecessary movements. Success! In less than 3 seconds, my back was drenched in sweat. Perhaps alerted by the noise, someone inside the room approached the window. I stood motionless on the air conditioning unit and glanced inside. The curtains were tightly drawn, and the window was unlocked. Who is there? A man's voice, thick with dialect, echoed as he reached the window. As he pulled back the curtain, I swiftly pushed the window open and lunged into the room. What do you want? The man jumped back in shock, unable to evade my advance. I quickly subdued him, covering his mouth with one hand to silence him. In the bathroom, a woman was showering. Upon hearing the commotion, she called out, "What is going on?" I tightened my grip on the man's neck, rendering him speechless, his eyes wide with fear. This slender man posed no resistance against me. Be compliant. I took his phone, yanked down the curtain, bound him, and gagged him before dragging him to the bedside. Despite the presence of another person in the room, I remained unfazed, retrieving my cursed pocket watch and recalling the hypnotic techniques taught to me by Truman. There are myriad methods for hypnosis, and one particular technique aimed at patients with mania resonated deeply with me. I instructed the man to close his eyes. His body trembled with fear. Channeling my energy to my fingertips, I pressed on several key acupuncture points on his body, coaxing his tense form to relax. Once he ceased trembling and regained his composure, I instructed him to open his eyes. I do not wish to harm you. If you comply with my instructions, I assure you that both you and your wife will remain unharmed. The man, understanding the gravity of the situation, nodded. I directed him to lie on the bed, positioning him as he would typically sleep, and then I unveiled my cursed pocket watch. The luxurious timepiece captured his attention instantly, its platinum casing, sapphire face, and flame-like hands mesmerizing him. Focus on the hands of the watch and answer my questions. I gently swayed the watch, posing trivial inquiries that required minimal thought. As his gaze began to involuntarily follow the watch's pendulum, I commenced the formal hypnosis. With each breath, allow yourself to relax further. As I gently rock your head, feel your neck soften and your body yield to relaxation. My potent intent infused my voice, yielding unexpected results. My words began to influence the man's thoughts, eroding his resolve. Soon, he relinquished his resistance entirely. His eyelids were glued shut, leaving only his eyes to observe the oscillation of the fateful pocket watch. What captured my attention was the peculiar transformation occurring at that moment. The hands of the watch, flickering like azure flames, pulsed with an eerie rhythm as if an evil spirit were conducting some sinister rite. The man's arms remained stiff, his thoughts gradually coming to a halt. I repeated the question I had initially posed, but the man had forgotten much. Even the most fundamental Arabic numerals began to blur in his mind. I had largely succeeded. Hypnotizing someone in a state of terror is a formidable challenge, yet I had accomplished it in one fell swoop. The reasons could be manifold. Perhaps it was due to my formidable willpower, or the influence of the cursed pocket watch, or even the expertise of the Truman sect. I reached out and pinched the man, who exhibited no response. It was only then that I exhaled in relief. The loss of sensation had surely crossed into the realm of the hypnotist's mastery. Recalling Truman's self-proclaimed persona as a master of hypnosis, I shook my head and chuckled softly, tucking the man in with a final command. You have seen no one tonight. You are very sleepy. The man drifted into a deep slumber as I settled beside him. At that moment, the sound of running water from the bathroom ceased, and a woman, wrapped only in a towel, emerged. Upon seeing an unfamiliar figure in the room, she nearly gasped. Who are you? What are you doing here? I gestured for silence. Your husband requested a Thai massage. I gallantly urged her to lie beside her husband, retrieved the pocket watch, and repeated the earlier procedure. You have seen no one. You are very sleepy. I closed the windows, drew the curtains, and restored everything to its original state. To avoid leaving any trace, I untied the woman's towel and tossed it into the bathroom. After all, few would sleep wrapped in a towel. I covered them with a blanket, diverting my gaze from the expanse of pale skin. No wonder Truman warned that hypnosis should not be carelessly disseminated. Its reckless application could easily incite chaos. I pondered whether my hypnosis would leave any lingering effects on the couple, but now was not the time for such reflections. Wiping away fingerprints and shoe prints, I swiftly departed, following the pre-planned route to evade surveillance. Finally reaching the 7th-floor banquet hall, I slipped into the restroom and crawled into the ventilation duct. To prevent the duct from collapsing, I moved cautiously and encountered no obstacles. In certain areas, I could see faint traces of dried blood. Lu Xing had escaped from here. Supporting myself against the duct wall, I confirmed the safety of this path and quickened my pace. After navigating several vertical turns for about 10 minutes, I was halted by a painted iron sheet blocking my way. Pushing it aside, the dim streetlight illuminated my face as I glanced downward. I was barely 2 meters above the ground. Chapter 596. The scream crawling out of the vent. I concealed myself in the shadows at the back of the building, strategically positioned within a blind spot of the surveillance cameras. I was unconcerned about being discovered, adjusting my breath and nonchalantly stepping out of Shurji Xinyan, blending into the crowd. 1 hour remained. I turned to glance at the towering structure, Most lights on the 16th floor were extinguished, and no one noticed my clandestine departure. I summoned a taxi, instructing the driver to head directly to the area where Xinhu and Jiangqing intersect. Inside the car, I repeatedly urged the driver to accelerate. After a frantic journey, I finally arrived in the suburbs before 11:30 at night. The Jianghu Cancer Research Hospital is situated in a remote location, deliberately avoided by both Jiangqing and Xinhushi, leaving this area isolated from urban planning to languish in neglect. To conceal my true destination and prevent the driver from harboring suspicions, I instructed him to stop in front of a residential building. Upon disembarking, I pressed against the wall and dashed through the narrow passages between several houses. The road gradually narrowed, giving way to an uneven dirt path overgrown with wild grasses, littered with gravel, stones, and remnants of animal droppings. Flanking the road were knee-high weeds, occasionally interrupted by a few gnarled trees, bent and deformed. How long has this place been abandoned? As night deepened, I continued for another 5 or 6 minutes until, just as I began to doubt my route, a rusted signpost appeared by the roadside, leaning askew amid the weeds. The inscription had become indistinct from prolonged exposure to the elements. Squinting, I could barely discern 1 or 2 characters. Who Cancer? This must be the place. Peering into the depths of the road, it appeared as a black void, akin to a grave that even the moonlight shunned. Just as I prepared to proceed in the direction indicated by the sign, I heard a disturbance behind me, reminiscent of an engine's roar. Has someone arrived? Another streamer? I concealed myself behind a nearby tree, cautiously peering out. A bright yellow beam pierced the darkness as a private car entered the area, drawing my attention. Such ostentation. The vehicle came to a halt by the sign. The man behind the wheel retrieved his phone, illuminating the sign, yet after a prolonged examination, he seemed unable to decipher it. Is this the location referred to by Abe? As he scrutinized the sign, a woman's voice emanated from within the car, frail and weak, as if she were gravely ill. The man appeared uncertain. Let me see, she urged, attempting to exit the vehicle. He quickly interjected, What are you doing? Stay inside the car. Ignoring him, she stepped out, her black high-heeled shoes suggesting haste. She had evidently made little effort in her appearance, yet her casual demeanor exuded a fashionable allure. She was a strikingly beautiful woman, but my gaze soon shifted to the man, dressed in a gray suit. He was tall and handsome, though worry and anxiety marred his features. You let me see. That group took our baby, she exclaimed, tears streaming down her face, her voice breaking with despair. It's all right. They merely desire money, right? We brought the money. The baby will surely be unharmed. But rest assured, we just watched the video of the baby, didn't we? They promised they would not harm the child. The woman leaned against him, and after exchanging a few words, they returned to the car and drove away into the distance. Once they were far enough, I stepped out from behind the tree. A baby? Ransom? Is this a kidnapping? Confusion enveloped me as I sensed the situation growing increasingly complex. If their destination is also the hospital, then are these individuals innocent? Tonight's live broadcast conveniently coincides with events at the Xinhushi Cancer Research Hospital. Could there be a causal connection between the two? The desolate road bore the marks of tires, the flattened grass only slowly regaining its former state. Regardless, I resolved to proceed inside. Tonight's live broadcast is destined to be exceedingly complex, diverging from my previous conjectures of a frenzied escape. With that private vehicle clearing the way ahead, my speed increased significantly, and I finally arrived at the Jianghu Cancer Research Hospital before midnight. Gazing at the vast expanse of the abandoned hospital before me, I furrowed my brow. Such a sprawling site could not be fully explored in a single night, even in the absence of any danger. I let out a bitter laugh. Who could have anticipated that this secluded corner of a bustling metropolis concealed such a forsaken haunt? It bore an eerie resemblance to the new Hu High School, both neglected and sealed off, yet the Jianghu Cancer Research Hospital dwarfed it in scale, surpassing the combined area of the two new Hu High Schools. Several ominous structures stood silently in the darkness, evoking a strange sensation within me, as though they too were observing my every move. The rusted hospital gates were locked tight with iron chains, and the private car I had seen earlier was parked outside. A man grasped a black leather suitcase in one hand while the other held a phone, seemingly awaiting some information. A woman emerged from the vehicle, pacing anxiously beside him. After a minute or two, the phone in the man's palm illuminated, indicating he had received a message. He instructed the woman to remain in the car and not to move, then ventured away, supporting himself against the outer wall of the hospital. If this were indeed a kidnapping, why had they not contacted the authorities? The location chosen by the kidnappers was peculiar, perfectly coinciding with this eerie hospital. How did they know of its existence? Could it be that the captors were the other livestream hosts, aside from myself? Concealed in the shadows, I dared not reveal myself. The air was thick with unseen dangers, and I had to exercise utmost caution. Trust was a luxury I could not afford, at least not at this moment. As the man and woman split up, I could only follow one of them. After a moment of contemplation, I stealthily trailed the man, eager to discern his destination. After traversing over 100 meters, I encountered a large expanse of blood-red graffiti on the ivy-covered hospital wall, seemingly the handiwork of irate family members of patients. Filled with venomous curses, the man halted here, phone in hand, motionless, likely awaiting further instructions from the kidnappers. I glanced at the time. It was almost midnight. Crouching back into the shadows, I retrieved my phone from the Underworld showcase and the Plum Blossom brooch camera, hoping to survive this live broadcast. I activated the camera and plugged in the mobile coding stick, shielding the screen with my hand to prevent any light from escaping, donning the good and evil demonic mask to conceal my identity. The barrage of comments connected, the image stabilized, and the question flickered. Shall we commence the live broadcast? Yes. Welcome, Teletubbies Murdered, to the live stream. Welcome, Teeling Biao Yi, to the live stream. Welcome, Daoist 1E, to the live stream. As the image steadied, my silhouette appeared in the broadcast. A quick scan of the audience revealed their anticipation, and just as I was about to engage with my viewers, the man with the black suitcase seemed to receive new instructions and suddenly darted in the opposite direction. To avoid losing him, I pocketed my phone and relied solely on the brooch to continue the live stream, cautiously pursuing him. After running a short distance, the man came to a halt and began tearing away the ivy from the wall before him. Concealed behind it lay a wooden ladder, summoning his courage. He climbed the rungs and swiftly scaled the wall, vanishing from my sight. The ladder had been meticulously prepared by the kidnappers, who were evidently well acquainted with the surroundings. I lacked the inclination to act heroically and felt no concern for the man's fate. My sole desire was to follow him and encounter the others within the abandoned hospital. Climbing the wooden ladder, I had barely perched atop the wall when a piercing scream reverberated from the hospital's entrance. It was the woman. What had transpired? Without a moment's hesitation, I leapt from the wall and sprinted towards the hospital's front door. The wooden ladder was over 100 meters from the entrance, and by the time I reached the front, the private car was already devoid of any presence. Vanished. The headlights were extinguished, and the surrounding darkness enveloped me. After keenly assessing the vicinity to confirm it was uninhabited, I stealthily approached the vehicle. Where could they be? The door stood ajar, and everything inside was neatly arranged. Devoid of any signs of struggle, it seemed the woman had departed voluntarily. What had she witnessed? Why did she scream so suddenly? I attempted to search the interior, discovering only some baby supplies and a driver's license. Upon opening it, I found a photograph of the man. His name was Gu Bei. Chapter 597. Why is everything white in the hospital? Returning the driver's license to its place, I rummaged through the sun visor's pocket and unearthed several printed flyers. Gu Tong Tong. A mere glance revealed that these so-called flyers were, in fact, missing person notices featuring a photograph of an adorable infant. It is improbable for a baby to go missing. The natural response upon realizing a child is lost would be to contact the authorities. Why resort to printing missing person notices and searching independently? Could it be that this infant was not their biological child? Or perhaps the existence of this infant must remain concealed? Doubts began to accumulate as I discovered several photographs and performance contracts in the storage compartment to the left of the steering wheel. Che Chili? This woman is a celebrity? My television viewing is scarce, and my knowledge of the entertainment industry is limited, yet I felt a vague familiarity with her, likely due to the rarity of the surname. Intriguing indeed. A lost infant without a police report, and after receiving a ransom call. One drives to a desolate area for a transaction? There were undoubtedly secrets lurking beneath the surface. I recalled the optional task from the Underworld showcase, to rescue an innocent, with a reward of 10 points, equivalent to that for eliminating a showcase host. Yet, upon reflection, how does one define innocent? What manner of individual qualifies as such? Every person harbors their own shadows. If we were to be stringent, the only true innocent within the hospital should be that infant, Gu Tong Tong. I meticulously returned all items within the vehicle to their original places and commenced a careful search of the surrounding area for clues. Producing my phone for illumination, I finally discerned the shoe prints left by the woman. Following the trail, all signs ultimately vanished into a small grove. The woman had not entered the hospital. The shoe prints were chaotic. She had run away in fright, disappearing into the woods. What had she seen in the car? There were neither bloodstains nor remnants of flesh. She should still be alive, yet her flight path puzzled me. She had first exited the vehicle and then sprinted away from the Jianghu Cancer Research Hospital. Logically, if an occupant of a car were to witness something horrifying outside the window, the instinctual reaction would be to start the engine and flee. The woman's unusual behavior subtly indicated to me that the terrifying entity she had witnessed might have manifested within the car. This would elucidate her sudden decision to abandon the vehicle and flee. When the man departed, I had observed that all the windows were securely shut, and there were no signs of a third party within the car, suggesting that the issue arose during my brief absence. I tracked the man for over 100 meters, a journey that took scarcely 3 minutes. An ordinary individual should lack the capability to enter the car without breaching the windows or doors. Could it be that the woman encountered something sinister? The mere thought of such a notion sent a chill down my spine. It was not that I was timid, but rather that the atmosphere was exceedingly eerie. Testing one's fortitude. To encounter a ghost at the commencement of a live stream felt rather swift. I suppressed my unease, committing the names of the 3 individuals to memory, and retraced my steps. With midnight approaching, I was compelled to enter the hospital to fulfill my live stream obligations. There could be no further delays. The woman, evidently oblivious to the adage of avoiding perilous paths, seemed to be in grave danger. I returned to the wooden ladder and scaled the wall, officially entering the hospital grounds. The reward for eliminating a show host was a mere 10 points, and if I wished to remain incognito, I better fabricate an identity for myself. This contemplation drew a bitter smile from me. What identity could possibly hold weight in such a haunting locale at this hour? I resolved to take things as they came. To sustain the interest of my viewers, I refrained from removing my brooch, opting instead to secure it discreetly, easily accessible should the need arise. The Jianghu Cancer Research Hospital was expansive, comprising 3 main buildings interconnected by corridors, allowing for movement between them without necessitating the use of the main entrance, and offering multiple routes. This, for one who was at a disadvantage, was somewhat fortuitous. However, upon further reflection, it was evident that if the terrain were not complex, the hunt would lose its thrill. The world inside the hospital was starkly different from the one outside, although the exterior was overgrown with weeds. At least the sounds of insects and the fluttering of bats could be heard. In contrast, the hospital exuded an unnerving silence, as if even the insects were reluctant to linger. The concrete pathways, weathered by years of exposure, were cracked, with resilient weeds pushing through the fissures, and occasionally one could find discarded syringes and liquid medication bags, items that were notoriously hard to decompose. This hospital felt lifeless, each breath feeling oppressive. As a ghost practitioner, I typically felt no discomfort in areas heavy with negative energy. Yet within this hospital, I sensed an unsettling malaise, akin to a fish being placed into warming water. Perhaps it was the overwhelming aura of death that pervaded this place. Despite the hospital's illustrious reputation for saving lives, it was, in the eyes of the average person, a most detested establishment. The elderly often returned from the hospital with an obsession for hand-washing, and certain customs dictated that upon returning home after a serious illness, one must bathe twice and drink a small cup of the white liquor placed on the altar. If this were the case in an ordinary hospital, one could only imagine the sentiments surrounding a facility known for its high mortality rate, such as the Cancer Research Hospital. Why was this hospital relocated in the first place? What could the reasons be? I recalled the hints provided by the show judges regarding the prevalence of white within the hospital. Was this white a reference to a color, a person, or something else entirely? Shaking my head, I found myself at a loss for answers, navigating through the darkness with my discerning vision. Prolonged exposure to darkness sharpens human vision, enabling one to perceive even the faintest variations in light. Gu Bei, an ordinary individual, finds himself navigating the hospital without the illumination of his mobile device, rendering him nearly immobile in the pitch-black surroundings. Yet, I cannot discern any source of light. Where has this fellow vanished? As I cautiously approach the hospital edifice, the task of locating Gu Bei's footprints in such an environment proves daunting, and I lack the luxury of time to inspect each building individually. This hospital is simply too vast, and a single circuit around its perimeter would likely consume half an hour. The intricate terrain suggests that those engaged in clandestine dealings here are not of the common ilk. Having lost track of Gu Bei, the trail in this kidnapping case has effectively gone cold. However, gaining prior knowledge of the presence of certain individuals within the hospital may still prove advantageous. Gu Bei is unlikely to be a mere show host. I arrive at the end of the concrete path, facing the main entrance of the nearest outpatient building, where the glass has been shattered, presenting a scene of desolation, as if ravaged by the horrors of war. Shards of glass litter the ground, unattended, while leaves and mud are strewn about. There are no footprints at the entrance, suggesting that Gu Bei has not entered this building. Peering inside, the outpatient hall is engulfed in darkness, evoking a chilling sensation. It is not the specters that instill fear, but rather the possibility that other hosts may be lying in wait within, having already set lethal traps. I officially entered the hospital at midnight, undoubtedly the last among all hosts. The hint provided by the show examiner holds significant importance and must be related to the hospital. I must decipher its meaning promptly, for grasping the key elements tonight is my only chance to turn the tide in my favor. To comprehend the implications of the hint, I must venture into the hospital's depths. Crossing through the shattered entrance into the outpatient building, I observe that the walls, ceilings, and even the floor tiles are all painted white. The walls and decaying ceiling are coated with a layer of white paint, and the floor is adorned with white ceramic tiles, precisely as the show examiner described. I run my fingers along the wall, feeling the paint, which is applied in several layers, some cracked, others flaking. Curiously, the wall beneath the paint is also white, as if the exterior coating has seeped in. Was the repeated application of paint intended to conceal something? I cannot peel back every inch of the wall to investigate, so I shake my head, wiping the residual paint from my hands and proceeding deeper into the building. There are only a handful of show hosts. It seems improbable that I would encounter them directly. I must seize the moment to uncover clues, for hesitation will only diminish my chances of survival. No sooner have I taken a few steps than my ears pick up an unusual sound, a gurgling, reminiscent of bubbles rising from the depths of water. This sound is familiar. I recall hearing it during a phone call prior to the commencement of the live broadcast. Could this be yet another hint from the show examiner? Chapter 598. The water tank. The sound of bubbling is sporadic, making it difficult to ascertain its source. To avoid detection in the darkness, I dare not even illuminate my mobile device, instead treading carefully on the white tiles as I delve further into the outpatient building. The first floor houses a grand hall, and beside the billing window, I discover a map of the hospital's interior. Due to the passage of time, many areas are obscured, with only a vague overview remaining. The Jianghu Cancer Research Hospital is the largest I have ever encountered, with its treatment departments divided into 3 primary categories: specialized treatment, general treatment, and special treatment departments. Each department encompasses a multitude of specialized divisions, leaving me utterly bewildered. On the first floor of the Hematology-Oncology Department and the Sarcoma Center, there are nearly 6 or 7 divisions, not to mention those whose names are obscured. The outpatient building consists of 7 stories, with the specialized treatment departments located at the top. I took particular note of the departments there: the Cancer Pain Management Department, the Psychiatric Oncology Division, the Radiotherapy Unit, and the Central Surgical Department. I am utterly unfamiliar with medical terminology. While I can pronounce the names of these departments, their specific functions elude me entirely. The 3 interconnected buildings are constructed in a shape, with the outpatient building being the most prominently marked on the map, while the other 2 structures receive scant mention. The vastness of the area, coupled with the numerous departments, renders the map incomplete. The conditions for this live broadcast are exceedingly poor. However, upon reflection, it occurs to me that everyone starts from the same point, which could be considered a form of peculiar fairness. The map offers little assistance. I possess no clues and can only wander aimlessly on the first floor. After taking a few steps into the corridor of the outpatient building, that peculiar sound resembling bubbles bursting reemerges, seemingly emanating from the depths of the corridor. The branches outside cast sprawling shadows, obscuring the scant starlight, and the hospital is shrouded in darkness. The white tiles on the floor are thickly coated with dust and grime, indicating that this place has long been neglected. A faint, putrid odor pervades the air, reminiscent of decay, not of a corpse or any specific object, but more the very essence of the building itself. That nauseating and repugnant scent strikes me as both familiar and foreign. If death had a scent, surely it would resemble this. The rooms flanking the corridor are not completely devoid of contents, suggesting that personnel left in haste. Numerous medical instruments, untouched for 2 decades, remain in their original positions. They are rusted and unrecognizable, resembling tarnished coffins. As my gaze sweeps over these instruments, I realize that many narratives in puzzle games are misleading. It is nearly impossible to uncover hidden clues in such a complex and dark environment. Reluctant to squander time, I employ my skill to channel energy into the acupoint behind my ears, enhancing my auditory perception, straining to listen when the bubbling sound resonates. I hasten toward it and push open the door to the room before me. The sarcoma center? The dust on the door has been wiped away, and the signage remains clear, though the name of this department unsettles me. As a normal person, I instinctively recoil from the terms cancer and tumor. Curiosity compels me to enter. Inside the department, perhaps due to its sealed nature, there is little dust. I scan the room and immediately regret my decision. How grotesque. The wall is adorned with illustrations, possibly case studies, detailing the treatment methods for various tumors, interspersed with encouraging phrases urging patients to actively engage in their treatment. The juxtaposition of such brutally realistic imagery with platitudes urging patients to combat their afflictions is utterly unconvincing. As I divert my gaze, the sight of those repugnant images overwhelms me, and I feel an urgent desire to flee this dreadful place. Determine the origin of that sound and withdraw immediately. I have willingly expended my innate energy to sustain a state of heightened awareness while employing my discerning vision to scrutinize the sign indicating that unauthorized individuals are prohibited from entering. Not a speck of dust adorned the sign. Had it been previously utilized? The ward door remained firmly closed, and even if one were to conceal themselves behind it, it would be implausible for there to be absolutely no dust. This department harbors numerous peculiarities. The various rooms within the ward are interconnected, devoid of doors. Upon my inspection, I discovered that there were originally doors, but for reasons unknown, someone had dismantled both the doors and their frames, deliberately widening the doorways by at least 20 centimeters. Why would the hospital undertake such a measure? Is such an expansive entrance not sufficient for an individual to pass through? As I traced my fingers along the uneven edges of the doorway, I noticed a layer of white paint. Why would even the doorframe require a coat of paint? How fond are the inhabitants of this place of the color white? As I traversed the rooms within the sarcoma center, I finally discerned the source of that eerie bubbling sound. In the innermost chamber of the sarcoma center, a completely sealed room housed a colossal water tank against the wall. Constructed of pure iron, it stands 2 meters high and measures 3 meters in both length and width. What purpose does this serve? The ceiling looms 2.5 meters above the ground, and the iron walls rise to 2 meters, rendering it impossible to glimpse whatever lies within. The casting of such an enormous iron box in the depths of the ward is exceedingly strange. Pressing my ear against the edge of the tank, I could distinctly hear that peculiar sound. Gurgle, gurgle. It resembled a drowning person struggling for breath, desperately attempting to cry out, yet alas, in the depths of the water. As they opened their mouth, it would fill with water, forcing the air from their lungs. The bubbles rise and burst, producing the gurgling noise. After my conjecture, I stood momentarily in shock. Could it be that someone truly fell into this immense iron box? Impossible. The sound has persisted for an extensive period. If a living person had indeed fallen in, they would have perished long ago. How could they still be struggling? While I pondered this, another strange sound emanated from within the iron box, louder than any previous occurrence. My hand resting on the tank, I could faintly sense it vibrating. What on earth is contained within? Is it a living being? As I inadvertently turned my gaze towards the wall, adorned with illustrations of malignant tumors, I pondered why this box would reside in the sarcoma center. Damn, it feels unsettling. The sound that emerged from the iron box this time was quite pronounced. Fearing it might attract attention, I hastily exited the room, ensuring I had an escape route. Strangely, as I distanced myself from the tank, the gurgling sound immediately diminished and gradually faded away. Could it be that whatever resides within the box senses the presence of the living? Is it harboring a living creature? Impossible. This place has lain abandoned for 20 years. The corridor remained eerily silent, and I could not tell if it was merely my imagination or if a shadow flitted through the stairway of the hospital's safety passage. Just as I intended to use my discerning vision to investigate, the shadow vanished once more. This place truly torments the mind. Gazing at the large iron box, my curiosity intensified as I circled it, discovering no means of ascent, No handrails, no seams, nor doors or windows. What purpose does this iron box serve? I procured a rickety chair, climbed atop it, and grasped the edge of the box, rising to peer at its top. What a peculiar design. The lid was absent. One half was covered with metal sheeting, while the other half had been discarded, resembling an open-topped shipping container. As I observed, the bubbling sound resumed, providing an opportune moment to unveil its mystery. With determination, I clambered onto the flimsy metal surface of the box's top layer, cautious not to exert too much weight lest it collapse beneath me. Slowly shifting my body, I leaned out to gaze into the unsealed opening. The interior was shrouded in darkness but appeared to be filled with liquid, likely water. As I drew closer, I detected a faint, unpleasant odor, and I hesitated to touch it. The eerie bubbling grew louder as I approached the surface. Initially tranquil, the water soon revealed bubbles rising, as if someone were breathing from the depths below. The sight before me momentarily overshadowed my fear, as my thirst for truth eclipsed all trepidation. Mere observation was insufficient to penetrate the murky depths. I required illumination. In the darkness, even a glimmer of light would be conspicuous. Activating my phone's flashlight might betray my position, but surely no one would pass by at this hour. I am a resolute individual. With a decision made, I unhesitatingly retrieved my phone and directed it toward the water's surface. The murky liquid, veiled in a layer of grease, was momentarily illuminated by the brief beam of light. My heart raced with anticipation, but before I could fully absorb the scene, a man's voice suddenly erupted from the entrance. "What are you doing?" Cold sweat instantly soaked my back, and I felt my body tense at that moment. After what felt like an eternity, I regained my composure and swiftly turned off my phone, daring to glance back. A stranger stood at the entrance of the center. His angular features and slender frame strikingly irregular, one eye larger than the other, rendering his face grotesque, reminiscent of the hunchback of Notre Dame. Could this be the kidnapper? As I scrutinized him, he too observed me, and to my surprise, fear radiated from his eyes. His trembling lips struggled to articulate, "Who are you? Why are you here?" Chapter 599, Spirit Investigation. Fear and horror are emotions I know all too well. The expression on the man's face was unmistakably genuine. He was likely not a broadcaster. I tucked my phone back into my pocket, extinguishing the sole source of light, and the center was once again engulfed in darkness. We exchanged silent glances, the only sound being the intermittent bubbling from the tank. "Who are you? What brings you here at this late hour?" After a prolonged silence, the quivering in the man's eyes gradually subsided. He no longer stuttered, though his voice still bore a slight tremor. It appeared he was even more frightened than I. Once I am attacked in this position, it becomes exceedingly difficult to react swiftly, to shift my body and release my hands. I leapt from the top of the water tank. "And who might you be?" "As far as I am aware, this hospital has lain in ruin for nearly 2 decades, so there should be no one here. From where did you emerge?" I quickly regained my composure, wiping the sweat from my palms, and surveyed the man before me with keen discernment. He possessed an unappealing visage and a slight frame, dressed in a manner that was disheveled, exuding a faint scent of disinfectant. As my hand grazed my lower back, I subtly summoned dark energy, poised to conjure the spirits trapped within the ghostly ring at any moment. "What are you doing with your hand? Do not move." The man's expression, which had just begun to soften, morphed once more, revealing a peculiar fear towards me that left me perplexed. "All right, remain calm. I harbor no ill intentions." I attempted to summon the spectral entities, but the 3 spirits had previously suffered significant depletions in their energy while contending with Su Yan's talismans. And this time they resisted my call. Reciting the Yin-Yang ghost technique could compel them, yet such an action would reveal my identity as a ghost practitioner, which was unnecessary given the current circumstances. I raised my hands to indicate that I held nothing that could harm him, and upon witnessing this, he finally began to calm down. "Do not move. Answer me. Why are you wearing a mask?" The stranger appeared exceedingly anxious. His cowardly demeanor did not resemble that of a live-streaming host. Neither of us was inclined to speak first, resulting in a standoff, while the bubbling sounds from the water tank grew increasingly louder. Continuing in this manner was not a viable solution. Fearing the arrival of more individuals, I decided to first answer the stranger's question to ease his mind. "I am merely an idle drifter. I heard that the live-streaming industry is thriving, so I sought to carve a niche for myself by conducting ghost exploration live streams." As I spoke, my gaze remained fixed on the man. Should he exhibit any hint of unnatural behavior, I would exert every effort to eliminate him. Live stream? Huh. The man appeared bewildered, seemingly unfamiliar with outdoor streaming. His reaction left me somewhat confused, uncertain whether he was feigning ignorance or genuinely did not understand live streaming. Yes, it involves broadcasting oneself live through a phone to attract viewers. To further probe the man's identity, I undertook a bold move, pulling out the ghostly live streaming phone and moving it closer to him, wishing to show him the barrage of comments in my streaming room. Do not come any closer. The man resisted my approach, refusing to glance at the phone, his gaze instead fixated warily upon my face. First, remove your mask. Was his fear rooted in my masked visage? Holding the phone, I suddenly pondered that I might be overthinking. While the man was not conventionally attractive, he appeared to fall within the realm of normalcy. From his perspective, tonight's events could indeed seem terrifying. Deep in the night, strange sounds emanating from within the hospital, coupled with fleeting lights, only to discover a figure clad in a black and white mask, clearly engaged in peculiar activities atop a metal box. Was that not frightful enough? In a bid to gain the man's trust, I mentioned that beneath my evil and righteous mask lay a human skin mask, unafraid to reveal my true appearance. I shifted the phone's camera away and casually removed my black and white mask, raising my hands in a gesture of surrender. Calm down. I wear this mask purely for the sake of entertainment, to fulfill the audience's requests. After finishing my words, I paused momentarily and tentatively inquired, I hope I did not frighten you. Are you the security guard here? The unfamiliar man shook his head. Do not concern yourself with me. You claim to be a paranormal streamer. Where is your evidence? Surely, you must have equipment for your live broadcast? Patience, I replied. This phone serves as my streaming device. I presented the spectral showcase phone before him, yet his expression remained unchanged throughout. If he were indeed a streamer, he would have exhibited some reaction upon seeing the showcase phone. This is my streaming room, and it contains the comments from my viewers. I was ready for violence at any moment. Yet, in this tense atmosphere, the viewers' comments remained refreshingly unconventional. The Teletubbies met their demise due to murder. Donations for an utterly chilling live stream, 1 ghost coin. Is wearing a mask merely for show? I demand to see your face. Indeed. What are you rambling about? Shouldn't you cater to the desires of the esteemed audience? We want you to stream in stockings. Will you comply? The women's clothing has already been sent. It's up to you to handle it. The seasoned driver of Jiangqing, donning women's attire for a live broadcast, should surely present a unique spectacle. However, I feared some individuals might harbor ulterior motives towards the streamer. I recalled an age-old philosophical inquiry. Why did the peach blossom and chrysanthemum pass through security together? Yet the chrysanthemum was detained? Why did the Teletubbies die? What a perplexing matter. I pondered aloud. Is that even a question worth asking? The man replied, because the chrysanthemum is considered an explosive item. The suddenness of his revelation left me contemplative, observing the barrage of comments in my streaming room. The unfamiliar man's demeanor shifted slightly. He nodded and returned the spectral showcase phone to me. You truly are a streamer. Indeed. There is no need for a paranormal streamer to deceive you. However, your streaming room possesses quite the peculiar taste, he remarked, the fear in his eyes diminishing, replaced instead by a curious gaze. I sensed he might have misconstrued something, yet it was not the time for such considerations. I donned the mask of good and evil once more, completing my identity verification. And you? Why are you here, infiltrating an abandoned hospital at this late hour? If you are not the security guard or caretaker of this place, your presence here warrants scrutiny. I have actually been here for a day and a night, he disclosed, surprising me. You were here last night. Wait, I am not entirely grasping your meaning. His words left me perplexed. I am a horror novelist and an enthusiast of the supernatural. I came here in search of inspiration. He scratched his head. What I say is the truth. If you do not believe me, feel free to visit my dwelling. I have come equipped with camping gear, prepared for a protracted stay. I will not leave until my next novel is completed. The man offered to show me his residence, yet I was quite resistant. I feared he might have set traps there, and the contents of the water tank remained unclear. He evidently did not perceive my internal conflict, gesturing for me to follow as he turned to exit. His back was fully exposed to my line of sight. Should I choose to ambush him from behind, there was a 90% chance of success in eliminating him. My hands lifted and then fell. I glanced at the water tank. Tonight's broadcast had only just begun, and there was time to investigate the tank, so I felt no urgency. I trailed behind the unfamiliar man, departing the flesh center and continuing down the corridor until we exited the outpatient building. Leaving the ominous building, Both the stranger and I exhaled in relief. And he gradually became more conversational, occasionally inquiring about my experiences with live streaming. After a few minutes of walking, he led me to the adjacent outpatient building, which housed a cancer rehabilitation center. The structure was 6 stories tall, resembling a sanatorium, and the environment was quite pleasant. I would be residing here temporarily. The stranger ascended to the 2nd floor and opened the door to the first room around the corner. This was a single room with tightly shut windows, obscured by specially thick curtains, rendering the interior completely invisible from the outside. "Make yourself comfortable," he said, a bitter smile crossing his face as he activated the emergency light on the table, then covered it with a towel to prevent any light from being seen outside. I remained still, putting away my phone while surveying every detail of the room. In the room, there were 2 standard-sized hospital beds flanked by a low cabinet, and in the space between the beds stood a small tent. The tent was modest in size, just enough for a person to curl up inside, with a case of beer and a case of mineral water positioned on either side. "Your lifestyle seems rather indulgent," I remarked, casting a glance at several empty bottles discarded in the corner, revealing that this stranger was, unexpectedly, a bit of a drinker. "We creatives often have our peculiarities. I happen to enjoy drinking," he confessed, pulling out a case of instant noodles from behind the tent. I was mentally prepared for a prolonged stay, certain I could last a week or 2 without issue. Observing the supplies he had gathered, my skepticism began to wane. His approach was markedly different from that of a typical live-streaming host. Perhaps he was indeed merely a horror novelist in search of inspiration. "Don't you fear living in such a dreary place alone?" I asked. "That's precisely the point. Fear is essential. If one cannot feel fear, how could they possibly write anything that sends chills down a reader's spine?" He chuckled. "I'm quite the daring individual. It's rare for anything to truly frighten me. I seek new breakthroughs, which is why I venture to places like this for inspiration." I nodded, internally pondering that those in the arts often seemed a bit eccentric. "You don't sound like a local from Jiangsheng," I remarked. "I hail from northern China." I inadvertently heard a friend mention this place, which prompted me to seek it out. "Your friend must be someone quite extraordinary to know of such a hidden spot," I mused. "They are quite ordinary. He was just a caregiver here at the hospital before, so he has some insider knowledge." "What does he know?" I inquired, curious if it pertained to the puzzling relocation of the hospital. "The relocation is a decision made by the higher-ups. How could my friend, as a caregiver, have access to such information?" The stranger's expression was peculiar, particularly his uneven eyes, which blinked as he spoke. "However," he continued, "before the relocation, the hospital's surgical success rates plummeted significantly, with deaths occurring almost daily. There was even a doctor who jumped from the building during a night shift. These are all true events. Does he not know the specific reasons?" I pressed. "If he doesn't, then I suspect only the hospital director and upper management hold the true understanding of the situation." I sought to uncover any inconsistencies in the man's responses, but regrettably, he spoke without any apparent flaws. Casting a fleeting glance at the man, I suddenly realized that ever since he entered the room, he had been sitting at the entrance of the tent, his posture rigid as if he were deliberately obstructing my view, not wishing for me to glimpse the contents within. Upon noticing this, I began to move about the space with intent, my gaze fixated on the tent, eager to uncover the secrets it concealed. The man quickly became aware of my scrutiny, awkwardly shifting his body. Such a movement inevitably created a gap, rendering complete concealment impossible. Utilizing my keen observation, I discerned that the tent housed 2 sets of spare clothing, a few books, and a sleeping bag. Yet, what perplexed me was the unmistakable outline of a human figure subtly emerging from the sleeping bag. I halted, hesitating to approach, my expression growing cold with trepidation. Were there others inside the tent? "Do not misconstrue," the man said, a mix of laughter and chagrin in his tone. "It is nothing particularly glamorous, but since you have seen it, there is no point in hiding." He rose, somewhat sheepishly dragging the sleeping bag out. When I beheld its contents, my expression shifted to one of incredulity. An inflatable companion? Made of silicone. He returned the sleeping bag to its place, a hint of embarrassment coloring his demeanor. "Do not think awry. I merely desired some company." He gestured to his face. "I have felt self-conscious since childhood, and only in novels could I find a companion like this doll, akin to my wife, who remains by my side unfailingly. Should the inflatable partner possess a choice, she would likely abandon someone as wretched as you," I thought, though I refrained from articulating such hurtful words. Instead, I merely nodded, feigning understanding. "The pangs of solitude are indeed a heavy burden, a sentiment I intimately comprehend. My words seemed to resonate with him, and he appeared to agree. The distance between us narrowing considerably as I sensed the softening of his tone. Would you care for a drink? It is quite serendipitous for us to encounter one another in this forsaken place. Did you know that when I first heard a noise and caught sight of you, I genuinely believed it to be a haunting? Your mask startled me. The man grinned, though his smile only served to distort his already twisted features. He casually retrieved a can of beer from the right side of the box and extended it towards me. I shook my head. Alcohol dulls the senses and impairs thought. And in such an environment, I must maintain absolute clarity. I shall pass on the drink. My tolerance is quite poor. This was merely a polite refusal to spare his feelings, and I hastily shifted the conversation. With all these preparations, tense. Beer, do you truly find it worthwhile to subject yourself to such extremes for the sake of writing a novel? You wouldn't understand, he replied, placing the beer before me and extracting a bottle from the left side of the box, opening it, and drinking deeply. When inspiration strikes, one feels as though they are the most remarkable person in the world. Yet, when it wanes, the frustration can be unbearable. Experiencing an abandoned hospital is hardly a challenge. I admitted my lack of comprehension with a smile, remarking, I must read your work someday. There are few writers as dedicated as you. He smiled mysteriously. In fact, you may have come across my books, as I possess a certain influence in the realm of horror and suspense literature. Read them? I paused, somewhat taken aback. What have you written? The smile on the man's face gradually widened, revealing an expression brimming with anticipation, as if he were certain that the mere utterance of a particular name would leave me utterly astonished. Have you seen The Wife-Killing Diary? Upon hearing that name, I was momentarily taken aback, a tempest of emotions stirring within me. The Wife-Killing Diary? Is it not penned by the esteemed Wang Shi? What is the situation? The true Wang Shi has perished, yet his spirit seems to linger in the Century New Garden, shielding me. The sound of my inhalation was audible to the man before me, and in order to conceal my surprise, I had no choice but to play along. You wrote that novel. You are the enigmatic suspense author, the one known as Corpse with a Human Face? I hear you didn't even attend the award ceremony? The man appeared to be quite pleased with my animated tone, and I knew that someone with an affinity for exploring the supernatural, like myself, would have certainly encountered my works. I could hardly believe I was meeting my idol. Might I inquire your true name? My tone softened as I replayed the events that had transpired since our encounter and suddenly discerned numerous inconsistencies. Before meeting him, I had glimpsed a shadow flitting through the corridor of the tumor center, and that shadow could very well have been him. Furthermore, when we first met, he possessed no illumination, merely standing at the doorway, the only source of light emanating from my phone. This individual seemed capable of seeing in the dark. In my astonishment, I had overlooked this detail. Lowering my gaze to the beer can before me, I recalled the man's earlier actions. He had retrieved that beer from the right side of the box, while the one he consumed had come from the leftmost side. It was highly probable that the beer had been tainted with some substance. In the blink of an eye, my thoughts raced, and I felt a murderous intent toward this man. Your true name? I'm afraid that's not convenient to share. Since our meeting is serendipitous, let's not dwell on such matters. Simply refer to me by my profession. The man laughed heartily, betraying no hint of malice. You may call me writer, and I shall refer to you as streamer. How convenient. The task of eliminating the streamer in the realm of the underworld was clearly a premeditated move on his part to announce to everyone that I was indeed the streamer. Nevertheless, addressing him as streamer felt rather peculiar. I extended my hand toward him, concealing a malevolent energy like needles within my palm, smiling as I acknowledged the rarity of encountering my idol in such a ghostly place. You may call me Xiaoqi. Chapter 601. A new visitor. The name Xiaoqi was one I had chosen with careful consideration. I had crossed paths with Chunjioga in a deep dream, during which I had introduced myself as Xiaoqi. It was highly likely that Chunjioga would also participate in this live stream, and to uphold this ruse, I continued to use the name Xiaoqi. Observing my outstretched hand, the man seemed unperturbed, casually taking my hand in his. The command of yin and yang. My mastery of ghostly arts had reached a level of exquisite precision, allowing me to subtly infuse the concealed energy nestled in my palm and between my fingers into the man's body. My actions were executed with utmost discretion. Generally, only someone with profound knowledge of ghostly arts could detect my subtle maneuver. The malevolent energy coalesced into fine needles, penetrating the man's acupoints without encountering the anticipated resistance. This man was merely an ordinary individual. His meridians contained neither yin energy nor true qi. Many areas were entirely obstructed, bearing no trace of any cultivation. Why would an ordinary person resort to deceit? Is he truly not a performer in a showcase? In my recollection, each showcase performer embodies a perilous and terrifying presence. After all, surviving numerous live broadcasts undoubtedly implies a mastery of formidable skills that an ordinary individual would find insurmountable to replicate. The man, a pretender to the mantle of a master, exhibited no reaction, and I had initially prepared to take decisive action, yet upon witnessing this scene, my murderous intent gradually dissipated. This individual, residing in the Jianghu hospital at such a late hour, must harbor ulterior motives. His so-called quest for life experiences and inspiration serves merely as a facade. However, this does not conclusively label him as a showcase performer. I relinquished my grip on him, maintaining a smile while retreating to keep a safe distance. Why are you standing so far away? Is it my appearance that frightens you? The rider gestured to his face, his mismatched eyes blinking a few times, seemingly accustomed to being shunned. In my youth, I suffered from an illness that resulted in a tumor pressing against my nerves. The first surgical attempt failed, leaving remnants of the tumor. After its recurrence, the tumor worsened, ultimately growing to the size of an egg, disfiguring my entire face. Brain tumor? This term I merely learned from the walls of the Sarcoma Center, a recent acquisition of knowledge. Fortunately, the second surgery succeeded, and the tumor was entirely excised. However, my visage could never return to its former state. The rider's lips curled into an unattractive grin, and while I felt compelled to offer him words of comfort, they remained unspoken. The atmosphere grew heavy, prompting the rider to dismiss such matters. Those days are past. He tilted his head back, finishing a can of beer, and continued. I arrived here earlier than you and have explored this place quite a bit. To put it simply, it's best to avoid abandoned hospitals. There are myriad ways to earn a living without risking one's life. After downing another can, subtle shifts in his demeanor became apparent. My curiosity piqued. I inquired, is it perilous here? Did you encounter something terrifying? While I found nothing overtly horrifying, I can't shake this ominous premonition, he confided, leaning against the tent. Let me put it this way. I have previously ventured into other abandoned hospitals in search of inspiration. My last visit was to the Huadu Xiaotangshan Hospital. Do you recall the SARS outbreak in the early 2000s? The authorities constructed the Xiaotangshan Emergency Treatment Hospital in just 7 days and nights to isolate SARS patients. Once the outbreak was contained, the facility was abandoned, with all medical personnel and staff evacuated, leaving the area unused ever since. I have heard of the SARS epidemic, and Xiaotangshan Hospital serves as the backdrop for many escape games in our country. What point are you trying to make? I scrutinized the writer, contemplating every word he uttered since uncovering his deception regarding his true identity. It's quite simple. The abandonment of Xiaotangshan Hospital was a precautionary measure against the spread of high-risk infectious viruses. Have you ever pondered why the Jianghu Cancer Research Hospital was left to decay? Cancer is not contagious. The writer's enigmatic demeanor successfully stirred my curiosity. Having resided here for a day and night, have you uncovered anything of note? If I had made any discoveries, would I still harbor fear? You do not comprehend that it is precisely the unknown that evokes excitement and fear. At this moment, I find myself in a state of exhilaration. The writer, speaking with fervor, opened a can of beer, subtly gesturing towards me with it, as if to imply, won't you partake? No, my tolerance for alcohol is quite poor. I tend to become rather unruly when inebriated, I replied, shaking my head and waving my hand in refusal. You must have gained some insights during your day and night here, haven't you? Might you share them with me? After all, I have a live broadcast to attend to shortly. The Jianghu Cancer Research Hospital is vast. I have spent the entire day merely traversing the Cancer Rehabilitation Center. The writer took a sip of his beer, counting off on his fingers. The hospital comprises 3 main buildings. The tallest is the outpatient building, the very structure where we met. I reside in the innermost building of the Cancer Rehabilitation Center. All its windows and doors are sealed, boarded up. I am uncertain of its purpose. Sealed and boarded windows? This last ward's architecture somewhat resembles the psychiatric facility I visited long ago. I expended considerable effort to escape that asylum. Is that all there is to it? No other details worth noting? I inquired, bemused, suspecting the writer was concealing something. Having spent a day and night here, he must have thoroughly acquainted himself with the layout. Have you visited the water tank at the Sarcoma Center in the outpatient building during the day? Do you know what is contained within? I had not paid attention to it. The rider casually discarded his empty beer can into the corner. During your day and night here, have you encountered anyone else? I posed my final question. Upon my arrival, a private car was parked outside, and judging by the driver's license, the owner was not you. If I am not mistaken, that individual should be at the hospital now. Are there others in the hospital? The rider's voice shifted, revealing genuine surprise. Is that so? I have been wandering for quite some time, and you are the first person I have encountered. His expression was natural, leaving me unable to discern whether he was being deceitful. Do I have any reason to deceive you? I believe there are indeed others in this hospital aside from us, and I suspect more than one. I scrutinized the rider's face, searching for further signs of inconsistency. Why would they come to this hospital? It has been abandoned for over 20 years. Could it possibly harbor hidden treasures? Upon uttering this, he chuckled. Forgive me, having written so many novels. You can dismiss my musings as mere whimsy. We continued our conversation for some time, neither of us showing any inclination to leave the room. I contemplated whether to seize the opportunity to eliminate him, as he likely harbored similar thoughts. Our minds were clouded with ulterior motives as we shared the confined space until 12:30, when a new flicker of light emerged within the hospital, diverting our attention from each other. Someone else has entered. In the still, darkened hospital, a beam of light swept across the room from the window, seemingly cast by an outsider inadvertently shining a flashlight. The rider and I extinguished the emergency lights and cautiously parted the curtain just enough to glimpse a young man in his 20s, equipped with a backpack and wielding a flashlight, as he stepped into the Cancer Rehabilitation Center. Isn't that Gubei? Why has another newcomer arrived? Could he be the kidnapper of infants? Exchanging a knowing glance with the rider, we silently approached the door, concealing ourselves around the corner on the second floor, furtively observing this young man, oblivious and illuminated by his flashlight. Upon entering the Cancer Rehabilitation Center, he murmured something softly, his clothing adorned with several pieces of yellow paper talismans. His legs trembled as he navigated the hallways, illuminating the door signs of various departments with a flashlight, seemingly in search of something elusive. Without a mobile phone and lacking any brooch, this foolish lad appeared so frightened that he could barely maintain his footing, hardly resembling a typical show host. I observed the young man still wandering aimlessly in the lobby and glanced at the rider. Both individuals struck me as peculiar, for they did not seem to belong to the realm of show hosts, yet found themselves inexplicably entangled in the deadly game of the show. Chapter 602. The Invitation of Death. The newly emerged youth exhibited a timid demeanor, and I could distinctly perceive his calves and shoulders trembling. The flashlight flickered apprehensively in the lobby, reflecting his heightened state of anxiety. Each step he took was punctuated by a cautious pause. However, this caution appeared laughable to me, revealing numerous vulnerabilities in his demeanor. I could easily approach him and launch a surprise attack if I so desired. He, too, did not fit the profile of a show host. I remained puzzled as to why these individuals, seemingly unrelated to the show, had congregated here, making tonight's broadcast increasingly enigmatic. Having found nothing of interest on the first floor, the young man ascended the stairs with his flashlight in hand. The rider and I concealed ourselves at the corner of the staircase, mere meters apart. Yet, despite this proximity, the wary youth remained blissfully unaware of our presence. A gentle tap on my shoulder prompted the rider to gesture towards me, suggesting that I should speak to him, as my appearance might startle the lad. Your consideration is rather thoughtful, I noted, as they drew nearer, to prevent any misunderstandings. I cautiously stepped out from my hiding place and addressed the young man in a hushed tone. Halt. This is a restricted area, no unauthorized personnel allowed. The previously deserted corridor was abruptly interrupted by my emergence, catching the youth off guard, causing him to drop his flashlight and scream. The light flickered momentarily in the darkened edifice before settling at my feet. He fumbled in a panic to retrieve the flashlight, but hesitated to approach, retreating several steps until his back met the wall, his chest heaving as he struggled to regain composure. Do not be alarmed. We harbor no ill intentions, I spoke softly, deliberately slowing my pace. Yet, even this gentle approach was enough to frighten him considerably. Stay back, he exclaimed, leaning against the wall, struggling to unfasten his backpack. In a flurry of anxiety, he retrieved a fruit knife, wielding it awkwardly as if to defend himself. This clumsy display inadvertently eased my tension. I raised my hands to indicate I bore no weapons and urged him to lower the knife, cautioning him against self-harm. As I retrieved the flashlight, I slowly advanced towards him, observing his tense muscles, his pupils dilating with each of my steps. Hold it carefully, Do not throw it again, I advised as I extended the flashlight towards him. It was only then that he dared to meet my gaze. You aren't a ghost, are you? He stammered. Remove the R. How could I possibly be a ghost? Observe, I cast a shadow, I replied, striving to appear amicable. The young man hesitated to take the flashlight, maintaining a safe distance, and I suspected that had he not cornered himself, he would have fled by now. You truly are not a ghost? He inquired, his voice trembling. Why? Pray tell, do you find yourself here at this late hour, adorned with such a terrifying mask? His voice trembled, a clear indication that he suspected I was deceiving him. I reached up to touch my own face. I had become so accustomed to the mask of good and evil that I had nearly forgotten I was still wearing it. As a spirit-seeking broadcaster, this mask was merely a prop for the show. I reiterated to the young man the words I had previously shared with the writer, but his skepticism was profound. I nearly wore my throat raw before he finally believed me. Ah, I see, he remarked, a look of dawning comprehension crossing his features as he took the flashlight from my hands. Yet he did not lower the fruit knife. I had thought you, like me, were coerced into this place. Coerced? The writer emerged from the shadows behind me, questioning who would force anyone to this dreadful locale. His fabrications were lacking in creativity. And who might this be? The young man instinctively tightened his grip on the fruit knife upon seeing the writer, who, from his perspective, appeared rather fearsome. I cleared my throat and introduced him. This is none other than the renowned master of horror and suspense, the illustrious author of The Corpse with a Human Face. The young man repeated the title several times, shaking his head in ignorance. I'm afraid I haven't heard of it. I don't read horror novels. I possess a rather timid disposition and harbor a strong aversion to such things. Haven't you come across The Wife Killer's Diary? Surely you've heard it mentioned in conversation? The writer had fully immersed himself in the persona of Wang Shi. Had he not been the genuine article, I would have been deceived by his remarkable performance. Do not come too close, the young man said, his brow furrowed, casting a wary glance at both me and the writer. His countenance darkened as he suddenly directed the knife at me, issuing a demand with no warning. Remove the mask. Let me see your face. Remove the mask? Had I not just informed you that this is merely for show? In a bid to gain the young man's trust, I reluctantly removed the mask, only to be taken aback as he abruptly pulled out his phone from his pocket and snapped a photo of both the writer and me. I have captured your likeness. Do not think of harming me. Should anything happen to me, my friends will immediately take this photo to the authorities. He brandished his phone with an air of defiance. A fleeting crimson glimmer crossed my eyes, yet I feigned nonchalance as I remarked, you seem to be suffering from a persecution complex, my young friend. I advise you against disseminating that photograph. The writer must maintain an air of mystery. If you wish to avoid legal trouble, it would be prudent to behave. Unlike me, the writer openly issued a threat. However, the young man remained unfazed. If I survive this night, I shall delete the photo. But if something befalls me, rest assured, you shall not escape unscathed. His words brimmed with a hint of hostility, not directed at anyone in particular, but rather stemming from his overwhelming anxiety, which had bred a general sense of resistance. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. I feared the young man's earlier outburst might attract unwanted attention. I gestured for them to follow me. Let us retreat to the infirmary. It is unsafe out here, and there may be hidden dangers within the hospital. When our safety was at stake, both the writer and the young man ceased their quarrel and followed me back to the first infirmary room on the second floor. We closed the door and activated the emergency lights, draping a towel over the illumination. The three of us stood in the room, each positioned at a different angle, harboring mutual distrust. With dawn still a distant prospect, we were uncertain of the dangers that awaited us in this place. Cooperation would serve the interests of us all. I concur, I affirmed. The writer aligned himself with my sentiments, and after a moment of contemplation, the young man quietly sheathed his fruit knife, expressing his agreement as well. In the dim light of the room, I scrutinized the young man before me, who appeared to be in his early 20s, the typical age for a university student. However, his demeanor was far from that of a typical scholar. His hair was disheveled, and his eyes were bloodshot. It seemed he had experienced some form of trauma prior to his arrival here. Retrieving my gaze, I donned my mask and began to speak, introducing myself as Xia Qi. The individual beside me could be referred to as the writer, and you are undoubtedly aware of our presence here as a collaboration. Now, it is time for you to elucidate the reason for your appearance. After a moment's hesitation, the young man finally resolved to speak. I am Chinimo, a student at Jiangxing Medical College. Jiangxing Medical College? I was momentarily taken aback, recalling that my 6th live broadcast had taken place there, where I had garnered the title of Heavenly Doctor. My impression of the institution was not particularly favorable, ignoring my transient reminiscence. The young man seemed to plunge deeper into his trepidation, unconsciously tugging at his hair as he spoke in a hoarse voice. The specific reasons for my presence here trace back to 2 days ago when an elderly professor from our department collapsed during class. My roommate and I carried him out of the dissection room, which seemed inconsequential at the time. However, upon returning to our dormitory, my roommate mysteriously produced a crumpled note, claiming it had fallen from the professor's pocket, suggesting it was some sort of prank by a student. My curiosity piqued. I joined him in examining the note's contents. As he finished speaking, the young man retrieved a wrinkled, pale yellow piece of paper from the compartment of his backpack. Would you like to see it? I must warn you, it is a curse. The paper was yellowed and bore signs of mold, indicating it had been around for quite some time. The writer and I exchanged glances and leaned in closer as the note revealed several poorly written characters, resembling a child's first attempt at writing. Your life is dwindling. Go to the area where Jiangxing's western suburbs meet Xinhua City. There lies an abandoned hospital named Jianghu Cancer Research. I require you to retrieve my death certificate from the central operating room on the 7th floor of the outpatient building and my birth certificate from the morgue in the basement of Ward 3. Failure to do so will have consequences. Chapter 603. The curse. The handwriting on the note was atrocious, as if the author were unfamiliar with the art of writing. The paper, though aged and marked by mold, still bore legible text, suggesting it had been inscribed at a later date. I did not take the curse to heart. Instead, I pondered the contents of the note. I had previously reviewed the layout of the outpatient building, confirming that the central operating room indeed resided on the 7th floor. Thus, the information provided in the note was not entirely fabricated. The writer seemed well acquainted with the layout of Jianghu Cancer Research. The peculiar correspondence between the central operating room and the death certificate, juxtaposed with the morgue correlating to the birth certificate, raised questions. Was this a mere oversight on the part of the writer, or a deliberate choice? I stroked my chin thoughtfully. Typically, following a surgical failure, the hospital would issue a death certificate to the deceased family. The morgue served merely as a holding space for bodies. Even if a certificate were to be issued, it would pertain to the temporary storage and transfer of remains, not a birth certificate. No one is born in such a place. Surely, it must be a mistake. I pondered silently, my expression betraying none, and the writer standing beside me mirrored this stoicism, a hint of disdain evident in his demeanor. This tiresome game I had devised a decade ago felt utterly antiquated. As the writer reached for the slip of paper, the young man swiftly withdrew his hand, cautiously returning it to the compartment of his backpack. I remarked, "You are rather sensitive, aren't you?" The young man, Chen Mo, remained mute, restrapping his backpack. I assured them, "I am not deceiving you. This curse is genuine. I do not know from where the old professor procured this note, but I only know that shortly after he was admitted to the hospital, he ceased to breathe. Perhaps it was merely an unfortunate accident." The writer, engrossed in his own thoughts, retrieved a bottle of beer from a box and began to drink, an eccentricity that piqued my interest, even for one who indulges in alcohol. Such frequency seemed excessive. My nostrils flared as I suddenly realized that the initial scent of antiseptic emanating from the writer had been entirely overpowered by the aroma of alcohol. Initially, my roommate and I paid no mind, but the next morning, upon waking, I was startled to find my roommate sitting on the bed, staring intently at me. Clutching the slip of paper, his complexion pale and beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. Chen Mo described his distress in a pained manner, gesturing animatedly, as if the scene from that morning would be forever etched in his memory. I was taken aback and inquired if he had experienced a nightmare. To which he cryptically responded, "We are all going to die. I have seen it." I, being somewhat timid, scolded him and went to wash up. But upon my return to the dormitory, my roommate had vanished. His belongings were strewn about as though he had been pursued in a frantic escape. Chen Mo's lips curled in bitterness. Throughout the morning classes, I did not see him until we attended anatomy class in the afternoon. When we opened the tank housing the cadaver, horror struck us all. My roommate was among those lifeless figures, his skin pale, limbs contorted, the sight grotesquely terrifying. Chen Mo's voice trembled, nearly breaking into tears, revealing the profound impact that scene had on his psyche. We resided in a double room at the medical school, and with my roommate's mysterious demise weighing heavily on me, I was too fearful to sleep alone in the dormitory, so I sought the company of others, hoping to crowd together for the night. When the lights went out, everyone had drifted into slumber, and the room was enveloped in an eerie silence, devoid of any anomalies, allowing me to finally relax and prepare for sleep. Yet, Chun Mo's voice gradually sharpened, perhaps due to the haunting memory of my roommate's death. I found myself unable to sleep, his visage and the ominous words he had spoken replaying in my mind. "We are all going to die. I have seen it." I could not fathom what he had witnessed. As I attempted to turn over, I suddenly discovered that I was paralyzed. Terror gripped me. I opened my mouth, but could not utter a sound. My classmates slept beside me, yet I could not rouse them. I was rendered mute, helplessly watching as the dormitory door appeared to be pushed open by some unseen force, darkness creeping in as if something were crawling towards me. I swear, I did not lie. That entity was drenched, its face pressed against the floor, inching closer to me. I felt breathless, my lungs devoid of air, as if my insides had ceased to function. My eyes widened in horror as I beheld that thing gradually, agonizingly, inching its way toward me. Chun Mo's voice was somewhat raised, his emotions spiraling out of control. I quickly interjected with words of comfort, and after a considerable while, he continued. "The night is too dark. I cannot discern the appearance of that entity, yet strangely, I sense that it is my deceased roommate who has returned." The young man took a breath, and as his narrative approached its climax, it seemed as though his roommate was communicating something to me, urging me to wait until he departed. It was only then that I abruptly sat up in bed, startling all the classmates in the room who gazed at me in astonishment. I must have looked quite disheveled, my clothes thoroughly drenched in sweat, as if I had just emerged from the depths of a body of water. My classmates inquired about my condition. I initially believed I had merely experienced a nightmare. However, as I reached into my pocket, I suddenly discovered something unusual nestled within. Upon retrieving it, I found the very note that my roommate had taken, inexplicably reappearing in my possession. What should I do? I do not wish to perish. I do not want to meet the same fate as my roommate. Fear was etched across Chun Mo's face, and I finally grasped his roommate's intentions, leading me to believe that the curse inscribed on the note was indeed real. Thus, I hastily organized my belongings and fled here overnight, uncertain if this was merely a prank. I truly do not wish to die. As he reached the latter part of his tale, his words became increasingly incoherent, and not a single person in the room dared to interject. After listening, I refrained from voicing my thoughts, instead contemplating in silence. If what Chun Mo spoke was false, then this individual must have ulterior motives, possibly being one of the streamers. His acting skills rivaling those of a seasoned writer, posing a significant danger to me. Conversely, if he spoke the truth, I had just witnessed the note, and the curse could very well manifest upon me. This too was not a favorable revelation. Have you ever considered burning the note or delivering it to a Taoist temple? The writer leisurely sipped from a beer can, crafting a well-spun tale, yet I remained unconvinced. As a seasoned researcher of the supernatural, I have traversed numerous locations without encountering the so-called spirits. You, a mere child, claim to have experienced supernatural phenomena? It seems to me you are grappling with psychological issues. Perhaps you should first have a can of beer to calm your nerves. The writer extended the beer can towards Chun Mo, and I narrowed my eyes, observing the young man to see how he would react after imbibing it. I swear on the heavens that I speak nothing but the truth. I do not wish to harm you. You both witnessed the contents of the note. We are now united, and we must adhere to what it dictates in order to survive. Chun Mo hurriedly explained, revealing that he was not malicious, merely lacking in courage. If he were to star in a horror film, he would likely not last 5 minutes. Chun Mo casually set the beer aside, not even glancing at it, as he continued to persuade the writer and me to join him in action. Not drinking? Is this the fortune of fools? Or has he uncovered something? My gaze shifted between the writer and Chun Mo. There are only a few streamers in this showcase. Both of these individuals seem rather suspicious, neither appearing to be virtuous. Should I align myself with them? I had discovered a water tank in the outpatient building's sarcoma center, which certainly harbored mysteries I had yet to investigate. Time for contemplation was fleeting. Soon, the writer and Chun Mo reached a consensus, deciding to explore the outpatient building under the cover of night. Chun Mo sought to break the curse, while the writer, as he claimed, was in pursuit of inspiration. Both of them turned their gazes towards me, and I found it difficult to refuse, so I reluctantly nodded in agreement. This place is perilous. Gathering together offers a modicum of safety. However, before we embark, I have a small favor to ask of you both. Chapter 604. The Central Operating Room. What is it? The writer and Chun Imo spoke in unison, their eyes filled with caution as they regarded me. It's nothing of great consequence, so do not be alarmed, I replied, gesturing towards the outfit I was wearing. I had inadvertently torn a large gash in it while descending the stairs. Might I borrow a change of clothes? After all, I still have a live stream to conduct, and exposing so much skin might not reflect well. They scrutinized me with suspicion, yet I was unperturbed by their probing gazes. The reason I suddenly desired a change of attire was merely because I had spotted some garments in the writer's tent, prompting me to act on a whim. Although I donned a human mask, I was still clad in the same outfit from the Century New Garden. Should I encounter Qingzhouge, it would undoubtedly evoke certain associations. Upon leaving the Century New Garden, I had rushed in haste, leaving no opportunity for a wardrobe change. Yet, this was not a significant flaw, for I had already resolved to eliminate Qingzhouge at any cost. Thus, even if he were to catch a glimpse of my clothing, it would matter little. However, should I fail to kill him and allow him to escape, my attire could become a liability. My current request was merely to avert any unforeseen complications. Upon hearing my request, both the writer and Chun Imo appeared somewhat speechless. Do as you wish, the writer said, casually retrieving a jacket from the tent and tossing it to me. Thank you. I swiftly shed my clothing and gestured again. Do you have any pants? He winced slightly, suppressing the urge to refuse, and procured a pair of trousers. I tucked away my phone and brooch, then stepped behind the tent to change with composure, placing the brooch from the underworld show in a more concealed spot. Let us set off. I discarded my old clothes in a corner and stretched my limbs. The third infirmary is completely sealed. We should first head to the 7th floor of the outpatient building to seek the death certificate. Is it really that simple? Chun Imo observed my relaxed demeanor and the writer's nonchalance, suddenly feeling that his two companions were rather unreliable. What I said earlier was entirely truthful. That place may very well harbor something terrifying. Do not assume I jest. We do not think you are joking, I retorted. Enough with the chatter. Shall we proceed? I glanced at my phone. It was still not yet 1 o'clock in the morning. This action of mine likely led to further misunderstandings from Chun Imo, who pointed at my hand. Brother, are you not afraid of being permanently banned by the streaming platform for broadcasting such content? I would welcome a permanent ban. This was a sharp inquiry. Mid-sentence, I suddenly realized my oversight and quickly amended my response. In this age, traffic is king. As long as what I stream garners an audience and brings me profit, that suffices. If I were banned, I would merely switch to another platform. It matters not. I strode out of the infirmary, oblivious to how the writer and Chun Imo would interpret my actions. As I departed the Cancer Rehabilitation Center and walked along the desolate hospital path, the cold wind stirred the wild grass beneath, resembling ghostly shadows swaying in the night. None of us spoke as we silently entered the treatment building. Upon entering, it felt as though even our heartbeats quickened, a stifling atmosphere enveloping us, inducing a sense of unease. This is the map of the medical building. The central operating room you seek is located on the top floor. I gestured towards the severely damaged guide map on the wall and glanced at Chun Imo, who clumsily grasped a fruit knife in one hand and a flashlight in the other, his careful movements ironically causing the most commotion. Despite being a cumbersome addition, he was the provider of a new lead, making it impossible to discard him. Quite troublesome indeed. I am a person who values efficiency, and I detest complications. Killing a person yields a single point, while saving an innocent grants 10 points. What a dilemma. A fleeting crimson glimmer crossed my gaze as it swept over Chun Mo's neck. The water tank is located at the far end of the first-floor corridor. The writer and I shared an unspoken understanding, neither of us showing any inclination to investigate, keeping this secret concealed. What sound? Did you hear that? Upon entering the safe passage, Chun Imo too caught the gurgling noise emanating from the water tank, but he quickly dismissed it. The sound seemed to grow louder. What could possibly be contained within that tank? I covertly glanced at the writer. His calm demeanor rendered his thoughts inscrutable. I slowed my pace, positioning myself at the back of the group, deep in contemplation. Earlier, just as I was on the verge of discovering what lay hidden within the water tank, the writer had appeared, thwarting my plan. His timing was too fortuitous. He must know something. He could very well be affiliated with the New Who Cancer Research Hospital. The tent and supplies had likely been prepared long in advance. What secrets could possibly be worth safeguarding in an abandoned hospital? I gazed at the walls and ceiling, which had retained their pallor over the years, my brow furrowed. What, after all, was the purpose of tonight's broadcast? Wasn't the theme supposed to be the mutual hunting among the livestream hosts? Why did it feel as though something had soured? Moreover, Chen Jiugao had set off an hour earlier than me. Where could he be now? Where had those kidnappers and Gu Bei concealed themselves? Among these individuals, who truly was the live stream host? The guide map within the hospital was mostly damaged, rendering it difficult to decipher. Adhering to the principle of avoiding unnecessary trouble, we proceeded directly to the 7th floor via the safe passage. Though the intention was sound, we encountered an unexpected obstacle not long after. At the juncture between the 1st and 2nd floors of the safe passage, I discovered an unextinguished cigarette butt. The individual must have heard a noise and hastily discarded the cigarette, causing it to tumble from the staircase above, preventing them from extinguishing it immediately. I picked up the cigarette butt and glanced around the building for others. Be careful, you too. I held the cigarette butt before me, suddenly feeling a sense of familiarity. This was precisely the brand I often smoked, 5 yuan a pack, a common local brand in Jiangxing and Xinhu. Just as clothing can reflect a person's identity, so too can cigarettes. Those in power smoke high-quality brands without cost. The wealthy purchase fine cigarettes, while the impoverished and desperate, when the craving strikes, are left with only inferior brands, much like I once was. The smoker of this cigarette was likely not a live stream host, but rather one of the kidnappers. After all, certain habits run deep and are not easily altered. Discarding the cigarette butt, I continued upward, following the rider and Chen Mo. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, I noted the presence of numerous items that should not have been found in an abandoned hospital. Leaves stained with soil, strips of cloth bearing fresh blood, and scattered food wrappers. It is evident that someone has lingered here for a while. The rider, perplexed, pondered how he had traversed so many places without encountering them. How could I remain oblivious to the presence of outsiders in the hospital? Should I ascend to the 3rd floor? Perhaps they are concealed within some department. Yet, time is of the essence. I must first attend to the pressing matters at hand. The atmosphere within the hospital has become increasingly tense and eerie. I sense that the emergence of death or the discovery of a corpse could render the entire situation unpredictable, potentially leading to complete chaos. Chen Mo shared my sentiments. The minority must yield to the majority, and despite his dissatisfaction, the rider could only suppress his feelings. Without further delay, the 3 of us dashed to the 7th floor of the treatment building, and our collective action alleviated some of the dread. Pushing open the door to the emergency exit, we were met with a dark, interminable corridor. At this level, an oppressive sensation reached its zenith, making even breathing feel laborious. I was the first to enter the central operating room. All the doors of the patient rooms lining the hospital corridor were sealed with tape, a sight unseen on other floors. The hospital's interior, dry and enclosed, had remained largely unchanged for years, given the scarcity of insects and ants in this locale. Let us not linger. We must locate the operating room. As we drew closer to the location indicated on the note, Chen Mo grew increasingly anxious, gripping his fruit knife with trembling hands. The corridor on the top floor was particularly long. It took us a full half-minute to finally reach the central operating room mentioned on the note. This room's door was significantly larger than those of the other departments. Chen Mo was eager to enter, but I halted him with a firm hand. What are you doing? He shot me a glare. But I remained unfazed as I explained. This is the only door on the entire top floor with its seal torn off. Exercise caution. There may be unsavory elements within. The seal on one side was coated in dust, while the other side was immaculate, clearly just ripped off. Chen Mo recognized my intentions were well-meaning and nodded, lowering the tip of his knife. I'll lead. You two stay close, he said, his voice trembling slightly as he stepped forward, seemingly to bolster his own courage, and forcefully pushed the door to the central operating room open. That foolish lad stood at the threshold, shining his flashlight inside and instructing us to remain close. Yet, upon opening the door, he seemed rooted to the spot, his legs firmly planted. You made such a ruckus pushing the door. If anyone's inside, they'll surely notice us at once and hide. Waiting to deliver a fatal blow, I remarked with a tone of exasperation. Initially, we had been in the shadows. Chen Mo's actions had rendered our situation somewhat awkward. What do we do now? He turned to me and the rider, seemingly seeking our counsel. We've come this far. What can we do? Let us go in and be careful not to touch anything we shouldn't, I replied, fully pushing the door open and using the flashlight to scrutinize the interior. The central operating room was expansive, containing no fewer than 7 rooms of varying sizes, all with their doors firmly shut. The item we sought must be within one of those chambers. For now, there was no immediate danger outside. We were temporarily safe. Are you so certain? The writer inquired, patting my shoulder in disbelief. Have you been a scout before? I previously worked as a private investigator, specializing in tracking, covert photography, and extramarital inquiries. Should the day arise when your wife strays, you may consider entrusting me with the task of gathering evidence, I casually remarked, wishing to avoid excessive entanglement with the writer on this matter. You may find your opportunities dwindling, I noted, observing the writer's discontented expression. Indeed, I glanced at the writer before stepping into the central operating room. Though the Jianghu Cancer Research Hospital has been abandoned for many years, it was once a premier institution for cancer research in China, its interior meticulously arranged with clearly marked professional areas, exuding an air of orderliness. The sterile room, pharmacy, emergency operating room, and equipment preparation area were all well preserved, likely due to the hospital's central location, where the signs on the walls remained intact. I initially intended for Chen Mo to guard the entrance, leaving an escape route, but his timid nature compelled him to follow closely behind me, making it impossible to shake him off. With the writer also beyond my direction, we found ourselves unable to control the situation effectively. The rooms were interconnected, and I suggested we avoid crowding together, leaving one person stationed outside. I turned to the writer, who managed an awkward grin, questioning why he did not remain outside. Should we stumble upon something, I could be left in the dark while they kept the discovery to themselves. What could possibly be of value in this forsaken place? My intentions were for everyone's benefit. Ultimately, the writer acquiesced, closing the operating room door and leaning against the wall, seemingly finding solace only in that position. Chen Mo and I opened a door to one of the rooms, and just as we were about to enter, the door closest to the exit was pushed open. Who goes there? The writer hissed, darting from the corner to block the doorway. The figure, noticing the exit was obstructed, slowed its pace and stood still. Hearing the commotion, Chen Mo and I rushed out, encircling the shadowy figure. Was it human or specter? The figure, calm amidst the predicament, slowly retreated to the wall, seemingly brandishing something. Chen Mo directed his flashlight at the figure, and upon discerning its attire, we collectively exhaled in relief. It was a living person, clad in a faded tracksuit, carrying a crossbody bag, with a handheld digital video camera in one hand and a modified hand crossbow in the other. Was this individual a live-streaming host? Despite recognizing the absence of malevolence, I remained cautious, stepping back and softly urging him to lower the crossbow. Though seemingly small, the weapon possessed formidable power, capable of piercing car windows from several meters away, and if the steel arrow struck a vulnerable area like the eye or neck, it could prove fatal. The man remained silent, his expression cold, his gaze sweeping over the three of us before he furrowed his brows, inquiring why we had come to this place. To gain his trust, I recounted the fabricated story I had previously devised, introducing him to the writer and Chen Mo. The man's demeanor remained indifferent until he noticed the threatening note in Chen Mo's hand, which caused his expression to shift. I noticed a detail that prompted Chen Mo to produce a note from his bag, providing tangible evidence of his honesty. Upon seeing the yellowed piece of paper, the man finally relaxed, lowering the modified crossbow he had been gripping. Did you also come to this place late at night because you received a note? I tentatively inquired. To my surprise, the man nodded readily, hanging the DV camera around his neck. He freed one hand to retrieve a note identical to Chen Mo's from his satchel. The material and the writing were indistinguishable. My apologies, I was overly anxious, he admitted, lowering the hand that held the crossbow. Where did you acquire this note? I dared to ask once the man removed the steel arrow from his modified weapon. This. He shook the note in his hand, a bitter smile crossing his face. I stole it from the morgue. Which morgue? The one at this hospital? Chen Mo's eyes brightened, his tone urgent. Have you already visited the third ward? Have you obtained the birth and death certificates? Show me. You're mistaken. This note was pilfered from a private hospital morgue in New Hu. The man sighed, regret evident in his voice. I was foolish, thinking I could make a big scoop, only to end up in this predicament. He raised the DV camera, declaring, I am a journalist. If you have an interest in urban legends, you may have heard of me. My name is Zhang Hong. Zhang Hong. I blurted out, my reaction piquing the curiosity of those around us. You've heard of me? The man seemed equally astonished, well aware of his limited fame. To be blunt, for someone of his lowly status as an entertainment journalist, the term fame seemed a misnomer. Realizing I had somewhat lost my composure, I conceded. I believe I've read some of your reports online concerning the Shuangfo district in New Hu. Yes, those reports were indeed authored by me. The man confirmed. and the Zhang Heng I saw before me gradually aligned with the one etched in my memory. During my first visit to New Hu, in pursuit of a commission from Li Jingyu, I had inadvertently entered Zhang Heng's rented room, where I stumbled upon astonishing revelations, including conversations between Luxing and a mysterious individual, as well as footage of Luxing committing gruesome acts. This man had conducted an extensive investigation into the Shuangfo district. I had even pilfered a voice recorder from his room, and to this day, the third segment of the recordings remains undeciphered. So it was him. This man was an adversary of the dual-faced Buddha, risking his life to uncover traces of the entity, and I found myself admiring his tenacity. Yet, when I visited his residence, the landlady had informed me that he had not returned for quite some time. I had presumed he had fallen victim to foul play, never anticipating that he would appear tonight at the Jianghu Cancer Research Hospital. Compared to the writer and Shen Mo, I was far more intrigued by Zhang Heng's presence here. Beyond our prior encounters, there was a crucial reason among the three of us. Zhang Heng bore the closest resemblance to a show host. Chapter 606. The white walls standing at a modest height of 175 centimeters with an utterly unremarkable appearance. If Zhang Heng were to be placed amidst a crowd, he would vanish in an instant. This individual is astute, resilient, and adaptable. In him, I discern almost all the traits of an entertainment journalist, qualities that fortuitously align with the prerequisites for a host in the Underworld Showcase. Shifting my gaze away from the DV camera in Zhang Heng's hand, I withdrew my thoughts and listened intently. Zhang Heng's storytelling technique is distinctive. He aimed the DV directly at me, inviting, "You may come closer to observe. I have recorded most of the pertinent content here." As he played the footage, he continued, "This tattered scrap of paper was procured from a private hospital in Nuhu City. The origins of this incident are linked to the gruesome skinning case that transpired there a few months ago." The chilling ambience, coupled with Zhang Heng's unique voice, intensified the gravity of his words. Upon mentioning the skinning case, Chen Mo, closest to him, shuddered involuntarily. "What? Is this so frightening to you?" Zhang Heng accelerated the playback, bypassing less significant details and delving directly into the crux of the matter. "This case has wrought significant turmoil in New Hu, yet the police have been unable to apprehend the perpetrator. The bounty offered by the authorities has escalated over time, now reaching a staggering 300,000. A reward of 300,000 for any critical clues. This prospect is far more enticing than merely trailing some celebrity for the sake of monetary gain. I have been investigating this case for the past few months." At this revelation, my eyelids fluttered slightly. He was fabricating a story. I knew well that if he were indeed motivated by financial gain, he could easily secure the bounty by submitting the photographs and recordings stored on his computer to the police. Yet, he had refrained from doing so. Gazing intently at Zhang Heng's face, I pondered this conundrum with increasing intrigue. Why was he investigating the dual-faced Buddha? Why was he fixated on the skinning case? It had been quite some time since our last encounter, and yet he continued to delve into the skinning case, which was evidently a direct confrontation with the dual-faced Buddha. The photograph on Zhang Heng's desktop clearly depicted Lu Xing in the act of murder and skinning, suggesting that the mastermind behind the skinning case was likely the dual-faced Buddha. The mere fact that someone could interfere with the dual-faced Buddha's plans and still be alive was increasingly remarkable. The words dual-faced Buddha, skinning case, Zhang Heng, and showcase host swirled in my mind, and suddenly, my eyes widened. I had mentioned that there exists an individual within the showcase hosts who harbors a deep aversion towards the Soul Reaper, and the dual-faced Buddha is precisely that Soul Reaper. The mask concealed my expression, preventing anyone in the room from noticing the shift in my emotions. The probability that Zhang Heng is a showcase host is considerably high, more so than anyone else. Chen Zhoga has yet to make an appearance, and at this juncture, I must exercise utmost caution regarding Zhang Heng. While I contemplated, Zhang Heng's narrative reached its conclusion. He described how the recently discovered, unclaimed corpse was temporarily housed in a hospital by the police. To uncover the truth, I clandestinely entered the morgue and discovered this scrap of paper within the deceased's garments. The events that followed have led me to be here now. How did you manage to infiltrate the morgue? As far as I am aware, even the morgue of a private hospital is under the vigilant watch of dedicated personnel. Furthermore, your assertion that the police transferred the body to a private hospital implies that the forensic expert had already conducted an autopsy prior to your interaction with the remains. It is improbable that they would have overlooked this note. I do not wish to sever ties with Zhang Heng, but rather, I seek to gauge his reaction through this opportunity. Upon posing my two inquiries, Zhang Heng appeared momentarily taken aback, seemingly unprepared for such questions. To the first, he replied that the elderly woman guarding the body was quite avaricious. For the second, he admitted uncertainty, perhaps attributing it to the negligence of the forensic expert. Zhang Heng's explanation seemed somewhat strained, and at that moment, Chen Mo unexpectedly interjected. The note cannot be approached with conventional reasoning, much like my own predicament. My roommate had evidently taken the note away, yet after his demise, the paper resurfaced as if haunted by a vengeful spirit. We must adhere to its directives, lest we face dire consequences. With Chen Mo's intervention, I felt it prudent to refrain from further inquiries. For his prior experiences lent credence to the notion that questioning Zhang Heng might jeopardize their fragile alliance. This situation, while tense, allowed us to avoid open conflict. To this day, I remain uncertain of the true identity of the streaming host, and with my intended target, Chen Jiuge, yet to appear. I must exercise patience and conserve my strength. I ceased to interject, and the writer kept his head bowed in silence, leaving only Chen Mo and Zhang Heng engaged in conversation within the central operating room. Both had received the note and shared a common plight, leading to a burgeoning camaraderie. Zhang Heng revealed that the note was discovered on the victim of the skinning case, prompting me to ponder whether there was a connection between Jianghu Cancer Research Hospital and the dual-faced deity. As I contemplated this, I felt a sudden jolt to my arm. Turning, I saw the writer beside me, whispering conspiratorially that Zhang Heng posed a significant threat due to the crossbow in his possession. He inquired whether I had any interest in seizing it. The writer's eyes, one large and one small, regarded me with an unsettling allure, as if he were a devil coaxing me towards reckless actions. The hand crossbow was currently unarmed, and if the writer and I were to simultaneously confront Zhang Heng, our chances of success would be greatly enhanced. Humans often favor preemptively eliminating perceived threats, and when such threats cannot be vanquished, the optimal strategy is to seize control of them. I must admit, the thought intrigued me, yet I quickly suppressed the impulse. Should Zhang Heng indeed be the streaming host, rash actions would only precipitate an uncontrollable situation. We are all in the same boat. I cautioned the writer softly as I distanced myself and approached Zhang Heng, wishing to scrutinize him up close. Upon my approach, Zhang Heng's expression faltered. "Could you remove your mask? This ghastly place is frightening enough without your antics," I remarked. Upon removing the mask of good and evil, I feared that I would become a target of fate, plagued by misfortune, which would not bode well for my broadcast. Thus, I feigned ignorance of Zhang Heng's words. "You entered the central operating room before us. Did you uncover anything of significance?" The prolonged standoff felt increasingly urgent. "For the sake of this foolish boy, I shall share what I know. Follow me," Zhang Heng declared, brandishing the hand crossbow and a DV camera as he strode into the sterile operating theater. Unlike ordinary operating rooms, sterile surgical suites are designated for significant procedures, such as tumor excisions and organ transplants, where stringent environmental standards are enforced. This encompasses temperature control, lighting intensity, and even the air supply to the operating room, which necessitates purification. "Why have you brought us here?" I had anticipated that Zhang Heng would present us with the death certificate mentioned on the note, yet he led us to an already vacated operating room. "Do not rush. Upon closer inspection, you will discern the peculiarities of this place," he remarked as he approached the threshold connecting the surgical suite to other chambers. A threshold had been installed there, which is unusual, as emergency stretchers would typically necessitate an unobstructed entry. However, this operating room possesses a threshold, a most irregular feature. In typical households, thresholds are erected to ward off malevolent spirits, but the notion of installing one at an operating room entrance is a novel concept to me. It is likely that the threshold was added at a later time. The writer crouched before the threshold, running his fingers over its rough surface, seemingly untouched by wear. But what could be the purpose of this threshold? With the room already vacated, why install a threshold? Is it possible that something unclean lingers in this operating room, prompting fear of its escape? After articulating his thoughts, Zhang Heng cast a glance at us and gestured toward the wall, indicating further oddities. Ordinarily, sterile surgical suites are painted in hues of light green or blue, mirroring the colors of the scrubs worn by surgeons to prevent color afterimages. But look at the color of the walls in this operating room. Upon Zhang Heng's prompting, I finally noticed that the walls were painted a stark, ghastly white. Chapter 607, The Death Certificate. I wonder if you have observed that the walls and ceilings of this hospital have been repainted numerous times. Zhang Heng extended his finger and tapped against the wall, scraping away the top layer of white, revealing a pale green beneath. It is indeed peculiar. Why would the hospital deliberately cover the walls in white? Is it possible they are concealing something? Chen Emo and Zhang Heng stood together, searching the vicinity of the walls for anything of value, while the writer and I remained in the center of the sterile surgical suite, each lost in our own thoughts. Among all present, only I possessed the insight into the underworld showcase. Why is everything in this hospital white? Why transform green walls to white? Does white hold a special significance? Could it be, as Chun Mo suggested, that it serves to obscure something? The sight of the threshold operating room grew increasingly unsettling. The door stood ajar, and despite our numbers, a sense of safety eluded us. Is this the clue you discerned in advance? The threshold? The white walls? The writer seemed to mock Zhang Heng, questioning whether I might interpret this as a ruse. What do these elements prove? Is a ghost trapped within this operating room? One that favors the color white? Be mindful of your tone, or I may not hesitate to expose your true nature to the public as a renowned mystery writer. Do you dare? The two appeared fundamentally incompatible, locked in a battle of wits, neither willing to yield. Observing this exchange, a thought flickered in my mind. Both individuals exuded calmness, evidently relying on something. Could they be the two hosts from the showcase? The writer and Zhang Heng exchanged a few words of contention before simultaneously falling silent, exhibiting remarkable restraint. I previously advised you not to dismiss my words lightly. This building holds an air of mystery. After Zhang Heng spoke, he was the first to depart the sterile operating room, making his way towards the adjacent surgical preparation room and emergency observation room. I have indeed located the death certificates mentioned in the note, though I cannot ascertain whether they are the ones he sought. Zhang Heng's statement seemed contradictory, and it wasn't until he opened the cabinet in the observation room that I grasped the meaning behind his words. The iron cabinet was locked, but due to the passage of time, the rusted metal at the back had crumbled away, allowing Zhang Heng to retrieve the contents with relative ease, tossing them onto a nearby table. You may examine them yourselves, he said. Curiously, I approached the table, where a pile of yellowed file folders awaited. Upon casually opening a few, I discovered they all contained death certificates. How many lives had been lost here? The death certificates from over a decade ago differed from the present ones. There were 2 copies, one for the family and one for hospital records. According to standard procedures, a patient's death certificate should be temporarily stored in the archives and certainly should not appear in the surgical preparation room. I touched my masked face, squinting. Unless these death certificates were meant to remain concealed, few had the authority to withhold them from the operating room. This matter must be connected to the higher-ups of the hospital 20 years ago. What transpired in the Jianghu Cancer Research Hospital? The death certificates sprawled across the table were accompanied by some case reports and personal documents. Fortunately, the dry, sealed environment of the operating room had preserved these materials. Although they were fragile after 2 decades, crumbling easily with the slightest pressure. Be cautious, I advised. The 4 of us, illuminated by a single flashlight, sifted through the death certificates and case reports in the pitch-black operating room, a sensation difficult to articulate. Terms such as lymphoma, multiple myeloma, lung cancer, and stomach cancer, each a harbinger of death, confronted us. Even I, with a will of iron, began to feel an intangible weight pressing down upon me. What is this nonsense? The writer exclaimed, tossing aside a death certificate while also setting down a case report. Zhang Heng echoed his sentiment, stating, with 10 cancers for every 9 deaths, one truly feels hopeless upon receiving such a diagnosis. It's not as dire as you suggest. Cancer is a chronic illness and can be treated. With perseverance, one can survive for quite a long time, countered Chun Mo, surprisingly the calmest among us, perhaps due to his medical background. As he diligently examined each case report laid out on the table. Mind your wording. For a normal person, surviving and living are not synonymous, he noted. The writer, appearing somewhat fatigued, casually grabbed a case report to use as a seat. Living is filled with hope, brimming with infinite possibilities, whereas merely surviving is a torment. An existence steeped in despair, where each day presents scant opportunities, simply watching as death draws nearer. It seemed the writer was too preoccupied with grand philosophies to consider his own precarious situation. Zhang Heng nudged the writer aside, stating, if you're not contributing, then don't hinder us. The writer, amused by Zhang Heng's push, retorted, do you really believe in that ridiculous note? Merely a prank? Or perhaps a novel method of murder? The majority of supernatural phenomena in this world stem from humanity's fear of the unknown, a manifestation of weakness and capitulation, in my view. You doubt the existence of spirits and deities? I interjected, casting a fleeting glance at the writer, slightly bewildered by his intent. Did you not previously declare yourself an enthusiast of the supernatural? I have delved into the realm of supernatural phenomena for many years, yet each endeavor has ended in disappointment. I do not deny the existence of spirits. However, do you truly believe that a few slips of paper could persuade me? The writer stretched languidly. You may explore this on your own. I shall take a moment to contemplate my novel. Surely, an account of tonight's experiences would be a bestseller? He brushed the dust from his trousers and stood, revealing that the medical report he had been sitting on was now in tatters. I shook my head, initially indifferent. But when I glimpsed the name of the deceased on the report, my heart skipped a beat. Gu Tongtong. It is a rather playful name, sounding delightfully charming. Yet it imbued me with a sense of dread. Prior to entering the hospital, I had seen a missing person notice in Gu Bei's car. The kidnapped infant bore the same name, Gu Tongtong. A coincidence? No, the likelihood of sharing both surname and given name is exceedingly slim. A chill crept down my spine as the situation spiraled out of control. I furrowed my brow, my focus primarily on locating the livestream host, neglecting the horror inherent in this broadcast. If this were not mere coincidence, and Gu Tongtong had perished 20 years ago, then what of Gu Bei in that private vehicle and the woman lost in the dense forest? Were they also deceased? Or was there another explanation? A breakthrough in the investigation seemed to emerge. I believed I had identified the death certificate referenced on the note. I approached the document discreetly, with no intention of sharing this secret with anyone. Compared to other hosts, I possessed no advantage. I could only navigate the perilous nature of the live stream to carve out a path to survival. I was now entrenched in a live stream of the underworld, where each broadcast was a trial of life and death, demanding utmost concentration and unwavering commitment. I steeled myself, casting a glance at the departing writer. He exited with a casual demeanor, yet among so many death certificates, he specifically chose to sit upon Gu Tongtong's. Was this intentional or mere coincidence? Looking down, I noted that Gu Tongtong's death certificate had been torn to shreds. The passage of time had rendered the text nearly illegible. Age, 3. Cause of death, malignant tumor of hematopoietic tissue. My knowledge of medicine is scant, but there was a medical expert present. Chinemo, what illness is a malignant tumor of hematopoietic tissue? I queried. Can hematopoietic tissue even develop cancer? Chinemo, anxiously sifting through the death certificate, did not lift his head. Theoretically, any cell has the potential for malignant transformation. The hematopoietic tissue tumor you mentioned is, in fact, leukemia. Leukemia? Upon hearing this answer, I felt a pang of regret. I might have inadvertently revealed significant information. Fortunately, the writer was far removed, and both Chen Imo and Zhang Heng were preoccupied with their searches. I exhaled in relief, my gaze drifting from Gu Tongtong's medical report, my mind racing with thoughts. Why is it termed leukemia? Is it because the blood of the afflicted appears white? Why is everything in the hospital white? Could it be related to Gu Tongtong? A baby girl who died over 20 years ago has suddenly come back to life and has been kidnapped to an abandoned hospital. Perhaps the kidnappers do not exist at all. Could it all be the work of the baby? I sensed a conspiracy, a cold sweat forming on my forehead. It is essential to note that I have barely explored a tenth of this hospital, and I dread to think what other horrors might be hidden in its darker recesses. With a sense of urgency, I discreetly slipped the medical report into my pocket while the others remained oblivious, my finger pressing against the table. The note indicated that the individual required both a birth certificate and a death certificate, yet it did not specify the purpose for which these documents were needed. I cannot yet be entirely certain that Gu Tongtong is the one who provided the note to Chun Imo and Zhang Heng, so I am not prepared to act independently. There are too many things to contemplate and too few clues. The expression beneath my mask grew increasingly grim. What are you staring at? Hurry up and search, Chun Imo exclaimed, shaking his flashlight in front of me, the sudden beam of light interrupting my thoughts. I glanced down at the table cluttered with death certificates. How to find what we need. Do you have any idea which death certificate is required? Perhaps we should take all of these documents and head straight to the morgue of the third ward to search for the birth certificate. While your suggestion has merit, I feel that without understanding the underlying reasons, proceeding to the third ward could prove perilous. Zhang Heng glanced at me, seemingly about to say something, but his gaze froze upon meeting my eyes, as if petrified. Chapter 608. The monster, what is it? With everyone harboring their own secrets. I felt a pang of anxiety as Zhang Heng's intense stare fell upon me, feeling guilty for leaving behind Gu Tongtong's death certificate. Zhang Heng remained silent, his lips pale and trembling. Noticing his unusual demeanor, Chen Mo, who had been perusing the medical records, also looked up. The two of them abruptly ceased their conversation. Their reactions exaggerated, their faces devoid of color in an instant. Both Chen Mo and Zhang Heng were staring in my direction, but their gazes were not fixed on me. They were looking behind me. Cold sweat trickled down my temples as my throat tightened, a flurry of terrifying thoughts flooding my mind. I touched the ghost ring, prepared to execute the incantation, leaning forward as innate energy surged into the acupuncture point behind my ear. Should anything stir, I would react immediately. Though my ears detected no sound, my nose caught a foul odor reminiscent of spoiled pork, as if it had been soaked in water for an extended period. Drip, drop. The sound of water droplets echoed, growing louder in the eerie silence of the operating room. Zhang Heng and Chen Mo stood frozen, seemingly forgetting how to breathe, resembling antelopes under the gaze of a lion, a primal fear emanating from their very cores. I could not see behind me, yet I could perceive the expressions on the faces of the two in front of me, which was even more torturous. My curiosity about what lay behind me intensified, compelling me to turn my head. I had never been so cautious as I was today. My neck moved as slowly as the hour hand of a clock, fearful of provoking whatever lurked behind me. The atmosphere in the operating room was suffocating, and my gaze gradually shifted, catching a glimpse of something in my peripheral vision. A white coat. Was it the doctor's uniform? Just as this thought crossed my mind, a pungent stench assaulted my senses. Run! Zhang Heng, standing on the other side of the table, shouted and unhesitatingly turned to flee. Chen Mo followed closely behind, clutching a handful of death notices, rushing toward the exit without a backward glance. What the hell? You guys! The alliance we had just forged crumbled in the face of danger. When calamity struck, they fled without a second thought. Chen Mo and Zhang Heng showed no intention of helping me. They didn't even offer a warning. It was evident they had resolved to abandon me, willing to sacrifice me in order to buy themselves time to escape. I was on the verge of seeing whatever lurked behind me when Zhang Heng and Chen Mo's actions left me no choice but to flee. With one hand bracing against the table, I leaped over and dashed toward the exit of the department. A foul wind swept past me, and as I retracted my supporting hand, I instinctively grabbed a few documents from the table, hoping to salvage as much as possible. Yet, that moment of greed nearly cost me my life. My fingers encountered something slick and warm, reminiscent of blood, yet upon closer examination, it felt akin to the skin of an amphibian. Instinctively recoiling, I released the documents, which fluttered to the ground as I bent low and charged toward the door. Bang! The ground trembled as a surgical table, over 1.5 meters in length, was lifted by the creature behind me and hurled toward the exit. Attempting to block my escape, it knew how to utilize tools. It possessed intelligence. I had no time to ponder further. Honing my skills had endowed me with physical abilities far superior to those of an average person. I contorted my body at an incredible angle and, just as the table was about to crash down, slipped through the doorway. That was close. Zhang Heng and Chen Mo were racing ahead, and I was hot on their heels. These two bastards showed no qualms about abandoning a teammate, especially Zhang Heng, who had seen the danger approaching yet chose not to warn me. The bizarre stench assaulted me once more, and I muttered a curse under my breath. Now was not the time to settle scores with them. I buried my head and followed the route I remembered, desperately fleeing for my life. Emerging from the central operating room, I headed straight for the pitch-black safety corridor, with Zhang Heng and Chen Mo clearing the way ahead. I felt no fear of potential traps. Physically, I was far superior to Chen Mo, a medical student. However, Zhang Heng impressed me with his speed, as if propelled by the wind. Upon entering the dark safety corridor, my keen eyesight and heightened senses proved advantageous. The darkness hardly affected me, my speed surged, surpassing Chen Mo, who still relied on light to navigate. Seeing himself fall to the rear, his face turned ashen. For he understood a simple truth: the entity pursuing us needed time to kill. Therefore, we did not need to run at breakneck speed. We merely had to outrun the last person. Under the looming threat of death, Chen Mo abandoned his illumination, scrambling down the steps in a panic. The central operating room was on the 7th floor of the treatment building, and the descent, which had seemed brief on the way up, now felt like an interminable journey through the underworld. Zhang Heng took the lead, while Chun Mo and I clung tightly in fear, igniting the potential within this young medical student. He babbled incoherently, perhaps calling for help or uttering the names of loved ones. It seemed that in a moment of life and death, such cries could alleviate his stress and bring him fortune. A commendable thought, yet reality is invariably harsh and unpredictable. Suddenly, I heard a thud. Without turning around, I knew that Chun Mo had fallen in the darkness. It appeared he had misstepped, attempting to grasp the stair railing. But the dilapidated building's railings offered no support, leading him to tumble down the stairs. A scream echoed in the corridor as he plummeted to the floor below, landing directly in front of Zhang Hong. "Help, help me." He reached out to Zhang Hong, trying to rise, but his leg seemed injured and deformed. He collapsed again halfway. Previously, he and Zhang Hong had walked closely together, bonding over the shared experience of receiving the note, his voice now laced with desperation. However, Zhang Hong did not extend a hand to assist him. He did not even cast a glance, merely stepping over him without a reduction in speed. "Don't go, save me." His cries went unanswered in the corridor, where no one cared for him. It was his misfortune, and he could blame no one but himself. As Chun Mo tumbled down the stairs, I became the last to feel that foul stench closing in, forcing me to accelerate. "Help me, save me." Chun Mo waved his arms. His leg appeared to be broken, and even if he were aided, escape was impossible. Throughout, I remained rational, stepping over him while observing his feeble attempts to wave his arms. At that moment, despair washed over Chun Mo. His eyes dimmed, devoid of color, and his face took on ashen hue. "Cover your head." As I leapt over him, I shouted, grabbing his injured leg and dragging him along as if he were a burden, continuing to sprint. His body collided with the sturdy stairs, and he finally grasped the meaning of my command. Despite the jostling, our speed diminished, but the exit was drawing near. After racing down 2 or 3 flights, we finally reached the safety corridor, the door having been kicked open by Zhang Hong at the front. I pulled Chun Mo through without obstruction. Quickly, the sounds of rushing wind and labored breaths mingled with the faint gurgle of water from the tank. I dared not look back or investigate the water tank, fixated solely on fleeing. "Hold on." I exerted every ounce of strength, gripping Chun Mo's leg tightly, bursting out of the treatment building and running another dozen meters before I dared to halt upon spotting Zhang Hong concealed in the bushes. With a careless toss, I discarded Chun Mo aside and collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, my lungs aflame and heart racing. "Are you all right?" Zhang Hong, who had been crouching in the bushes for a while, finally stood. "That thing seems unable to leave the building. We are temporarily safe." "Safe, my foot. You ran pretty fast just now." I gritted my teeth in frustration, itching to deliver a punch. "What did you see that left you so frightened?" "Didn't you see?" Zhang Hong replied, astonished. "Of course not. I was facing away from that thing. If I hadn't reacted quickly, you would have gotten me killed." Taking a deep breath, I rose from the ground and turned to face Chun Mo. Though this young man had been dragged out by me and thus spared from the clutches of death, he was now a patchwork of injuries. More critically, what had originally been a fractured leg was now completely severed, limp and resembling a strand of noodles. "Are you all right? Tonight is destined to be perilous. Losing a leg in this place is tantamount to a death sentence. I did not intend to break your leg. You know the circumstances at that moment. Supporting or carrying you would have significantly hampered our speed, and such actions would have led to our mutual demise." "I understand. Thank you." Chun Mo replied softly, fully aware that had I, like Zhang Hong, chosen to ignore him in my quest for self-preservation, he would now be lifeless in a hospital bed. He was, after all, merely a student, and at this moment, he felt a sense of guilt. He wiped the leaves and dirt from his face and said, "I'm sorry. I was so terrified by that horrific creature that I completely lost my composure and failed to alert you, focusing solely on my own escape. I apologize." "Apologies are unnecessary," I replied, though his sincerity made me feel somewhat awkward. My motives for saving him were not entirely altruistic. Firstly, rescuing innocents during the task would earn me a reward of 10 points. Additionally, by dragging him along, I held his life in my hands, should danger arise. I could abandon him as bait. Most importantly, when I had crossed over him, he had desperately flailed his arms but did not reach out to grasp me. Nor did he attempt to impede my progress for his own survival. It was this very trait that compelled me to alter my decision and ensure he was dragged out with me. "Let us save the apologies for after we escape," I said, glancing at Zhang Hong and Chun Mo. "Now, you can tell me what you truly witnessed in the operating room." Chapter 609. The scent of the solution in the distance. The diagnostic building loomed indistinctly in the darkness, a place that none dared approach. As if that monstrous entity might suddenly emerge from within. The events that had transpired had left a profound impact on the two individuals beside me, their minds unsettled. Over a minute had passed, yet Zhang Heng's voice still trembled. That monster was standing right behind you. His response did not satisfy me. I had encountered many creatures that would be deemed monstrous by ordinary people, even witnessing a gigantic shadow that meandered several dozen meters long at the dam. Be specific, I urged, breaking a branch to help stabilize Chun Mo's broken leg. Thank you. You even know how to stabilize a fracture? Chun Mo, whom I had dragged out all this way, had grown increasingly reticent, and I could discern no hint of hope in his voice. Perhaps years of illness have made me adept. This minor injury is hardly significant. Keep your spirits up. We will endure this night. I patted Chun Mo's shoulder. In this life and death moment, I had saved him, both out of compassion and reason. He ought to stand on the same front as I. You saw that creature in the building. Speak of it, so that I may have some understanding. Both Chen Mo and Zhang Heng were witnesses, but I did not trust Zhang Heng. He had previously crossed over Chen Mo without hesitation, disregarding the pleas of the dying. Such a person was not worthy of trust. Our relationship was merely one of mutual exploitation. With both hands gripping the grass stems on the ground, Chen Mo desperately maneuvered his battered body away from the building. His form was marred with numerous injuries, a disheveled mixture of mud and blood rendering him a pitiful sight. At that moment, I had not observed closely. But when I lifted my gaze, the creature had already materialized behind you, moving with an eerie silence as if it had appeared out of thin air. It was implausible. Later, I heard the sound of dripping water, suggesting it had approached from afar. Moreover, had it truly been right behind me at that moment, do you believe I could have escaped? I trust my own judgment over the words of others. He did not deceive you. That monstrosity was indeed lurking close behind you, which is precisely why I refrained from alerting you. Zhang Heng produced his DV, claiming it had captured some footage. You may wish to view it for yourself. Hearing can be deceiving, while seeing provides clarity. I took the DV, activated the playback, and adjusted the time to when the four of us had just entered the surgical preparation room. Here it is. The screen revealed the author plopping down onto the table, only to be pushed aside by Zhang Heng, leading to a quarrel, after which the author began to wander about the room. My entire focus was captivated by Gu Tongtong's death certificate, while both Zhang Heng and Chen Mo were engrossed in the documents on the table. None of us noticed that the author, facing away from us, seemed to have glimpsed something. He hesitated noticeably before inexplicably heading toward a room opposite ours. At that moment, we were all preoccupied with our own thoughts, oblivious to this scene, yet it was captured by the DV hanging from Zhang Heng's chest. The author moved slowly, hesitantly. What had he discovered? The flashlight was directed at the table, casting dim light. Thus the DV failed to capture any images from the room, revealing only an abyss of darkness. As the author approached the door, he stepped onto the threshold, leaning his body forward to peer inside. Then, a horrifying scene unfolded before all. His head seemed ensnared by some unseen force, which violently drew him into the room. In an instant, he vanished without a trace, as if he had never existed, without disturbing a soul or sending forth a ripple. The DV recorded this terrifying moment. Even more chilling was the fact that the author disappeared behind us, while the three of us remained blissfully unaware, engrossed in our own affairs. Utterly oblivious to the imminent danger. My throat quivered. Having just reached the realm of heightened perception, I had thought that with such awareness, I could foresee every threat, and thus became somewhat complacent. Now, I realize I was merely a frog at the bottom of a well. A moment's distraction had nearly cost me my life. After the author vanished into the adjacent room, none of us noticed, remaining absorbed in our tasks for a full second or two before the scene shifted. Here it comes. A figure in white scrubs darted past the doorway, seemingly a doctor's lab coat, yet it appeared somewhat distorted. The creature was towering, and the DV could only capture its chest. In comparison to the door, this monstrosity was significantly taller than an average person. The DV, hung around Zhang Heng's neck, provided a fixed perspective, capturing only the creature's body, leaving its head and feet shrouded in obscurity. Staring at the screen, an eerie scene unfolded before me. Normally, when one walks, their shoulders rise and fall with the motion. However, that white coat glided forward without a hint of movement, as if it were merely translating through space. Could it be a ghost? Chen Mo's face turned ashen. I had intended to retort, yet as I glanced back, words eluded me. The white coat came to a halt behind me, the dim lighting rendering the scene unclear. I could only see Zhang Heng and Chen Mo, heads bowed, rifling through the death certificate, while I, to evade the DV camera's gaze, positioned my hand to obscure the filming angle, desperately attempting to stow Gu Tongtong's death certificate into my pocket. Had it been standing behind me all along, watching the horrifying moment captured on DV, my legs turned to jelly, as if the strength within me was gradually siphoned away. The subsequent events unfolded as Zhang Heng looked up and noticed the figure behind me. Then the camera shook violently as we all fled in a frenzy. You saw it, didn't you? I had no reason to deceive you. It was right there behind you. I was paralyzed by fear, unable to utter a word. Zhang Heng replayed the footage, rehanging the DV camera around his neck. If its intent was to kill, why the hesitation? Why not strike me down immediately? This perplexity gnawed at me. Was it some sort of macabre amusement? To toy with its prey, relishing the thrill of the hunt. Zhang Heng remained oblivious to my secret hoarding of Gu Tongtong's death certificate. The DV had only captured the hand I had deliberately placed on the table. Surely not. I furrowed my brow, reflecting on everything the DV had recorded, and suddenly a suspicion arose. When the writer discovered an issue in the adjacent room, he did not consult us but ventured in alone. In such a precarious environment, how could a naturally cautious individual act so recklessly? Moreover, the writer possessed excellent vision. I had discerned from our first encounter that he could see in the dark. If he had indeed identified a problem within that room, he would not have entered unaccompanied. Given his selfish nature, he would have surely deceived someone to act as a pawn, sending them in first. There is definitely something amiss with this individual. Whether the writer is a concealed live streamer is now of little consequence. What matters is that I must urgently visit the place where he once resided, for there may be unexpected revelations awaiting me. The DV did not capture the monster's true visage. Did either of you get a clear look? I remain unaware of the creature's appearance, which is highly detrimental to our deductions. My calves felt utterly torn apart, and Chen Mo gasped intermittently, wincing in pain. His voice was feeble as he confessed, I saw someone standing behind you. I was so startled I didn't pay attention. Upon saying this, he turned his gaze to Zhang Heng, the only one among us who had witnessed the true form of the monster. After a moment's contemplation, he stilled his chaotic thoughts. The monster's face was shrouded in soaked bandages, obscuring its features, yet through the thin slits of the bindings, a large, gaping wound was faintly visible. What do you mean? Is there an injury beneath the bandages? I pressed. The wound appeared to be interconnected, and Zhang Heng hesitated, his brows furrowed in thought. Just as if. He trailed off. Just as if what? I urged, unable to contain my impatience. Just as if it had been flayed alive. The cold night breeze swept by, enveloping us in a chilling silence, the bone-deep cold gradually creeping up my spine. I shuddered. Are you certain? Could it be an illusion? Zhang Heng had been investigating the peeling caissons in Hoshi, and I was apprehensive that my anxiety had distorted my perception. The sensation that the creature evoked in me was unmistakable. Zhang Heng spoke with unwavering certainty, leaving me no room for doubt. I had to contemplate his words. Bandages? Wounds? Was it a human or a ghost? I turned to gaze at the treatment building, pondering that the simplest way to uncover the truth was to re-enter and investigate. If only the writer were alive, the three of us had been solely focused on survival, never having encountered that monster. I had heard tales that ghosts lacked a physical form. If that were the case, then that entity could not be a ghost. I interrupted Zhang Heng, extending my hand towards the two of them. When I escaped from the surgical prep room, I had physical contact with that creature. I illuminated my fingertips with a flashlight, revealing remnants of a colorless liquid, resembling water, yet possessing an odd scent. It was denser than water. Zhang Heng leaned closer, inhaling the aroma, which was reminiscent of a spoiled, foul-smelling medicinal liquid. It differed from the fluids produced by decaying corpses. It was evident that the creature was still alive, its body coated in this strange liquid. I surmised that if I could remember this scent, I would be able to trace the origins of that creature through the liquid. At that moment, a detail struck me. When I first visited the writer's temporary hospital room, he had been drinking heartily, beer soaking his collar, leaving a pungent scent. Had he intended to mask some other odor with the aroma of alcohol? My eyes narrowed slightly beneath the mask as seemingly chaotic clues began to weave together. Quick, follow me to a certain place. Chapter 610, The Fifth Needle. Where are you going? Zhang Heng grasped my arm, pointing at the fallen Chen Mo. What about him? His calf was shattered, blood staining his body. If we encountered danger again in the hospital building, Chen Mo's chances of survival would be minimal. Don't leave me here alone. I won't be a burden. Take me with you. Chen Mo attempted to rise, but his leg failed him, and he collapsed back into the mud. Humans are uniquely complex beings. When faced with self-interest, most react by safeguarding their own welfare. Yet in perilous situations, they tend to distribute the risk, gravitating towards the group. This primal instinct compelled Chen Mo, in the face of danger, to resist acting alone, as he perceived it as akin to being cast aside by the collective. I glanced down at Chen Mo, the medical student in distress, his eyes glistening with tears, the intense pain rendering his speech unclear. Should we first take him outside to the hospital? Zhang Heng hesitated, for this was a living soul. No, the area outside the hospital is fraught with danger. I refrained from disclosing to them that not long ago, a woman had seemingly vanished into the dense forest after being attacked by a supernatural entity. What dangers could there be outside the hospital? Zhang Heng questioned, yet his eyes exchanged a knowing glance with me, as he gestured to abandon Chen Mo. To be candid, at that moment, I felt a flicker of temptation. In such a perilous environment, allying ourselves was undoubtedly preferable to burdening ourselves with a liability. It would be wiser to allow him to conceal himself here while the two of us ventured in to investigate. We could return to retrieve him once the truth was uncovered. Zhang Heng's suggestion was ostensibly a means to provide me an exit, encouraging me to acquiesce to his proposal, thus sparing us both any awkwardness. Abandoning Chen Mo posed no detriment to Zhang Heng. He had already forsaken him once, and he was well aware that Chen Mo would never forgive him. My perspective diverged from Zhang Heng's. I had expended considerable effort to rescue Chen Mo, not to consign him to death. I had yet to extract the full value from this medical student. It would be unjust to leave him here, as that would equate to issuing him a death sentence. What do you suggest then? This won't do, and neither will that, Zhang Heng remarked, his tone unmistakably tinged with impatience. Let us take him with us and find him a more concealed place to hide. Concealed? My dear brother, you must think this through. This abandoned hospital is the domain of that monster. Who knows how long it has called this place home? Let us not deceive ourselves. I am well aware of the stakes. I snapped a thicker branch and tossed it to Chen Mo as a makeshift crutch. I will count to 10. If you can stand up by then, we will take you with us. If not, you must find a way to escape on your own. I wish to afford Chen Mo an opportunity. After all, he was the only medical professional among us. And this hospital was indeed a site of potential relevance to our upcoming live stream, which might delve into specialized topics concerning cancer research. Chen Mo might prove to be invaluable. By the time I reached the count of 3, Chen Mo, gritting his teeth, had managed to rise, supported by the branch. Veins protruded from his face, and the tendons on his forehead writhed like serpents beneath his skin. Very well, I shall keep my word. Let us proceed. Casting him a sidelong glance, I silently acknowledged his unexpected resilience, which effectively dispelled any notion of him being merely a show host. There exists a discernible difference between feigned pain and genuine suffering in physiological responses. Show hosts tend to be desensitized to pain, and even if they could feign it, their bodies are accustomed to such sensations, unlike Chen Mo's authentic portrayal. I assure you, I will not hinder your progress, he declared, hopping on one foot to my side, suddenly expressing, "Thank you for saving my life." Chen Mo seemed to have misconstrued something, but this misunderstanding posed no harm to me. So I dismissed the need for clarification with a wave of my hand, suggesting we first explore the tent where the writer resided. As we exited the treatment building and stepped into another similar structure, an unsettling sensation gripped the three of us, as if the monster could spring from any shadowed corner at any moment. On the second floor of the Cancer Rehabilitation Center, I pushed open the door to the patient room and stepped inside first. Preserve the scene. Do not touch anything indiscriminately, I instructed. Upon entering, I immediately spotted the can of beer resting on the floor, something the writer had urged me to drink on several occasions. Preserve the scene? Are you a police officer? Zhang Heng remained silent, but Chen Mo interjected, his gaze towards me shifting from trust to reliance. I ignored Chen Mo's comment, picking up the beer can and inspecting it with my flashlight. After examining several angles, I finally discerned a tiny pinhole at the junction of the can's rim and its label. Indeed, there is an issue here. Chen Mo, being a medical student, have you ever encountered a syringe needle of 0.5 mm? Subcutaneous injections utilize a size 5 needle specifically designed for children, which has a diameter of merely 0.45 mm. In a bid to showcase his expertise, Chen Mo elaborated extensively on the subject. What medications are typically administered via subcutaneous injection? Upon opening a can, I detected the unmistakable scent of beer. Thus, the size 5 needle is employed not only for insulin injections, but also for vaccinations. Additionally, in cases where the side effects of a drug are particularly severe and pose a risk to internal organs, subcutaneous administration is preferred, as it delivers the medication directly into the subcutaneous tissue, circumventing the bloodstream. I nodded, acknowledging that Chen Mo had some utility, and set the beer can aside. If circumstances allowed, I would have liked to capture a mouse to test the drug's efficacy. Unfortunately, time was too precious to squander. I closed the door and instructed, "Guard the entrance." With that, I felt reassured and began my examination within the room. This was the second floor of the hospital, a height not too daunting. In the event of an emergency, I could escape through the window. Bottled water, instant noodles, and beer were adjacent to the writer's tent. Upon inspection, I found the bottled water and noodles to be untainted, but the beer contained remnants of needle punctures. Who exactly was this individual? Was he truly a live-streaming host? In the course of this lengthy broadcast, I had encountered numerous peculiar characters, none of whom resembled a typical host. Ironically, Chen Jiugong, who had been confirmed as a live-streaming host, had vanished without a trace. As I opened the tent, an awkward scene unfolded. The writer's soulmate was sprawled atop a sleeping bag. Upon the sudden appearance of a humanoid silhouette within the tent, Zhang Heng and Chen Mo instinctively recoiled, likely suspecting a corpse. Having encountered her once before, I remained relatively composed, reaching in to pull the writer's girlfriend from the tent and casting her aside. A life-size doll, made of silicone. "You seem knowledgeable about this," I remarked. "You talk too much," he retorted. I emptied the contents of the writer's tent. This person might indeed be a fan of Wang Shi. The tent was cramped, containing a few books, and upon closer inspection, I noted that all the pen names were grotesque monikers. Beyond these items, I found nothing of value. Why was this individual impersonating Wang Shi? If he was not a live-streaming host, what was the purpose of his nighttime stay in the hospital? The writer's ghastly visage flashed through my mind, inadvertently reminding me of a character from a novel, the hunchbacked bell-ringer Quasimodo from Notre Dame de Paris. A tragic figure strikingly similar to the writer, equally grotesque, equally deformed, lurking in the shadows of the city. Such individuals are often referred to as monsters in the eyes of ordinary people. Any discoveries? Zhang Heng draped an arm over my shoulder. "Brother, our time is limited. I have a premonition that the curse inscribed on that note will soon come to fruition. The note was addressed to you. It has nothing to do with me," I replied, shaking off his hand while scanning the room, feeling as though I had overlooked something significant. "You too have seen the note's contents. The vengeful spirit will not spare you," Zhang Heng said, half jokingly, half seriously. "If it were indeed a vengeful spirit, that would be preferable." I shook my head, refraining from elucidating that my current situation was dire. The filth of this hospital alone left me beleaguered, not to mention the other hidden streamers. Was it a specter toying with humanity, or was there a person masquerading as a ghost? Perhaps both existed simultaneously. Turning my gaze, I chanced upon Chen Mo, who was poking the writer's girlfriend, a silicone mannequin, with a tree branch. The indentation on the silicone was not particularly conspicuous. "Don't move," I shouted at Chen Mo, who, slightly abashed, ducked his head and hastily withdrew the branch. I couldn't be bothered to admonish him as I squatted before the silicone figure. The writer seemed quite fond of this mannequin, having adorned it with a delicate makeup and meticulously chosen lingerie. "What are you doing, bro?" Zhang Heng inquired, standing beside me with a camcorder, his nimble fingers swiftly replacing the battery. "Step aside." I found a shard of broken white porcelain on the ground and aimed it at the mannequin's jaw, thrusting it in. In the dim light, the difference between the mannequin and a living body was negligible, a sight that stirred unease in the other two. As anticipated, the porcelain easily penetrated the figuresque body. I slid downward, severing it from the middle. A shrill sound echoed in the hospital room, and I imagined my appearance was not far removed from that of a cinematic killer. After slicing from the jaw down to the abdomen, the three of us leaned in to peer inside. Hidden within the mannequin's belly were several sealed syringes. "Chen Mo, can you identify this medication?" There were no labels, and I was uncertain, yet I recognized it as the number 5 syringe with a dosage of 3.5 milliliters. Chen Mo hesitated, noting that typically the dosage for a number 5 syringe would exceed 1.5 milliliters due to concerns over adverse reactions. This syringe was custom-made. His words solidified my suspicions. The dosage for humans would indeed be small, but what if this syringe was not intended for human use? Chapter 611, Third Ward. My words carried double meanings, and as I spoke, it seemed Zhang Heng grasped something profound. The rider vanished precisely as the creature emerged. Do you suspect a connection between them? Indeed, I had not known the rider for long, but he left me with an uncomfortable impression, selfish and treacherous. It was uncharacteristic of him to probe into the unknown ward, which in itself spoke volumes. I carefully packaged the 4 syringes from the mannequin's abdomen and tucked them into my pocket. 2 contained a white suspension, while the other 2 held a colorless, transparent liquid. I opened one, letting a few drops of the liquid fall, and inhaled its scent. It was markedly different from the odor I had detected on the creature. Odd, could I have misjudged? The injected substance might be a concoction of various medications, perhaps an unfinished product. Chun Mo began to analyze the situation with professional acuity, stating that certain drugs could react with one another, necessitating separate storage. Generally, where are injectable medications kept in hospitals? I couldn't say for certain. The Jianghu Cancer Research Hospital had been abandoned for so long that, in my view, it lacked the fundamental conditions for medication storage. Chun Mo still struggled with the pain, his speech halting. Having secured the syringes, I shook my head. That's not guaranteed. Let us go. We've already scoured this place. It is time to search for that birth certificate stored in the morgue. Wait, should we not search this building? Zhang Heng, holding a DV camera, was continuously filming. His actions reminded me of my own during live streams, likely quite similar. Time was running short. The monster had already appeared. If it indeed had a connection to the rider, our predicament would become increasingly perilous. After speaking, I cast a quick glance at the 2 of them. We were all in this together, and I hoped they would not deceive me or withhold any information. I asked once more about the note. Had they overlooked anything? This question was primarily directed at Zhang Heng, whose acquisition of the note seemed dubious, leading me to suspect he harbored certain secrets. Both remained silent, and I did not press further. Let us move to the 3rd ward. I am curious to see what kind of birth certificate requires retrieval from the morgue. The dismembered body lay discarded in the center of the ward as I led the way with a flashlight. Aren't you going to take a look? If there is a link between the rider and the monster, its range of activity should not be confined to this room. Perhaps we might uncover unexpected clues in other rooms. Zhang Heng pointed the DV camera into the pitch-black corridor. If our conjecture held true, there should indeed be more clues within this building, but we lacked the time. How about we split up? You stay here to investigate, while Chun Mo and I head to the 3rd ward. I suggested nonchalantly. Perhaps it's best not to. There's strength in numbers. And it's good to have each other's backs. He chuckled softly, refraining from further comment. I understood his point. But had he considered a crucial question? Why did the monster not leave the treatment building? Was it unwilling to depart, or unprepared for such an escape? My voice grew heavy with concern. Are you suggesting that the monster might emerge from the treatment building to hunt us throughout the entire hospital? Isn't that obvious? I replied with a bitter smile. Yet, we need not harbor excessive dread towards the monster. Its terror stemmed from our limited understanding. It was the unknown that frightened us. The fact that it had not pursued us beyond the treatment building indicated it was not invincible. It too had its weaknesses and reservations within the hospital. Now that you mention it, it doesn't seem so terrifying anymore, Zhang Heng remarked, shaking the DV as he playfully growled. If only the 3 of us had confronted it together from the start. 3 against 1 wouldn't necessarily end poorly. You ran away faster than anyone else. What are you pretending to be now? I kicked out at him. Regardless of whether he was a show host, his tone was infuriating. With the DV in hand, Zhang Heng deftly dodged my attack, reminding me that we had more pressing matters at hand. Upon exiting the inpatient building, we instinctively turned our gazes toward the treatment building. This unspoken understanding had been compelled by the monster's presence. Using my keen sight, I scanned the area from a distance and promptly switched off my flashlight. Stay quiet. And turn off all the lights. Gather close to me. What is going on? Chun Mo, struggling to navigate down the stairs, looked at me as if facing a formidable adversary, clutching a branch tightly as he squeezed behind me. Why are you acting so erratically? Zhang Heng, equally perplexed, squinted at me while shielding the DV's indicator light with his hand. The front door of the treatment building has opened. The main entrance of that building was originally locked, yet the glass above it was entirely shattered, allowing only the 3 of us to enter freely. Open it if you must, but why the excitement? Do not startle yourself unnecessarily. Zhang Heng adjusted the angle of his DV, eager to capture the distant view, prompting me to swiftly shield the light from him. The gaping holes in the glass above the entrance were sufficient for any living being to pass through. Why then? Did the other party feel the need to open the door? Reflect on the creature's height and physique. What could emerge from this doorway? Must I spell it out for you? Is it out? Chen Mo and Zhang Heng simultaneously shivered, their words stumbling over themselves. Just a moment ago, you were ready to confront it. Why now do you struggle to articulate your thoughts? I cast a sidelong glance at Zhang Heng and Chen Mo. I found myself doubting their reliability and secretly wishing they were merely actors feigning bravery, realizing that the monster might have already vacated the medical building. Chen Mo and Zhang Heng lost the will to banter with me, their senses heightened, their bodies taut as if they were springs compressed to their limits, ready to flee at the slightest disturbance. Do not be overly anxious. This could be a ruse to frighten us away. My words lacked conviction as I surveyed the desolate, eerie hospital, its overgrown underbrush concealing untold horrors. Let us hasten. I feel the outside may be safer than within these walls. Chen Mo clutched a branch with one hand, while the other gripped Zhang Heng's shirt tightly. Let us quickly vacate this accursed place. Zhang Heng mirrored Chen Mo's reaction. Both were utterly terrified by the creature. Stay calm. We are not alone in this hospital. Aside from us, there are others. Keep your eyes peeled. My intentions were to reassure them. Yet their focus remained solely on the vanished monster, oblivious to my words. Follow my lead. Stay close. I was unperturbed by the expenditure of my energy, maintaining my heightened perception as I cautiously ventured deeper into the hospital. Neither the medical building nor the rehabilitation center contained any reference to the third ward on their maps. Amplifying my curiosity, that building existed within the hospital like a forbidden presence, with all connections to it seemingly obliterated or destroyed. After walking a dozen meters, we arrived at the main entrance of the third ward. How do we get inside? The doors and windows are completely boarded up. Over 20 years had passed, yet the wooden boards sealing the entrances remained largely intact, revealing the great caution with which those who ordered the sealing regarded this place. The inner and outer layers were utterly secured. Utilizing my heightened perception, I examined the boards behind the windows. The scene before me bore a striking resemblance to my experience in Henzhan Psychiatric Hospital. To be honest, I felt conflicted. The haunting memories of that live broadcast left me with a profound psychological scar, instilling in me an innate fear of such entirely sealed structures. Let us not linger. Find a way in first. As Zhang Heng spoke, his head was constantly swiveling, ever on alert for any signs of danger. It sounds appealing. But what if there is a creature inside, or perhaps several? Where shall we escape to then? With the doors and windows sealed, we would have no chance to jump out. During my communication with Zhang Heng, Chen Mo remained silent, gazing up at the building before suddenly voicing a question. Isn't it peculiar? A typical hospital generally possesses only 2 main structures, yet the New Hu Cancer Research Hospital boasts 3. Why is that? I turned to him, signaling him to elaborate. The treatment building housed numerous departments, encompassing virtually all services. Thus, there seemed to be no necessity for the extravagant construction of a third edifice. Chen Mo clung stubbornly to Zhang Heng, his leg injury worsening, blood seeping through his pant leg. This is a superfluous building, one that ought not to exist. What purpose does this discourse serve? We still need to enter, Zhang Heng retorted, eager to shake off Chen Mo, whom he regarded as an utterly useless burden. Let us not bicker. First, we must determine our point of entry. I circled around the entrance of the third building and, a few meters away, noticed that a window on the first floor had been vandalized, shards of glass strewn across the ground. Has someone been here? I leaped onto the windowsill, tapping against each wooden plank, astonished to discover they were not securely fastened. With minimal effort, I pried one loose. Did Gu Bei enter this building? The location noted on the slip of paper is also within this structure. Could it be that there are no kidnappers? And all of this is merely an elaborate ruse devised by that infant? I beckoned Zhang Heng and Chen Mo to join me as we entered the third building. We were drawing closer to the truth. Inside, Zhang Heng did not forget to film with his DV camera, prompting me to push him aside. Be cautious. The closer we approach the truth, the greater the peril. This third building may conceal unimaginable secrets. Chapter 6:12. They are pursuing us again. The window was boarded up, but faint glimmers of light seeped through the gaps. I pulled Chen Mo into the third building, and the 3 of us stood by the window, staring into the deep, dilapidated corridor, uncertain of where it might lead. Typically, Mortuaries are located in a hospital's basement. Shall we search for the entrance to the lower levels? Zhang Heng's grip on the DV camera was slick with sweat. He dared not stray too far from me. Have you considered this? Most of the deceased at the cancer research hospital succumbed to surgical mishaps or failed resuscitations, with all surgeries and emergencies conducted in the treatment building. Chun Mo leaned against the wall, barely supporting his weight. If people die in the treatment building, why not construct the mortuary there? Why go to the trouble of placing it in another building? Your reasoning holds merit, I acknowledged with a nod. After his injury, Chun Mo seemed to have gained clarity, demonstrating that pressure often brings forth ingenuity. The hospital need not complicate matters by relocating bodies. Such actions must surely conceal ulterior motives. I carefully replaced the wooden planks, committing the window's location to memory. The Jianghu Cancer Research Hospital was formerly known as the Cancer Research Association, reportedly a quasi-public organization that received substantial backing and conducted numerous experiments here. The mortuary was constructed beneath this building, leading me to two conjectures. First, the number of fatalities within this building likely exceeds those in the treatment building, necessitating the mortuary's establishment here for convenience. Second, they may require the corpses of the deceased for experimentation, which would also make sense. When a person passes away, even cancer cells become dormant, if this is for research. Some aspects may seem unreasonable. Chun Mo leaned against the window sill, tearing a piece of cloth from his garment to tie it onto a wooden board as a marker. This is too conspicuous, I cautioned. What if a writer or someone with ill intentions sees it? It could spell disaster. Zhang Heng tore the cloth strip off and tucked it into his pocket. I noticed his action, yet I refrained from addressing it directly. What are you doing? If we don't mark our way, what if we can't find our way out? I pressed. Stop rambling. We are being pursued by monsters. And you want to leave a trail? I warned him against any foolishness. As Zhang Heng and Chun Mo began to argue, I cleared my throat and stepped forward to intervene, pulling them apart. Keep your voices down. Danger is lurking. Do you two still have the luxury to bicker? I merely offered a casual admonition. In this world, there are few fools, but many who feign ignorance. Zhang Heng, seasoned in the entertainment industry, is undoubtedly shrewd. And Chun Mo should not be underestimated either. I recall our first encounter with Chun Mo. He wielded a fruit knife, which he carried with him at all times. However, since we departed from the treatment building, that knife seemed to have vanished. I never heard the sound of it hitting the ground, indicating it must still be concealed on Chun Mo. Yet, given his current demeanor, appearing weak and defenseless, who would suspect he harbors a sharp blade? This young man is no ordinary individual. Though his youth and experience do not compare to mine and Zhang Heng's, he is undergoing a remarkable transformation in this perilous situation. I sense a powerful will within him, a desire to survive. Chun Mo is a promising talent. If he makes it through tonight, perhaps I could engage him further to assist me with certain matters. Of course, such musings would remain unspoken in their presence. Aware that this was not the time for disputes, Chun Mo and Zhang Heng swiftly redirected their attention to the peculiar buildings surrounding us. Aside from the doors and windows being boarded up, it bore a striking resemblance to the treatment facility. Zhang Heng muttered a few words, commenting on the oddities of the rooms. He pointed to a nearby Department S door, a standard wooden entrance, but it appeared to be growing a few millimeters of white fuzz at the base, likely due to mold. Initially, I paid little heed, but as I passed by, a peculiar odor caught my attention. Not the foul stench of decaying materials, but a scent reminiscent of what I had encountered on that creature. Crouching before the door, I scrutinized it with keen observation. It resembled mold, yet something about those short white fibers seemed familiar. Surely, I must have seen such a thing before. It should have registered in my memory. In a moment of frustration, I grasped the door handle and shook it. After 2 decades, how could this door withstand such treatment? It easily yielded to my efforts. As I pushed the wooden door open, a more intense, grotesque odor wafted out. What was this sick room used for? Turning to the doorplate, I found the inscription entirely obscured, leaving no clues behind. Come here and follow me. Is it truly wise to plunge directly into this situation? I believe it would be prudent for us to refrain from complicating matters further and swiftly head to the morgue to retrieve the birth certificate, allowing us to vacate this cursed place. If the puppet master desires you to obtain both the birth and death certificates, do you genuinely believe that adhering to their instructions will ensure your survival? Observing Zhang Heng, I can discern that deep down, he possesses the answer. Why must we deceive ourselves? Instead of relinquishing everything to the nebulous grasp of a ghost, It would be far more beneficial for us to uncover the truth and ascertain the genuine cause of these events. In doing so, we would assert control over the situation. Regardless of whether the hidden figures are human or spectral, we would possess the courage to navigate through it. My dear brother, it is easy for you to speak without understanding the gravity of the matter, as you have not witnessed the terrifying incidents associated with this note. Zhang Heng, having set aside the DV camera, revealed his palms drenched in sweat. You could inquire with the medical student about the horror embodied by the specter who gifted us this note. Do you think we willingly came to this dreadful place? We were coerced into this predicament, left with no alternative. I did not fully absorb Zhang Heng's complaints, casting a glance at Chen Mo. The mere mention of that note caused this recently transformed medical student to revert to his former self, terror evident in his eyes as he lowered his head in silence. Is it truly that dreadful? Perhaps I have misjudged certain aspects. I yearned to borrow Chen Mo's note for a closer examination, but ultimately refrained from voicing my thoughts. Chen Mo concealed a fruit knife, a detail he disclosed to no one. His actions suggested that while he appreciated my assistance, he did not wholly trust me. Given his reservations, I could not place complete faith in his words about the note. Perhaps there were elements he deliberately withheld. Without further ado, I entered the hospital room. The small twin-bedded space was meticulously organized. The cabinets, bed, walls, and floor tiles were all a blinding white, inducing a sense of unease. This hospital room appeared normal. We ought to expedite our search for the basement. Ignoring Zhang Heng, I scrutinized the area through the crack beneath the door. The white tendrils sprouting from the doorframe extended from within the room, with a substantial patch of this white fuzz growing at the juncture of the doorframe and wall. How repugnant! I felt a shiver run down my spine. Chen Mo and Zhang Heng retreated outside, leaving me alone in the room. The growth on the walls gave the impression I was confronting a living entity rather than a mere barrier. The temperature within the room was not high, and the ventilation was excellent. Despite the passage of years, the building remained intact. How could mold thrive in such conditions? And why was there such an extensive growth? Summoning my courage, I reached out to touch the white fuzz on the wall. The sensation was peculiar, akin to encountering something tangible yet insubstantial. My fingertips felt only an eerie chill. The situation was growing increasingly convoluted. I wished to explore further when, suddenly, the faint sound of dripping water reached my ears. Indiscernible in direction, but unmistakably drawing nearer. The sound of dripping water? Approaching this very spot? This is not good. It must be that creature, having learned from past encounters. I hesitated not a moment, bolting from the room to escape. Could that creature be pursuing me? Pursuing us? Chen Mo nearly lost his balance in fright, while Zhang Heng's gaze darted around, his heart racing wildly. Where could it have come from? Where on earth do we flee? Both individuals were engulfed in panic. While I remained composed, I could not ascertain the direction from which it approached. I merely heard the sound of its advance. The drumming of water droplets intensified. It began to accelerate. I switched off the flashlight, urging them to remain silent and stay close to me. Without allowing Chen Mo a chance to speak, I seized his flashlight and extinguished it, signaling Zhang Heng to stow away the DV. The two, paralyzed by terror, sought refuge behind me, their bodies instinctively shrinking against the wall. Observing their state, I couldn't help but smirk. The monster's origin remained uncertain, yet they were too preoccupied with hiding, oblivious to the danger that might lurk behind them. I concentrated intently, listening to the changes in the sound of the droplets. Indeed, the creature was drawing nearer. How had it discovered us? Everything had seemed fine until I glanced down at my hand. The transformation had begun the moment I touched the white-haired entity. This thing was undeniably linked to the monster. The sound of droplets grew increasingly distinct, and the corridor was enveloped in darkness, rendering even my discerning eyes incapable of clarity. I had no idea from which side the monster would emerge. At this juncture, I could only take a gamble. We must traverse the left safety corridor, quickly. Chapter 613. Fear spreads. The creature resembled something that had just crawled out of a pool. I could not hear its footsteps. Yet the peculiar sound of dripping echoed relentlessly in my ears, quickening my heartbeat as I hesitated before the path ahead. It was approaching. The three of us hastened our pace, sprinting towards the left safety corridor. Having already revealed our presence, we could no longer conceal our movements. The entire corridor resonated with the sounds we created. The hospital rooms and windows blurred past in a rapid succession, and soon Chen Mo lagged behind. Zhang Heng surged ahead, and I briefly entertained the notion of abandoning Chen Mo, but reconsidered. He still held potential utility. Perhaps he could become an ally in the future, as he possessed value to exploit. Resolutely, I called out to him, "Give me your hand." Chun Mo, propped against a branch, was desperately hopping on one foot, an absurd sight that elicited no laughter amidst the crisis. In his panic, he seemed oblivious to my words, wholly focused on survival. Noticing his inaction, I seized his shoulder, startling him. His expression shifted dramatically as I observed him reach toward his lower back. I understood his subtle movements all too well, if I surmised correctly. That fruit knife was concealed at the small of his back. "Don't move. I'll carry you." "You'll carry me?" Chun Mo hesitated, finding my suggestion somewhat unexpected. I remained silent, demonstrating through action as I bent down, grasping his legs. Quickly, almost instinctively, Chun Mo clambered onto my back, and I paid no mind to whether he had secured his grip as I strode forward. My body, honed by frequent training, allowed me to maintain a swift pace even while carrying another person. Sensing a gust of wind behind me, Zhang Heng turned to see me pursuing him with Chun Mo on my back. He scoffed, "You're quite strong, but can you carry him all night?" I ignored Zhang Heng and rushed into the safety corridor, locking the door leading underground. The monster had somehow caught up. I exchanged a glance with Zhang Heng, and we bolted upstairs. On this occasion, our trio was fortunate enough to evade any monstrous encounters, as it seemed the creature had pursued us from the right. We hastily ascended to the third floor, yet the eerie sound of dripping water lingered in our ears. Carrying Chun Mo had drained my strength significantly, and it was evident that this situation could not persist. We must find a room to take refuge. Be cautious not to encounter those white-haired beings. As I finished my warning, Zhang Heng boldly opened the door to a nearby patient room on the third floor. His audacity astonished me, for this room was perilously close to the emergency exit. Should that creature search through the rooms one by one, it would undoubtedly locate us swiftly. There was no time to lose. We rushed inside, and after securing the door, the three of us exchanged uneasy glances, our faces pale with dread. What the hell? How did we end up on the upper floor? We should have escaped through the window we entered and concealed ourselves outside the building. Zhang Heng suddenly seemed to have an epiphany, directing his ire toward me. "If you wish to court death, do so on your own." I had just entered a state of tranquil focus, and given that the creature moved with eerie silence, I could only rely on the faint sound of dripping water to ascertain its position. This method, however, was prone to error. One thing I was certain of, though, was that if we retraced our steps, we would likely collide directly with the creature, as the sound was dangerously close. Thus, I had no choice but to lead them toward the opposite left side emergency exit. Perhaps due to my tone, Zhang Heng fell silent. His brow furrowed as he peered through the crack of the door. The room descended into a suffocating silence, with no one daring to utter a word. After a tense pause, Zhang Heng, still crouched at the door's edge, exhibited signs of impatience, his expression twisted with the anger of betrayal. "Hasn't enough time passed without a single rat scurrying down the corridor? Are you deliberately toying with me?" I had no desire to engage in fruitless banter. I focused my energy on my ears, listening intently. "I am addressing you. My patience has its limits." Zhang Heng pressed one hand against the door lock while the other formed a fist, glaring at me from behind the door, awaiting my response. "What do you intend to do?" Chun Mo, whom I had carried all this way, surprisingly showed some loyalty, limping alongside me with a makeshift weapon, as if ready to assist at any moment. "Silence," I whispered, then dissipated the energy from my ears to steady my breathing and heartbeat before gesturing toward the door. "It approaches." Zhang Heng, skeptical, leaned closer to the door's crack, while Chun Mo regarded me with astonishment, both intrigued by my awareness of the creature's arrival. As time slipped away, I counted my heartbeat, and upon the 7th pulse, I positioned myself at the door, employing my discerning sight to peer through the gap. I yearned to behold the creature's visage. The still corridor was permeated with a faint scent of decay. From this vantage point, aside from the boarded-up windows, everything had been painted white. Perhaps due to the passage of time, this white differed from the paint we commonly encountered, tinged with yellow specks and minute particles. Tick, tick. Upon hearing that familiar sound, my breath seemed to freeze. The view through the door's crack was constrained, and in the blink of an eye, a white shadow darted past. It moved with such swiftness that even I could scarcely discern its form. What just passed by? Zhang Heng believed that I had deceived him earlier, and thus, caught off guard, he blurted out his thoughts. Upon speaking, he instantly regretted it, covering his mouth with his hand, barely daring to breathe. I too was taken aback by his sudden outburst, feeling an overwhelming urge to silence his foul tongue. As anticipated, not long after, the rhythmic sound of dripping water ceased. The droplets no longer fell, indicating that the creature had halted its advance. This was dire. Trapped in the hospital room, I yearned to flee but found myself unable to do so. Gritting my teeth, my fingers searched within my clothing for something to turn the tide. A talisman? A ghost ring? The command token of a soul reaver? The items I had on hand appeared ineffective against the creature. After a brief pause of a second or two, the dripping resumed, growing louder with each passing moment. Through the crack of the door, I noticed that the corridor seemed to darken slightly. Without warning, a face wrapped in bandages loomed into my view, significantly larger than that of an ordinary person. The gaps in the bandages revealed not human skin, but rather unhealed wounds. Zhang Heng's earlier remarks were indeed accurate. The creature's visage resembled that of someone whose skin had been flayed. Fear coursed through me like venomous serpents slithering into my veins, racing towards my brain. It was the first time I had laid eyes on such a face, leaving my mind momentarily blank. How had this abomination come to exist? Clad in a white coat reminiscent of a doctor's lab coat, yet not entirely so, it hung loosely. I noticed a detail. Its attire was not entirely soaked. Some areas remained dry. The instant I beheld the monster, both Zhang Heng and I froze at the doorway, while Chun Mo inside sensed our unease. Covering his mouth and daring not to move. Between life and death, the distance was but a mere threshold. 1 second, 2 seconds. None could discern how much time had elapsed. The bandaged face slowly withdrew from the door, and the shadow flitted past, accompanied once more by the ominous ticking sound. A full minute passed before Zhang Heng and I finally stepped away from the door, shaking our somewhat numb legs. I inhaled gently, hoping it had departed. It had left. Good, it had left, I thought as Zhang Heng wiped the cold sweat from his temples, only then realizing that his hands trembled slightly. How absurd. What had you just said to me? I raised an eyebrow, fixing my gaze upon Zhang Heng. As our time together lengthened, my disdain for this scoundrel grew. Were it not for the suspicion that he might be a hidden live streamer, I would have likely eliminated him to earn a point right then and there. A misunderstanding. Zhang Heng slapped himself, albeit lightly, as if merely putting on a show. I truly had no idea you possessed such resilience. In that moment of chaos, I was somewhat flustered. You, a magnanimous individual, should grant me another chance. I assure you, tonight, I shall follow your lead. I smiled coldly, patting Zhang Heng on the shoulder. I had long asserted that the three of us were like grasshoppers on a single rope. Since you find my reasoning sound, then next time we encounter a monster while fleeing, you shall carry Chun Mo me? Zhang Heng pointed at himself, astonished. Without much thought, he retorted, why should I? Because, like you and me, he is a living soul. Is that not reason enough? My words were intentionally directed at Chun Mo, hoping to win his assistance in the future. After all, it is far better to offer help in times of need than to merely embellish a situation. Brother, wake up. Tonight, with our legs intact. We don't even know if we will survive, and you still insist on bringing along a cripple? Zhang Heng implored, his tone earnest. You possess the unique ability to foresee the monsters. This is our key to survival. Please, do not lose hope. As he spoke, it seemed he suddenly grasped something profound. Stepping back 2 paces, gripping the door lock, his face paling dramatically. What madness is this? Have you lost your mind? Zhang Heng, in Chun Mo's presence, urged me to forsake him, which surely did not please Chun Mo. Just then, Zhang Heng had already unlatched the door, blocking the sole exit, his trembling finger pointing at me. How did you predict the monster's movements? At that moment, the creature should not have been on the first floor. There was nothing to observe. How could you know it was coming? Furthermore, when the monster stood behind you in the treatment building, why did it not strike immediately? Instead, it granted you an opportunity to escape. With each question, his expression grew increasingly grave. Is there some connection between you and that monster? Are you the one controlling it? Did you kill the writer? Zhang Heng's suspicions held merit. Just as I was about to counter, his earlier words echoed in my mind. Is there a connection between the monster and me? Chapter 6:14. Listening to the echoes upon reflection, it indeed seemed plausible. The instant I laid eyes on the white-haired creature, an unsettling familiarity washed over me. It had already stalked me from behind, but refrained from attacking. Numerous similar questions clouded my once clear thoughts. Zhang Heng gripped the door, his gaze fixed intently on me. Any slightest movement on my part would likely prompt him to flee. To dispel any unnecessary misunderstandings, I slowly raised my hand, signaling that I meant no harm. If I could control the monster, you would have perished long ago. Do not rush to defend yourself. I have had ample opportunities to eliminate you along the way. Who knows what you might be hiding? Zhang Hing shot me a glare, his eyes sharp as daggers, attempting to see through my facade. Among us, you alone wear a mask, proclaiming to be an outdoor streamer. I refuse to believe that an amateur like you possesses such remarkable composure. Do you fancy yourself a war correspondent? This is the second time you have used foul language. You should think before you speak. If you are convinced that I am the murderer, the one controlling the monster, then it would be impossible for me to stand here conversing with you. You would have fled long ago. I understood Zhang Heng's dilemma clearly. He feared I might be the mastermind, while simultaneously wishing to exploit my ability to sense the monster's location, leaving him in a state of turmoil. I disliked beating around the bush and laid the stakes bare before us. So what if I do? I am merely trying to survive. Is it wrong to be cautious? Gradually, he calmed down, his gaze shifting to one of increasing wariness. If you can elucidate the method by which you determine the monster's location, I will believe there is no link between you and it. But if you cannot clarify your reasoning, what then? Will you kill me? Do you possess that capability? Is your only option not to flee? I could not ascertain whether Zhang Heng was indeed a live-streaming host, but at that moment, it mattered little. If he wished to conceal his identity, he would undoubtedly refrain from any reckless actions. As I spoke, Zhang Heng's grip on the door lock tightened. He was eager to refute my words, yet the undeniable truth left him at a loss. Observing his demeanor, I refrained from further remarks. A gentle nudge sufficed, for one must not provoke a cornered rabbit, lest it bites. Very well, since you are curious, I shall unveil the reason. There are no secrets among the three of us tonight. I gestured towards my ear. The creature moved with a stealthy silence, yet its body, saturated with liquid, dripped as it shifted. And I discerned its position by the sound and size of the falling droplets. Sound of droplets? Zhang Heng and Chun Mo widened their eyes in disbelief. Are you jesting? Surely, you could concoct a more credible explanation. Zhang Heng, already bracing himself to flee, found my assertion utterly unconvincing. At that moment, the creature should have been at the staircase between the first and second floors, a distance of approximately 30 to 40 meters. How could you possibly hear the sound of water droplets falling from such a distance? Chun Mo also suspected I was fabricating tales, yet compared to Zhang Heng, his response was markedly more composed. He remained by my side, suggesting that my earlier words had instilled a modicum of trust in him. When the creature moves rapidly, the droplets are flung off, producing a distinct and rapid sound that is easily identifiable. With a wave of my hand, I grew weary of further explanations. If you doubt my words, we can conduct an experiment. I picked up a few small fragments of tile from the ground. Take these stones to the innermost room and toss them out through the window gap. I shall remain here, motionless, and determine how many you have thrown based solely on the sound of their landing. Is that truly possible? Zhang Heng accepted the stones, his expression a mask of skepticism. He gazed into the enclosed hospital room, hesitating. You aren't trying to lure me inside to ambush me, are you? If you lack the courage for this task, Chun Mo can take your place. After a tense silence of several seconds, Zhang Heng ultimately decided to let Chun Mo proceed, though he kept his hand firmly on the door, ready to escape at any moment. Am I really going? Chun Mo queried as he accepted the handful of shattered tiles, winking at me as if to inquire how many to throw. It was evident that he too doubted my auditory capabilities and wished to stage a performance. I maintained a stoic expression, offering him no hints. With lingering doubts, Chun Mo stepped into the inner room. I closed my eyes, holding my breath and concentrating, channeling my inner energy. After approximately half a minute, Chun Mo emerged, and Zhang Heng glanced back at him. Have you finished already? That was quick. He had heard not a sound. After all, we were on the third floor, where the ground below was covered in wild grass and mud. The fragments of tile would land softly, losing their force and making it difficult to produce any sound upon impact. 3 pieces, I stated, turning to Chun Mo while Zhang Heng remained perplexed. Chun Mo, poised to speak to Zhang Heng, froze upon hearing my declaration, his face registering shock. Indeed, it was 3 pieces. Are you serious? Did you two conspire beforehand? Zhang Heng loosened his grip on the door lock and scoured the ground for a smaller piece of rubble, determined to test my claim himself. When he finally re-emerged, I greeted him with a cold smile. You threw a total of 11 pieces in 4 separate tosses. Weren't you exhausted? Wow, you really can hear everything. Is your hearing some kind of mutation? Zhang Heng exclaimed, his astonishment evident as he circled around me. His expression transformed, now filled with awe and newfound respect. Previously, it was merely a misunderstanding, and I hope you do not hold it against me. You no longer doubt me? How could that be? It was simply a miscommunication. Zhang Hong, having navigated the entertainment industry, is accustomed to the disdain of others. His thick skin renders him impervious to my mockery. Upon seeing my exoneration, Chen Mo's demeanor improved significantly. He had been plagued by unease. With the misunderstanding resolved, Zhang Hong subtly positioned himself beside me, suggesting an inclination for me to assume a leadership role among the three of us. I am fully aware of his intentions when dealing with astute individuals. There is no need for excessive verbosity. Pushing open the door to the infirmary, I stepped into the corridor, my discerning gaze falling upon the wet traces on the floor, marks left by that creature. Does it lack feet? Why does it leave such peculiar imprints? Moments prior, I had glimpsed the monster through the crack in the door and noted an oddity. Its attire was not entirely soaked. Where did the droplets on its form originate? Its outer garments remained dry, indicating they were donned later. Could it be that it initially emerged from a waterlogged area in a state of undress? The notion of a water source instantly brought to mind the water tank within the treatment building. Yet, I recalled that while I was pursued, the bubbling sounds from the tank had not ceased. My expression shifted as a dreadful hypothesis took shape. Could there be more than one creature? Might there be other entities within that tank? A chill ran down my spine. Had I seen what lay within the tank upon my initial entry into the treatment building, I would not be in such a precarious position now. Is it possible that the tank harbors a multitude of individuals? This unsettling conjecture suggested that if the tank measures approximately 3 meters in length and is filled with creatures, the number could be overwhelming. Moreover, a more terrifying thought loomed. Could there be additional water tanks within this abandoned hospital? What are you thinking? Your expression is rather grim, Zhang Hong remarked, walking beside me, his gaze cast downward. I suspect there may be more than one creature. What? Have you heard the sound of dripping again? Perhaps we should hastily exit the hospital. If necessary, I could take refuge in a monastery for the rest of my days. Zhang Heng's reaction was intense. The earlier encounter with the creature had clearly unsettled him. Calm down. It is merely a hypothesis. I gestured to Chen Mo, urging him to stay close. We must proceed to the underground mortuary to locate that birth certificate. Should any danger arise, I will provide an advance warning. Understood. I instructed Chen Mo to wield the flashlight and take position in the center of our formation, while Zhang Hong brought up the rear as the three of us re-entered the secure passageway. We descended until we arrived at the door leading to the underground. The entrance was locked. Forcibly kicking it open would create too much noise. I attempted to use the master key to unlock it, but time had rendered the lock completely rusted. This path is blocked. We retreated to the right passageway, only to find that door similarly secured. The chains rusted and seemingly untouched for ages. Something is amiss. Both entrances to the underground are inaccessible. Could the basement have remained unchanged for the past 2 decades? The orchestrator behind this operation must recognize the significance of the Jianghu Cancer Research Hospital's basement, serving as both the morgue and a repository for hazardous materials. They would have no reason to neglect this area. I pondered deeply. Are there alternative routes? Is there something in the underground morgue that even the puppeteers fear? I have a foreboding that the reason for the hospital's relocation 2 decades ago is concealed within the basement. Ordinarily, hospitals transport corpses through designated underground corridors, and there must be a hidden passage connecting the treatment building to this structure. Chen Mo, who spoke, presented a reasonable analysis. However, returning to the treatment building to search for the hidden passage may be too time-consuming. Moreover, given that the water tank is located within the treatment building, we should ideally avoid whatever monsters may lurk there. The passage used for transporting corpses would certainly be uncomfortable for the living. As I gazed at the locked door before me, I made a decision. You two prepare to flee. We may find ourselves in quite a predicament. What do you mean? Zhang Hong, sensing the ominous turn of events, was about to dissuade me. I took 2 steps back and, with all my might, kicked the door hinge. Bang! The tremendous noise shattered the eerie silence of the hospital. I turned to the two, who stood in shock, and shouted, "Run!" Chapter 615. How did they die? Part 1. Chen Mo and Zhang Hong were dumbfounded. Kicking down a door? Where are we? Are you out of your mind? The sound reverberated through the abandoned hospital, and the corridor was filled with echoes from that single kick. It took them a second or two to regain their senses. I flicked on my flashlight and promptly descended into the basement of the 3rd ward. Typically, the underground of a hospital comprises warehouses, parking lots, and morgues. However, The Jianghu Cancer Research Hospital was different. There were no guiding maps, and the winding underground corridors resembled a labyrinth. Do you think that monster might follow us? Zhang Heng, visibly anxious, unconsciously pushed Chun Mo to the back of the line, standing beside me in evident unease. The echoes drowned out the sound of dripping water, and I was uncertain if the monster had trailed us. I glanced back at him and said, "Be ready to escape. With such a commotion, the monster will surely take notice. Hurry, Chun Mo, come here." I beckoned him to walk between Zhang Heng and me. "Where are morgues typically constructed in hospitals? Is there any significance to it?" Chun Mo pondered for a moment and shook his head. "I'm not too sure, but I recall my professor mentioning that places for storing corpses are generally not built on the lowest levels of a structure." "What does that mean?" "It means that the corpses shouldn't be placed at the bottom. Regardless of how many underground levels a building has, the lowest level will certainly not house the morgue." Chun Mo shook his head, unable to articulate the reasoning behind it, merely relaying what his professor had taught him. "That makes sense. At least we can narrow down our search. We needn't visit the lowest level," I affirmed Chun Mo's words. In this perilous environment, time was of the essence. Saving even a moment would enhance our chances of escape. "Do you understand the meaning of these symbols on the walls?" Zhang Heng pointed his DV camera at some peculiar markings on either side of the walls. Had he not mentioned it, Chun Mo and I might not have noticed. "I don't know. This doesn't seem related to medicine," Chun Mo replied, glancing at me. I examined the characters on the wall, my expression grave. They seemed somewhat familiar, as if I had encountered them before. I halted, studying the wall. Every few meters, strange white symbols appeared. These symbols were drawn on the already white walls, making them rather inconspicuous. Had Zhang Heng not pointed them out, I might have overlooked them entirely. The white symbols adorning the white wall exhibit two distinct shades of white. The paint used to coat the wall is one hue, while the symbols inscribed appear to be composed of a different substance, also white, yet more opaque and interspersed with granular particles reminiscent of fine grit. As I approached the wall, a faint, unpleasant odor reached my nostrils. Distinct from the scent of the paint, it was the foul stench of decay. This noxious aroma seemed to emanate from the white symbols themselves. What could these symbols signify? Despite racking my brain, I could not discern their meaning. My mind clouded with anxiety over the possibility of being pursued by some monstrous entity, compelling me to temporarily abandon my thoughts and venture deeper alongside Zhang Heng and Chun Mo. The pitch-black underground corridor was constricted, the ghastly white walls adorned with eerie symbols, all seemingly warning us of the dangers that lay ahead. The subterranean expanse of the hospital was far more extensive than we had anticipated. 3 large buildings had been interconnected, forming a vast, cohesive space. Regrettably, we possessed no map, and as we navigated this labyrinthine corridor, we dared not leave markers for fear of being tracked by the lurking creature. Fortunately, I had grown accustomed to such predicaments, diligently noting the terrain at every junction and gradually constructing a rudimentary map in my mind. The basement of the 3rd ward was entirely sealed off, the only source of illumination emanating from the beam of Chun Mo's flashlight, which pierced the absolute darkness, extending far beyond our immediate vicinity. Our actions were undeniably perilous, akin to exposing ourselves from the shadows into the light. Yet, I had steeled myself for this moment. After hours of live streaming with no clear direction, I was unwilling to prolong my stay any further. The dimly lit corridor meandered endlessly. Just when one believed they had reached a terminus, yet another fork would present itself. The design of this accursed place was reminiscent of an air raid shelter from wartime. The live stream of a deadly game was indeed unfolding within such confines. The underground of Jiansheng was anything but tranquil, and the morgue might very well have been repurposed from those chaotic tunnels. After traversing several dozen meters, we had memorized much of the layout of the first underground level. Numerous rooms were locked, adorned with seals and signs prohibiting entry, most of which remained intact, suggesting that no one had ventured inside for years. I had no desire to court trouble for myself. According to Chun Mo, the doors to the morgue were significantly wider than standard doors to facilitate the transport of bodies. After a cursory examination, we determined that the room was not the morgue, so we opted to continue our search elsewhere. This method of searching was not sustainable. You should take out the notes. If those slips of paper possess the ominous qualities you claim, they ought to manifest some changes in this place. The faint sound of dripping water echoed in my ears, my heart racing as I sought the morgue within this abandoned cancer research hospital, surrounded by teammates harboring ulterior motives, unable to be trusted. with a terrifying creature slowly closing in. The pressure of this live stream was unprecedented. Upon hearing my words, Chen Mo promptly retrieved the slips from his backpack, holding them aloft, while Zhang Heng hesitated briefly before following suit. The two pieces of paper, seemingly torn from a medical record, showed no signs of change as they lay in the corridor, remaining utterly unchanged. It should not be the case that we have arrived at this cursed place only to find that we must enter the morgue to obtain a birth certificate for any significant change to occur. According to Chun Mo's previous account, the paper slip serves as a crucial instrument for the malevolent spirits, indicating that it acts as a medium. Clutching the slip, the three of us traversed the first level of the underground. The layout of the hospital's subterranean structures is exceedingly intricate, with entrances and exits ostensibly located on either side, corresponding to the safety passages of the third ward. In truth, beyond these two routes, we discovered 4 hidden passages within the building. We were uncertain where these passages ultimately led. After exploring 2 of them, we found them to be interminable and thus chose not to pursue further. With so many potential exits, what are the doctors engaged in beneath the surface? I pondered aloud as the sound of dripping water intensified, signaling that the creature was drawing near. Stop searching. Let us descend to the second basement level. After a circuitous route, we returned to the staircase of the safety passage. Using my discerning eye, I noticed remnants of water on the floor. We needed to move quickly. The creature was also present here. Realizing we were on the same level as the monster, both Chen Mo and Zhang Heng exhibited signs of panic. The 3 of us entered the second basement level, where the rooms starkly contrasted with those on the first level. The first level resembled a standard storage room, while the second bore resemblance to a series of independent small warehouses. Equipment department. After scraping away the white paint from the nameplate with my fingernail, 3 indistinct black characters emerged. This department is responsible for the procurement, supply, management, and maintenance of medical equipment throughout the hospital, an essential aspect of any medical institution. Chun Mo gasped for breath, his injured leg dragging on the ground, seemingly numb from pain. Is the equipment department in the basement of a typical hospital? It should be. Chen Mo's response was ambiguous, leaving me uncertain. In our haste to avoid being pursued by the creature, we did not linger and promptly entered the area. The walls of this level were similarly adorned with incomprehensible white symbols, resembling ghostly scribbles, and staring at them for too long sent a chill down my spine. Although referred to as the equipment department, the second basement level was essentially a collection of various warehouses, and the doors of these storage rooms bore resemblance to those of the morgue, compelling us to search through them one by one. Initially, I did not sense anything amiss, but as our exploration deepened, I gradually uncovered a troubling realization. Someone had recently visited this second basement level. The evidence was straightforward. I discovered a fresh blade of grass in the corner, interspersed with damp soil. Upon closer inspection, the leaf bore distinct, regular impressions. This grass had been trampled into the building, and the uniform impressions indicated that the individual had worn a hard-soled shoe. The pattern appeared to resemble that of leather shoes. Among those who might have been present at the hospital tonight, Chen Zhugo wore combat boots, and the kidnappers would not likely wear leather shoes, as such footwear would hinder their escape. Thus, only one person remained, Gu Bei. Had he been here? How did he gain entry? Could it have been through those hidden passages in the first basement level? This small blade of grass in my hand provided 2 critical pieces of information. First, Gu Bei and the kidnappers might indeed be here. Second, at least one of the hidden passages in the first basement level leads to the outside. If the kidnappers had informed Gu Bei of the way in, it suggested they possessed an alarming level of familiarity with the Jianghu Cancer Research Hospital. In my heart, I am nearly certain that the kidnapper is likely the infant herself. In the morgue, as I pondered this unsettling thought, I noticed Chen Mo beside me, seemingly entranced, propping himself against a tree branch while peering through the window of the door. What nonsense are you muttering? Don't you find it eerie? Before I could finish my sentence, Chen Mo abruptly ceased all movement, standing still like a statue, his mouth half open, words swallowed back. What's wrong? Zhang Heng and I hurried to squeeze into the doorway, gazing inside. This room was unlike the other warehouses and infirmaries. It appeared to be a designated area for cleansing something, reminiscent of ancient bathhouses. What are those pools for? Zhang Heng queried, yet received no reply. He turned to me, and I mirrored his astonishment. What has happened to you both? Chapter 616. How did they die? Part 2. No one answered Zhang Heng's inquiry. At that moment, both Chen Mo and I were captivated by the water pools, where something floated, resembling water plants among the white porcelain tiles. Following the beam of Chun Mo's flashlight, Zhang Heng finally noticed, "What are you two up to? Is that floating thing truly so terrifying?" "You wouldn't understand." I shook my head, fully aware of Chun Mo's current sentiment. I had encountered a similar scene in the dissection room of Jiangxing Medical College, where the murky substance floating in the water was not aquatic vegetation, but hair, women's hair. "Let us take a look inside." The door to this peculiar infirmary was neither locked nor sealed. With a gentle push, it swung open easily. The air was thick with the stench of decay mingled with the scent of medicinal substances, and upon closer inspection, one could detect a faint metallic odor of blood. "Close the door behind us. This place is near the staircase. If a monster were to chase us down from above, we could easily be trapped here." Chun Mo and I cautiously approached the water pool, while Zhang Heng stood guard at the entrance with the DV camera. "You two hurry up. We are headed to the morgue. Let us not waste time." "Wait a moment." I was the first to reach the edge of the pool, leaning over to peer inside. The pool was shallow, no more than a meter deep, but it was filled with foul-smelling, medicated murk. Beneath the surface lay a female corpse, face down in the water. My heart raced. It was my first time encountering a body outside of the dissection room. Chun Mo's reaction was intense. He began to retch, struggling to avert his gaze. "What's wrong? Is a corpse in a hospital different from one at a crime scene?" I was accustomed to such sights. I had witnessed far more gruesome scenes during the live broadcasts from the psychiatric hospital. Chun Mo waved his hand at me, momentarily speechless. Seeing his distress, I shook my head and suggested he step back. The water in the pool was murky and unclear. The mingling of blood was not overtly apparent. The back was intact. Where were the wounds? What was the cause of death? I rummaged around the room and found a mop used for cleaning, crouching at the edge of the pool, intending to retrieve the corpse from the water. "Are you out of your mind? Why would you touch her?" Chun Mo's voice was weak as he grasped my arm. "One must show at least a modicum of respect for the deceased. Respect is mutual. I hold her in great regard. Yet I cannot ascertain whether she respects me in return." Ignoring Chun Mo, I stirred the water of the pool with a mop, creating ripples that splashed the surroundings, causing Zhang Heng and Chun Mo to retreat at a distance, while I continued my task. The corpse, originally face up, was soon turned over by my actions. When my discerning gaze fell upon her face, my heart seemed to skip a beat, nearly causing me to discard the mop in shock. How could it be her? The body submerged in the water was none other than the woman who had entered the hospital with Gu Bei tonight. Qili, her voluptuous figure, now submerged in murky water, evoked no interest, only an overwhelming chill. The last time I saw her, she had screamed and fled into the woods outside the hospital. But how could she possibly end up here? Could the hidden pathways lead directly from the woods outside the hospital? The situation had become somewhat convoluted, and I dared not jump to conclusions. Noticing my altered expression, Chun Mo and Zhang Heng approached. Their reactions to the corpse in the water were markedly different. After initially grappling with discomfort, Chun Mo had gradually regained his composure, while Zhang Heng's response was as I anticipated. His face showed only disgust, devoid of any significant emotional turmoil. "Which is more terrifying, this corpse or the victims of the peeling case in Xinhu?" I inquired. "Why do you ask that?" Zhang Heng shot me a glare. "If there's nothing else, let us hurry and find the morgue. We're all in danger here." "No need to rush. I was merely making an observation," I replied, gesturing towards the corpse in the pool. "Observe the wounds on her abdomen, neck, and the areas with dense blood vessels. This manner of death is rather peculiar." "Brother, what time is it? You're still analyzing this?" Zhang Heng, with a look of distaste, clutched his hair. "Even if you deduce the cause of death, it's of no use. We're facing a malevolent spirit, not a mere human. Do you understand? If that were the case, I would have called the police and wouldn't be here in this wretched place." His urgency to reach the morgue piqued my interest, though I chose not to voice it, merely noting it in my mind. "Listen to me. I encountered this woman before entering the hospital, and her time of death is no more than 2 hours ago." I quickened my speech. "The human body comprises approximately 8% blood, which means this corpse contains at least 5 pounds of blood. All her wounds are concentrated in areas rich in blood vessels. Yet you see the pool water retains its original color, untainted by blood. Blood is highly diffusive. 4-5 pounds to remain unspilled and not stain the pool red within 2 hours. Do you comprehend what this signifies?" Both men looked at me, their expressions revealing confusion. "It indicates that this is not the original crime scene. The corpse had been drained of blood before being discarded here," she died from exsanguination. Furthermore, notice that the wounds are quite irregular, and the deep gash on her right wrist, with multiple incisions, suggests it was slashed several times before severing the vessel. In contrast, the wound on her left wrist is neat, indicating a single decisive cut. I turned to the two, who appeared bewildered. If this were a homicide, the wounds on both wrists would not display such a stark discrepancy. Thus, it is plausible that this woman took her own life. Humans generally tend to use their right hand. When she effortlessly wielded a knife in her right hand, she easily sliced open her left wrist. However, when attempting the same with her left hand, her feeble grip failed to exert any significant force, leading to such an outcome. This analysis is indeed plausible. Yet do homicide and suicide truly concern us? My friend, we are not here to solve a mystery. Let us move on. Zhang Heng urged me, casting a meaningful glance in my direction. Have you ever pondered a particular question? If she had willingly chosen to end her own life, there would be no necessity for her to inflict so many wounds upon herself. Even a masochist would not behave in such a manner, and moreover, this woman had no apparent motive for suicide. This aberration reveals a singular truth. She was compelled to take her own life. It may sound convoluted, but the reality could very well align with this hypothesis. I suspect that there exists a monstrous entity within the hospital capable of manipulating human will, forcing individuals to act against their own desires. The discovery of this corpse in the underground signifies that such a creature lurks nearby, not far from us. Do you still believe this is unrelated to us? My words left Zhang Heng speechless. He wore a troubled expression, ultimately conceding with a reluctant nod. What do you propose we do? Do not rush. There are still questions to clarify. Why did the monster commit murder by exsanguination? Who disposed of her in this pool? Deep within, I entertained a notion. The perpetrator might be that infant girl. After searching the room for a brief while, I discovered a folded surgical trolley against the wall. Its bearings were intact, stained with blood. The deceased must have been brought in on this very cart. The act of utilizing a folded surgical trolley seems far too mundane for a vengeful spirit to execute. Could it be the work of a writer? What connection does he share with the infant? As we exited the ward, Zhang Heng kept his head bowed, lost in contemplation. Are you all right? By now, you medical students should have encountered numerous corpses. Is it truly necessary to be this shaken? I supported him with a hand, speaking casually. I am not afraid. I merely find it peculiar. You might not have noticed, but the pool emanates a medicinal scent, akin to that of the writer. Medicinal scent? Upon reflection, I realized he was indeed correct. Not only that, but as we departed from the room, it seemed as though the eyelids of the deceased woman flickered. Initially, I dismissed it as a mere post-mortem reflex, yet now it strikes me as unsettling. Chunmo's startling observation caught both Zhang Heng and me off guard. What nonsense are you spouting? In such dim lighting, you could discern the corpse's eyelids moving? Surely, it must be a figment of your imagination? Zhang Heng retorted, though he slowed his pace, squeezing between Chun Mo and me, seemingly seeking comfort in proximity. The body moved. The medicinal odor remains identical. I did not believe Chun Mo to be fabricating tales. My mind began to recall an incident involving the writer. When I agreed to collaborate with him, I had condensed a wisp of energy into a needle and pierced it into his body, yet he displayed no reaction whatsoever. He neither sensed the presence of energy nor exhibited discomfort like an ordinary person would. Could it be that he is a corpse himself? If this is indeed the case, then who is the true host of the showcase? I now harbor a deep-seated resentment towards the prompt regarding the Underworld showcase. Had it not been for the prior task's description, suggesting a deadly competition among showcase hosts, I would not have had to tread so cautiously, resulting in my current state of utter stagnation. As for the other hosts, it is baffling that Chun Jioga has not made an appearance at all. I have long harbored murderous intent towards Chun Jioga. Even at the risk of failing this live broadcast task, I am determined to eliminate him. Deep down, I am acutely aware that if I do not resolve this matter, once he uncovers my identity, it will be my demise. As I walked a short distance, the chilling sound of dripping water echoed in my ears once more, indicating that the monster was perilously close, likely to round a corner and confront us. Simultaneously, Chunmo's flashlight illuminated a somewhat illegible doorplate. After scraping off the white paint, several black characters emerged. Morgue number 1. At last, we had found it. Zhang Heng, eager to enter, was abruptly halted by my firm grip. The inscription number 1 on the doorplate suggested the existence of number 2 and perhaps number 3. I felt the death certificate of Gu Tong Tong in my pocket as I pushed open the grimly pale door to the room. Chapter 617. How did they die? Part 2. The white floor tiles, covered in dust, contrasted with the brownish patches on the walls, enveloping the room in an eerie silence, devoid even of the smallest insect. Morgue number 1. Though termed a morgue, it contained no corpses. Rusty metal tables were draped with filthy white cloths. The fabric was thick and opaque, without lifting it. Even the beam of a flashlight would reveal nothing of what lay beneath. This sinister, warehouse-like space was vastly different from the morgue I had previously encountered at Jiangxing People's Hospital, both in layout and internal environment. Was the morgue from 2 decades ago truly like this? I turned to Chen Mo, who remained silent, but Zhang Heng interjected, "Brother, rein in your curiosity. I am truly amazed. Even in the dead of night, in a hospital morgue, you still have so many questions. Just how insatiable is your thirst for knowledge?" He brandished the DV camera and stepped boldly into the morgue, navigating between the rows of metal tables. Morgue number 1 was not particularly spacious. Rather than a morgue, it would be more aptly described as a temporary storage facility for bodies, with only 3 rows of 3 beds each. Such a large hospital could house only 9 corpses, which seemed rather insufficient. Chen Mo leaned on a branch, gradually sweeping the flashlight across every corner of the room. "This is not how a proper morgue should look," he observed. "There are stringent regulations regarding morgues and hospitals, and even 2 decades ago, they should not differ significantly." He stood beside me, refraining from recklessly entering the room. The morgue is merely one function of a facility that also includes basic corpse handling, such as designated areas for undressing, redressing, and tagging the deceased. The clothing of the deceased starkly contrasts with standard patient gowns. Moreover, for those who carried infectious diseases while alive, specialized isolation rooms were employed, staffed for monitoring and disinfection. Chen Mo's explanation was clear. A morgue could not simply be a sealed room. We might have misidentified our location. You're suggesting that this morgue one is not the one indicated on the note? I could not be certain. I merely wanted to voice my thoughts. Shut the door, keep the flashlight steady, and lower your voice. No matter what happens, just follow me. The sound of dripping water intensified, heightening my anxiety as I issued a few cautious reminders to Chen Mo before we entered morgue number 1. White cloths, covering the corpses, lay spread across the iron beds. During the hospital's relocation, this room appeared to have been meticulously cleaned, leaving no trace of anything associated with the deceased. I reached out to lift a white cloth, revealing a metal table marred by dark stains, reminiscent of the bloodied traces left by desperate fingers clawing into flesh in the final throes of life. The room was modest in size, and it was evident at a glance that the iron table, entirely draped in white cloth, held no corpse. "Look here," exclaimed Zhang Heng, the first to enter the morgue. He had been on the hunt for the birth certificate mentioned on a piece of paper, but as he searched beneath the table, he inadvertently discovered peculiar symbols etched on the underside of the iron surface. I crouched beneath the table to examine these symbols, which bore a striking resemblance to the ghostly runes we had encountered on the walls, evoking a sense of familiarity. With 9 tables and 9 beds, the layout of the first morgue suddenly struck me as eerily familiar. A fleeting recollection flashed through my mind of the body storage area at the Sanhao Bridge crematorium, which also featured 9 tables arranged similarly. Could there be a connection between this cursed place and the Sanhao Bridge crematorium? Beneath the latter lies a terrifying creature, and gazing at the first morgue, a conjecture formed in my mind. Might the Jianghu Cancer Research Hospital also be concealing something beneath its floor? I approached the central iron table, retrieving the precious tome of Qingxuan, which chronicled the malevolent entities sealed by the lineage of corpse transportation throughout history. Sanhao Bridge crematorium was among them. As I flipped through the pages adorned with ghostly symbols, only discernible to those of the corpse transportation lineage, I made an astonishing discovery. There was a remarkable 70% similarity between the symbols in the tome and those carved beneath the table. Why was everything in the hospital white? The white paint, the white-haired figure at the blood disease ward, all of it triggered a distant memory. During my first visit to Qingxuan, I had encountered an elderly man in the carriage of the corpse transporter who had been affected by the blood fox, resulting in the growth of white hair on his skin. Yes, it was an identical white hair. A subtle change washed over my expression as a faint chain of clues began to form in my mind. This hospital might be related to Qingxuan, having experienced a transformation due to corpses that were subsequently suppressed for various reasons, preventing the information from spreading. Perhaps the monster refrained from killing me directly because of the book I held. The lineage of corpse transportation once enjoyed a glorious past, only to begin its decline in modern times. The tome I possessed likely held significant value. Yet, I still could not fathom why everything in the hospital was white. The appearance of the white hair was merely a minor clue. The true reason warranted further investigation. The first morgue, devoid of any bodies, had fallen into disuse for quite some time, and after searching for a considerable duration, we had yet to locate the so-called birth certificate. Let us go? It seems that the medical student was indeed mistaken. This is not the place we seek. Zhang Heng, clutching the DV, wore a frown that mirrored my own understanding of his disappointment, filled with hope to find closure, yet unaware that this was merely the beginning. As we exited the first morgue, I supported Chun Mo, and just as we reached the doorway, the sound of dripping water suddenly intensified. What startled me further was the heavy footfalls entwined with the rhythmic dripping. They were pursuing us. This is bad. We must flee. Without hesitation, I hoisted Chun Mo onto my back and dashed away. However, the peculiar positioning of the first morgue at the end of a corridor meant that escaping would inevitably lead us to collide with whatever had entered. The sound of dripping water grew increasingly louder, and a wave of unease washed over me. Was I about to confront that monstrous entity? A single monster is not particularly fearsome, especially considering that I could likely handle it alone, notwithstanding the concealed presence of other streamers. My true concern lay in the possibility that there was more than one creature. Should we engage in a confrontation and create a commotion, we could be overwhelmed by a horde of monsters, leading to our inevitable demise. As I sprinted toward the exit, Zhang Heng and Chun Mo began to sense something amiss. They both heard the peculiar noises emanating from ahead. Brother, this is a dead end, isn't it? Perhaps we should find a room to take cover. Just like last time when we managed to slip past unnoticed, Zhang Heng suggested. Chun Mo, who was perched on my back, patted my shoulder in agreement, fully aware that if a fight ensued and we were victorious, that would be one thing. However, if we were to lose, he would undoubtedly be the first casualty. Both of them consented to the idea of hiding, and I could hardly oppose it. The storage rooms on either side were mostly locked, leaving us no choice but to retreat back to the first morgue. Cautiously, we closed the door behind us and turned off our flashlights. DV, Zhang Heng, and I positioned ourselves on either side of the glass, observing the commotion outside the corridor. The sound of dripping water was gradually overshadowed by the echo of footsteps, leading me to ponder whether the bandaged monster was silent in its approach or if a different creature was now pursuing us. A chill coursed through me as I exhaled quietly, fixating my gaze on the lengthy corridor. In the pitch darkness, a faint glow flickered, resembling ghostly fire dancing in the air. It was initially subtle, but as the footsteps and dripping water drew nearer, that eerie light intensified. Something felt amiss. The glass window of the morgue door was grimy, coated in dust. Despite my enhanced vision, I could only discern vague outlines. The unknown is invariably the most terrifying, and this newly emerged creature set our nerves on edge. The strange light drifted along the corridor before finally halting at the entrance of the morgue, coinciding with the cessation of the footsteps. Zhang Heng and I had already pulled away from the glass window, retreating behind the door. We pressed our ears against the thin door panel, listening intently. Drip, drip, the water droplets continued to fall. That entity lingered outside the door. The air within the morgue felt as if it had solidified, an oppressive silence enveloping us. Creak. The ancient door was gently nudged, creating a narrow gap, and something appeared to extend into the room. I dared not move, leaning against the door as the entity pushed again, applying increasing force. Zhang Heng and I exchanged glances, neither of us willing to yield. We could only hope that whatever was outside would turn away, just as it had done before. After a second or two, the pressure from outside dissipated, yet the sound of dripping water persisted. Why was it still there? I signaled to Zhang Heng and slowly rose to peer through the window to ascertain the situation outside. Supporting myself against the wall, I gradually straightened my legs, and as my profile emerged at the window, that strange luminescence coincidentally approached the glass. Upon closer inspection, my enhanced vision scanned my pupils with shock. Outside the blurred glass, a man's face was pressed against it. Almost simultaneously, a blood-curdling scream erupted from beyond the door, followed by the sound of someone collapsing to the ground, and the solitary glow vanished. In an instant, the unexpected turn of events left me frozen in place. How could that monster react with even greater intensity than I did? Grasping Chun Mo's flashlight, I pushed open the door to the morgue and immediately beheld a man clad in a suit, clutching his heart and sprawled on the floor in the middle of the corridor. His muscles convulsed, and tears of terror welled up in his eyes. "Gu Bei?" Words eluded me as I recalled the flash of light and glanced at the phone that had been flung 3 meters away, suddenly grasping the sequence of events. I hurriedly called out, "Hey, we are human. Don't be afraid." Zhang Heng and Chun Imo rushed out from the room, and the 3 of us encircled the incapacitated Gu Bei, each wearing a different expression. "Are there still other living beings in the hospital?" Zhang Heng picked up Gu Bei's phone, seemingly having discovered something of great significance, and beckoned to Chun Imo and me. "You too, come see. This guy is also searching for the morgue." Chapter 618. The letter of commitment. Upon hearing Zhang Heng's words, Chun Imo and I leaned closer to Gu Bei's phone screen, where a message lingered. Next, place the money and the letter of commitment in the second drawer of the morgue's freezer. We exchanged glances, pondering the message. Not one of us expressed concern for Gu Bei's fate. Rather, we were intrigued by the identity of the person who sent the message and their intentions. "It's better to avoid unnecessary complications. Perhaps we should disregard this guy and seek out the morgue as per the note," Zhang Heng urged, having incessantly pressed me since we entered the first morgue. I had grown immune to his insistence and chose to ignore it. There is still hope for this man. We ought to assist him. He may also be threatened by a vengeful spirit, and we might uncover new clues through him, Chun Imo remarked, looking at me as if seeking my approval. Without my consent, he would not act recklessly. "Rescue? How do we rescue him? CPR or mouth-to-mouth?" Zhang Heng shot Chun Imo a disdainful glance. "Stop being foolish. This fellow's origins are dubious, and his arrival is suspicious. He must harbor ulterior motives. Considering the writer, this man is likely another monster." I refrained from intervening in Chun Imo and Zhang Heng's quarrel. Only I was privy to Gu Bei's true identity. Whether to save him was inconsequential. He had merely succumbed to excessive fright and would awaken shortly on his own. What truly mattered was the phone in his possession, which contained vital communications between him and his captors. Through those messages, I could glean insights into the captor's character and validate my earlier hypotheses. I took the phone from Zhang Heng and began to peruse its contents. The first message had been sent a day prior, its content straightforward. "Mr. Gu, your daughter is in my possession. If you wish to see her again, please prepare 5 million and the letter of commitment from 20 years ago. 5 million. My gaze fixated on the phrase letter of commitment within the message. The captor's demands were peculiar, indicating prior acquaintance and perhaps a history of grievances between them. The second message, sent the previous evening, read, "You didn't call the police? Is it due to guilt or fear of the curse from 20 years ago? I hope you have prepared what I requested. Now, you must leave Jiangcheng alone with them and head to Zhenhoshi." At this point, I nodded in understanding. The captor was acutely aware of Gu Bei's whereabouts and was likely hiding in plain sight. This was a double or even multi-layered kidnapping, executed with a professional division of labor. As the intervals between messages gradually shortened, the second text from the kidnapper arrived almost immediately. "I have changed my mind. Now turn around and stop in the redevelopment area between Nuhu City and Jiang City. You are quite obedient. If you had been this obedient 20 years ago, perhaps the tragedy would not have occurred, you filthy worm." Upon reading this message, I discerned a profound resentment in the kidnapper's choice of words. To describe someone as a filthy worm indicates an immense grudge. It appears that the kidnapper was well acquainted with Gu Bei, and given Gu Bei's fear of reporting to the police, who knows what compromising information the kidnapper might have on him, instilling fear that silences him. Although the act of kidnapping is undoubtedly heinous, it seems that Gu Bei harbors his own significant and unspeakable issues. I shifted my gaze from the screen to Gu Bei, who lay motionless on the ground, his body no longer convulsing. This man was quite cunning. His breathing was steady, and although he had clearly regained consciousness, he continued to feign unconsciousness on the ground. I played along, pretending to be oblivious as I continued to peruse his phone. The subsequent messages were related to the Jianghu Cancer Research Hospital, where the kidnapper proposed that he enter the hospital at midnight to negotiate the release of his daughter, gradually leading him into the facility. The final message was the one recited by Zhang Heng, instructing him to go to the morgue and place the money and guarantee letter into the freezer used for storing bodies. "Are you also searching for the morgue?" I rifled through Gu Bei's phone, meticulously noting down the recent contacts and their phone numbers, ensuring I missed no important figures. I then shook the phone and fixed my gaze on Gu Bei. "How long do you intend to continue this charade?" Realizing his ruse had been uncovered, Gu Bei showed no embarrassment, instead appearing utterly drained as he slowly awakened, his eyes wide with fear and astonishment. He gasped and scrambled away from us with all his might. "Where is my daughter? I have brought the money. Please do not harm her." Gu Bei's voice was loud enough to startle all three of us. However, Zhang Heng and I, seasoned by the storms of life, paid little heed to his desperate cries. "Quite the performance, I assent it. Since you wish to act, I shall play along." A cold smile graced my lips as I tightened my grip around Gu Bei's neck. "Your daughter is in my possession. If you wish to see her, first present the guarantee letter. 5 million was a substantial sum for me, but that was contingent upon my survival to spend it. In this convoluted and enigmatic hospital, my primary desire was to uncover the truth. Thus, the specially detailed guarantee letter held far more allure for me at this moment than 5 million in cash." "Guarantee letter?" At the mention of it, Gu Bei's complexion paled, and he stubbornly replied, "I do not know what you are talking about. Gu Bei, I have neither the interest nor the time to dance around you. Hand over the guarantee letter, and I can release your daughter right now." I continued to coax him. "How do you know my name is Gu Bei?" His hands pressed against the ground, his voice laced with surprise. Not only he, but even Zhang Heng and Chen Mo, who had been following me, stared at me, wide-eyed in shock. "Did you check my phone?" A flicker of anger crossed Gu Bei's eyes, though he concealed it well. "Since you have seen my phone, knowing my name is not particularly surprising." With one hand, I traced the mask upon my face, my voice slow and laced with a hint of hypnotic persuasion. "I not only knew your name was Gu Bei, but I was also aware that your daughter is named Gu Tong Tong, and your wife is called Chili. Now, I shall grant you 5 seconds to present your letter of commitment. Otherwise, you shall regret it for a lifetime." As I recited the names, Gu Bei, Chen Mo, and Zhang Heng were rendered speechless, their eyes glued to the phone we were all observing. The device held none of those names. Only the monikers of daughter and wife were present in the contacts. "It's you? The kidnapper is truly you." Gu Bei's eyes turned crimson in an instant. "Return my daughter to me." Such fervent emotion. I merely smiled faintly, my fingers dancing between the black and white mask. "I desire both the 5 million and the letter of commitment. Present them for my scrutiny. The money can be yours first. As for the letter, I shall only provide it once Tong Tong leaves the hospital." Gu Bei sat on the ground, gazing up at me. I pondered his words. The fact that he prioritized the 5 million over the letter of commitment indicated the significance of the latter. Refusal? Gu Bei stood firm, unwilling to yield. If I were indeed a true kidnapper, perhaps I could afford to relent, knowing I held the upper hand. Yet, in reality, I was merely an impostor, unable to return his daughter. My voice turned icy through the mask. To fully intimidate him, I needed to be more resolute than he. My patience was wearing thin. I asked once more, "Will you comply or not?" "The letter of commitment can only be provided once my daughter and I have left the hospital. That is my bottom line." Gu Bei strained every muscle to support his body. He wished to rise, but felt his legs weaken, his spirit faltering. "Gu Bei, do you realize with whom you are speaking?" I tossed my phone before him, regarding him as one would a pitiful insect. "My message clearly requested your solitary presence. Yet you failed to comply, bringing a woman along, did you not?" Upon uttering this statement, Gu Bei instinctively sensed the gravity of the situation. He crawled on the ground, clutching my pant leg desperately. "What do you intend to do? I warn you, do not lay a hand on my wife." "Lay a hand? I believe you have misunderstood." I kicked Gu Bei aside and made my way toward the room where Chili's body lay. "Come with me. I shall show you your wife and make you understand the price of defiance." My voice was frigid, imbued with malice. I walked ahead alone, while Gu Bei crawled after me, and behind him trailed Chen Mo and Zhang Heng, utterly bewildered, unaware of my intentions. Standing outside the room that housed Chili's remains, I gestured toward the door. "Enter and behold. If you do not present me with the letter, your daughter shall be next." Gu Bei stumbled into the room, staggering toward the sink. Suddenly, his body froze, his gaze fixed on the corpse submerged in the water. "Wife?" Gu Bei appeared as though his soul had fled, yearning to leap into the pool and retrieve his wife's body. Aware of the perilous water, I stepped forward, seizing him by the neck and pinning him to the ground. "Disobedience leads to this outcome. Grant me the letter of commitment. Otherwise, your daughter shall be next. I will kill you. You are a devil. You have tormented me for 20 years. Why will you not relent? I will kill you." With his face pressed against the floor, Gu Bei's eyes turned a fiery red, his demeanor becoming frantic. Fearing he might scream, I tightened my grip upon his throat. The two individuals engaged in a fierce struggle. Yet Gu Bei was ultimately just an ordinary man, his physical prowess significantly inferior to mine, with a lack of finesse in his strikes. It took merely a few seconds for me to deliver a devastating blow that rendered him incapable of further resistance. Surrender the letter of commitment. Otherwise, I shall ensure your daughter meets her demise before your very eyes. My voice, devoid of any superfluous emotion, was as cold as ice. Eventually, Gu Bei capitulated, extracting an aged peachwood box from the pocket of his suit. The box bore inscribed runes designed to ward off evil. This charm was reputedly effective against malevolent spirits. I concealed the dark energy within me deep within my core before managing to open it. Inside the square box lay a thin, yellowed piece of paper. Upon bringing it closer to my eyes, I noticed it bore a prominent title, Bone Marrow Transplant Commitment Letter. Chapter 619, Gu Tongtong Bone Marrow Transplant? I mused, staring at the fragile paper in my hand. Wasn't this intended for the treatment of leukemia? A swift glance left me feeling disheartened. It was merely a straightforward donation agreement. Gu Bei's mother had pledged to donate his bone marrow to Gu Tongtong to aid her in battling her affliction, and Gu Bei himself had not objected. At the bottom of the page were two signatures, presumably belonging to Gu Bei's father and mother. How could a tattered piece of paper from 20 years ago hold more significance to the kidnapper than 5 million? I scrutinized it repeatedly, but found no hidden messages or anything else. It was just an ordinary sheet of paper. Carefully placing it back into the wooden box, I kicked the despondent Gu Bei and set the box beside him. I have provided you with the letter of commitment. I have complied with your every demand. Where is my daughter? I want to see her. Gu Bei, clutching his abdomen, struggled to rise from the ground, aware that he was no match for me. He seized the wooden box and retreated to a safe distance. Apologies, Mr. Gu, but I am not the kidnapper, nor did I cause your wife's demise. And I have no knowledge of your daughter's whereabouts. Removing the mask of good and evil, I revealed a plain human skin mask beneath. I gestured to Zhang Heng and Chun Mo, beckoning the two stunned individuals to enter. They could serve as my witnesses. My impersonation of a kidnapper was merely to ascertain the fulfillment of the commitment letter, and it was essential to dispel any misunderstandings. Without tangible evidence, how could Gu Bei possibly believe me? Perhaps my earlier performance had been too convincing. He stood silently against the wall, voicing no opinion. I instructed Chun Mo and Zhang Heng to produce the note and recount the reasons for our presence here, along with some prior encounters. As we walked and talked, it took several minutes to clarify everything to Gu Bei. Receiving the death note had compelled us to the abandoned hospital to break the curse. It sounded far-fetched. Yet the moment Gu Bei laid eyes on the handwriting on the note, he believed the words of Chun Mo and Zhang Heng. He must have seen that script somewhere before. Perhaps he even knew the owner of those characters. I trust the two of you, but not him. In the end, Gu Bei finally expressed his stance, pointing a finger at me. Not him. My earlier performance may have left Gu Bei with a profound psychological scar, for his gaze towards me was evasive, laced with suspicion. I was disinclined to offer further explanations. As the live broadcast progressed toward its climax, it would inevitably lead to a personal confrontation, and the interference of other show hosts rendered it impossible to find anyone to trust completely tonight. Under the unwavering gaze of Gu Bei, I shrugged nonchalantly and suggested he reveal all that he knew. I was profoundly intrigued by his past and wondered why the kidnappers would demand such an unusual thing as a letter of commitment. The room was enveloped in silence, with Gu Bei fixated on my face, rendering him incapable of uttering a single word. Xiaoqi, mind your tone. Since we know Gu Bei is not a monster from the other side, we should treat him as a friend and teammate. After all, an extra pair of hands means greater strength, Zhang Heng interjected, attempting to ease the tension. He lowered his DV camera and turned to Gu Bei. We've all laid our cards on the table. It would be rather inappropriate for you not to share your story. Gu Bei averted his gaze, hesitating for a moment before he voluntarily retrieved a wooden box, opening it to extract a letter of commitment from 20 years ago. This was the crux of the matter. He sighed deeply and stared blankly at the corpse of his wife before beginning to recount the events of 2 decades past. Originally, Gu Bei did not bear the surname Gu. He was called Liu Bei, following his mother's lineage. His father, Gu Tianqing, was the primary heir of a prominent conglomerate in central China. Gu Bei's mother was merely one among Gu Tianqing's many mistresses, the most fortunate, yet also the most unfortunate. Gu Tianqing was already married. His wife, rumored to be the daughter of a significant figure, was named Yan Rui. despite years of marriage. They had yet to conceive a child. This led Yin Rui to turn a blind eye to her husband's infidelities. It was this unchecked indulgence that set the stage for subsequent tragedies. Gu Bei's mother became pregnant, and the daughter of that influential figure perceived her as a threat, vehemently opposing the child's birth. With no other recourse, Gu Bei's mother fled to the countryside alone to give birth, terrified of retaliation and unwilling to let her child bear the Gu surname. One might think the tale would end there, but fate had other plans. A few years after Gu Bei's birth, the influential figure's daughter also became pregnant, delivering a strikingly beautiful, almost translucent-skinned infant whom she named Gu Tongtong. The Gu family finally had an heir, and a grand celebration ensued. However, the joy was short-lived. Before the child even reached her first month, she was diagnosed with congenital leukemia. The doctors warned that even with suitable stem cell matches and continuous surgeries, the child would not survive past the age of 10. This news struck the Gu family like a thunderbolt, casting a heavy cloud over them. Just as Gu Tianqing's wife was grappling with this devastating revelation, more bad news arrived. The infant's blood type was incompatible with both Gu Tianqing and his wife, revealing an exceedingly rare blood type, P-type. According to the hospital, P-type is a rare phenotype in the P blood group system, inherited recessively with a very low gene frequency. It is exceedingly scarce, with only 9 individuals registered in the vast population of over 1 billion in China, earning it the moniker of diamond blood. Treatment for leukemia necessitated chemotherapy and a bone marrow transplant. Setting aside whether an infant could endure the agony of chemotherapy, finding a compatible blood type for Gu Tongtong within central China proved impossible. The hospital suggested that the family consider surrendering hope. In her desperation, the newly minted mother Yin Rui caused a scene at the hospital, beseeching her father to do whatever it took to save the infant. The Gu family possesses wealth, while the Yin family wields power. Yet, despite their affluence and influence, they cannot alter fate. They entrusted Gu Tongtong to the most advanced cancer research hospital in Jianghu, seeking individuals with compatible blood types throughout central China. Their relentless search yielded only disappointment, and as the optimal surgical window began to close, the doctor informed Gu Tianqing of a second-generation mutation in the P blood type system, suggesting they might find a suitable donor among future descendants, potentially increasing the odds. Heeding the doctor's advice, Gu Tianqing and Yin Rui first considered their illegitimate son, Gu Bei. After inviting him to the hospital, preliminary tests confirmed compatibility, followed by a thorough examination that affirmed a perfect match. Fate played a cruel jest upon the Gu family, as they now faced the harrowing reality of needing the bone marrow of this illegitimate child to save their biological daughter. Bone marrow donation necessitated the consent of a guardian, leading Gu Tianqing and Yin Rui to approach Gu Bei's mother, a woman named Lu. No mother in the world would not cherish her own child, and Lu was no exception. She stipulated several conditions. Her child must be allowed to live honorably within the Gu household and be recognized as the legal heir. Given the gravity of life and death, the Gu family acquiesced to her demands, providing legal documentation, which Lu subsequently signed. Everything seemed to be progressing positively until unforeseen calamity struck. As the surgical treatment approached its deadline, Gu Bei's mother unexpectedly absconded with him. Yin Rui, having wagered everything, was met with this disheartening outcome. The young Gu Tongtong could not endure for long. After enduring several ineffective rounds of chemotherapy, she ultimately succumbed in the central operating room of the Jianghu Cancer Research Hospital. With her daughter's untimely demise, a distraught Yin Rui later suffered a car accident. While in the same year, Gu Bei's mother, armed with the legally obtained documents, delivered him to the Gu family. The subsequent events remained largely unspoken by Gu Bei, who merely hinted that he believed his sister had not truly departed, but lingered in the shadows, questioning him as to why he had reneged on their agreement. Gu Bei's tale was extensive, and upon its conclusion, we had completed our search of the second underground level and ventured into the third. The descent into the depths grew increasingly eerie, the air thickening with humidity and a faint, putrid odor. Zhang Heng and Chun Mo were still marveling at Gu Bei's narrative, which resembled a dramatic saga replete with twists and turns. I listened intently, as many questions began to unravel against the backdrop of this tale. At the rear of the group, I observed Gu Bei, who was engaged in a hushed conversation with Zhang Heng, and reached out to place a hand upon his shoulder. "What are you doing?" Gu Bei forcefully swatted my arm away, revealing his evident disdain for me. "Your story is intricate, Yet one aspect eludes my understanding. 20 years ago, your deceased sister was named Gu Tongtong, a name that has become a lifelong nightmare for you. You have expressed that you feel her presence around you, that you fear and loathe her. If you despise this name so profoundly, why then did you choose to name your own daughter Gu Tongtong? I inquired, awaiting his explanation. Bestowing upon one's dearest a name that evokes such aversion and dread does not seem to align with the actions of a rational person. The moment my words escaped, Gu Bei's countenance darkened. Do you think I wished for that? His expression twisted into a grimace as he retrieved several sheets of paper from his trousers. What is this? I lowered my gaze to the paper, which appeared unremarkable, yet the content inscribed upon it was astonishing, filled with venomous curses and threats. Even more shocking was the fact that the handwriting on this sheet was identical to that on the notes from Zhang Heng and his companions, crooked and erratic, resembling serpents slithering across the surface. Reading it sent chills down my spine. What does this mean? Have you received a note as well? Zhang Heng snatched the papers from my hand, his eyes wide with disbelief. No, these sheets were hastily scrawled by my daughter. Gu Bei responded with a calmness that belied the profound anguish he was suppressing. Your daughter wrote this? How old is she? Zhang Heng suddenly realized, pulling a yellowed note from his pocket with frantic urgency. Wait, are you saying the writing on this note belongs to your daughter? Chapter 620, More No. 2. Comparing the inscriptions on both sheets, Zhang Heng regarded Gu Bei with an incredulous gaze. Is it your daughter who has led us to this cursed place? That cannot be entirely accurate. Gu Bei's expression darkened as he weakly replied. The words on this paper indeed originated from my daughter's hand. But her condition at the time was peculiar, as if she were possessed by some entity. Gu Bei sighed. My wife and I have experienced many such instances, waking suddenly from deep slumber to find our baby in the crib, silent and staring at me with an unsettling intensity. A sight that was utterly terrifying. She was merely an infant, yet her gaze was filled with malice, rendering her both foreign and fearsome to me. I inquired about the writing. Do not attempt to divert the conversation. Zhang Heng's voice grew increasingly louder as he grasped Gu Bei's suit collar. My daughter is only 3 years old. If I had not witnessed it with my own eyes, I would never believe she could produce such writing. Gu Bei shook his head, reluctant to accept the grim truth. My sister, who perished 20 years ago, has returned, possessing my daughter. Gu Bei asked if I was prepared to leave, then unlocked an encrypted folder on his phone, revealing photographs he had taken. The opulent room was in disarray. Splattered with crimson ink reminiscent of blood, handprints of a child, along with a multitude of jagged, menacing inscriptions, Gu Tongtong, were visible on the walls, bed linens, and floor. Even a fool would understand that the infant, who had met her demise at the hands of her mother, had returned. I never wished to bestow such a name upon my daughter, yet had I not done so, the child would have perished, slowly tormented by that vengeful spirit. Gu Bei's hands were intertwined, veins protruding from his arms. To bring a man of his stature to such a state, Gu Tongtong must indeed be formidable. The grievances of 20 years ago hold no relevance to the child. She is the most innocent party in this saga. In our desperation to save her, we sought assistance from the Taoist sects, yet most were charlatans, and those few with genuine skills were unwilling to involve themselves upon hearing of our past. It was not until a few days ago, after we trekked deep into the mountains, that our perseverance bore fruit, leading us to the hidden sect of the Jinshan school. Initially, they were hesitant to engage with this karmic entanglement, but after my wife and I spent a day and night at Jinshan, our sincere intentions ultimately persuaded their Taoists to lend us their aid. They managed to eliminate the malevolent presence from the baby. Yet this method merely addresses the symptoms rather than the root cause. According to Dao Zhang, what clings to the child is but a wisp of dark intent. To eradicate it entirely, one must identify and eradicate the vengeful spirit's true form. Coincidentally, several of his disciples were en route to Jiangcheng, and he graciously agreed to assist us in vanquishing this malevolent entity. At this point, Gu Bei's expression darkened. I had originally devised a plan to act as soon as the celestial masters arrived in Jiangcheng. However, unexpectedly, the baby went missing at this critical juncture, and I was unable to reach anyone from the Jinshan sect. To retrieve the baby, I had no choice but to comply with the other party's demands. Having clarified the situation, I gazed at Gu Bei with a hint of sympathy. If we are to speak candidly, one cannot entirely fault him for events that transpired 2 decades ago. After all, he was merely a child back then. Gu Bei, why did your mother suddenly retract her decision 20 years ago? With congenital leukemia, even with treatment, survival past the age of 10 is a daunting challenge. You would still be the heir to the Gu family, with no need to fret over an additional competitor. Why then, the reluctance to save a life? Chinemo, standing nearby, voiced the collective confusion we shared. I don't know. Perhaps it was merely an act of vengeance against Gu Tiancheng, Gu Bei replied, refraining from addressing him as father. His natural utterance of the man's full name revealed a deep-seated resentment towards his progenitor. That still doesn't add up. While it is understandable that Gu Tongtong seeks retribution against your family, why involve outsiders? Zhang Heng pointed to himself, questioning, what have we done to deserve this? After his words, I reflected and unearthed the inconsistencies. The hospital's live broadcast could delineate 3 distinct narrative threads. The first concerning the entangled animosity between Gu Bei and Gu Tongtong, rooted in a secret from 20 years prior. The second thread involved the cursed notes received by Chun Mo and Zhang Hong, which we now recognized were penned by Gu Tongtong's vengeful spirit, seeking our aid in obtaining a birth certificate and death certificate. The death certificate resided with me, while the birth certificate lay concealed in the mortuary. The third thread involved the mysterious disappearance of the writer, followed by the emergence of terrifying creatures within the hospital. What connection do these creatures have with Gu Tongtong? Are they colluding, or might it be that Gu Tongtong never perished but transformed into one of these monsters, surviving within the hospital's confines? Yet, if that were the case, why would she require our assistance in obtaining a birth certificate? Surely she could procure it herself. My thoughts began to crystallize as I pondered these 3 narrative threads, gradually uncovering the troubling implications. She could indeed retrieve it herself, but went to great lengths to entice the living to assist her. Could this be a conspiracy? A scheme to lure the living here only to eliminate them? Sweat soaked my back as I contemplated this possibility. Could the birth certificate's location in the mortuary, a symbol of death, suggest a deeper meaning concerning rebirth? Hey, what are you mumbling about all by yourself? Zhang Heng shot me a glance, aiming the DV camera at me, seemingly eager to capture my current expression. Nothing, just pondering some questions, I replied, articulating my thoughts. I then swept my gaze over Zhang Heng and Chun Mo, sharing my suspicions that the note's demands might indeed be an elaborate ruse, with the true aim of luring us to a particular location. Upon hearing my analysis, their faces turned pale. So what do you suggest we do now? Having come this far, would we really turn back now? Zhang Heng, in distress, grasped his hair. Let us vote. Raise your hand if you agree to leave. Upon glancing at Zhang Heng and Chun Mo, I was taken aback to see not a single hand raised. Are none of you prepared to give up? Nodding slightly, I chose not to press further, as my earlier assumption was merely conjecture. You all should include me. There is strength in numbers, and it would be wise to look out for one another in times of peril. Gu Bei, noticing my indifference towards him and fearing abandonment, spoke up. All right. Even if you hadn't said anything, I was already planning to invite you to join us. Just a moment. Mid-sentence, Zhang Heng was rudely interrupted by me. Before you can join us, you must answer a question. I pointed to Gu Bei's soaked trousers. How did your pants get wet? I was the first to notice Gu Bei. I had heard the familiar sound of dripping water and mistook it for a creature approaching, which led to subsequent events. We had previously encountered monsters in the hospital, and they too were drenched. Do you suspect that I am a monster? Gu Bei waved his hands repeatedly. To tell the truth, I followed the text prompts through a hidden passage from the treatment building to here. In the process, I passed a massive water tank, which emitted strange noises. Out of curiosity, I leaned in to take a look, lost my balance, and fell into the tank. A hidden passage? You actually fell into a water tank. I circled Gu Bei twice. His upper garment was dry, and only his trousers were wet, indicating he was likely telling the truth. Did you see anything hidden inside the tank? No, Gu Bei replied. He conversed normally with Chun Mo and Zhang Heng, but his demeanor towards me was somewhat aloof. Perhaps due to my earlier deception. Disheartened, I decided not to press further, waved my hand, and walked alone into the darkness. The kidnappers instructed Gu Bei to go to the morgue and place something in the drawer of the freezer, while Chun Mo and Zhang Heng needed to find a birth certificate there. With a shared purpose, we naturally formed a new team. In the basement level 2, we only located the first morgue, which was not the room mentioned in the note. While listening to Gu Bei recount tales of grudges from 20 years ago, we had already descended to level 3, which was even darker than the previous one. The walls were painted white, and the white fuzz had become increasingly prevalent. How many levels does this hospital have underground? If we keep going down, will we end up in hell? That joke is hardly amusing. I, carrying Chun Mo, led the way, using my heightened senses to detect the presence of the white fuzz ahead, thus creating a safe passage. The four of us moved slowly, primarily due to Gu Bei, whose pants dripped incessantly, creating a distracting rhythm that hindered my ability to ascertain the safety of our path. After approximately 10 minutes, I suddenly caught a whiff of a medicinal odor in the air. Following the scent, I spotted a hospital room with its door ajar around the corridor's corner. Did you open that door? I turned to Gu Bei. No, I've never been to level 3 before. He shook his head, his expression not indicative of deceit. If it wasn't he, you, or us, then who could it be? A writer? Or perhaps a monster? I set Chen down and shone my flashlight at the room's sign. Most of the letters had chipped away, leaving behind a few faint black characters that read Morgue number 2. Let us go see. I fully pushed open the door to reveal a spacious interior comprising 2 interconnected rooms. In the outer room, 2 rows of iron beds stood, each adorned with basins for washing. The floor was strewn with outer garments stained with dark splotches, and in the corner, a rusted faucet and sink suggested this was a place for washing and preparing corpses. The inner room, however, exuded an unsettling aura. White mold clung to the doorframe, and a line of long dormant freezers lined the walls. Some of the freezer doors were ajar, revealing drawers that had been pulled out, with a few containing objects resembling human outlines. Chapter 621. Garments of the deceased. Be careful not to touch the white mold on the doorframe, I cautioned Chinemo, lowering my voice as I forged ahead, my gaze fixed on the humanoid shapes in the inner room, fearful they might suddenly spring to life. This was the true essence of a mortuary. The iron beds were designed to secure the deceased, while the basins in front were for receiving water to cleanse the bodies. The large scissors beneath the basin were for cutting the deceased's garments, and the small scissors were intended for grooming their hair. The procedures were governed by strict protocols within the hospital. Chun Imo observed the room's furnishings and began to elucidate their purposes. The bodies are placed on that thin layer of film on the floor, he indicated, gesturing to the left side of the main entrance, where the tiles remained unpainted in stark white. Regardless of whether the bodies were brought in from the outside or retrieved from the freezers, they were first placed here. He continued, if a corpse is frozen for too long, they can become stuck together. Why are you all looking at me like that? Am I saying something wrong? Leaning on a tree branch, Chinemo spoke for a while before realizing our peculiar expressions. He abruptly ceased, a hint of confusion crossing his face. It sounds rather uncomfortable. But please continue, Zhang Heng urged, capturing a close-up of Chun Mo with his camcorder. As a medical student, I must expose the secrets of the mortuary. If I survive this and share it online, it will surely create a sensation. Through Chun Mo's explanations, I gained insights into the complexities of the hospital mortuary, far beyond my initial expectations. The four of us ambled through the second mortuary, oscillating between curiosity and trepidation as we ventured into the inner room. Gu Bei, the kidnapper's message instructed you to place the letter of commitment and cash in the freezer drawer. Are they referring to this location? Zhang Heng was the first to notice Gu Bei's phone, recalling a faint memory of the message displayed on the screen. I cannot be certain, Gu Bei replied, stepping cautiously out of the group to avoid the white mold on the doorframe. He extracted his phone to scrutinize the message, which instructed him to place the items in the second drawer of the freezer. Raising his head, Gu Bei illuminated the long row of freezers against the wall with his phone, the exact number of drawers indeterminate. The second drawer? The kidnapper's wording is rather vague. He mused, summoning his courage to approach the row of freezers. The white paint had peeled away from the freezers, revealing rust and signs of disarray. Some doors even appearing to have been forcibly removed. This must be it, Gu Bei declared, halting before the second drawer from the left. Grasping the handle, he tugged vigorously, but it appeared jammed and refused to budge. Come help me. Zhang Heng and I each grabbed a side, and together we exerted our strength. But the drawer remained stubbornly in place, causing the entire freezer to wobble instead. Stop. I was apprehensive about toppling the freezer and quickly intervened to prevent the two from getting stuck in the drawer. I suggested we try prying open the adjacent storage bed from both sides. However, the compartments were not interconnected, making it difficult to pry them apart. Perhaps we should venture to the innermost section? Might the captor have referred to the second drawer from the right? Zhang Heng patted Gu Bei on the shoulder and nodded towards the depths of the morgue, subtly indicating that he should venture ahead to scout the area. Gu Bei remained stationary. He tugged at the corner of his mouth, suggesting we should enter together for safety in numbers. Deeper within the morgue, some drawers of the freezers were ajar, revealing storage beds extending outward, upon which lay objects resembling the forms of living humans, evoking a profound sense of horror. I will accompany you inside. As Gu Bei and Zhang Heng engaged in their banter, I took the initiative, flashlight in hand, stepping forward. We had lingered here for too long. We could not afford to waste any more time. Chen Mo, Zhang Heng, you two search for the birth certificates. Gu Bei, follow me to the innermost section. If the second drawer from the right can be opened, place the items there. If not, we must not delay further and should leave promptly. Though I could not hear the sound of dripping water, my mind wandered. If that creature had emerged from the water tank, initially, they would have been drenched. However, as time passed, the droplets on them would diminish, rendering the sound of dripping water an unreliable gauge of their proximity. Perhaps the monster was already close at hand. I glanced back at the eerily silent, pitch-black corridor, and without further hesitation, I proceeded to the deepest part. Wait for me. Gu Bei trailed behind, deliberately slowing his pace to maintain a distance of 2 or 3 meters. I chose not to engage in this triviality and directed the beam of my flashlight towards the objects resembling living beings. They lay upon the cold, rusted storage beds, their eyes hollow. As I approached, clarity dawned upon me. These were neither corpses nor mannequins. They were human skins, propped up grotesquely. I halted, extending my hand to gently touch the skin, which had been treated with preservatives, still retaining a faint elasticity. Step aside. I pushed Gu Bei to the side, picked up a shard of broken tile from the ground, and used its sharp edge to slice through the skin. To my astonishment, the filling within was clothing, imbued with a strong scent of disinfectant, not the white coats of hospitals or patient garments, but a variety of clothing. Fascinating. While I had always seen clothing worn by humans, today, I was witnessing humans clad in clothing. With determination, I attempted to widen the incision to extract the garments within. At that moment, my arm was suddenly tugged. I turned to see Gu Bei, his face taut with anxiety, pointing at the head of the human skin. Following his gaze, I noticed the pair of dark eye sockets on the skin's face, seemingly fixated upon me. Why fear the skin if you aren't afraid of the living? I shrugged off Gu Bei's grip, slashed open the abdomen of the skin, and extracted the clothing within. Are you not afraid at all? Of course I am afraid. But fear alone does not resolve any issues. I tossed the clothing onto the ground and meticulously examined it. The human skin had been expertly stitched together, crafted either by a tailor or a skilled surgeon. The enclosed environment within the skin, combined with the disinfected garments, had prevented decay. Such a method of preservation was unprecedented. I bent down, flaring my nostrils to catch the scent of the drugs lingering on the clothing, which differed from the typical odor of disinfectant, suggesting the presence of other substances. What could be the motive behind such actions? Was there a deeper symbolism in the clothing sewn into human skin? Upon witnessing my gesture of sniffing, Gu Bei's face turned pale. He stood behind me, struggling to articulate. This is truly deranged. I was uncertain whether he referred to me or the nefarious orchestrator behind the human skin, yet such distinctions felt trivial. Comparing the human skin to the clothing, their sizes appeared to align, leading to the inference that the garments encased within belonged to the deceased. The attire was quite ordinary for a male. Who was this individual? A doctor? A caregiver? Or perhaps an outsider like Chen Mo or Zhang Heng? The underground environment of the hospital was peculiar. I had traversed a considerable distance without encountering any rats or insects, as if this place were a natural graveyard. The monstrous entities within the hospital were enveloped in bandages, and from the gaps, gaping wounds could be discerned, seemingly indicative of skinning. Could it be that this human skin and the clothing belonged to those very monsters? I squinted, pondering that they were once human, transformed into this grotesque state due to some extraordinary ordeal. I had yet to unravel how these monsters underwent their metamorphosis, but I recognized two critical elements. First, skinning. Second, a connection to a water tank. What role did the writer play in all of this? I hastily returned the clothing to the human skin, an inexplicable sense of unease washing over me, urging me to accelerate my actions. Together with Gu Bei, I ventured deeper into the second morgue, where the walls were cracked, the jagged fissures sprawling across the surface like a disfigured visage. Let us try this drawer, I suggested, nudging Gu Bei. He leaped aside as if startled, exclaiming, "Don't touch me with those hands that have handled human skin. Are we really quibbling over such trivialities now?" I chuckled dryly. Rest assured, when you find yourself in a life and death predicament, I shall not offer my assistance. Who helps whom remains uncertain. As long as you do not harm me, I shall consider it a blessing. Gu Bei approached the second drawer from the right, grasping the handle and pulling it back with force. With a resounding crash, the bearing slid, grinding against the rusted tracks, sending a cloud of acrid stench wafting from the drawer. "What is that?" Gu Bei exclaimed, astonished at his own ability to open it so effortlessly. After a brief moment, he instinctively covered his mouth and nose, directing his gaze towards the fully extracted drawer. On the cold metal surface lay a tattered bundle, the source of the foul odor emanating from within. "Be cautious," I stepped back, recalling all too vividly the nature of that stench. Decomposition. Decomposition? Gu Bei looked at the bundle, his hands trembling. "This seems to be a baby's clothing." He rushed to the side of the package, undeterred by the stench, peeling it away layer by layer. As the layers diminished, my heart raced. Could it contain the body of Gu Bei's daughter? That might be the sole, innocent life. And saving her would be as significant as taking the life of a prominent model. When the final layer of fabric was torn away, what lay before us was a mass of blood-soaked, old clothing. This attire had seen better days, severely decayed and clinging together, only barely retaining a semblance of shape. "You scared me. It's not my daughter," Gu Bei exclaimed. Gu Bei exhaled a sigh of relief, leaning against the wall as he casually discarded the garments. "Do not rejoice too soon." I picked up the clothing that Gu Bei had thrown away, placing his daughter's outerwear into the package as a grim reminder that they could potentially bring harm to her at any moment. "Additionally, I wish to clarify whether you still recall the attire your sister wore during her last surgery 2 decades ago." I shook out the tattered, decaying fabric in my hands and soon made a startling discovery. Chapter 622, The White Beast, Part 1. The clothing bore some granular, light-colored specks that carried a metallic scent, yet did not appear to be bloodstains. Typically, blood is red, and when it seeps onto fabric, it darkens the material. This, however, did not seem to be the case. As I unfurled the fabric, I noted the distribution of the stains, as if they had been accidentally splattered upon it. "Does this garment seem familiar to you? Was it not worn by your sister 20 years ago?" "Refrain from mentioning her in my presence. She is not my sister." Realizing that the package did not contain his daughter's lifeless body, Gu Bei visibly relaxed. Placing a delicately carved wooden box at the center of the parcel and retrieving a letter to press upon the lid of the box. "The kidnappers demand that you place the letter of commitment and 5 million in cash into the drawer. Do not forget anything, will you?" I tore a strip from the tattered clothing and stowed it in my pocket, casually inquiring to conceal my actions. "Do you have any idea how thick 5 million in cash stacked together is?" Gu Bei shot me a wary glance before retorting, "What does that have to do with you?" After he spoke, he closed the drawer. I was unaware of what the envelope contained. Having concluded our affairs, Gu Bei and I made our way towards the door, where Zhang Heng and Chun Mo were still preoccupied. At first, the two were somewhat hesitant. But upon witnessing my advance into the deepest recesses of the morgue, their courage gradually grew, and they began rummaging through the drawers that stored the corpses. "Have you found the birth certificate?" I inquired with keen curiosity about that document. "Not yet. I am beginning to suspect that we have been played by that ghastly entity." Zhang Heng, wielding a singular black flashlight, had searched even the innermost drawers in pursuit of the birth certificate, but alas, aside from the dust on his hands, he had come up empty. Every accessible drawer had been explored, yet yielded nothing. Chun Mo, propped up by a branch, hopped over to the center of the room, astonished by the human skin laid upon the drawer. Can it be true that skinning exists in this world? I had always assumed these tales were mere fabrications. From a medical perspective, the complete removal of human skin is no simple feat. It requires fat removal, lubrication, and specialized tools. Are you well versed in the art of skinning? Have you ever attempted it? Zhang Heng prodded Chun Mo's shoulder, whose countenance grew somewhat unnatural. We medical students can sometimes find ourselves bored. In the past, I conducted experiments on frogs, but I assure you, I have never skinned a human. His words only deepened the awkwardness, prompting him to clear his throat and shift the topic. This skin, treated with chemicals, retained its elasticity and bore no significant wounds. By the way, how do you think he met his demise? Having witnessed my analysis of the cause of death and the reconstruction of the murder process, Chun Mo attempted to apply what he had learned. He meandered through his thoughts, inadvertently ensnaring himself in confusion as he gazed upon the human skin, scratching his head. Remarkably, the entire piece showed no signs of damage. My word, how was this skin removed? The wound is certainly present. If my conjecture is correct, it should be located along the spinal region. However, the suturing performed by the adversary is executed with remarkable expertise, making it exceedingly difficult to discern. I stepped outside. For this was not the time for contemplation. The immediate priority was to locate the birth certificate. If it remains elusive here, the situation could become dire. What could be dire? Zhang Heng retorted, exasperated. We are already at the very nadir of hell. Can circumstances worsen than they are now? Indeed, they can, and imminently so. I replied with certainty. First and foremost, it is evident that the hospital harbors at least two types of monstrosities. One is the bandaged creature we have encountered. Its form larger than that of an ordinary human, with a slick surface. Having made contact with this entity, it is clear it possesses a corporeal existence and is not a mere phantom. The other creature, however, is akin to the one that murdered Gu Bei's wife, capable of manipulating wills. I suspect it was this second creature that orchestrated the notes and messages, luring Gu Bei here in the dead of night. I remain uncertain of its true nature. It could be a malevolent spirit or perhaps the soul of someone wrongfully deceased. Do not speak nonsense, Gu Bei interrupted. Yet upon observing the troubled expressions on Zhang Heng and Chun Mo's faces, he began to grasp the veracity of my words. Consider the garments extracted from the human skin. Even with chemical treatment, human skin could not possibly endure exposure to the air for 20 years without decomposing. Thus, this skin must have been removed recently, and its former owner was likely neither a doctor nor a nurse. The reason for their presence here may well resonate with yours. Also drawn by a note. Taking a breath, I commenced to articulate the crux of the matter. However, as for their ultimate fate, you have witnessed the gruesome evidence. We are still unaware of where the flayed body is concealed. Are you suggesting that the curse inscribed on the note is a fabrication? Merely a ruse to entice us here? Zhang Heng's expression shifted as he pieced together the puzzle. But why would they deceive us? It makes no sense. Why not? I scoffed lightly. This is a desiccated piece of human skin. The other cots in the morgue likely harbor additional skins. Moreover, do you recall Gu Bei's wife? Before her demise, she was bled dry, and her corpse was subsequently immersed in a chemical solution. Those two steps were unmistakably preparatory for skinning. This monster must be deranged. Such a fixation on skinning, Zhang Heng cursed, stirred by recollections of the infamous skinning case in Xinhu. Any anomaly that defies reason possesses its own inevitable rationale. A psychopathic killer may flay their victims to satiate a peculiar psychological compulsion, a morbid craving. Yet, our predicament diverges significantly. I assert that the act of skinning within the Jianghu Cancer Research Hospital serves a specific purpose. Consider the bandaged creature, through the gaps in its wrappings. One can observe wounds devoid of skin. Does this not suggest that the creature is, in fact, a corpse that has been flayed? In other words, the deceased, once skinned and subjected to certain treatments, have been resurrected. Upon uttering these words, the second morgue fell into an eerie silence, so profound that the sound of a pin dropping would have been unmistakable. Resurrected? A chill crawled over several of us. Indeed, the exterior of the creature is dry, yet its body is damp. They must have emerged from some liquid substance. Consider the water tanks we encountered on our way here, perpetually bubbling as if someone were exhaling beneath the surface. I chose to refrain from elaborating further. To delve too deeply would only amplify the terror burgeoning within their hearts. After a considerable period of silence, Zhang Heng was the first to speak. Those monsters lured us here merely to transform us into their own kind? I am uncertain. Shaking my head, I gestured towards the drawers of the refrigerated cabinet. Let us not dwell on such matters. We must locate the birth certificate within 5 minutes. If we fail to find it, we shall not venture deeper underground, but retreat immediately. What is the point of searching anymore? Zhang Heng replied, moving cautiously to the door. Have you heard of the Xinhu skinning case? The number of missing persons in Xinhu City continues to rise each year. It's truly horrifying to think about. The bodies that were discovered had all been skinned. Where did those that remain unaccounted for vanish to? This cursed hospital is in close proximity to Xinhu. If the skinning case is connected to the hospital, then the number of monsters within could be alarmingly high. As I absorbed his words, my eyes gradually brightened. Zhang Heng had previously captured images of Lu Xing, who was likely the perpetrator behind the Xinhu skinning case. With this thought in mind, I pondered whether the Jianghu Cancer Research Hospital was also a part of the dual-faced Buddha-esque scheme. The most terrifying aspect of our world is the unknown. Once it intertwines with the dual-faced Buddha, it provides a direction for contemplation, rendering the horror somewhat less daunting. Xinhu, dual-faced Buddha. Monsters, what sinister plot could they be concocting this time? The known clues merely link together to offer a path for thought. Yet there remains much to unravel within the Jianghu Cancer Research Hospital. For instance, the hint I received from the showcase. Why is the hospital entirely white? I have a premonition that this hint may prove to be the key to unraveling the mystery tonight. In the blink of an eye, the 5 minutes had passed, and we had yet to uncover the birth certificate mentioned on the note. Perhaps it was hidden in the other morgues on the 4th or 5th underground levels. The deeper we descended, the more perilous the situation became, and the collective trepidation led everyone to reconsider their decision to continue the search. The objective was to escape and endure until dawn. The stairs do not seem safe. Shall we take the hidden passage we used to arrive? I suggested. I have no objections, came the reply. That route leads to the treatment building, but the narrowness of the passage poses a risk. What if we are cornered by monsters midway? Then let us retrace our steps. After a brief discussion, Zhang Heng and Gu Bei took the lead, forging the way, while I followed closely behind. Chen Mo, hindered by his mobility, brought up the rear. Once the decision to flee was made, it felt as though a great weight had been lifted from our hearts, and our steps grew lighter, almost as if carried by the wind. Do you need assistance? I asked, slowing my pace to match Chen Mo's. Thank you, but I can manage, he replied, his face pale as he struggled, hopping on one foot with the aid of a branch. Should you be unable to continue, do inform me. I shall carry you, I offered, engaging in casual conversation before steering the dialogue towards a more pressing matter. Earlier, I discovered something peculiar in the second morgue. Take a look at this. I produced the fabric strip I had torn from Gu Tongtong's clothing. The light stains upon it bore a striking resemblance to blood, and I could detect a faint metallic scent, albeit different from ordinary blood. Chen Mo examined the strip, touching the faint stains with his fingers. The color is quite pale. It resembles blood from a leukemia patient. What is leukemia? I inquired. If you are unfamiliar with leukemia, you must have heard of leukemia, haven't you? Chen Mo illuminated the fabric with his flashlight. The blood of patients with acute myeloid leukemia is either white or light-colored, containing viscous impurities. If left for a period, it even exhibits a phenomenon of stratification. Leukemia? My fingers instinctively brushed the pocket where Gu Tongtong's death certificate lay, revealing that her cause of death was indeed leukemia. Why is the hospital entirely white? Why are all the walls painted in white? If blood were white, would painting everything white suffice to conceal all? A vague sense of understanding washes over me. Chapter 623, The White Menace, Part 2, through the discourse with Chen Mo, a medical student. I gleaned a wealth of information regarding leukemia, a condition ominously referred to as blood cancer, with a mortality rate soaring to 50%, ranking 6th among malignant tumors. The demise of Gu Tongtong was attributed to leukemia, with the bloodstains upon her garments remnants of a leukemia patient's plight. Once a wound manifests on such patients, healing becomes an arduous endeavor, for their blood undergoes malignant transformation, leading to a drastic decrease in platelet count, while white blood cells proliferate, leaving such marks upon clothing unsurprising. After a moment's contemplation, Chen Mo further remarked that the wounds on the patient's hands might have appeared only hours prior. Is there any discernible difference in appearance between patients and healthy individuals? I harbored doubts, suspecting the author's machinations behind this. Chen Mo shook his head, returning the cloth strip to me. What about the flashlight? Zhang Heng, who had been leading the way, suddenly turned and exclaimed, My DV is out of power. Let me use yours for a moment to swap the battery. Without hesitation, Chen Mo handed over the flashlight, and I noticed Zhang Heng quickening his pace with it, which struck me as peculiar. Previously, I had witnessed him changing batteries in the dark. The DV was as familiar to him as a meal, and he ought to manage it even with his eyes closed. As Chen Mo lagged behind, the distance between us gradually widened. From my vantage point, Zhang Heng and Gu Bei huddled together, whispering, seemingly reaching some tacit agreement. With the flashlight in hand, Zhang Heng showed no inclination to return it, behaving as though he had entirely forgotten the presence of others behind him. If danger arises, just follow me. I'll carry you, he stated. That seems inappropriate, I replied. Zhang Heng is unreliable. He appears to have ulterior motives. As I spoke, I noticed an unsettling silence behind me. I assumed Chen Mo had comprehended the situation and focused intently on Zhang Heng, wary of any underhanded actions. With heightened awareness, I listened intently, while my judgment remained unclouded. Everything seemed normal, and no dripping sounds interrupted the air. Before I realized it, we had exited the 3rd underground level and were hastily traversing the secure passageway. No one spoke. The corridor echoed solely with our labored breaths. The flashlight's beam danced in the darkness, casting a pale yellow glow akin to a lighthouse guiding our path. Wonderful. That creature is absent. Within a minute, we reached the first underground level, and upon gazing at the uppermost passageway, a sense of relief washed over us. All of us were genuinely elated to finally depart this accursed place. The exit loomed overhead, the flashlight illuminating the glass of the safety door. In an instant, I froze, uncertain if it was merely an illusion, but it appeared that 5 shadows flickered upon the glass. Were there not only 4 of us? I scarcely had time to ponder, instinctively twisting my head. In the darkness, behind Chen Mo, another figure trailed. Be careful. I scarcely glimpsed the stranger's visage as I shouted, reaching out for Chen Mo, but I was a moment too late. Grasping at empty air, Chen Mo, startled by my cry, felt his heart nearly leap from his chest. He dared not look back and desperately attempted to flee forward. Yet he was still a moment too slow. I witnessed, with my own eyes, a grotesque figure clad in a white hospital gown extend its bandage-wrapped arms, resembling a great bird unfurling its wings, as it enveloped Chen Mo in an embrace. Subsequently, an even more horrifying event transpired. It seemed as if Chen Mo's body was magnetically drawn toward the creature, an immense force pulling him backward in a swift, silent glide. Chen Mo, I shouted, raising my hand to cast a suppression talisman upon the monster. A flash of golden light engulfed it, but it was immediately overwhelmed by a foul stench emanating from its form, rendering the talisman ineffective. What manner of being is this? We had scarcely spent a minute exiting the second morgue, yet when had this creature begun to trail Chen Mo? How could I have been so oblivious? Zhang Heng and Gu Bei, who were ahead, were equally startled, though their reactions diverged significantly. Gu Bei trembled, rooted to the spot, his eyes wide with terror as he beheld the monster in the white gown. In contrast, the crafty Zhang Heng, ever the pragmatist, swiftly turned away from the chaos and hastened toward the safety door, exclaiming, "I'm done playing with you." Just as he approached the door, before his hands could make contact, I heard the ominous creak of the door hinges. Someone was outside. A surge of alarm coursed through me as I recalled that I had kicked the safety door open on the ground floor. It had swung inward when we left, but now it was firmly closed, evidently shut from the outside. This was dire. I wanted to warn Zhang Heng, but it was too late. His hands rested on the safety door, and before he could exert any force, the door swung open. Fortunately, the door opened inward, and Zhang Heng, taken by surprise, was knocked back, landing on the stairs, his eyes wide as he gazed out. There, 2 drenched monstrosities stood at the threshold, their bodies haphazardly wrapped in bandages, with large patches of exposed skin replaced by ghastly wounds. The scene was brutal and bloody, capable of evoking the deepest terror within one's soul. They were alive. The dead had risen. A ghost. Gu Bei's mind seemed to have halted, and he bolted downward like a headless fly. "Come back. Downward is a dead end," I shouted, but before my words could settle, Zhang Heng scrambled to his feet, following Gu Bei in a frantic descent. Fear is contagious. I initially felt little dread, but the panic of these 2 men stripped me of my courage to confront the threat, and I turned to flee without hesitation. They were pursuing us. How could there be so many? Were they all the undead? I was the last to run, trailing behind, my thoughts berating Gu Bei and Zhang Heng for their cowardice, as they proved ineffectual when it mattered, yet were quick to abandon ship. I dare not look back. Sprinting for my life, the wind howling past my ears, and the image of Chen Mo being seized replayed in my mind. These creatures possessed immense strength, overpowering even adults. Realizing this, I channeled my inner strength to run even faster. If we could unite our forces, perhaps we could confront one of these fiends. Alas, our hearts were not aligned, each of us solely focused on our own escape. The monsters were fast, making their way downwards, a path leading to certain doom. I was at a loss as to how to break the deadlock. As I sprinted to the second underground level, the monstrous pursuers relentlessly followed me, nearly catching me several times. Ignoring whether my actions would yield any result, I flung an ample array of talismans behind me and dashed forward, surpassing Zhang Heng, who was now drenched in sweat from anxiety. "Split up," I shouted as we reached the third underground level, halting my descent into the depths of the building. The creatures paused momentarily before diverging, one continuing its pursuit of Zhang Heng and Gu Bei, while the other turned its attention towards me. Seizing the opportunity presented by their brief hesitation, I widened the distance between us and raced through the pitch-black corridor, desperate to devise a method to elude them. Before I knew it, I had returned to the vicinity of the second mortuary. In a moment of inspiration as I rounded a corner, I slipped into the mortuary, slowing my pace and cautiously concealing myself in a back room. Uncertain if the creature would follow me inside, I was reluctant to confront it directly. My gaze swept across the ice cabinets aligned against the wall. Resolutely, I opened one of the empty drawers, lay down within, and grasped the edges to close it securely. Alas, I had forgotten to inquire whether the drawer could be opened from the inside. Reflecting on this now was futile. I regulated my breathing, striving to emit no sound. The confines of the drawer were narrow, barely accommodating a living person. I stared at the metal panel less than 20 centimeters from my forehead, feeling as though I were lying in a coffin. The oppressive silence was suffocating. After what felt like an eternity, the familiar sound of dripping water echoed in the mortuary. The two creatures that emerged appeared to have just crawled out of a water tank, their bodies still glistening with unabsorbed liquid. In such an eerily quiet environment, the dripping sound made me uneasy, fearing that the drawer might suddenly be yanked open. The incessant dripping reverberated through the room, the creatures seemingly prowling around the drawer. 1 minute, 2 minutes, waiting was an agonizing ordeal. A full 5 minutes passed before the sound of dripping began to recede. Had the creature departed? Still wary, I concentrated my innate energy at the acupoint behind my ear, listening intently for any sign of disturbance in the mortuary. It likely never anticipated that I would hide in such a place. I exhaled quietly and raised my hand to push against the drawer's panel. Initially, I applied only gentle pressure, hoping to create a small gap to assess the external situation. However, to my dismay, after several attempts, the panel remained immobile, seemingly obstructed by something outside. Could it be? I exerted more force, yet the panel showed no signs of movement. The compartments were constructed from metal, remaining robust even after 20 years. What kind of design is this? Is the drawer incapable of being opened from within? Is it intended to prevent corpses from escaping? I found myself at a loss for words. Fearing that I might inadvertently attract the creature back with any noise, I hesitated to exert full force, rationalizing that there must be some sort of handle to assist in opening it. As I twisted my body to shift positions, my large-screen phone, which had been tucked away in my pocket, slipped out. Among the viewers scattered across vast lands, surely some must have medical knowledge, I thought. Clinging to a glimmer of hope, I tucked away the brooch camera and lifted my phone to inspect the screen. The light was dim, and as my face appeared in the live stream, the viewers, accustomed to a third-person perspective, had yet to register my presence. Good evening, esteemed friends. I find myself in a rather perplexing predicament and seek your counsel. If one were to be inadvertently confined within a morgue's refrigeration unit without access to a key, what means might one employ to effectuate an escape? Chapter 624, The White Malevolent Spirit, Part 2. What? Locked inside a morgue's freezer? The relentless pursuit of folly persists. Why not call emergency services? Simply relay your predicament to them. One might be surprised by their response. A certain well-known streamer, having ventured into the morgue for the night, became ensnared by a female corpse, locked in the freezer. I have a foreboding that you shall grace the headlines come morning. The barrage of comments flooded in, and I felt my lips twitch in disbelief. Is there truly time for jest? Can someone please offer a more credible suggestion? Socrates' paradox. From a physics standpoint, the freezer may be inoperable due to warm air entering. Upon closing the door, it rapidly cools, contracting, resulting in external pressure exceeding internal pressure, thus rendering it inoperable. After some time, as the freezer absorbs external gases, it should become operable once more. Socrates is indeed a reliable friend. But the issue lies in the fact that the freezer I am trapped in has not been powered for nearly 2 decades. I am simply unable to escape. Please spare me the physics discourse. An abandoned freezer? In that case, I am at a loss. Socrates' paradox has generously offered a donation of 99 ghost coins to this spine-chilling broadcast. Alas, I may not be seen again. These coins should be conserved for the journey ahead. What do you mean I may not be seen again? I let out a bitter chuckle and continued to peruse the comments. Teeling's fierce brother donated 1 gold ingot, expressing curiosity about how I ended up in such a predicament. Indeed, who in their right mind would lock themselves inside a freezer meant for corpses? Surely, it must be for the sake of entertainment. The streamer's tactics are far too intricate. Mother, I long to return to the countryside. As I observed the discussion veering off course, I hastily interjected, I assure you, I am not jesting. By the way, I previously noticed the presence of Master Wan Dao. Do not lurk in silence. Offer some guidance. With my gaze fixed intently on the screen, It was not long before I spotted Master Wan Dao's ID. Master Wan Dao, I have practiced for over 40 years. You are the first to inquire how to escape from a freezer. This question, though seemingly daunting, has both complexity and simplicity. One must look beyond the surface to grasp the essence. Natural law is not as effective as brute force. Indeed, sheer strength overcomes cunning. In summation, does this not boil down to two words, brute force? My hand rested against the metallic panel, my complexion paling. Mr. Wang from Yukon Group remarked, this moored freezer seems oddly familiar, resembling the long-discontinued STG series. Amidst the numerous comments, one caught my eye, the STG series? Upon my first visit to the morgue, I believe I observed this designation on the exterior of the freezer. Precisely, it is from this series. Thank you, astute friend. Mr. Wang from Yukon Group. I cannot claim to be an expert. It is merely due to my professional exposure. May I inquire as to which hospital you are affiliated with? Mr. Wang from Yukon Group. I am engaged in the sale of medical equipment, specializing in drug refrigeration, blood storage, and mortuary refrigeration units. Our philosophy prioritizes customer satisfaction, mutual benefit, and professional service, reflecting our corporate spirit. We aspire to create the most professional medical devices in China, striving to enhance the health and well-being of humanity. I find myself in a perplexing situation and wonder if I should express my thoughts. Since these are your company's products, could you enlighten me on how to exit? No problem. Our products are designed with humanity in mind. To prevent patients from being mistakenly declared dead, the refrigeration units can indeed be opened from the inside. Today, Mr. Wang from Yukon Group, I shall share knowledge on how to rescue oneself if locked inside a mortuary refrigeration unit. First, note the lock mechanism located at the upper right corner of the freezer. Upon inspecting the area, I discovered a rusted metal cover. Lifting it revealed a single-tongue lock. Most household security locks are double-tongued. I proceeded to remove the 3 screws securing the linkage mechanism, subsequently detaching the 3 connecting rods to extract the 3 spring pins and 3 washers. Following the advice of a fellow viewer, I used a broach in place of a screwdriver. Just as I reached the halfway point, I heard a metallic click and the panel sprang open, allowing fresh air to flood in. As the freezer opened, my anxious heart finally found respite. After expressing my gratitude to the viewer, as I prepared to push open the panel and escape, I noticed a message from a user named Gao Jian repeatedly appearing on the screen, seemingly urging me to wait, as there was something significant he wished to convey. Gao Jian, do you have something to say? I inquired, lowering my voice and gazing at the screen. Gao Jian warned me of impending danger, advising that once I escaped, I should not linger and must depart immediately. Confused by this ominous warning, I implored Gao Jian for clarification. I felt a shiver run through me. Gao Jian was a person of considerable ability, known for his audacity. His counsel to leave indicated a genuine threat. His messages persisted, admonishing my reckless wandering since my arrival at the hospital, which he deemed a place unsuitable for the living. You discerned the oddity upon entering the hospital? I was taken aback. Aside from its eerie silence, there was nothing particularly unsettling about the place. In fact, I found it less frightening than some locations I had encountered before. Your experience is still too limited. Discerning the presence of malevolence requires more than a mere assessment of the atmosphere. There are far more sinister forces than mere spectral energies. If not the atmosphere, then what should I observe? Gao Jian explained that one must first gauge the energy of a place upon entry and examine the soil. The lack of spectral energy here is due to it being absorbed underground, replaced by the stench of decay. The odor of decomposition is far more intense than that of spectral energy, yet you have overlooked it, indicative of your inexperience. Decomposition? I believe I have heard Elder Qing mention this at King Tugwan. While spectral energy can be perceived through a celestial eye, the essence of decay tends to cling to the land and objects. Reflect on the soil surrounding the hospital. It is markedly different from that outside. I had not paid attention to the color of the soil. I humbly request Gao Jian to elaborate further. In the event that the soil in this area is cold, loose in structure, black, and exceedingly heavy in viscosity, it would be detrimental to the proliferation of insects and fungi, even after burial. A corpse would find it difficult to decompose. Such soil, which lacks the essence of earth, serves as a natural graveyard. Observing the layout of the hospital, with its uneven 3 floors resembling the belly of a deceased cow or the skull of a black dog. This kind of terrain is referred to in burial scriptures as a broken surface or wensu. I am nearly certain that beneath the hospital lies a mass grave, which may have already nurtured a white malevolent spirit. What is a white malevolent spirit? I am utterly perplexed and sincerely seek enlightenment. Traditional Chinese beliefs emphasize burial for peace and lavish interment as a form of filial piety. Those who die during inauspicious times, be it an inauspicious year, month, day, or hour, buried in nurturing grounds have a certain probability of their flesh not decaying, even exhibiting secondary growth of white hair on their bodies, thus earning the name of white malevolent spirit. Could it be that the creature I previously encountered was indeed a white malevolent spirit? However, I recall the reports of the Mwangdui woman, whose body remained uncorrupted for a millennium. Yet, even if a corpse were to exhibit signs of growth, it would merely be a physical phenomenon devoid of a soul, and thus lacking consciousness and wisdom. I vaguely remember a female physician from a medical school who devoted years to reviving her deceased husband, ultimately failing, underscoring the impossibility of resurrecting the dead. I shared my speculations with Taoist Master Wan Yi, who took a moment before responding with a barrage of messages. The resurrection of the dead is indeed more difficult than ascending to the heavens, for it requires preserving the most cherished memories and emotions of humanity. However, animating a corpse is not an insurmountable task. Master Wan Yi's messages became increasingly rapid, almost overwhelming to follow. In Jiangqing, there exists a Qingtu temple whose disciples excel in the practices of corpse herding and corpse animation. For them, moving a corpse is merely a fundamental skill. Setting aside those topics, my primary intention is to convey that if too many individuals perish within the confines of a hospital, it generates an atmosphere of death and resentment, which gradually permeates everything within the premises, transforming it into a natural graveyard. Such perilous grounds are places I would not dare to tread lightly. I urge you to escape while you still can. Chapter 625, A Narrow Escape. Where to? I gazed at my phone screen, fully aware of my dire predicament, and implored the Taoist master for a solution. Taoist Master Wan Yi, please refrain from looking at me with such pity. If I could escape the hospital, it would be thanks to your ancestors' virtue and divine protection. Yet, to think of a solution? The mass grave involves many complexities. Do not entertain unrealistic notions. Had I been alone, I would have scampered away long ago, but your presence remains. I managed a shy smirk. You are quite the crafty one. However, flattery will not avail you. I do possess a method to break the situation, but it is fraught with danger, and your solitary efforts would be utterly futile. First, inform me of the real difficulties, and should they prove insurmountable, I shall depart without hesitation. With anticipation, I glanced at my phone screen, eager to hear Master Wan Yi's insights. This night, we shall contend with the white malevolent spirit and the earthbound corpses. I will first impart to you a few incantations from the burial scriptures. Keep them close to your heart. Burial scriptures? Before I could inquire further, Master Wan Yi's messages filled the screen. The secrets of the heavens are difficult to discern and even harder to master. Carefully seek the dragon and recognize the stars. Trace the pulse and extract the heart's essence. Conceal the tender winds and avoid the lethal purple thorns. To discern the movements of bones and stones of golden hue, one must understand the interplay of yin and yang. Master Wan Yi's messages were broadcast directly in the live stream, leaving the unsuspecting viewers in the chat unsure whether they comprehended the depth of the wisdom shared, as they cheered on in excitement. This is profoundly esoteric, Taoist master. I did not grasp a single word. To speak candidly, I shamelessly desire Master Wan Dao to elucidate the matter. The burial scriptures are reserved for those destined to comprehend them. If you find them incomprehensible, it merely signifies your lack of affinity, a truth that can only be grasped intuitively, never articulated. Since Master Wan Dao sent forth this barrage of messages, he has fallen silent, and despite my calls, there has been no response. You practitioners of the Tao often render simple matters shrouded in mystery. Now, I find myself utterly alone, yet I fear not the gaze of others. I have resorted to live streaming on my phone to ensure I do not miss any further messages from Master Wan Dao. Heed the words of the wise, for folly lies ahead. This place is indeed malevolent, and it is time to depart. With all my strength, I pressed my hands against the walls of the cabinet, gradually pushing aside the metallic barrier. Fresh air surged into the sealed icebox, and I felt a peculiar sensation of emerging into daylight. At last, I understood the terror of being buried alive. The gradual suffocation was maddening. Before I could ponder further, an unusual odor assailed my nostrils, familiar, reminiscent of the medicinal scent I had encountered on the rider. How could such a scent pervade the mortuary? My mind struggled to comprehend. and as my gaze swept aimlessly, I froze in horror. Beside me, a face swathed in bandages, faintly revealing its wounds, was silently watching me. It had not departed. Its hand, larger than that of an ordinary person, bore down on my head like a boulder, and the loose white hospital gown I wore felt like a dark cloud pressing upon me. This monstrosity had awaited my arrival. In desperation, with half my body still confined within the icebox, I forcefully kicked off the gurney and thrust my head towards the creature. The bandages fluttered in the darkness as that scarred visage loomed larger in my sight. There was no turning back now. A single misstep had led to this peril. To survive, I had to fight with all my might. My audacious assault, using my own head to collide with it, evidently caught the creature off guard. A resounding crash echoed as my forehead struck its chest. The impact was sudden, and I exerted all my strength, causing a noticeable indentation in its ribcage. Its skeletal structure differed vastly from that of an ordinary human. Many ribs shattered upon collision. For a typical person, broken ribs would be a fatal blow. Yet the creature remained unfazed, its enormous hands tightening around my neck. The grip was cold, slick, and sticky, akin to glue, rendering escape impossible. The dent in its chest seemed to have no effect. It constricted my throat with increasing force, and I felt the air in my lungs gradually depleting, my vision becoming hazy. I could barely discern the creature leaning down, seemingly intent on dragging me into its hospital garb. A nauseating stench of medicine wafted down from above. My pupils constricted, my eyes nearly engulfed by the whites. If I did not break free soon, I feared I would be suffocated to death. Summoning the last remnants of strength within me, I seized its arms, my foot planted on the icebox for leverage, and kicked upward. My legs entwined around its neck. I hung from its form. Release me. With all my might, I constricted its neck, distorting it, with a twist of my body. I leveraged my weight to bring the creature down. We both crashed to the ground, and its grip on my neck finally loosened. Seizing the opportunity, I freed myself, locking my hands around its forearms and delivering a powerful kick to its head. Die. Through the cultivation of the profound heart method and the mastery of ghostly arts, coupled with the repeated consumption of rare celestial treasures, my physical prowess could rival that of a professional boxer. A single kick could shatter a locked security door, serving as a prime illustration of my capabilities. Engaging with monsters is devoid of rational discourse. I had no intention of extracting any valuable information from them. Thus, I directed a powerful kick towards the most vulnerable area of the creature's jaw. The force of my strike was decisive, causing the monster's head to rotate a full 90 degrees in the opposite direction. Had it succumbed to death? I sensed a waning strength in its grip and hastily withdrew. Yet, before I could rise, an alarming spectacle unfolded. The creature's head, now twisted behind it, began to slowly realign itself, and due to the kick, the bandages covering its face had been dislodged, revealing a visage so horrifying it instilled sheer terror within me. The creature's strength was returning, its head repositioning as if it were a mere puppet. Any ordinary individual would have perished under such circumstances, yet this abomination appeared entirely unscathed. Could it truly be immortal? Shaking off my fear, I gritted my teeth and resolved upon a reckless decision. Without a moment's hesitation, I unleashed another kick aimed at the monster's head. I refused to believe it could survive losing its head. Whether it was the influence of the blood fox or the prolonged wearing of the good and evil mask, I found myself exhibiting a ruthlessness and decisiveness that were starkly different from my usual demeanor. With relentless vigor, I repeated the gruesome act. 1 kick, 2 kicks. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until the creature's spine fractured, its head hanging limply like a deflated ball, white, thread-like worms emerging from its body. Only then did the monstrosity cease its movements. Leaning against the cold storage of the mortuary, I collapsed to the ground, my muscles aching. Although our confrontation lasted merely over a minute, it was intensely fierce, where even the slightest lapse in attention could lead to demise. Gulping in the medicated air of the mortuary, I stared at the creature's corpse, my arms still trembling from the encounter. It had been perilously close to strangling me. This monster possessed an uncanny ability to hide and ambush. How cunning! The creature exuded a presence entirely different from that of a lifeless body. It seemed to possess an intelligence comparable to that of a living being. Was it being manipulated from the shadows, or was it inherently so? Rising from the floor, I retrieved my phone that had fallen during the scuffle, brushing off the dust from the screen. Suddenly, I noticed a message from the Taoist. urging caution against excessive screen time without monetary offerings, lest I risk account suspension. I approached the monster without hesitation, capturing its image within the frame of my camera. Friend, swiftly unfasten the garment at its chest to ascertain whether white hair has grown, the Taoist instructed. Following his command, I unbuttoned the white hospital gown, revealing 3 millimeters of eerie white hair sprouting from the creature's chest. Indeed, it is a white fiend. This corpse possesses the intelligence to dress and conceal itself, and it likely has a puppeteer lurking behind it. If you slay this malignant corpse, it will surely draw attention. Depart quickly and do not linger in the vicinity. Without delay, I took several photographs of the creature with my phone and fled the second morgue. The oppressive darkness of the underground corridor felt stifling, as if every corner harbored a lurking monster, prompting me to tread cautiously to avoid being surrounded. Yet, even with such vigilance, upon reaching the second basement level, I spotted a creature loitering on the staircase. To evade it, I had no choice but to temporarily hide in the storage room that contained Gu Bei's wife. How many monsters truly lurk within this hospital? Are all those water tanks merely employed for submerging corpses? Holding my breath, I faced the door, my heart pounding wildly.